Regulus Black, the younger brother of Sirius Black. In 1980, he drank poison to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux locket of Slytherin, drowning at the bottom of a lake. He met his untimely demise at the age of 19. And now, this young master has returned. Oh, my foolish brother. You must be so disappointed in a tumultuous coastal region, where the sky is perpetually shrouded in dark clouds and the waves crash violently against the jagged rocks. There lies a concealed cave, difficult for anyone to discover. Yet, a glimmering light now appears within. Regulus, in a state of bewilderment, examines his condition, having inexplicably traversed into this realm just moments ago. Am I now a ghost? His hands emit an ethereal white glow, and he finds himself floating. He has indeed crossed over. Such an important fact merits confirmation thrice. And it seems that Regulus has truly transitioned to another existence. Outside the cave's entrance, daylight prevails, although the sky is overcast. The sun's radiance is unmistakable, allowing him to distinguish between day and night. The waves, laden with briny mist, lap at the cave's threshold, nearly allowing the sea to surge inside. Behind him lies a cavern, entirely devoid of light. Were it not for Regulus' own luminescence, he would be unable to discern anything. What to do? Should he bask in the sunlight or explore the depths of the cave? The choice is clear. Regulus is not inclined to experiment with the theory of whether his soul would dissipate under sunlight. While the nature of spirits differs between East and West, it is generally accepted that they appear at night. Thus, very well, I shall venture into the cave. Regulus turns and drifts into the darkness, that he recalls that prior to this unforeseen transition, he was engaged in a video game, utilizing a cheat to forge extraordinary equipment, enhancing its attributes one by one. Should that equipment be utilized, it would undoubtedly disrupt the game's balance. The thrill of such chaos was exhilarating. The equipment, a belt, what was it called again? Ah yes, the Titan's belt of the Horadrim. Regulus murmurs softly. Suddenly, a belt, a hand's breadth wide, materializes and fastens itself around his waist, the metallic adornment fitting perfectly upon his ethereal form. Could this be the reason for my transmigration? Is it because I modified this item in the game that I was brought here? Regulus feels a sense of despair. Although he is already dead, he wouldn't mind experiencing death once more. The notion that he was transported due to altering game attributes is utterly disheartening. Why haven't those who manipulated their attributes more extravagantly faced a similar fate? The Titan's belt of the Horadrim boasts the following attributes. Defense, 777. Durability, 7777. Required strength, 7. Required level, 7. Indestructible. Immune to freezing. 7 necromancer skills. 77 melee defense. 77 ranged defense. 77 spell defense. All resistances 777. 77 strength. 77 agility. 77 vitality. 77 energy. 77 health. 77 mana. 77 accuracy. Increases fire damage by 77. Increases lightning damage by 77. Increases cold damage by 77. Increases physical damage by 77. That increases poison damage, lasting 77 seconds. Attackers reflect 77 damage. 7 health stolen on hit. 7 mana stolen on hit. 77 additional gold gained from monsters. 77 better chance to find magical equipment. Regulus examines the properties of the belt and confirms it is indeed the equipment he altered before his journey. This belt belongs to the necromancer class, and the skill 7 necromancer skills is tailored for that profession. What intrigues Regulus further is that upon donning this belt, he feels a powerful pull toward a specific location within the cave. Floating, he arrives at the cave's end, where the surroundings are mere rock walls with no apparent exit. This does not feel right. Confident in his intuition, he extends his hand toward the rock wall. As a ghost, Regulus effortlessly passes through the wall and enters another cavern behind it. Flowing along this path, he discovers a cave by the sea, leading to a dark lake. Gazing into the depths of the Black Lake, Regulus finally comprehends where he has arrived. At the center of the lake lies a small island of stone, emanating a faint green light, refracted by the surrounding crystals. Through this series of revelations, Regulus realizes he has crossed into the world of Harry Potter, and he currently stands in the secret location where Voldemort concealed the Horcrux locket of Slytherin. It appears my recollections contain some inaccuracies. The Sword of Gryffindor is a creation from fanfiction. So, if I consume these potions, the Horcrux will manifest? Regulus reflects, attempting to piece together the correct information, for he has indeed perused many fan interpretations of Harry Potter during his ghostly existence. It is imperative that one person consumes all of these potions for Slytherin's locket to appear. The person who drinks the potion will undoubtedly experience insatiable thirst, making the surrounding water an irresistible temptation. However, This water is forbidden. Touching it would awaken the inferi beneath, who would drag the drinker into the depths, transforming them into one of the guardians of the island. This information aligns with both cinematic and literary narratives, and in fan works, authors devise various methods to circumvent this predicament. The simplest solution involves finding an animal and administering the potions to it. Yet, in one particular fan story, these potions were crafted by a witch enamored with Voldemort. Upon learning of his Horcruxes and intentions, she created these potions, which replenish themselves upon consumption, concealing a unique characteristic. The potions are capable of mending soul damage, as she assumed Voldemort would be the one to drink them. A clear misjudgment on her part. Mending soul damage, you say? Then let me give it a try. Regulus lowers his head and begins to consume the potion. Initially, he believed himself unable to physically interact with the potions as a ghost, akin to how he could effortlessly pass through the blood-activated stone door. Yet, to his surprise, he felt a tangible sensation of liquid on his lips. With this revelation, Regulus begins to drink deeply from the potion. A cleansing power envelopes his soul, inducing a state of trance. At some point, he realizes he has drained the entire potion. As he lifts his head from the basin, a locket materializes at the bottom. Regulus understands that this is not the genuine Horcrux. Those familiar with the original tale are aware that this is merely a counterfeit locket, the true one having been removed. The individual responsible for this act now resides in the Black Lake, having become one of its inferi guardians. Regulus Black, the younger brother of Sirius Black, began to doubt the righteousness of his allegiance to Voldemort upon sensing a change within him, ultimately substituting Voldemort's Horcrux locket of Slytherin. How curious that our names are so alike. Perhaps this is yet another reason for my crossing. Regulus approaches the water's edge, easily peering through the surface to behold the multitude of inferi standing below, one of whom evokes an inexplicable sense of familiarity to D.O. You recall that you departed this world at the tender age of 18. Am I, perchance, your reincarnation, traversing back with the weight of past regrets? Regulus merely mused casually, yet the essence of his words, though not entirely accurate, was not far from the truth. It appears quite dashing indeed. How outrageous that the film has cast an older gentleman to portray Regulus Black, insisting he embodies the character. In the realm of the game Diablo, particularly within the setting of Corps 002, the Black Lake Temple of Soul Elixirs, there exist 7 distinct character classes: the Amazon, the Assassin, the Necromancer, the Barbarian, the Sorceress, the Druid, and the Paladin. At that time, Regulus was immersed in the role of the Necromancer in Diablo 2. Having already traversed the game with all classes, he was now employing a modifier to craft exquisite equipment for his new Necromancer. Among his creations was the Heraldric Titan Belt, boasting an astonishing capacity of 49 slots. One might wonder what the significance of 49 slots is, considering that typically, a belt consists of merely a single row of 4 slots, with a maximum of 4 rows totaling 16 slots. Regulus, being aware of his so-called system-enhanced traversal, understood that this was indeed his modified superior belt. Upon focusing on the belt, Regulus perceived it as an entire character equipment interface, where the lower section displayed 4 rows of empty slots, each containing 10 slots, while the upper section represented the character's equipment area, currently vacant save for the central belt. Thus, the 49 slots represented the total of 40 empty slots plus the equipment area, which comprises 10 positions, excluding the belt slot itself. In addition to the character equipment interface, there existed a panoramic exploration map and a skill tree, all of which were results of Regulus' modifications, particularly concerning the 7 skills of the Necromancer. The Necromancer class possesses 3 distinct skill trees: summoning, bones and poison, and curses. Each tree comprises 10 spells, resulting in a total of 30 spells, all of which were now marked with the number 7. Furthermore, since this was not the actual game system, the original explanations became somewhat ambiguous, implying that these skills would align more closely with the laws of this world or the magical principles of the sorcerers. Essentially, it was a whimsical interpretation. As long as the core essence remained intact, the magical skills would adapt according to the user's desires. For instance, if one were to cast a spell named Pulling Up Seedlings, would the effect be to literally uproot the seedlings or to expedite their growth? Thus, the mysterious abilities of magic are inherently fluid, unlike technological weaponry that can compute various numerical values. Having grasped this concept, Regulus was now prepared to utilize the skills endowed by his exquisite belt, specifically the summoning spell Control Puppet. Come fort. Let me see if this body can still be used, he intoned, gesturing towards the corpse submerged in the water. The corpse of Regulus Black soon responded, ambling towards the shore and climbing onto the island. The spell, Control Puppet, turned out to be a passive ability that merely enhanced the basic attributes of other puppets. Yet now, Regulus wielded this magic to command an unconscious corpse to his side. Having transformed into a corpse, the eternally 18-year-old Regulus Black retained his original visage, his body untouched by the prolonged immersion in water, devoid of any swelling or signs of decomposition. Regulus gazed upon the lifeless corpse before him, feeling as if he were staring into a mirror. The resemblance was uncanny, though his features leaned more towards an Eastern Asian visage, while the other bore the traits of Western Caucasian lineage, yet both shared the commonality of dark hair. Now, Regulus was poised to cast his second spell, the summoning magic known as reanimation of the dead. This spell was originally designed to resurrect monsters slain within the game, commanding them to fight on behalf of the necromancer. However, Regulus sought to resurrect himself, utilizing the body of Regulus Black. He first instructed the corpse to lie down, for he did not wish to awaken only to find himself besieged by a throng of undead. Perhaps you truly are my past life. I hope this resurrection unfolds as I envision. Regulus' spirit reclined, perfectly aligning with the body of the corpse. Thus, he began reanimation of the dead. He cast the spell upon himself. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no trepidation, yet the sensation was akin to a gentle tremor. Had he succeeded? Regulus abruptly sat up, or rather, it was as if Regulus Black had risen from the grave. As he attuned himself to the experience, he felt the coldness of his body gradually yielding to warmth, the rhythmic beating of his heart resonating clearly in his ears, and the flow of blood coursing through his limbs. He inhaled the long-forgotten chill of air that invigorated his lungs. I have truly returned to life, Regulus Black exclaimed with his own voice, the sound echoing through the cavern. Yet the submerged corpse remained unresponsive. Regulus Black understood that only by disturbing the surface of the water would the undead rise to assault all living beings until they were joined by those souls. This was precisely why Regulus did not fuse with the corpse of Regulus Black beneath the water prior to his resurrection. Approaching the stone basin once more, he noted that the potion had vanished, leaving behind only a rectangular gem-like pendant box. This had once been a counterfeit that Regulus Black had substituted. Upon opening the box, he discovered a note within, containing the final words of Regulus Black. In atonement for his past misjudgments, Regulus Black had offered his life as a final remedy. However, this farewell note had now lost its significance. Regulus Black had returned. Nevertheless, it could still serve a purpose. Upon traversing into this world, along with his character equipment and skill tree, he had acquired a rather inconspicuous system ability, panoramic exploration map. Much like in a game, the areas he traversed were recorded, and exploring the map was an essential process. Anything less felt incomplete and unsatisfactory. Since Regulus's arrival, the map had begun at the cave's entrance, and he had now recorded the entirety of the cave and the surrounding Black Lake. Regulus Black had graduated at the age of 16, achieving this feat with distinction from Slytherin. His magical prowess was undoubtedly formidable, for otherwise he would not have caught Voldemort's attention and become a Death Eater immediately upon graduation. Here, I have drawn inspiration from my brother, Sirius Black, and the method of creating a magical artifact known as the Marauder's Map, combined with the various temple settings from Diablo. It is noteworthy that after my brother Sirius Black's graduation, the Marauder's Map was acquired by Regulus Black. Now, let me witness whether the fusion of these two elements can yield the artifact I desire. Initially, the section of the panoramic map depicting the Black Lake, projected before my eyes, was transcribed onto the parchment in my hand. The inscriptions on the parchment had vanished, leaving behind a map reminiscent of a treasure chart, chronicling the environment of the Black Lake within the cave. The map promptly revealed a plethora of names and footprints, those of the drowned souls who had transformed into wraiths, floating ominously upon its surface. Nearly 800 wraiths, indeed. That seems rather excessive. Regulus Black felt an inexplicable obsession with the number 7. With the completion of the Marauder's Map of the Black Lake, the parchment automatically rolled itself up, appearing to shrink as it was ensconced within the confines of the charm box. A wondrous green luminescence emanated, causing Regulus Black to be repelled from the light. Although the charm box remained in his hand, he found himself standing outside against the stone wall, observing the panoramic map. With no space left behind the wall, gazing at the charm box in his possession, Regulus Black felt a profound satisfaction with this inaugural creation of a magical artifact. The Soul Potion's Black Lake Temple, Slytherin's Charm Box, replica, offers numerous additional advantages when retained in the inventory. Wraith Guardian 791777. Potion Skill, Level 7. Potion Brewing Time 7. Potion Success, Rate 7. Each depletion of the Soul Potion restores 77 soul damage. There is a 7 chance of acquiring extra gold with each depletion of the soul potion. There is also a 7 chance of obtaining additional magical artifacts upon depletion. Wraith 003, the day Hogwarts opens. Creature, Regulus Black, called for his house elf, deftly securing the charm box to his belt. This charm box, now imbued with magic, had transformed into a protective talisman of sorts. Its significance lies in the fact that the time traveler Regulus has seamlessly merged his soul with the corporeal form of Regulus Black. While the system brought forth by his transference has perfectly integrated with the magic of this world, without such harmony, this magical artifact could not have been created. Oh, my master, Creature has always hoped for your well-being. Creature's wish has come true. A house elf with large bat-like ears appeared, his raspy voice and aged visage attesting to his advanced years. Clad in a tattered garment that resembled a mere sack, he epitomized the haphazard attire typical of house elves, often favoring towels and ragged clothing. Creature, I am feeling quite weak and must return home to rest promptly. Regulus Black understood that one must exercise caution when it comes to house elves, for excessive kindness could lead them to self-harm, just as reprimanding them could incite the same tragic response. Regardless of how they are treated, a minor misunderstanding or an overreaction could prompt them to inflict harm upon themselves. In this respect, they are indeed a remarkable race. Yes, my master is weak and in need of rest, Creature immediately declared, taking Regulus Black home. As Creature grasped Black's hand, the chill of his touch stirred a pang of sympathy within him. With a snap of his fingers, Creature transported Regulus Black back to the old residence at number 12, Grimmauld Place. This was the home of Sirius, as well as that of Regulus Black, an ancestral abode of the Black family, fortified by layers of magical protection, concealed within an ordinary Muggle neighborhood, flanked by numbers 11 and 13, while the missing number 12 had never drawn attention or raised suspicions regarding its absence. Regulus was acutely aware that this was the effect of the Muggle-repelling charm. Creature, prepare hot water for my bath. After I am finished, I hope to have a warm soup, and lastly, I require today's newspaper. Regulus Black's attitude towards house elves was far from benevolent. However, for Creature, it was the most favorable disposition he could hope for. House elves yearned to serve noble wizarding families, seeking purpose in their labor and wishing to continue in their duties. This essence is deeply ingrained in their souls, to a typical human understanding. It may appear as an inexplicable form of servitude, but for them, it is their means of existence. Yes, my master, Creature will prepare immediately. Please follow me, Creature replied, elated to once again serve a member of the esteemed Black family, carefully guiding Regulus into the washroom. Under Creature's magical influence, the water in the bathtub warmed instantly. As he assisted Regulus in shedding the garments befitting a corpse, retreating only after the master had submerged himself in the tub and added fragrant oils to prepare sustenance. Within the Black family, this generation comprised 3 daughters and 2 sons. Bellatrix Lestrange, originally a Black, changed her surname upon marriage. Andromeda Tonks, also a former Black, altered her surname upon wedlock. And Narcissa Malfoy, who likewise abandoned her Black lineage. These 3 women were cousins of Regulus. Among them, 2 had children, Nymphadora Tonks and Draco Malfoy. Bellatrix, however, remained childless, having neither offspring with her husband nor, as rumors suggested, with Voldemort. Some fan theories proposed that she did have a child, but that it was sacrificed to Voldemort. Lost in thought, Regulus Black sifted through his memories and stumbled upon a distant relative, Arthur Weasley, who was the great-grandson of Sirius Black's uncle, and Molly Weasley, who was his cousin by marriage. Thus, the entire wizarding community seemed like one big family, a notion that was quite amusing. Emerging from the bathtub, Regulus naturally retrieved a bathrobe from a nearby cabinet, selecting a set that was both comfortable and warm. He discovered yet another advantage of his system. The panoramic map could display the places he had visited, providing a sense of familiarity that prevented him from feeling like a stranger rummaging through his own home. Master, the soup is at the perfect temperature, Creature said, guiding carefully. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Regulus Black was initially perplexed, but soon grasped what had caused Creature's discomfort. On the long table in the dining room lay only a large soup pot and some fruit, clearly indicating that the Black family was currently impoverished. It was uncertain how long those provisions had been stored. Although wizarding families could use magic to preserve food, they typically preferred to purchase fresh ingredients for cooking. Indeed, one could hardly expect a house elf to manage finances, yet there was one magical item that Creature was tasked with safeguarding. Creature, I have always appreciated your culinary skills. The flavor of the soup is delightful. Regulus Black, not wishing to witness Creature's self-deprecation, expressed his satisfaction after merely sipping the soup, which was indeed quite excellent. Curiously, Dishes prepared by house elves, regardless of the type, always attain the pinnacle of culinary excellence, comparable to that of master chefs. Regulus consumed nearly half of the beet soup before picking up the copy of the Daily Prophet that Creature had prepared. September 1st, 1991. Yet another day for the commencement of Hogwarts. This meant he had missed Harry Potter. He had intended to engage with him before his enrollment. It had already been 11 years since he departed. Creature, I thank you for your loyalty to the family. What the trinket box I had you retrieve. Setting down the newspaper, Regulus Black resolved to first acquire what he desired, the Slytherin trinket box. A Horcrux, much like a key, could originate as an utterly mundane object. However, Voldemort seemingly favored using valuable items to create Horcruxes. Once infused with a fragment of his soul, that object transformed into one of the most malevolent magical artifacts in existence. The methods for crafting a Horcrux remained shrouded in secrecy, with no answers found even within the restricted section of Hogwarts. Yet, in the 7th book of the original series, Hermione mentioned that after Dumbledore's funeral, she summoned a book titled Secrets of Dark Magic from Dumbledore's office to her dormitory using the summoning charm, which provided detailed instructions on the creation of Horcruxes. The process necessitates that a dark wizard commits heinous acts, such as murder, to fracture his soul, subsequently separating a part of it from his body to be encased within a vessel, this vessel being the Horcrux. Thus, even if the body is destroyed, one does not perish, for a fragment of the soul remains intact in the world. However, the soul must remain whole. Its division is an act of malevolence that defies the natural order. Discussions regarding Horcruxes are strictly forbidden at Hogwarts. It is known that Voldemort created a total of 7 Horcruxes through his vile acts of murder and sacrifice, resulting in the creation of these supreme magical artifacts, Horcruxes. I deeply apologize, my master. Creature has been unable to destroy that object, despite exhausting every possible method. Creature has failed to fulfill this task. Upon hearing his master's request, Creature's first thought was of the final command given by Regulus Black to destroy the locket. However, no matter the effort expended, Creature could not complete this command. Failing to execute his master's wishes is a source of immense shame for the house elf, prompting him to contemplate self-harm, whether by striking his head against the wall or beating himself with a fire poker. Stop, Creature. First, hand over the locket to me. Regulus Black intervened, halting the house elf's foolish actions. The Slytherin locket was reverently presented by Creature, who felt profound guilt for his inability to destroy this magical object. Fortunately, he could not bring himself to obliterate it. Though he once desired to do so, he now found himself in need of it. This was not Creature's fault. He had preserved it without surrendering it to anyone else, which ultimately proved to be the best outcome. Regulus Black understood the necessity of providing an explanation to the house elf. Otherwise, Creature would become fixated on his failure, spiraling into despair. This clarification aimed to prevent any further instances of his self-destructive tendencies. Upon receiving the genuine Slytherin locket, the palpable darkness emanating from it was unmistakable. Indeed, it was due to this dark magical artifact that, if carelessly placed, its unleashed dark power could lead to loss of control, driving the mind into chaos and madness. The locket had adversely affected the Black family, particularly after Sirius was captured following Regulus's disappearance, leading to the family's near ruin. Regulus Black naturally wished to reclaim this Horcrux for himself, intending to refine it anew through the system he had acquired during his travels. However, a significant challenge remained: the fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded within the Horcrux, a division of his essence not to be underestimated. Each attempt to destroy a Horcrux either resulted in the protagonist fleeing for their life or Dumbledore resorting to darker methods, a reflection of his true nature as a puppet master. Regulus had originally designed the belt of the Horadrim to possess the utmost capacity and the ability to synthesize alchemical items. Naturally, if it were merely a set of data on a computer, such aspirations would be folly. One must adhere to the system's inherent rules. A belt is a belt, limited to a maximum of 16 slots rather than 49, and the Horadrim retains only 12 slots designated for alchemical synthesis, without extending to equipment positions or additional backpack slots. The attributes of the belt's Horadrim box now manifest in its capacity for arbitrary attribute enhancement. Much like a game modifier, as long as the added attributes align with the item's properties, they can be freely incorporated. However, incompatible additions will result in failure. Armor cannot gain attack attributes, nor can weapons acquire defensive traits. Much like the Black Lake Temple of Soul Elixirs, where all attributes are meticulously tailored to their inherent characteristics. The most suitable properties were selected after extensive experimentation. Furthermore, this magical artifact was personally crafted by Regulus Black, ensuring a profound familiarity with its essence. In contrast, the situation with the Slytherin locket is considerably more complex. Not only is it an artifact created by Voldemort himself, but its true value remains elusive due to the ambiguity surrounding its specific attributes. The mere fact that it contains a fragment of Voldemort's soul introduces a significant element of instability. Only by extracting this soul fragment can its true potential be realized. Regulus Black, as a member of the Traversers, is well aware of the locations of the other Horcruxes, although the intricate details elude him. He comprehends the timing and places of their appearances. Thus, until he is capable of managing the soul fragments within the Horcruxes, he will take possession of them, if feasible, but will not force the issue otherwise. Rather than fixate on collecting Horcruxes, it would be far more prudent to first harness the innate abilities of his own system. A veritable boon for a Traverser. To neglect such a gift would be a grave waste, as it surpasses any form of magic in enhancing his own power. Since his arrival, Regulus Black has only utilized a single skill, reanimation of the dead, to resurrect his own corpse, having yet to employ any other abilities. As a necromancer, he possesses a triad of skill trees, each comprising 10 skills categorized into summoning, bones and toxins, and curses. Thanks to the belt he designed, all his skills are at level 7, meaning his starting point is already at this elevated status. And he is not bound by the typical requirement of achieving level 30 to use reanimation of the dead. Thus, as a hallmark of his necromancer identity, he decides to summon a skeleton to observe its manifestation. Regulus Black extends his hand to the side, invoking the summoning of a skeleton. Yet, to his surprise, nothing materializes. Master, do you require an experiment with magic? Creature, completely oblivious to his master's recent failure, remains unaware of the awkwardness of the moment. The basement, as always, serves as a magical training ground, meticulously maintained by Creature, who prides himself on the cleanliness of the space while tidying the dishes on the table. Regulus Black glances at the panoramic map, confirming that this ancient residence indeed contains a fortified basement dedicated to magical experimentation, potion brewing, and alchemical creation, surrounded by walls lined with cabinets filled with necessary materials. Without further ado, Regulus Black decides to shift his focus and heads directly to the basement. On the floor lies a complex magical array, ancient runes pulsating with a faint glow, continuing to resonate with magical energy after 11 years, ensuring that experiments conducted here will not obliterate the old residence, and even providing an illusory space for training. Regulus Black glanced around before retrieving a corpse from the Slytherin ornament box, deliberately selecting one of the largest specimens, anticipating that the summoned skeleton would possess a sturdier constitution. Summoned skeleton. With this incantation, he successfully conjured a skeleton, its pure white bones towering at 2 meters, robust and formidable. In its hands, it wielded twin double-edged battle axes, its skeletal frame slightly swaying, with ghostly flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets. Regulus was acutely aware that he could effortlessly command it in battle. Merely providing a general target would suffice for it to fight to the bitter end, annihilating either the enemy or itself. At level 7, his skill allowed him to summon 7 skeletons in total. Regulus continued to extract the excess corpses one by one, using them as materials to successively summon 6 additional skeletons. Through this process, he began to discern a pattern. The reason he fixated on the number 7 was that it corresponded to the various character classes within the game. The summoned skeletons represented the 7 major classes in the realm of darkness: an Amazon skeleton armed with a bow, an assassin skeleton with claws, a necromancer skeleton wielding a scythe, a mage skeleton brandishing a staff, a druid skeleton grasping a mace, a paladin skeleton equipped with sword and shield, and the previously summoned barbarian skeleton with dual axes. During the experimentation, Regulus uncovered a technique for utilizing his skills. The summoned skeletons could be integrated into the skill tree, allowing him to summon them again without expending any magical energy, thereby enabling him to conjure 7 skeletons at once for combat. The display next to the skill, summoned skeleton, transformed into a notation of 77. Thus, he could summon an additional 7 skeleton mages, ensuring that the number of his undead guardians remained a consistent 7777777. Regulus continued to summon skeleton mages with the surplus corpses, invoking Summon Undead. Summon Undead. Summon Undead. The 7 classes of skeleton mages materialized. The excess corpses from the Gringotts Wizarding Bank expedition now served him well. The skills Dominate Skeleton, Dominate Puppet, and Dominate Soul were primarily passive enhancements to the attributes of his summons, increasing their control and resilience. Thus, the the skeletons and skeleton mages summoned by Regulus possessed considerable intellect, comprehending their summoner's intent, capable of both offense and defense, and adept in various tasks. Currently, both summon skeleton and summon undead were maxed out at 77. Regulus surveyed the ground, littered with remnants of flesh and blood, pondering how best to dispose of these remains. As a former gaming aficionado, he swiftly analyzed the game mechanics in his mind. The most suitable option, of course, would be the abominable creature with 3 hands, a grotesquely corpulent and repulsive amalgamation. While he could tolerate the sight of skeletons before him, a heap of rotting flesh was quite another matter altogether. However, from the perspective of his skill tree, the blood familiar indeed aligns well with his requirements. To illustrate, one might envision it as a crimson version of the character Zack from the game League of Legends, originally depicted in green and purple hues. This skill, initially designed to share life with the summoner, has been modified to draw upon blood as a conduit. Regulus Black unsheathed a dagger and delicately sliced open his finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall into the heap of flesh. Arise, my blood familiar. The droplets, akin to molten lava, amalgamated the flesh into a singular entity, assimilating and breaking down into the most fundamental form of blood. The sanguine chunks melted away like ice cream, transforming white, red, and even hair into a liquid amalgam. It resembled a palette of paint, and after a vigorous mixing, only a translucent crimson remained. Zack. He. The newly birthed blood familiar stood over 3 meters tall, yet could only utter its name while emanating a foolish giggle, clearly lacking in intellect. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as the skill encompassed an ability, Dominate Soul, which could enhance the intelligence of summoned creatures. Regulus incorporated Zack into his skill tree, and the display for Blood Familiar level 11 appeared. It was already known that the puppet class in the game could summon only one entity. However, in this newfound existence, Regulus Black naturally yearned for more, even if the cap was set at 7. Alas, this seemed unlikely. He felt utterly fatigued, both mentally and physically, and it dawned upon him that he should take a well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, that night, the young wizards of Hogwarts, having experienced the opening ceremony, lay excitedly in their respective beds. In the deep of night, a burly figure stood before the old house at number 12, Grimmauld Place. His expression a tapestry of conflict. One of his false eyes darted restlessly. He was uncertain who had taken residence there. However, since the occupant had yet to engage in any outrageous behavior, it would be prudent to handle the matter discreetly. Perhaps a consultation with Dumbledore would be in order. The Mad Eye, leaning on his cane, departed, casting furtive glances over his shoulder. At dawn, Regulus Black, after meticulously grooming himself, stepped outside with Creature. On the second day of term, the streets of Diagon Alley were markedly quieter. The raucous young wizards had vanished, leaving only adult witches and wizards to peruse the shops. The Leaky Cauldron. It has been quite some time since my last visit, Regulus mused, standing before the entrance, unnoticed by muggles. Upon entering, he found only a smattering of patrons, some of whom seemed to be long-term residents of the upstairs rooms. Did they not realize that the rooms were more suited for hourly rentals? Regulus chuckled inwardly at the muggle mindset as he made his way to the courtyard. He produced a wand and pointed it at several fixed points along the surrounding wall. In an instant, Regulus Black found himself in Diagon Alley. This wand, a relic of the Black family's inventory, was an heirloom from an unknown ancestor, now merely borrowed for his use. Another purpose for visiting Diagon Alley was, of course, to procure another wand. Although Regulus Black currently possessed the ability to wield magic without the need for a wand, traditional spellcasting still required one. It appeared that training in wandless magic needed to be prioritized. Ollivander's wand shop was a necessary destination. It would be prudent to first visit Gringotts to withdraw some funds. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, a towering edifice of white, stood at the intersection of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, renowned as the second safest location in the world after Hogwarts. It was a place where wizards felt secure in trusting their treasures. Operated by a cadre of goblins, Gringotts mandated that only they could escort individuals into the depths of the bank via the spinning mine carts that descended underground. And only goblins possessed the ability to unlock the vaults to retrieve stored assets. They had their own methods to thwart intruders and adhere to a code that prevented their peers from divulging the bank secrets. Regulus Black stepped through the gleaming bronze doors, where a goblin guard clad in scarlet and gold bowed as he passed. The second door, which swung inward, was silver, inscribed with goblin warnings to would-be thieves. Upon entering the spacious marble hall, Regulus observed approximately 100 goblins diligently recording transactions at long counters, some weighing coins on scales, while others examined gems through magnifying glasses. He made his way to the rear, where a counter designated for VIPs facilitated access to the vaults. "I need to access my private vault," he stated, presenting a metallic key he had unearthed from the ancestral home. Each family member possessed their own vault. In the past, the family's estate had flourished, and upon reaching adulthood, each member received a substantial gift. Now, however, those assets had vanished, either confiscated by the Ministry of Magic or claimed by distant relatives. "May I have your name?" inquired the goblin. "Regulus Black," he replied. "Please follow me, sir." The goblin swiftly verified the key and its owner before leading him to a cart akin to a roller coaster. After a series of abrupt ascents and descents, few could maintain their sense of direction. Yet Regulus was acutely aware that he was now more than 100 feet underground, in a vault system evidently carved from overexploited mines. Each vault door was custom-made, featuring unique unlocking mechanisms that rendered them impervious to access without goblin magic and the corresponding key. Even goblins themselves could not open these vaults without the proper means. Regulus understood that nearly half of the vaults lay unclaimed. The previous two Dark Lords had systematically eradicated numerous wizarding families, a stark reality. Thus, this place was a veritable treasure trove, albeit many wizarding families refrained from storing all their wealth within. The aggregate amount remained substantial. As for how to acquire it, Regulus Black was in no rush. He would await the opportune moment. It must be said that the wizards of the magical realm are indeed law-abiding citizens. It is a rarity for a dark wizard to emerge, yet when one does, the wizarding world is thrown into disarray. The Shadow Wand 006 is a naturally occurring wand. Upon the opening of the vault, a pile of gleaming galleons lay before him, surrounded by shelves adorned with an array of items of indeterminate purpose. Regulus Black glanced at the house elf beside him, and creature promptly stepped forward to pull him away from the vault. The elves are notoriously avaricious, their greed surpassing that of the Jews in the Muggle world, with an insatiable thirst for riches. With the elf's line of sight obstructed, Regulus Black was finally at liberty to observe his vault in peace. In addition to the gold, there were numerous magical artifacts, including various manuscripts and ancient tomes. After a thorough examination of his possessions, Regulus Black chose not to take any items, for the vault's contents provided him with a sense of security. He departed with only a few hundred galleons. Although he possessed the key to the Black family vault, Regulus Black had no intention of using it at this moment. Upon exiting Gringotts, Regulus Black accompanied Creature to Ollivander's wand shop, as it was time to procure a new wand for himself. What kind of wand would it be? The anticipation was palpable. Ollivander's wand shop was a cramped, narrow, and dilapidated establishment. A wand lay on display atop a faded purple cushion at the window. Inside, towering shelves reached the ceiling, crammed with thousands of wands encased in slender boxes. Mr. Ollivander would select from these to find the wand that best suited each customer. Those wishing to purchase a wand must first measure their arm length, forearm length, height, and head circumference, and then choose a wand based on these parameters. In truth, these measurements were unnecessary, merely a whimsical indulgence of the shopkeeper, a source of personal amusement. Each wand is unique, crafted from different cores such as unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and the nerves of dragons and snakes, combined with various quality woods. These materials are potent magical items. Each wizard is suited to a particular wand. Using a wand meant for another wizard yields subpar results. Of course, this is but a fabrication. One might say that an appropriate wand could offer better assistance to novice wizards. "Is anyone there?" Regulus Black called out as he entered, having stood for a moment. Yet the proprietor, Ollivander, remained conspicuously absent. Could it be that, with the new Hogwarts students attending school, he no longer had children to entertain him, resulting in his negligence? After a while, Regulus Black resolved to seek out a wand himself. With a flourish of his hands, a surge of magical energy swept through the shop, causing thousands of boxes to tremble simultaneously. Then, a box from a remote corner leapt forth. It contained the wand that resonated most harmoniously with Regulus Black's magic. Within the black box lay a crystal wand. It was quite unexpected to find a crystal wand in a shop that typically utilized wood as its primary material. "This is a natural wand, not one of my own making. When I received it, it was already imbued with magic." The elusive shopkeeper, Ollivander, appeared beside Regulus Black, seemingly sensing the patron's curiosity, and softly began to explain. It is said the unicorn was attacked by a venomous spider. Although it ultimately escaped the fate of being captured, it succumbed to the spider's poison. In its final moments, the unicorn forced all the venom into its crystal horn. Regulus Black gently turned the wand, discovering indeed the presence of flowing purple veins within, resembling a network of blood vessels. Ollivander gazed at the wand with a mixture of confusion and fascination. This was a natural wand, one he could not replicate. The unicorn had sacrificed its crystal horn to ensure that its body would be free of toxins upon its demise. Upon returning to his counter, Ollivander's demeanor returned to a semblance of normalcy, revealing the shrewdness of a merchant. A fair price, 15 galleons. Regulus Black, with a look of disdain, brushed away the thick layer of dust from the box. This wand had evidently been unsold for quite some time, and its material was uncertain, leaving its efficacy in question. 7 galleons will suffice. I shall procure a more suitable wand. For 15 galleons, include a set of maintenance tools. Very well. You are a discerning customer. Allow me to assist you in selecting another wand. In truth, all wands in Ollivander's shop, regardless of their composition, were priced at 7 galleons. With no deceit to be found, the initial price had merely been a tactic to secure additional sales. After all, once a wizard purchases a wand, should it remain intact, it is typically used for a lifetime, making such transactions exceedingly rare. During the school season, Ollivander would never dare to market so aggressively. The Ministry of Magic mandates that every student must possess a wand, which is why breaking one is met with severe penalties. Nevertheless, Ollivander did not mind selling a few extra wands, particularly this unique crystal wand. Given the uncertainty regarding its usability, selling another would prevent potential complaints later. I shall select for myself. Regulus Black extended his hand once more, sensing the magic emanating from hundreds of wands, and soon a box leapt forth on its own. Ollivander cheerfully retrieved the white box, wondering what wand this customer would acquire today. Measuring 13 inches in length, this wand was crafted from the tail vertebra of the same unicorn, with the core composed of its tail hair, all of which had been incorporated, making it particularly suitable for summoning. Regulus Black caressed the wand. The slender vertebra had been polished to remove any sharp edges, and the hair had been intricately woven together, resulting in a wand that combined white bone and silver hair, evoking a sense of elegance. I shall take this one as well. Have you ever crafted a wand from the remains of that deceased unicorn? Regulus Black resolved to name these 2 wands, facilitating their future use. The crystal wand is named Crimson Blood Crystal, while the bone wand is called Silver Silk Bone. Let me think. It seems I recall acquiring this unicorn and utilizing its heart tendons and spinal nerves. Is that correct? This implies there are at least 2 additional wands crafted from the same source material. I suppose so. Would you like to purchase them all? Each wand is priced at 7 galleons, so I shall offer you 30 galleons, and you can provide the necessary maintenance. Regulus Black proposed a fair price and felt a strong desire for the other 2 wands. Naturally, I would not decline your generous patronage, but you must demonstrate that you possess a strong affinity with those wands. Ollivander indicated that Regulus Black should continue to sense the magical energy and retrieve the 2 wands from the shop. As he extended his hand to attune to the magic, after a tremor that shook the very ground, 2 boxes emerged. Both wands measured 13 inches. One crafted from vine of Bacchus with a core of the same unicorn's heart tendons, suitable for curses. Ollivander opened another box and picked up a wand of equal length, made from corpse vine, with a core of the unicorn's spinal nerves, suited for toxins. Regulus Black promptly handed over 30 galleons, securing all 4 wands along with their respective maintenance kits. The 2 new wands were named Wine Spring Ice Skin and Divine Corpse Rune. Today's journey. Having acquired 4 harmoniously aligned wands, particularly those made from the same lineage, could be deemed exceedingly fortuitous. Now, it was time to conclude the affair. Regulus Black produced the wand he had brought from his family, and all memories faded away. The undead 007 was just resurrected yesterday. If Silver Silk Bone aligns with summoning, Divine Corpse Rune with toxins, and Wine Spring Ice Skin with curses, then the first wand, Crimson Blood Crystal, bears a resemblance to the One Ring's dominion over all rings. All 4 wands have been secured within his system space, and he had previously inquired about this particular wand from Ollivander. This wand, though quite old and slightly damaged, required meticulous care. Welcome to our century-old establishment. How may I assist you? Ollivander had lost the memory of the earlier transaction and instinctively greeted the suddenly appearing customer. Measuring 12 inches, made from toxic vine and serpent nerves, it was indeed fitting for a family that holds a penchant for dark magic. Ollivander, akin to a fetishist, repeatedly caressed the wand, completing the maintenance process under the disdainful gaze of Regulus Black. Just as he exited Ollivander's wand shop, still undecided on his next destination, 4 Aurors descended from above. Drop your weapon. The old wand was immediately confiscated by the Aurors. The reason for not wielding the newly acquired wand and still holding onto the old one was that Regulus Black found himself surrounded. He could hear the shop door locking behind him, while Ollivander peered from behind the door, watching furtively. Gentlemen, on whose behalf do you come? Regulus Black halted the aggressive movements of Churlick beside him, calmly inquiring, "State your identity. Who are you?" The female Auror captain remained on high alert. Upon receiving the information, she initially thought she was hallucinating. A Death Eater, who should have vanished over a decade ago, had suddenly appeared, strolling through Diagon Alley. After the fall of the one who must not be named, all exposed Death Eaters were either captured and sent to Azkaban for eternal confinement or managed to secure their freedom through various underhanded dealings. Even those who had evaded imprisonment were still under surveillance. However, as time passed and their own machinations unfolded, society gradually forgot their identities. Yet, when a previously documented Death Eater, whose fate had remained ambiguous for over 10 years, resurfaced, the notion that the Aurors would not take action was utterly unfathomable. It would undoubtedly make headlines in the Daily Prophet. "I am Regulus Black. I trust you have not mistaken me for another." Regulus maintained his stoic facade, concealing the tumultuous thoughts within. "Come with us, and do not make any sudden movements. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to cast the killing curse upon you." The Auror captain was both exhilarated and terrified. As a student, she had always been shielded by her family and had never encountered a genuine Death Eater. The tales of their brutality and cannibalistic tendencies were indeed alarming, albeit somewhat exaggerated. Regulus nodded in acknowledgement of her words, being escorted by 4 Aurors towards the Ministry of Magic. "Frankly, you are not intimidating in your threats. Rather, you come off as somewhat endearing." The Auror team delivered Regulus to the dungeons on the Ministry's 10th underground level for temporary confinement, while Creature was dispatched to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures on the 4th level. The captain found herself flustered by his remark, and amidst the quiet chuckles of her fellow Aurors, she stomped her foot in frustration before exiting the dungeon. Back in her office, Judy Fox was in a state of turmoil. She blamed that wretched Death Eater for daring to toy with her after being captured. "Pure-blood families are so impressive." "Well, I come from a pure-blood lineage, too. Being handsome is something to brag about. I am quite beautiful myself." Spotting colleagues passing by with smirks, Judy crumpled a piece of paper and tossed it at them. She pondered anxiously how this cooperative Death Eater would be judged. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore summoned Professor Minerva McGonagall. "I have received an invitation from the Ministry of Magic. I need to attend a trial at Wisengamot." Dumbledore's expression was one of hesitation and confusion, leading McGonagall to sense his reluctance to attend this trial. "Dumbledore, you seem troubled. Is there an issue with this trial?" "Indeed. Minerva, the Ministry has apprehended a long-missing Death Eater. Weren't all Death Eaters tried over a decade ago? Some were imprisoned in Azkaban, while others escaped judgment." Professor Minerva McGonagall expressed her frustration regarding the aristocratic pure-blood wizards, who, despite their wealth and influence, managed to exonerate themselves from suspicion and evade judgment, continuing to revel in the wizarding world. Meanwhile, others resorted to treachery, betraying their fellow Death Eaters to gain forgiveness. This raises my own perplexity, for individuals presumed dead over a decade ago have now resurfaced. Albus Dumbledore need not elaborate. Professor McGonagall would comprehend, as Harry Potter is among this year's new students. "Dumbledore, trusting in your judgment, need not dwell on it. Rest assured, I will exercise caution at the school." Professor McGonagall endeavored to alleviate Dumbledore's concerns. Dumbledore promptly set off, grasping a handful of flue powder from the box by the fireplace. Ministry of Magic. The Wisengamot was once again filled to capacity today. Following the downfall of the so-called Dark Lord over a decade ago, all Death Eaters faced reckoning. Those with means evaded judgment, while those without connections, support, or merit faced imprisonment. Over the past 10 years, the escaped Death Eaters have tempered their arrogance, with many fleeing the confines of Britain. Thus, since that time, the cases presented at the Wisengamot have been trivial, with qualified judges rarely present. Only the minimum number of judges were on duty. Upon Dumbledore's arrival, he realized he was the last to arrive. After acknowledging familiar faces, he took his seat. Minister Fudge felt a sense of relief upon Dumbledore's arrival, for he had been anxious upon learning of the capture of a Death Eater. The pressure of leadership weighed heavily on him, and he was determined not to falter during his tenure. He treated all captured Death Eaters as if they were the Dark Lord himself. With everyone present, it was time to bring forth the accused. As the Minister of Magic, Fudge presided over this trial. Under the watchful eyes of a quartet of Aurors, Regulus Black ascended to the stand. Why was the defendant not restrained? Fudge's heart sank as he observed Regulus Black moving freely, engulfed in a wave of panic. This fear rippled through the assembly, prompting several wizards to draw their wands. Regulus Black remained silent and still, casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon the trembling minister. After an awkward silence, Fudge summoned the courage to face the stand once more. uncertain who truly stood in judgment. Regulus surveyed the room, nodding in acknowledgement only upon spotting Dumbledore, which deepened the latter's bewilderment. Is this truly the Regulus Black he once knew? Please state your name for the record. Regulus Black, formerly a Death Eater, and I was resurrected just yesterday. The Minister of Magic appeared almost comical in his astonishment. Oh, goodness. He admits to being a Death Eater. The opening words of Regulus Black incited a stir within the courtroom. Do you admit to being a Death Eater? The presiding judge, a witch, displayed an unmistakable tension upon her countenance. Shall I repeat my previous statement, madam? Regulus Black's inquiry seemed to mockingly question her intelligence, as if to say, was my message not sufficiently clear? It appeared the verdict could be swiftly rendered, to send him to Azkaban for life imprisonment. Fudge was eager to voice his opinion, perhaps hoping this would become a notable achievement during his tenure. However, had it not been for Fudge's interference, the judges present might have hastily arrived at a verdict driven by their emotions. Yet, as a collective of principled judges, possessing acute discernment is fundamental to their profession. Thus, they disregarded Fudge's voice. At this moment, a perceptive judge recalled Regulus Black's previous statement. Please elucidate what you meant by before death and resurrection. A profound silence enveloped the room as all wizards prepared to scrutinize whether the Death Eater in the defendant's seat was speaking falsely. Minister Fudge attempted to signal to a judge with whom he shared a close rapport, only to be met with a subtle shake of the head in denial. Regulus Black maintained his customary aloof demeanor, gazing at the Minister of Magic, who resembled a clown, ready to impart a lesson. Since you have inquired earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. Regulus slightly adjusted his elegant black aristocratic attire, smoothing the lace on his sleeves and collar. Over a decade ago, during Voldemort's reign over the wizarding world, many members of pure-blood families, whether coerced or willingly, joined the ranks of the Death Eaters. Some of you present may have been participants in that trial. You should be aware that many who became Death Eaters did so for various reasons, not out of malicious intent, but rather out of a desperate desire to protect their families. As for myself, I had just graduated from school at that time, and for the sake of my family, became a Death Eater. Unlike my brother, I could not betray my family, abandon my responsibilities, forsake my honor, or disregard the safety of my kin to stand against Voldemort. My death is largely attributed to him. He always lingered in Voldemort's line of sight, dragging the entire Black family into peril. You may not realize the extent of the compromises I made with Voldemort solely to preserve my foolish brother's life. The courtroom of Wisengamot echoed with Regulus Black's voice. His choice to focus on denouncing his brother, Sirius Black, rather than defending himself was deliberate. Explanations often serve as veils for truths, and some matters cannot be clarified merely through words. The answers one provides may evoke skepticism, while those that others are inclined to believe will be accepted without question. You are mistaken. Sirius Black is indeed a Death Eater, condemned to life imprisonment for the murder of 12 muggles in one street. Furthermore, he also killed Peter Pettigrew and betrayed his close friends, the Potters. Two distinct voices resonated, clearly indicating that these judges had participated in the trial of Sirius Black years ago. I apologize for the matters you have raised. I'm unaware of them, as I had perished prior to this. What I do know is that at least before my demise, Sirius Black was still a member of the Order of the Phoenix, while the individual you refer to as Peter Pettigrew was an official Death Eater. It was he who betrayed me to Voldemort. My foolish brother entrusted the position of secret keeper to him, which led to my death. I was utterly unprepared for my demise, not even comprehending why Voldemort sought to take my life. This declaration sparked a commotion, as members of the Wisengamot began to converse amongst themselves. Expressions of skepticism and astonishment etched upon their faces. After a moment, one of the female judges recalled the need to ascertain the subsequent events. I wish to know how you were resurrected. The matter concerning your brother, Sirius Black, must be deferred for later discussion. Voldemort possessed a cave where he hoarded dark magical artifacts. After my death, I was cast aside there, living as a corpse for over a decade until my resurrection yesterday, the exact cause of which remains unclear. Subsequently, I summoned my house elf, creature, and returned to the Black family estate. A corpse. Would you mind if we examined your body? The question came from the previously mentioned female judge, seemingly from Ravenclaw, who had initially raised the inquiry. Rising from her seat, she approached Regulus Black, wand raised. Oh my goodness, how is this possible? Your body temperature is faint, there is no heartbeat, and the flow of blood is nearly stagnant. It appears you have consumed some sustenance, yet your digestive system functions normally. Go fetch that house elf, commanded Minister of Magic Fudge, asserting his authority by gesturing for an Auror to carry out his orders. My senses are functioning normally, and I possess standard physiological responses. My strength, stamina, and vitality are nearly boundless, yet beyond normal limits. I risk harming my own body, Regulus Black added as a supplementary remark, a meaningful smile directed at the female judge. As she beheld his handsome visage adorned with a charming smile, the young judge felt her heart ensnared, striving to maintain her composure as she returned to her seat. Engaging in discourse with those nearby. This court acknowledges your previous statements. However, since you have admitted to being a Death Eater, you cannot evade judgment. The Chief Judge's stance was resolute, intent on continuing the trial of Regulus Black in his capacity as a Death Eater. Despite the acceptance of earlier remarks, he remained inexorably bound to his fate of trial. I cannot concur with your perspective. Before you stands a corpse, a former human who has already experienced death. As a corpse newly resurrected, akin to a newborn, I have yet to commit any actions. Must you burden me with accusations? Regulus Black surveyed the assembly, noting that numerous judges held differing opinions regarding this extraordinary circumstance. Do you deem this trial fair for one who is newly reborn? After a prolonged silence, the Chief Judge finally spoke again. However, regardless of the circumstances, you remain Regulus Black, whether or not you have been resurrected. Thus, it is only logical that you face judgment as a Death Eater. No, you are mistaken. Without delving into my reasons for joining the Death Eaters, I trust you have heard numerous justifications from other Death Eaters over a decade ago. Throughout my tenure as a Death Eater, I maintained a position of ambivalence. Gemiting no hanisacts. Even now, I am fully cooperating with your investigation, for I have a clear conscience. I believe that, over a decade since Voldemort's downfall, the members of Wisingamot can view my situation with rationality. The Minister of Magic appeared somewhat restless, seemingly overlooked by those present, who all disregarded him. The notion of a standard deception, akin to the myth of a revenant, lingers. While we are indeed eager to uncover the secret of your resurrection, it does not absolve you of the nature of your identity. All Death Eaters have faced judgment, and thus you should not harbor any illusions of exemption. After yet another prolonged discussion, the Chief Justice uttered his verdict. Regulus Black felt as though he were conversing with a cadre of antiquarians, despite many judges appearing youthful. Does the defendant have anything further to clarify? Regulus pondered the emergence of his current predicament. What could be clearly articulated was stubbornly met with judgment. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that while many judges were indeed young, a considerable number were elderly. In comparison to the political landscape of the Muggle world, it seemed the youthful were reluctant to bear the blame, which perhaps explained why his judgment was deemed justified. Trusting in his own rhetoric might lead to self-exoneration, yet could also result in bearing the brunt of blame. Thus, he realized he required a person of high esteem to advocate on his behalf. I still cannot acquiesce to your judgment. Physically, I am now a revenant. I have already experienced death. This I must reiterate. Spiritually, I do not perceive myself as the pure Regulus Black. I was once another individual. This identity, during my time as a revenant, may trace back to Regulus Black. Yet I now consider myself to have lived a third life. Am I to be held accountable for actions I did not commit? Following yet another lengthy deliberation, the Chief Justice appeared somewhat unconvinced by the outcome, yet he was obliged to announce it. If you can substantiate your claims, this court may declare you innocent. I implore Professor Dumbledore to employ legilimency upon me. Let all judgment rest in your hands. I shall accept any outcome. Regulus Black directly posed the question to the observing Dumbledore. The judges present shifted their gaze to the venerable figure, leaving Dumbledore somewhat speechless. It appeared the burden of judgment was to fall upon him. Given Regulus Black's audacious proposal, it was clear he possessed considerable confidence that Dumbledore would ultimately advocate for him. One could only hope that this troubled young man would refrain from further mistakes that might endanger Dumbledore. This is your own choice. I regret having to pry in your secrets. Legilimency. The setting unfolds within the ancient abode of the Blacks, where Voldemort requests a house elf from Regulus Black, leading Regulus to assume it is for some nefarious experiment. Filled with admiration, Regulus delegates this task to Creature, instructing him to return home. That evening, Creature returns to the Black residence, tormented and recounting his harrowing experience to Regulus. Upon learning that the Dark Lord possesses a crucial artifact of dark magic, Regulus gazes at the anguished Creature and resolves to uncover the truth. He leads Creature back to the cave, consumes a potion that induces severe agony, exchanges the locket, and commands Creature to dispose of it, ultimately meeting his demise as he is dragged into the water by the inferi. The scene shifts to the emergence of a newborn. With ordinary parents, a mundane life, and commonplace experiences. Although set in a different country, this does not hinder Dumbledore's understanding. This ordinary individual's life culminates in an inexplicable death at a computer. Dumbledore surmises it to be a case of exhaustion. Subsequently, the soul of this ordinary person materializes in the cave housing the dark artifacts, where, in ethereal form, he ingests the potion. The soul then merges with the body, successfully departing the cave, which subsequently vanishes. The narrative concludes with the infurious Regulus Black standing outside the cave, summoning creature, after which they return to the old house. Following a period of grooming, they venture out the next day to shop in Diagon Alley, only to be apprehended by an Auror in front of Ollivander's wand shop. Dumbledore, having examined the retrieved memories, finds no discrepancies, affirming that everything appears authentic. However, for Regulus Black, living as the ordinary individual Regulus in an age of advanced information, he has encountered myriad tales, films, and narratives, rendering him unimpressed. The adage of 9 truths to 1 falsehood defines the essence of deceit. Thus, while Dumbledore believes he has discerned the entirety of the matter, he fails to uncover any hidden truths, particularly regarding the systemic elements at play. The necromancer system and its accoutrements are not meant for exposure, leaving Regulus Black with a clear conscience. Headmaster Dumbledore, you wish to believe me, do you not? At this juncture, Regulus Black resembles a wayward student, stubbornly convinced of his innocence, though he indeed has not erred. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore resolves to scrutinize the memories of his student once more. Although he harbors doubts about what he has observed, Regulus's unwavering allegiance to the Death Eaters throughout his account is undeniably true. Furthermore, his testimony involves Sirius Black. While familial ties may cloud the matter, it is unlikely he would resort to fabricating lies against his brother, even as he mocks him for betraying their family. I acknowledge Regulus Black's assertions. His words bear the truth, Dumbledore declares with impartiality. Yet, he remains respectful of the Wisingamot's verdict, choosing not to interfere with their judgment. Regulus Black was taken aback. After Dumbledore reviewed his memories, he ultimately took no action. With a mere, nonchalant declaration of respect for the judgment, he cast Regulus back into his previous circumstances. However, Dumbledore did acknowledge the validity of Regulus Black's statements, asserting their truthfulness. This concession provided the judges at the Wisingamot a means to retreat gracefully, and the atmosphere in the chamber shifted dramatically. In light of your unique experiences, and considering you committed no malevolent acts during your time as a Death Eater a decade ago, we hereby declare, following a deliberation, the leading young female judge was poised to deliver the verdict. After careful discussion, the Wisingamot judges declared you not guilty. This was a jubilant conclusion. Many judges present erupted into applause, for in the wizarding world, such monumental cases are exceedingly rare, and both the proceedings and outcome were remarkably favorable, deserving of celebration. Alas, how could this be? Minister for Magic Fudge was astounded, unable to fathom how, in the blink of an eye, this assembly of predominantly Ravenclaw judges had so readily absolved a Death Eater, without even consulting him, their Minister of Magic, demonstrating a blatant disregard for leadership. Headmaster Dumbledore, would you be willing to assist me once more? Having exited the defendant's stand, Regulus Black intercepted Dumbledore, his request for help causing several judges to pause in their tracks. As you are aware, I was once a Death Eater, and after perishing for over a decade, I now find my situation quite peculiar. If it is within the realm of possibility, I would like to secure a position at the school and address my physical condition. If it is merely your physical condition, I believe St. Mungo's would be better equipped to assist, Dumbledore replied, adjusting his glasses, a knowing glint in his eyes, as if he discerned Regulus's true intentions. Headmaster Dumbledore, my circumstances may not be safe elsewhere. Regulus Black felt the need to clarify his situation to the venerable wizard before him, lest misunderstandings arise. For I have been resurrected, quite literally, and among the former Death Eaters, who could be trusted, no one can guarantee their loyalty. The aura of the resurrected Black was unmistakably reminiscent of his lineage. Should Regulus Black be allowed to roam freely, he might well become a target for those unapprehended former Death Eaters. Although many had evaded the Wisingamot's judgment, how many were truly aligned with Voldemort? In their fervor to resurrect him, former Death Eaters might resort to any extreme measures. Dumbledore comprehended these intricacies. Yet what of Regulus Black himself? Was he genuinely a devoted follower of Voldemort? Dumbledore found himself in a quandary. Would it be prudent to allow him entry into the school? If Regulus remained outside, the secret of his resurrection could attract the fervent zealots among the Death Eaters. And should that lead to Voldemort's resurrection, the consequences would be dire. Conversely, admitting him to the school would ensure he received the utmost protection. But this year marked the commencement of Harry Potter's education. Could Regulus be an ardent Death Eater with ulterior motives regarding the young savior? Very well. I am inclined to accede to your request. However, At present, there are no vacancies for professors. After much contemplation, Dumbledore concluded that it would be prudent to keep Regulus Black close at hand. I am capable of serving as a teaching assistant in any subject, and I am confident that I will not disappoint any professor. Regulus Black held little hope of gaining admission to Hogwarts, yet he was taken aback when Dumbledore readily acquiesced. Then accompany me back to the school. With that, Dumbledore turned and departed from the Wisingamot, followed by the curious judges. Many were engaged in hushed discussions, believing that both Regulus Black's request and Dumbledore's response reflected a careful consideration of all possibilities. Regulus Black, in his present state, managed to retain the noble demeanor characteristic of his lineage, particularly in the meticulousness of his discourse, earning the approval of many wizards from ancient families. Regulus first instructed Kreacher to tend to the old manor before following in Dumbledore's footsteps back to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. While awaiting his arrival, Dumbledore pondered how best to assign Regulus Black to a position. Naturally, members of the Order of the Phoenix were the primary candidates: Professor Minerva McGonagall of Gryffindor or Professor Severus Snape of Slytherin. Upon entering the headmaster's office with Regulus Black, Dumbledore had made up his mind. As he sat down, he began to indulge in an assortment of sweets, gesturing for Regulus to sample the cockroach clusters. Observing the chaotic wriggling of the chocolate confections, Regulus was well aware that they were merely animated candies. In truth, consuming one of the cockroach clusters posed no issue. However, the treats within Dumbledore's office were not under consideration. Dumbledore had a penchant for embellishing his snacks. Perhaps only the savior would be fortunate enough to enjoy them unadulterated. Potions like Veritaserum, though considered precious in the wizarding world, were not scarce, as Hogwarts boasted a master of potions. I believe you might serve as a teaching assistant in potions, as Professor Snape requires a great deal of preparation for his students. It would be my honor, Headmaster. By the way, Mr. Black, now that you are a member of Hogwarts, please feel free to address me by my name, rather than Headmaster as the students do. Very well, Headmaster. Now, let us discuss the matter of your remuneration. You are too kind, Headmaster. I am here seeking refuge, so remuneration is unnecessary. I would prefer you to call me Dumbledore. Indeed, Headmaster. Certainly, Headmaster. The door to the office swung open, and Severus Snape, clad in black robes, entered with his customary glum expression. What is it, Dumbledore? I am in the midst of brewing potions, and if your inquiry does not pertain to me, I shall prepare a special dessert for you. This was indeed an awkward moment. Only Snape would dare speak to Dumbledore in such a manner within the confines of Hogwarts. Severus, allow me to introduce you to Regulus Black, who will henceforth serve as your teaching assistant. Dumbledore had resolutely entrusted Severus Snape with this honorable task, even if it meant poisoning his own treats. I do not require an assistant. Professor Severus Snape finally noticed the presence of another individual in the headmaster's office. It was not that he had deliberately disregarded Regulus Black. Rather, Regulus possessed an aura of spectral detachment that rendered him nearly invisible, unless one's gaze directly met his. Even Dumbledore would often overlook him. Observing Snape's reaction, Dumbledore breathed a silent sigh of relief, realizing he was not the only one to harbor such sentiments. However, this only deepened his curiosity regarding Regulus Black's physical condition. Severus, you must understand, Regulus Black has only just returned. He requires a safe haven. Dumbledore directly conveyed the rationale to Snape, presenting a compelling justification. Having once served as a double agent for both the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix, Snape immediately grasped the implications of Dumbledore's words, expanding his thoughts further. Indeed, in the entire wizarding world, Hogwarts was the only sanctuary available to Regulus Black. Thus, Regulus Black was admitted to Hogwarts in the capacity of an assistant. The following morning at breakfast, Regulus Black made his appearance at the faculty table, seated beside Severus Snape. Two figures clad in identical black attire evoked contrasting impressions. Regulus's blackness emanated a sense of aloofness, pride, and nobility, a demeanor undoubtedly inherited from the Black lineage. In contrast, Snape's blackness conveyed a somber, introspective, and melancholic aura, largely shaped by his tumultuous life experiences. As the two sat in such proximity, an inevitable juxtaposition rippled through the student body, even garnering the reluctant agreement of those who typically disdained Snape. Each man possessed his own distinct allure, with Regulus appearing the more youthful of the two. "Who is that?" Harry Potter inquired, pointing towards Regulus and questioning his companions. "That's the new assistant, Regulus Black, currently in charge of potions," Hermione replied, while sipping her pumpkin soup. "They truly complement each other, both so draped in black," Ron remarked with evident disdain. Suddenly, Regulus's gaze swept across the Gryffindor table, lingering momentarily on Harry Potter. Oh no, he heard what I just said, Ron thought, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. For that icy stare was truly unnerving. Don't be so dramatic. If you shout any louder, the professors will surely hear you, Hermione chided, tapping Ron's head with her spoon. Yet, she too felt a surge of nervousness, as she believed she had just received a look of approval from Regulus Black. If I am not mistaken, I just perceived both a warning and a commendation in his gaze. Harry Potter stiffly turned his head, no longer daring to glance at the new assistant at the faculty table. Did he not give you any look? Ron inquired foolishly of Harry. Harry Potter felt a peculiar sense of alienation, as if he had been utterly disregarded, which was undeniably disheartening. I'm quite certain he did, indeed, overlook me entirely. Regulus Black, after casting a discerning glance over the trio from Gryffindor, began to scrutinize the other students from the four houses. As for Hermione, her courage, surprisingly, eclipsed her intellect, which seemed a cruel twist of fate, had there been an opportunity for interaction after they boarded. A subtle disclosure of information might have rendered Ravenclaw far more enticing for the academically inclined Hermione. Regarding Ron, Regulus Black could find no fondness for him whatsoever. Among the Weasley clan, he was undoubtedly the least talented, excelling only in wizard's chess, and perhaps he would have been better suited to Hufflepuff. Today, there were numerous tasks to attend to, as the potions used across all years required meticulous organization. Severus Snape, unusually devoid of his characteristic acerbity towards Regulus Black, acknowledged their shared professional environment, albeit as mere colleagues. Frog's eyes, black spider legs, daffodil roots, wolfsbane, dragon liver, and porcupine quills. Was that all for today? Regulus Black accepted the potion inventory and retrieved an entire box of potion ingredients from a storeroom. This should suffice. I trust you have not forgotten how to handle potions. Severus Snape exhibited no inclination to assist, but did express a modicum of approval for Regulus Black's precise identification of the materials on the list. Naturally, in a manner befitting a Slytherin. How could I forget? Although I did not dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my previous studies in potions, my examination results were consistently outstanding. Students in their 5th year undertake OWLs, while those in their 7th year face the NEWTs, which are the final examinations. The grading system is as follows: O for outstanding, E for exceeds expectations, A for acceptable, P for poor, D for dreadful, and T for troll. As a quintessential Slytherin, a scion of nobility was expected to achieve exemplary results, particularly within Slytherin. If one wished to merely coast through, Hufflepuff would have been the appropriate choice, as it is the house with the second highest concentration of nobility among the four. Is that acceptable? Regulus Black merely inquired of Snape as he donned dragon-hide gloves for the task at hand. The handling of potions necessitates the absence of a wand. The entire process must be safeguarded against magical contamination, and it is advisable to wear dragon-hide gloves to prevent any taint from a wizard's magic. Should the potion ingredients fall victim to such contamination, the efficacy of the resultant potion would undoubtedly be compromised. This is precisely why it is essential to engage in hands-on efforts. Otherwise, if a wizard merely waved his wand, various ingredients would be adeptly handled, which would be far more convenient. Furthermore, certain materials possess diverse properties that, when directly in contact with the skin, can yield a truly enchanting experience. In essence, self-care begins with the safeguarding of one's hands, and crafting potions while donning dragon-hide gloves is the optimal choice. Over the course of the next hour, the potion professor and his new assistant entered a state of serene focus, swiftly tending to their respective concoctions with precision and meticulousness, both equally adept in technique and completeness. When they finally paused their tasks, they had prepared all the potion ingredients required for the week, an impressive amount for 7 grades. A cauldron bubbled with steam, and the aromatic essence of herbs wafted throughout the office. Severus Snape gently stirred the mixture, then retrieved 2 wooden cups from the table, ladling the potion into each before pushing one towards his assistant. Thank you. Regulus Black accepted the warm cup and took a sip, a wave of tranquility and joy washing over him. You've blended the effects of a calming draft and a euphoria potion. Congratulations. In the wizarding realm, masters of potion making like Severus Snape are not unheard of, yet they are exceedingly rare, particularly those capable of innovating upon traditional recipes. The potion Regulus had just tasted was a new concoction that preserved the properties of both elixirs. This is merely what I brew for tea. I can hardly feel its effects anymore, Severus mused, quietly sipping from his own cup. Did he truly need a calming draught to soothe his agitation? Did his mental anguish require a euphoria potion? Severus was uncertain. After so many years, the emotions that once demanded resolution had long since settled. Yet he found himself habitually drawn to such potions. As a time traveler, Regulus Black was well aware of the potion professor's life, which explained his propensity to treat this potion as mere tea. You will be teaching the first-year students during the second period today. I shall be absent. Hogwarts is fushed, and I trust you will find a suitable room to occupy long-term. I shall return once I am settled. Having finished his tea, Regulus set down his cup, preparing to depart, for he lacked both a dormitory and an office as an assistant. Upon leaving the dungeons, Regulus began to meander through the school, leisurely ascending to the 8th floor. This level housed the headmaster's office, Professor Flitwick's office, the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw dormitories, and the destination of Regulus's quest, the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement is situated opposite the tapestry depicting the giant troll being thwarted by Barnabas the Barmy. As Regulus contemplated the need for a hiding place, he paced back and forth 3 times in front of the tapestry. Suddenly, a dilapidated black door materialized in what had once been a plain wall. Pushing the door ajar, Regulus Black stepped into a vast warehouse, where an array of items lay carelessly strewn about, leaving only narrow pathways for visitors to navigate. These objects were remnants of Hogwarts, deemed no longer useful, yet they belonged to the school and could not be easily discarded. Thus, the house elves had gathered them here, allowing them to gather dust. As he traversed through the assorted clutter, dilapidated tables and chairs, tattered tomes, and mysterious remnants of potions and shattered bottles, he stumbled upon a weathered troll specimen, followed by a statue of a wizard. Eureka! Regulus Black drew his wand and cast a spell upon the statue's head, restoring it to pristine condition. Before him lay the diadem of Ravenclaw, the sole relic of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Ravenclaw House, enchanted to enhance the wisdom of its wearer. The diadem was a pure silver crown, adorned with an eagle motif and topped with a large sapphire. It sparkled brilliantly, inscribed along its base with Ravenclaw's famous motto, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." After removing the diadem, Regulus beheld its alluring radiance. Had it not been for its true nature, transformed from a crown of wisdom into a malevolent Horcrux, anyone would have been tempted to don it. Yet, the matter of the soul fragments lingered. Without addressing this fundamental issue, the Horcruxes remained unusable. Moreover, employing the incorrect method would strip them of their Horcrux properties. Regulus secured Ravenclaw's diadem within the storage space of his soul-bound Titan belt, ensuring that all items, including the Horcrux, would remain concealed from the world, with no trace of their malevolent energy leaking out. He had some knowledge of the whereabouts of Slytherin's locket and Ravenclaw's diadem, among other Horcruxes, but these matters could not be rushed. To act recklessly upon arriving at Hogwarts would undoubtedly provide Dumbledore with ample justification to bring him to trial. With this thought in mind, Regulus Black prepared to depart from the Room of Requirement. However, as he passed by a table, a tattered book caught his eye. How could a volume of Grimm's fairy tales exist in Hogwarts? Driven by curiosity, or perhaps instinct, Regulus Black took the time-worn book with him. After leaving the Room of Requirement and wandering back and forth thrice, a new door materialized, which would henceforth serve as Regulus Black's dormitory and office. It was only fitting to claim the Room of Requirement, aligning with the practices of other travelers. Reclining into the softness of a plush sofa, Regulus first restored the book to its former glory before leisurely perusing its contents. Zombie 012, the Magical World S Delivery Service. Within the pages of Grimm's fairy tales were tales cherished by children. Although Regulus Black was aware of their existence, as a scion of an esteemed wizarding family, he had never encountered such literature during his youth, having been surrounded instead by tomes of dark magic. His newfound interest in a fairy tale stemmed from memories of his previous life. It is indeed an extraordinarily mundane existence, devoid of sorcery and enchantment. Yet, this life has imparted valuable lessons to the youth known as Regulus, particularly the virtue of perceiving the same object from diverse perspectives. While the Brothers Grimm may have crafted tales of fantasy, their narratives are replete with elements pertaining to wizards. Regulus Black is acutely aware that his unremarkable life does not preclude the existence of wizards. Indeed, there are numerous fairy tales featuring them, such as the beloved Harry Potter series that captivated his childhood. For Regulus Black, the prospect of immersing himself in the world of Harry Potter, even becoming part of the wizarding community, equipped with a system akin to a golden touch and an intimate knowledge of the plot, is nothing short of a reverie. Reflecting upon the fairy tales, one recalls that Sleeping Beauty fell into slumber due to a witch's curse. Snow White fled from the persecution of a witch. Rapunzel was raised by a witch, and Cinderella was granted entry to the ball through the benevolence of her fairy godmother. The prevalence of witches and wizards in these stories is indeed abundant, or once commonplace fairy tales have transformed in the eyes of Regulus Black. Notably, This edition of Grimm's Fairy Tales contains annotations for various readers. What were the blessings of the 13 witches in Sleeping Beauty? Why did the author neglect to disclose them? Could the mirror in Snow White be the fabled mirror of Ariste? It seems somewhat dissimilar. Rapunzel, in her naivety, could escape merely by weaving a rope from a portion of her hair. The transformations into animals within these tales, could they be akin to the art of Animagus? One could assume the guise of a frog and claim to be a prince in a mischievous charade. Everywhere there are princes and princesses, giants and dwarfs, talking animals, and muggles wielding magical artifacts. Has the muggle author of this tome lost their senses? As Regulus Black peruses the pages, a rare smile graces his usually stoic visage. Even the whimsical nature of a mischievous wizard child is not lost on him. Contemplating the mirror of Ariste, this magical artifact resides somewhere within Hogwarts, utilized by Dumbledore to console Harry Potter, allowing him a glimpse of his long-lost parents, thus soothing the tender heart of the child. Subsequently, the invisibility cloak was bestowed upon Harry, igniting his adventurous spirit and guiding him in his quest to vanquish the Dark Lord. The last appearance of the Mirror of Ariste was during Harry's confrontation with Voldemort in the Chamber of Secrets, leading to Professor Quirrell's demise. At midday, Regulus Black descended to the Great Hall for a meal, casting a casual glance around. Among the 4 long tables of students from various houses, it was the Gryffindor table that boistered the most noise, while the other 3 houses maintained a more subdued atmosphere. Ravenclaw's table exuded warmth, with upperclassmen attentively caring for their younger counterparts. Slytherin's table was characterized by an air of sophistication, with most individuals striving to conduct themselves with grace and nobility. Hufflepuff's table embodied informality, where all students interacted as if they were family, fostering an intimate and harmonious environment. Professor Snape, do you have any amusing tales from today's lesson? Regulus Black inquired, turning to his companion, Severus Snape. Snape's movements were almost rigid as he reluctantly turned his neck towards Regulus. Aside from a few predictable surprises, nothing else occurred, and I hoped even those surprises would be absent. As a responsible educator, Severus Snape remained dutiful, albeit his pedagogical approach was rather austere. Regulus Black began to partake of his lunch, yet Severus Snape showed no inclination to divert his gaze from him. Under such scrutiny, the meal lost any semblance of flavor. Elegantly pausing his utensils, Regulus wiped his mouth and prepared to elucidate his earlier remarks. I understand Harry Potter is also a freshman. Surely, the savior capable of vanquishing the Dark Lord must possess extraordinary qualities. Regulus Black merely wished to convey his curiosity, devoid of ulterior motives. Snape squinted slightly, observing him for a moment before resuming his own repast. An unremarkable individual, Regulus had inherited none of his parents' virtues save for his appearance. I trust that, given time, his merits will manifest. The two concluded their conversation, granting a modicum of relief to the surrounding professors. One Snape was already a portent of stormy clouds, and now another Black had joined, which, judging by the surname, suggested ominousness. Their discretion was commendable. After all, darkness, though present, could be unobtrusive. However, should both transform into tumultuous black clouds, the resulting thunder and lightning would spell disaster. Professor Flitwick was already preparing to preemptively cast a disarming charm should they engage. At last, peace reigned at the dining table, a cause for celebration. Dumbledore, seated at the center of the professor's table, appeared unfazed by the dialogue unfolding to his right, exuding an air of calm composure. Although Regulus Black did not intentionally direct his gaze towards Dumbledore, he could sense the scrutiny of those around him. Dumbledore was decidedly oblivious to this side of the hall, which rendered his stance somewhat ambiguous. The magnanimity of a superior, perhaps? Regulus hastened to finish his lunch, then quietly awaited the next development. Just as he pushed his plate aside, a swarm of owls surged into the hall from both sides. These messengers bore an assortment of letters, students' forgotten school supplies, ordered newspapers and books, as well as personal correspondence. Look, Neville has received a remembrall. I am aware that if one has forgotten something, a red smoke will emanate from within the ball. The academically inclined Hermione promptly clarified the function of the remembrall. Neville stared blankly at his, feeling utterly defeated. The dilemma was that he could not recall what he had forgotten. Meanwhile, Harry Potter was captivated by a news article in the Daily Prophet regarding an incident at Gringotts, where an unidentified wizard or which had infiltrated the very vault, number 713, that Harry had once visited. Harry was aware that Hagrid had retrieved the singular item from that vault, prompting the members of the Gryffindor trio to enter a detective-like state of mind. Soon, several owls soared towards the professor's desk, delivering a package to Regulus Black. With a series of thuds, it became evident that the dropped items bore considerable weight. Professor Trelawney was startled, resulting in a cascade of water soaking her. "We hope, dear Professor Trelawney, that you remained unscathed and have managed to tidy yourself." Regulus Black, momentarily apologetic, promptly assisted in cleaning up the mess before unwrapping the parcel. Inside were books ordered from the Leaky Cauldron, aquatic flora of the Mediterranean and their characteristics, magical beasts and where to find them, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, the complete book of potions and powerful elixirs. The ink and quill stationery shop had sent an automatic shorthand pen, color-changing ink, a large bundle of parchment, a brass balance scale, a telescope, and a complete set of crystal vials, all bespoke items. The Tailored Robes Emporium delivered a package of garments, which included several custom personal outfits, various styles of wizarding robes, and 2 pairs of dragon-hide gloves, all in black. The Potions Cauldron shop sent a complete set of cauldrons in all sizes and materials. This shop sold cauldrons of various models and materials, with a shimmering sign outside proclaiming, "Cauldrons, all sizes, copper, brass, pewter, silver, self-stirring, collapsible." Lastly, from the Hooting Owl Emporium, a large owl arrived, clutching a birdcage for which a young owl emerged, resembling Harry Potter's Hedwig, both being snowy owls. "This topic feels rather grim," Regulus remarked. "Apologies. I must return to organize my teaching supplies." With a flick of his wand, Regulus shrank all the items and tucked them into his pocket before departing. In the afternoon, there was a flying lesson for the first-year students. Harry Potter, inheriting exceptional traits from his lineage, was the first to summon his broomstick, following Draco Malfoy's daily provocations. Harry exhibited remarkable qualities of a seeker, catching the eye of Professor McGonagall, who immediately recommended him to Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The youngest seeker ever, Harry became an official player in his first year, embarking on his journey as the protagonist. He had not anticipated becoming a seeker, although exhilarated. A tinge of self-doubt lingered within him. Why had Professor McGonagall, having observed him fly only once, deemed him Gryffindor's seeker? It seemed rather hasty. "You must believe in yourself. Your heritage speaks volumes," Hermione beamed, gesturing for Harry and Ron to accompany her to the trophy room. Indeed, over a decade ago, Gryffindor had triumphed in the Quidditch Cup, with none other than James Potter as the seeker. Harry Potter was taken aback to discover that his father was also a seeker and had once won the House Cup. Now, Harry himself had taken on the role of seeker, gaining popularity among his peers. Upon witnessing this evidence, even he felt a surge of confidence, eager to showcase his abilities. Outside the trophy room, Regulus Black fortuitously appeared, trailing behind the 3 protagonists at a distance. As night began to fall, the trio prepared to return to Gryffindor Tower. Indeed, as if orchestrated by fate, when only the 3 of them ascended a particular staircase, the moving staircases began to shift. These shifting stairs were intended to facilitate the flow of foot traffic at certain times, rather than to lead one astray. If a student were to become lost amidst these stairs, it would either be due to their own ineptitude or for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. In other words, skipping class. Regulus Black was certain that neither of these reasons applied. Thus they found themselves led to the 3rd floor's forbidden area, a feat that perhaps only Headmaster Dumbledore could accomplish. "Where are we?" The incessant shifting of these stairs has left me utterly perplexed. Ron expressed his dissatisfaction with the school's infrastructure, lamenting, "Why can't the stairs simply allow me to pass without moving?" The 3 soon arrived at a dark corridor, where a statue of a wizard struck an eerie pose nearby. With their arrival, the braziers spontaneously ignited, yet they offered no warmth, only enhancing the foreboding atmosphere. "I believe we ought not to be here. We should leave post-haste." The 3 young lions were solely focused on their desire to escape, unaware that they were being guided into this predicament by unseen hands. Suddenly, Mrs. Norris, the cat of the school caretaker Filch, appeared. "Blast it! Has night already fallen?" The trio found themselves cornered by the feline, their minds racing in a panic. They promptly turned and fled deeper into the dark passage until they encountered a locked wooden door. "Get away! Alohomora!" Under Hermione's advanced spell, they finally gained entry to the forbidden area, only to be met by the terrifying sight of a 3-headed dog. At that moment, neither Mrs. Norris nor Filch seemed particularly threatening. Their only thought was to avoid being devoured by the awakened beast before them. They quickly turned and fled the room, astonished by their own strength as they managed to shove the massive dog back and lock the door behind them. Meanwhile, Mrs. Norris had departed from the opposite end of the corridor. Fortunately, cats do not speak. Regulus Black, who had been stealthily observing, remained undetected by both the young lions and Mrs. Norris. He witnessed the entire sequence of events, knowing that it was no mere coincidence. Filch, having come to investigate the staircase's movements, inadvertently added pressure that illuminated the significance of the forbidden area for the trio. After surveying the state of the third-floor forbidden area, Regulus Black left the room without taking any action. Reaching the 8th floor, Regulus Black stood before the headmaster's office. The guardian gargoyle lifted its gaze, and, in response, a staircase emerged, spiraling upwards. Dumbledore, is it prudent to allow the Chosen One to approach the three-headed dog so carelessly? Dumbledore seemed indifferent to the criticism, responding with a hint of warmth. At last, you call me Dumbledore, rather than the more formal headmaster. Let's not deviate from the subject. Harry Potter is indeed special. He is the only hope for utterly vanquishing the Dark Lord. Regulus Black felt a surge of anger, aware that the old man was overseeing everything from the shadows. Yet, what if misfortune were to befall them? Could he truly intervene in time? Or was there some privilege of the headmaster's office that would allow for such a feat? It seems you possess quite an understanding. Dumbledore was not concerned about Regulus's potential actions, but rather feared his inaction. However, it appeared that Regulus had aligned himself with Harry Potter, with experiences drawn from 3 lifetimes, including that of an ordinary muggle. He had learned to view matters from various perspectives. Regulus pushed aside Dumbledore's treats, his gaze fixed intently on the headmaster, awaiting the answers he sought. Aren't you supposed to be protecting him? Dumbledore, unwilling to divulge his thoughts, chose to deflect with humor. Who told you I was guarding Harry Potter? Among those 3 children, I have a greater fondness for Hermione. If the three-headed dog were to attack them simultaneously, and I could only save one, I would undoubtedly rescue the girl. Was Dumbledore merely seeking a caretaker for Harry Potter? Regulus Black was not so easily deceived. I must remind you, Hermione is still a minor. Dumbledore seemed to abandon all decorum, steering the conversation into more dubious territory. No need for your reminders. I can wait until they are older. After all, my physical age is fixed. I shall not grow old. Regulus Black retorted, though he felt he may have misspoken in haste. Her. Who else have you taken a liking to? Dumbledore's expression was one of profound surprise, yet the conversation felt even more improper. Damn it, you've led the topic astray, Regulus said, his embarrassment turning into irritation. Regarding the restricted area on the 3rd floor, I am aware that the Philosopher's Stone is in your possession. You deliberately sent Hagrid to Vault 713 to retrieve it, allowing Harry Potter to witness this. Isn't it rather excessive to exploit the child so early on? Dumbledore ceased his facade of playful gossip, his demeanor turning grave. When did you come to this realization? The Daily Prophet mentioned the Gringotts break-in. Harry Potter revealed that he had accompanied Hagrid to the vault. You also keep dangerous creatures on the 3rd floor and guided that child to uncover the secrets of the restricted area, piquing his curiosity. Regulus Black took a moment to regain his composure. I am uncertain for whom this game has been devised, yet it undoubtedly includes the 3 little lions among its participants. Should this be orchestrated for my benefit, I shall boldly request the Philosopher's Stone, for I am in dire need of it. The Shadow of Death, the Lava Behemoth, and the Clay Stone. Dumbledore's heart surged with emotion. He had not anticipated that Regulus Black possessed such knowledge. Given his keen intellect, it is reasonable to believe he will uncover even more in the passage of time. Regarding the ownership of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel, its creator, has grown weary of his immortality and has previously expressed a desire to relinquish the stone, passing it on to Dumbledore. Please trust, Regulus. This is not a trap set for you. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to one of sincerity, striving to clarify that he is not as nefarious as perceived. I understand. However, I still hope you will grant me the Philosopher's Stone when the time comes. I wish to research the stone to compare it with my own body. Immortality is both a blessing and a curse. Regulus Black rose to leave, feeling that this conversation was no longer suitable. I can wait, as long as it takes for you to trust me, though I remain skeptical of your methods, Headmaster. Good night. Departing from the headmaster's office, he left Dumbledore deep in thought as he returned to his room of requirement. The room of requirement had now been claimed by him, set so that only he could enter. Upon entering, he found an octagonal chamber, with a wall before him bearing a Hogwarts crest of grand proportions. If one pressed the central hand, pushed towards the corners, the entire emblem would transform into the sigils of the individual houses, revealing secret passageways to their common rooms. The other 6 walls were lined with empty bookshelves and cabinets, with various chairs scattered along the perimeter, remnants from the cluttered room of requirement, which, despite their shabby beginnings, now exuded an air of antiquity and elegance after careful restoration. In the center stood a massive square bed, which, when raised by its 4 corner pillars, revealed a similarly sized basin beneath. Thus, upon rising, one could simply stand at the bedside and turn to enter the bathing chamber. Regulus Black approached the left wall. waving his wand to shift the table and chairs aside, placing all the cauldrons he had received that day here, the largest among them being as grand as the one used by Voldemort during his resurrection. The swiftly enlarging cauldrons were collapsible. When flattened, they resembled a shallow dish. And, with a tug upwards, the entire cauldron would spring open. Regulus Black first set up the largest cauldron, flames roaring and clear water flowing like a spring. The brewing of basic potions was not Regulus Black's intention. Even he was uncertain of what would emerge from this cauldron. Yet his intuition guided him on the path he should take. Upon my return to the ancestral home, I recall how Regulus Black, employing the infernal guardians from the Temple of the Black Lake, conjured a battalion of skeletal warriors and necromancers, each group consisting of 7. The remnants of decayed flesh were transmuted into blood familiars, drawing inspiration from a character in another game, League of Legends, named Zack. Even the nomenclature of the system's abilities was transformed to Zack's blood familiar. Now, Regulus Black is poised to fabricate a clay familiar from the necromancer's summoning repertoire. The claystone familiar entails summoning a creature crafted from the soil's ashes. The materials utilized are a testament to resourcefulness. Within the request-granting chamber lies a specimen of a troll, presumably abandoned due to its foul and unsightly nature post-preparation. You got him, Leviosa. Expand rapidly. Fragment into pieces. With these 3 incantations, Regulus Black meticulously dismembers the specimen into smaller fragments and casts them into the cauldron. In his student days, mastery was measured by the precise brewing of potions, whereas as an adult potion master, the pursuit lies in the innovation of new concoctions. Regardless of the outcome, if a potion exhibits a particular efficacy and stable properties, it garners immeasurable acclaim, fulfillment, and rewards. It is worth mentioning that Professor Severus Snape drew considerable inspiration from the myriad mishaps of student brews, even leading to the formulation of novel potions. It is said that on one occasion, a student's potion corroded the cauldron, penetrating through the floors of Hogwarts until it vanished over 100 meters below ground. This recipe was subsequently collected and confirmed by Severus Snape, only to be sealed away under Albus Dumbledore's strict orders. Consequently, the potion classroom was relocated from the 8th floor to the basement, guided by instinct and familiarity with the effects of various potion ingredients. Regulus Black haphazardly adds materials into the cauldron. Though seemingly casual and indifferent, every detail of the process is meticulously recorded. Name of the potion, quantities, time, and even the number of stirs and the temperature of the flame are documented scrupulously. As the potion simmers over an extended period, the initially foul odor dissipates, revealing a scene reminiscent of a desert within the cauldron, with gently flowing sands akin to a bubbling broth, occasionally producing bubbles of sand. The color transitions from white to yellow, then to gray, and ultimately to black granules, with the troll's corpse as the primary ingredient, blended with hundreds of other potion components. This cauldron of black sand finally reaches its completion before dawn. Drawing forth the silver thread jadebone wand, Regulus Black prepares to conclude the process. Thus, the final step, fiery roast. This minor curse incites an intense heat within any struck object, akin to the searing embrace of lava, when wielded by students. It merely induces rashes upon the recipient. However, when Regulus Black channels his full magical prowess in a fiery roast, the effect rivals that of true magma. The potion, originally resembling black sesame paste, now pulses with the power of the spell, revealing flickers of flame amidst the flowing black grains. A large pot brimming with black sand surged towards Regulus Black like a dark tide, absorbed by the inherent system of the soul. The icon and name in this position transformed from Claystone Demon to Lava Beast Claystone Demon. This Lava Beast's Claystone Demon is the potion that Regulus Black aims to concoct, serving as a means to summon a puppet. Although the system inherently limits necromancer summoners to 1 puppet, its immediate manifestation at level 7 provides a semblance of compensation. Despite the fact that both Skeleton Soldier and Skeleton Mage number 7, they remain perpetually at level 1. The system, despite its advantageous features, imposes rigid constraints. Summoning requires a designated space within the screw shell. The puppet's form will undoubtedly surpass the mere contents of the pot, as it bears the name of the Lava Beast from League of Legends, thus conforming to the standard size of such a creature. When Regulus Black eventually summons this puppet, the black sand will seamlessly meld into the surrounding geology, giving rise to a colossal lava beast. Although dawn is still some time away, Regulus Black does not require sleep. As a reanimated corpse, his endurance attribute is at its maximum, rendering fatigue a mere psychological sensation. He reclines quietly on his vast bed, contemplating future plans and the upcoming Quidditch match in a few days. On that day, Harry Potter will catch the Golden Snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor and initiating the misunderstandings among the trio regarding Snape. Perhaps he could take some action. How could the infurious 015 possibly tell him the truth? Harry Potter had received a Firebolt 2000 from Professor McGonagall, which had drawn the attention of students for quite some time. This broom, the latest and fastest in the wizarding world, serves as an excellent complement to Harry Potter's role as Seeker. The only discontented soul is likely Draco Malfoy, the platinum-haired youth from Slytherin. The Firebolt 2000 boasts elegant lines and a glossy finish, its handle crafted from mahogany, with a long tail formed of neatly arranged, straight twigs, while the name Firebolt 2000 glimmers in gold at the top of the broomstick. Although it may not be as perilous as the infamous Killer 3000, the name Firebolt 2000 is certainly appealing, even if it ultimately meets its demise at the hands of the Whomping Willow. As Regulus Black savored the breakfast of a new day, he admired the broom from afar, mentally critiquing it. Recently, there had been little of consequence, and his role as an assistant had gradually earned him the recognition of Severus Snape. Aside from relocating the vanishing cabinet from the Room of Requirement to the Room of Requirement, Regulus Black had retrieved the Marauder's map from Filch. Fortunate that it had not yet fallen into the hands of the Weasley twins, he accessed the Shrieking Shack through the secret passage of the Whomping Willow, subsequently using apparition to return to the ancestral home. Creature. Upon his return, Regulus Black was greeted by his devoted house elf. Master, you have returned. What preparations does Creature need to make for lunch? He never anticipated that his master would return at this hour. Had not his master claimed he would remain at Hogwarts indefinitely? Creature, I have some matters to attend to. First, take me to the old abode of Marvolo Gaunt. Creature was acutely aware of that location. The house elf grasped Regulus Black's hand, and with a whirl of motion, they arrived at a manor ensconced in lush greenery. In the center stood a 4-story edifice, devoid of any artistic merit, yet undeniably ancient. The walls were cloaked in moss, and many of the roof tiles had fallen away, revealing the weathered beams beneath. Dense, stinging nettles surrounded the house, their heights reaching the diminutive windows, which were thickly coated in layers of grime. This seemingly ordinary old house bore the only mark of its wizarding heritage, a dead snake affixed upon the door. Regulus Black had come here in search of a Horcrux, but he knew he must tread carefully and leave no trace. Voldemort would eventually visit this place, and Regulus wished to avoid being hunted by the Dark Lord in the future. At the edge of the manor stood a small cottage, inhabited by a Muggle elder tasked with overseeing everything here. Before embarking on his treasure hunt, Regulus had not forgotten to render the old man unconscious. He then cautiously searched the old abode of Marvolo Gaunt, meticulously scouring every room and hidden passage. With the aid of a comprehensive map, the manor had no secrets left to conceal. The magically protected locations gleamed like stars against the night, captivating Regulus Black's interest. At last, in a room that appeared feminine in nature, he discovered Marvolo Gaunt's ring nestled within a compartment of a vanity. This black gemstone ring, a fusion of Horcrux and Deathly Hallow, was now firmly in Regulus Black's possession. He had now acquired 3 Horcruxes, the Slytherin locket, the Ravenclaw diadem, and Marvolo Gaunt's ring. Other Horcruxes included Tom Riddle's diary, the Hufflepuff cup, Voldemort's beloved Nagini, and Harry Potter himself. The diary was hidden within the Malfoy estate, and locating it would be a Herculean task unless, akin to other tales, the household cooperated in staging a heist. Otherwise, it would remain elusive. The Malfoy couple had long been the estate's guardians, but perhaps he could visit under the guise of family. The Hufflepuff cup was likely held by his sister, Bellatrix Lestrange, in the subterranean vaults of Gringotts. As for Nagini, due to the timeline not yet reaching the 4th installment of the Goblet of Fire, it remained uncertain whether she had become a Horcrux or still existed as a mere magical pet snake. Even if Regulus were to obtain these Horcruxes, he currently lacked the ability to wield or utilize them. Besides their potent dark magic, they harbored fragments of Voldemort's soul, encompassing his personal experiences and thoughts. Dangerous entities indeed. Mishandling them could lead to possession. At present, Regulus Black merely collects these Horcruxes, concealing them within his Heraldim's Titan belt, where they betray not a hint of dark magic, nor do they exert any malevolent influence on others. Upon his return, Regulus observed Harry Potter familiarizing himself with the rules of the game under the guidance of Quidditch Captain Oliver Wood. Regulus perceived Severus Snape approaching him with a clear intent to inquire about his whereabouts during his absence. However, what reason would he have to disclose the truth? Surely, Harry Potter's father must have been a seeker as well. Regulus recalled seeing James Potter's trophy displayed in the trophy room. He turned his gaze towards the castle exterior, where Harry Potter was engaged in specialized training with Oliver Wood. Snape evidently wished to interrogate Regulus regarding his sudden disappearance since the previous night, questioning where he had been and what he had been doing. Yet, a single remark from Regulus diverted Snape's attention. Indeed, Harry Potter possesses a talent for flying, akin to that insufferable father of his. I have never been fond of Quidditch. It is far too brutal and prone to injuries. However, it seems Hogwarts has experienced a long period without any mishaps. I recall that there have been instances of fatalities in past matches. Once again, Regulus deftly silenced Snape with words, leisurely departing the scene. His statement bore both a note of caution and an air of menace, leaving the interpretation to the listener. Nevertheless, this exchange resulted in a noticeable reduction in Severus Snape's scrutiny of Regulus Black. Each time he returned, Snape would merely toss the tasks he needed to complete directly onto Regulus, displaying no interest in his activities, which left Regulus somewhat disheartened. Indeed, the old bat was not one for pleasant conversation. Regulus Black was not one to roam aimlessly, as a scion of a noble wizarding family. It was lamentable to be without wealth. The Black family had not seen a member in over a decade, akin to a complete annihilation. Many of the family-controlled enterprises had either been confiscated by the Ministry of Magic or fallen into the hands of distant relatives. While reclaiming them was not out of the question, it would require time and effort, not to mention the inevitable losses. During this period, Regulus found himself frequenting the Ministry of Magic as if he were employed there, meticulously verifying various legal matters and engaging in negotiations with ministry officials. One must understand that in the wizarding world, the judicial system either operates with blinding speed that leaves one reeling or drags proceedings to a standstill, rendering one utterly speechless. Regulus Black, in truth, held little concern for these enterprises, yet the matters had to be addressed. Legal appeals were necessary. For one who had once been a Death Eater, such actions could dispel misunderstandings and allow him to present himself as a normal individual. Hagrid. Today is Halloween. Regulus Black appeared to be in good spirits as he intercepted Hagrid on his way. Indeed, is there something amiss? Hagrid was aware of Regulus Black's circumstances. His experience as a Death Eater mirrored that of Severus Snape, yet Hagrid remained cautious, merely furrowing his brow in response to being halted. Given your stature, I presume your appetite is quite robust, Regulus Black inquired, gesturing towards Hagrid's height. Hagrid felt the impending risk of offense in the next words. After all, what was wrong with being a half-blood giant? This Halloween, I intend to present you with a gift, a cow for your barbecue. I trust you will appreciate it. Without waiting for a reply, Regulus Black turned to leave, calling back, I have reclaimed a family estate. Rejoice for me. Today is Halloween. The ominous figure of the clockwork Halloween iron golem loomed. The academic term at Hogwarts commenced on September 1st, aligning with the majority of British schools. As for holidays, they mirrored those of conventional institutions. Easter break begins on December 14th, and Christmas on December 25th, forming a lengthy holiday period of about 2 weeks when combined with weekends. However, Halloween on October 31st must be observed at school. Of course, there are also winter and summer breaks. The winter holiday is relatively brief, spanning from January 31st to February 28th, lasting a full month. The British summer holiday is exceedingly lengthy, which explains Harry's perennial frustration. He endures 3 months of vacation in June, July, and August, and must celebrate his birthday alongside the Dursleys. Regulus Black's ability to finalize an estate before Halloween at the end of October is undoubtedly attributed to his diligent efforts. Additionally, the assistance from certain aristocratic families, which refrained from interference, played a significant role. Smooth sailing for 2 months ultimately led to the acquisition of a family estate, a cattle farm located on a small island in the Outer Hebrides, at the northwestern tip of England. It must be said, possessing an entire island imparts a rather pleasant sensation. The Muggles working there seemed indifferent to their new proprietor. Concurrently, Regulus Black joined the Beef Association under the Ministry of Agriculture within the Muggle community, where his aristocratic presence was warmly welcomed, a point repeatedly emphasized by the Foundation, the Ministry of Magic, that had previously overseen the estate. In the wizarding world, noble status is not automatically conferred by historical legacy or magical prowess. It is formally recognized by the monarchy. For wizards, possessing a noble title alleviates many burdens. And even during the historical witch hunts, few wizards of noble lineage were ever accused. Consider the plight of those European aristocrats who, despite their dire circumstances, must rent formal attire to attend gatherings, refusing to abandon their genteel facade. For wizards, acquiring wealth is remarkably simple, and once they amass considerable fortunes, The pursuit of noble identity and societal recognition becomes an inevitable aspiration. Thus, if wielding a wand could bestow a noble title, why not take the opportunity? For instance, Salazar Slytherin, the Black family, and a Malfoy lineage exemplify this phenomenon. Clearly, the Slytherin lineage exhibits a profound desire for noble status. Indeed, it is no surprise that the Slytherin, renowned for having half its members serving in the Ministry of Magic and the other half vacationing in Azkaban, has much to celebrate. To commemorate the acquisition of a property, Regulus Black graciously pledged to Albus Dumbledore that from Easter to Christmas, he would provide the school with a cow each day. This generous act left Hagrid feeling overwhelmed with an abundance of provisions, especially considering these were high-yield dairy cows. If one did not rush to consume beef, they could harvest copious amounts of fresh milk daily, to the extent that milk could be treated as a common beverage during that period. Naturally, the surplus from Hogwarts kitchens found its way into Hagrid's belly, all in the name of his well-being. Within the room of requirement, Regulus Black had crafted a multitude of metallic components capable of assembling into a female humanoid puppet adorned with Baroque-style floral decorations. The garments prepared for this creation included Gothic-themed lingerie and a maid outfit. Under the mastery of Regulus Black's 7th-level skill, puppet control, these metal parts effortlessly came together. For several months, aside from his excursions to the Ministry of Magic, most of his time had been devoted to fabricating these intricate mechanisms, all in pursuit of augmenting his summoning ability, Iron Golem. However, Regulus Black chose to forego the pursuit of maximal potency for this Iron Golem skill, opting not to create a purely refined puppet core. Unlike the clay stone beast of lava, which embodies black sand, or the blood demon of Zack, which is comprised of corpse blood, the puppets summoned through black sand and corpse blood allow for size adjustments and serve as cores, enabling the addition of magical energy or various substances to increase their form, ultimately resulting in towering giants. In contrast, Regulus Black intended to employ a more meticulous approach for the Iron Golem, thereby fully utilizing the skill's capabilities, where the value is reflected in quantity rather than sheer size. Given that Regulus Black's previous incarnation was a rather ordinary gaming enthusiast, the design of his puppet naturally drew inspiration from characters within the game League of Legends. The previous puppets had all been derived from this esteemed source. The game features robotic characters, notably the steam robot Blitzcrank, the deep-sea titan Nautilus, and the clockwork mage Oriana. Should he wish to pursue the maximization of size, both Blitzcrank and Nautilus would be fitting choices. However, if he sought beauty, elegance, and refinement, Oriana would undoubtedly be the prime selection. Regulus Black admits that he initially considered Oriana and subsequently devised these rationalizations to justify his choice. For the other two metallic figures were undeniably unattractive. As a discerning aristocrat, creating a puppet that lacked aesthetic appeal would be a severe affront to his status. In truth, crafting puppets is not a daunting task within the wizarding world, as evidenced by the hundreds of stone statues standing guard at the gates of Hogwarts. During the final battle, Professor McGonagall summoned them to block the entrance, albeit their fragility was evident. Regulus Black looked down upon those crude stone statues, each cumbersome and lacking even a face. What he yearned to create were puppets of exquisite detail, nearly indistinguishable from humans, designed to evoke a sense of familiarity in the observer. This was the very reason he chose the wind-up spirit, Oriana, as his prototype, though even this character remains somewhat rough around the edges. If crafted with sufficient precision, any character's appearance could mislead the unknowing into believing it to be a living being, and Regulus Black possessed an enigmatic confidence in this notion. After drawing inspiration from films such as Inception, Ghost in the Shell, Terminator, Transformers, and Angel's Heart, he finally solidified his vision for a character. Rei Ayanami from Neon Genesis Evangelion was the one, often hailed as the goddess of the three no's. She inspired the game Rei Ayanami Development Project. The prospect of nurturing a legion of blue-haired Lolas to his whim was irresistible to any enthusiast. However, Regulus Black was certainly not one to fall into that category. Absolutely not. With her blue hair, crimson eyes, slender form, and disproportionately ample bosom. When the iron automaton, named Guro, opened its eyes, even Regulus Black was momentarily paralyzed by her chilling, indifferent aura. The wind-up Halloween iron automaton, modeled after the three-nosed goddess Rei Ayanami, with blue hair and red eyes. Standard features included a red and blue dual-purpose spherical assistant puppet, capable of various functions: residential, storage, assistance, repair, mobility, defense, and attack. As this was his first creation made on Halloween, the skill was aptly named Wind-Up Halloween Iron Automaton. Regulus Black planned to create 6 more in different colors. A rainbow brigade would be utterly delightful. In the future, a lineup of Rei Ayanami in shades of gold, silver, black, white, red, yellow, and blue, all clad in enticing Gothic-made outfits, would be a true visual feast. Coincidentally, today was Halloween, and he had to attend the dinner. After mailing an order for materials from the Ollery, Regulus Black slowly made his way to the first-floor hall. Once all the materials were gathered, he intended to utilize the quiet period between Easter and Christmas to craft all 7 wind-up Halloween iron automatons before the holiday. During this time, many students would return home for the festivities, and classes were catered only for a handful of those remaining on campus, making Regulus Black's role as a teaching assistant all the more relaxed. As he ascended to the 2nd floor, he heard the sobs of a little girl emanating from the adjacent restroom. The only character likely to be hiding on the 2nd floor at this hour was the protagonist, Hermione. He had been so engrossed in creating the wind-up Halloween iron automaton that he almost forgot this particular subplot. Regulus Black approached the restroom door. It was unseemly for a gentleman to intrude upon the ladies' room, even if it were empty. However, there was indeed someone inside, a young girl, making this intrusion particularly discourteous. With a whisper, he vanished from sight and then gently pushed open the restroom door, standing outside the stall from which the sounds of weeping emanated. Regulus Black gently rapped on the door. "Who is it? Go away." The sobs ceased abruptly. Hermione was reluctant to reveal her current state to anyone. Although many were aware of her solitary retreat to the restroom to cry, they had all tacitly allowed her to remain there, whether out of aversion or indifference mattered little. Even Hermione felt the need for solitude, rather than comfort from others. "Are you done in there? You can't monopolize the restroom forever." A teasing smile graced Regulus Black's face. Normal words of consolation might not be effective for the young witch, especially since she was typically so composed. Given enough time, she would surely compose herself, but by then, he would no longer be needed. "Why are you in the girls' restroom?" she questioned. "Because the boys' toilets are all clogged," he replied nonchalantly. "There are plenty of vacant stalls nearby, but the stalls next to me are also blocked." Hermione nearly screamed, having never encountered someone so shameless. Moreover, this male was standing in the girls' restroom, attempting to enter even with the door between them, making her feel decidedly unsafe. "Someone come and save me. Are you not planning to come out now?" he inquired. "No, I need much longer. Why don't you find another floor S restroom? It would take me quite some time to locate another restroom, and I fear I won't last until then." Hermione was at a loss for words. It appeared this individual intended to linger indefinitely. "Very well. Since it seems you won't be emerging anytime soon, I shall remain here and converse with you. Standing still shouldn't pose any issue. But I have a problem. If you stay outside, I may take even longer. Then our conversation is fortuitous. Trust me, once you relax, time will fly by." An uncomfortable silence ensued. Hermione wished fervently to escape this situation. Perhaps crying for so long had been a grave error. Returning to the hall to indulge in the Halloween feast and engage in light-hearted banter with her classmates, even encountering that insufferable Ron, would be 1,000 times preferable to being trapped in a stall. Miss Granger resolved to adopt a vow of silence. "Since you prefer not to speak, allow me the pleasure of talking." Regulus continued. "I am aware of your achievements. You performed exceptionally well in Professor Flitwick's charms class, being the first to master the levitation charm. As a result, it is only natural that a less academically inclined peer might view you as a rival. Those who are not subject to envy are often the inept. Your grades are the highest among all of Gryffindor, and it is unfortunate you did not enter Ravenclaw, which is indeed the premier institution for the pursuit of knowledge." Regulus Black could no longer hear Hermione's sobs. It was evident that the young witch was listening intently to his words. "Have you ever pondered why the Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor? Gryffindor is renowned for its courage, while Ravenclaw is celebrated for its intellect. You are a diligent and ambitious student, and the reason you were sorted into the House of the Lion is due to your bravery in facing challenges. In simpler terms, you are a hardworking genius, distinct from the naturally gifted individuals found in Ravenclaw. Of course, there is no hierarchy of superiority between the two. In the face of hostile gazes, isolating attitudes, and misconstrued remarks from those around you, the most effective response is to counteract such adverse circumstances with your own actions, fortitude, and accomplishments. I firmly believe that a student of Gryffindor possesses the requisite courage to undertake such a task. Therefore, please do not weep." Professor Quirrell abruptly burst into the hall, issuing a warning to Dumbledore about a troll that had invaded the school's dungeons, evoking a sense of dread akin to the tale of the big bad wolf among the students. The children, gripped by an inexplicable terror, clamored to flee the hall. With Dumbledore's reassurance, the older students from each house escorted their younger peers back to their dormitories, while the professors departed the hall, each with their own intentions and objectives. Harry Potter and Ron, upon realizing that Hermione was alone on the second floor, broke away from the group to inform her of the troll's presence. The troll, a magical creature with considerable resistance to enchantments, was a humanoid being whose various body parts served as ingredients for potion making. Regulus Black could even repurpose a troll specimen to extract the black sand required for his skills. There was no reason to overlook such a living repository of magical ingredients. A faint, unpleasant odor began to accompany the sound of its footsteps as the troll, with its large ears yet poor eyesight, was drawn to the voices emanating from the restroom. Originally attracted by Hermione's sobbing, it was now lured by Regulus Black's conversation. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had arrived outside the corridor, just in time to witness the troll entering the girls' restroom. "What should we do?" "It's headed toward the girls' bathroom," Ron exclaimed. "I don't know. Let's go take a look," Harry replied. The two reckless young Gryffindors had not considered notifying the professors first and foolishly ventured forth. If they did not return soon, they risked missing the Halloween feast. Regulus Black turned to see the troll that had just entered, a smirk appearing on his lips as the timing was perfect. Having composed herself and wiped away her tears, Hermione finally emerged from the restroom, only to find no one present but the troll, which stood at the entrance, staring at her with a vacant expression and licking its lips as if it had just encountered a sumptuous feast. For the brutish troll, the sight of such a tender young girl was nothing short of a delicacy. There was no need for small talk, no need for dates, no need for declarations of love. A single blow would suffice to take her home. What a wonderful era this was, embodying the most primal view of love. The troll launched an unrelenting pursuit of a young girl. Hermione let out a piercing scream, preparing to retreat back into the restroom stall to evade the troll's gaze. However, she was suddenly seized and pulled to the back of the restroom. Regulus Black softly whispered in her ear, "Do not be afraid. Remember to use the levitation charm we just learned." With him present, Hermione would surely not find herself in the same dire straits as in the original tale. That would be an inexcusable blemish on the reputation of a gentleman fond of young girls. "Take out your wand and focus on the Trolls Club," he instructed. Regulus Black gently set the young girl down and encouraged her on what to do next. Although Hermione could not perceive the invisible Regulus Black, she instinctively trusted his words. Wingardium Leviosa. Seizing the moment, Hermione deftly aimed at the club wielded by the troll, and with a well-placed levitation charm, the bewildered creature lost its weapon. "Hermione, we're here." Two young Gryffindors charged in, only to be met with the sight of Hermione disarming the troll, leaving them both speechless. An invisible hand aided Hermione in controlling the floating club, and, as the troll looked up in confusion, it precisely descended upon its head. For a creature with a diminutive intellect, its magical defenses were alarmingly low despite its formidable size. While trolls posed a significant threat to children, to adult wizards, they were merely an adversary easily dispatched by a flock of birds. With a gentle nudge to Hermione, Regulus Black showed no inclination to reveal himself. Though Hermione was unaware of her unseen ally, she understood that his discretion served a purpose, and thus she braced herself to shoulder the consequences. When Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst in, they were met with the sight of the fallen troll and 3 students. "Professor, this is all my fault. My curiosity about the troll got the better of me, and I defeated it," Hermione declared confidently, accepting full responsibility. Her actions provided Professor McGonagall with a convenient excuse. The presence of a rampaging troll within the school was undoubtedly a matter of safety, even if it had originally been intended as a minor obstacle in a riddle for Harry Potter and the Dark Lord. However, a troll emerging from the dungeons would surely alarm many pureblood families, leading to an avalanche of complaint letters flooding the headmaster's office. "I must say, you are a brave girl, but do not act so recklessly in the future." Professor McGonagall felt a pang of conscience at the thought of the school shifting all blame onto this child. "I believe your bravery merits an additional 10 points for Gryffindor." McGonagall's small favor added to her house's score, and at that moment, Professor Snape offered no objection. Professor McGonagall escorted her Gryffindor students back to their dormitory, leaving Professors Snape and Quirrell to manage the aftermath. Had Harry Potter acted as impulsively as before and ultimately triumphed, Professor Snape would have undoubtedly compiled an extensive list detailing how to handle the troll. However, since Harry was unharmed, he found little inclination to dwell on the matter. After all, there was still Professor Quirrell to handle it. With a flick of his cloak, Professor Snape vanished down the corridor like a bat in the night. Professor Quirrell gazed in a daze at the fallen giant, bemused that the chaos he had anticipated had not unfolded as expected. Even the girls' restroom remained unscathed. For the first year, students had vanquished the creature with a levitation charm. What appeared to be a mundane occurrence emanated an air of peculiarity, causing Quirrell to shudder and depart the scene. The second floor was now devoid of any presence, leaving one to ponder which professor would come forth to address the odorous giant. Indeed, a most unpleasant sight. Quickly, use the levitation charm. Hee ha ha. Wizards must remember. Magic is invincible. Who's casting spells? Raise that club. Quickly, use the levitation charm. Hee hee ha ha. If I possessed magic, I would scurry along rooftops. If I wished to be invisible, I would vanish without a trace. With an ungracious hum, Regulus Black emerged from invisibility, having whimsically altered the lyrics. In the original narrative, Hermione's cries had summoned the giant released from the dungeons by Quirrell, while Harry Potter's reckless bravado nearly cost him his life. And Ron's fortuitous luck saved his two companions, thus forming the foundation of the iconic trio. Yet now, with Regulus Black's intervention, Hermione showcased her prowess as a top scholar, actively subduing the giant while the two boys merely stood as spectators, deprived of any opportunity to engage. Would their relationships ever revert to their former state? Hermione, the little sprite, truly possessed a delightful character. How should they manage this giant? Perhaps it could be sent to the Hogwarts kitchens to see what delectable dishes the house elves might conjure. But then, one must consider the foul stench of the giant. In many fan interpretations, it is believed that one of the challenges in the Harry Potter video game involved a giant overseen by Quirrell. Though such a scene was absent from the films, and Regulus Black was certain it would not exist, the reasoning being that if the giant were indeed a challenge, Quirrell would not need to navigate through the first challenge involving Fluffy. As a magical creature, the giant also required sustenance, prompting speculation in fan circles about a dedicated feeding passage, allowing Quirrell to bypass prior obstacles altogether. The first challenge, Fluffy with his 3 heads, was tended by Hagrid, while the second, the Devil's Snare, was managed by Professor Sprout of Herbology. Plants do not require constant supervision. The subsequent challenges, Flying Keys, a colossal wizard's chess set, and Snape's potions, were all inanimate. Once set in place, they required no further management. To incorporate a giant into such a game would be utterly ludicrous. Thus, it could be concluded that the giant's involvement would cease thereafter. Following his analysis, Regulus Black articulated his findings with certainty, as the giant before him had risen again, reclaiming its club and glaring furiously at him. Then let my clay-stone beast of magma gain a semblance of vitality. With a flick of his wrist, Regulus summoned a torrent of black sand that surged toward the giant, pouring into its orifices with fervor, visibly transforming the gray giant from head to toe into a deep black hue. And that was not the end of it. The giant's form began to morph into that of a magma beast as it completed its transformation. At last, when the molten lava beast occupying the entire restroom stabilized its form, it transformed once more into black grains of sand, absorbed by Regulus Black's skill system. Just as he exited the girls' restroom, several other professors hurried over after ensuring the students were settled. Where's the troll? Professor Flitwick, wand in hand and moving with his short legs, was the first to arrive at the scene. You are late, Professor Flitwick. Surely you didn't expect the troll to be vanquished by the students. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell have already been here, but they had no time to deal with the troll as they were busy protecting the students. I arrived shortly after. There is no creature more foul than a troll, so I incinerated it. Regulus Black maintained his customary elegance as he spoke with the professors who arrived later. The foul stench in the air and the remnants of black ash-like grains on the ground were undeniable evidence that the troll had been reduced to cinders. After exchanging mutual reassurances, the professors returned to their respective offices. Regulus Black, too, retreated to his room of endless possibilities. During the earlier encounter with the troll, a spark of inspiration struck him regarding how to deal with Voldemort's Horcruxes. To utilize these Horcruxes once more, he would need to manage the shards of soul within them, remnants of the Dark Lord whose very existence was to be evaded at all costs. Regulus Black's unique advantage stemmed from a built-in system derived from the game Diablo II, which included a special quest item, the Soul Stone. This artifact, embedded in the narrative, was designed to seal away the 3 prime evils. Could Voldemort be compared to these formidable beings? Certainly not. Yet, they shared a commonality. Their existence was reduced to mere souls. According to the lore, the Soul Stone came in 3 variants: red for nightmares, golden for memories, and blue for souls. To create a Soul Stone or something akin to it, the magic of the contemporary wizarding world needed to adhere to similar principles, considering the various spells of wizards alongside the characteristics of his own system. Regulus Black realized he could indeed forge a Soul Stone, It was essential to establish a coherent setting. Any item crafted within his system had to undergo reconfiguration, a trait inherited from the initial use of a modifier. The Voldemort Soul Shard Gem, remaining in the inventory, offered numerous advantages. It could embed soul shards into magical creatures, sacrifice soul shards to summon demonic powers, or call forth the servant Voldemort using the soul shards. Additionally, it could increase the capacity of the Soul Stone, yielding a 77% chance of acquiring extra magical artifacts or creatures with each soul fusion. The legendary savior Harry Potter and the delight of Hermione knew no bounds. Not merely for having vanquished the troll, but for witnessing Ron's utterly bewildered expression. Given that the two boys had not intervened to assist, Hermione felt no obligation towards them. However, she still deemed it necessary to maintain a semblance of politeness. "Good night, boys. A plethora of exhilarating events have transpired tonight, and I find myself in dire need of rest, as I am certain you do as well." In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione bid farewell to the two boys with utmost politeness, leaving without offering any explanations to the curious gazes of her fellow students, thus allowing the two protagonists to be the center of attention. As Ron aptly stated, he is an unpopular and bothersome presence. So let those who are well-liked by their peers remain. Although the professors never explicitly forbade discussing the occurrences of the evening, Hermione instinctively chose to keep this secret, leaving the decision to divulge it to others to their discretion. Within the Gryffindor common room, Harry Potter and Ron found themselves encircled by their classmates, all eager to hear the tale of today as extraordinary events, which not every Gryffindor possessed the courage to confront. After all, it was a troll. Even upperclassmen may not have encountered such a magical creature before. What was its danger level? We did nothing. It was Hermione who single-handedly dealt with the troll. Indeed, when we arrived, Hermione had just vanquished it. The troll was 4 meters tall and emitted a stench far worse than dung. Soon after, the professors arrived. And as for how the troll was dealt with, I trust the professors would handle it appropriately. The two boys were enthusiastically surrounded by their classmates, bombarded with a flurry of questions that left them dizzy. Yet, as the focal point of attention, they relished the atmosphere, though they harbored a slight regret that it was not they who had defeated the troll. If Hermione could accomplish such a feat, surely they could too. The Gryffindor students regarded the Halloween troll incident with admiration for Harry Potter, who had once faced the Dark Lord. In their eyes, the troll was hardly a challenge for him. It was Hermione who defeated the troll. While her contribution is unquestionable, Harry also played a part, did he not? Who can say precisely how the events unfolded? Harry waved his wand and fiercely reprimanded the mindless troll, a fact witnessed by Ron, which cannot be denied by anyone, not even Hermione. Lying in her bed, Hermione gazed at the ceiling with a dreamy smile, pondering who it was that had attempted to steal the restroom from her earlier. Initially, she had thought herself to be confronting a lecher. She had wondered why such a venerable wizarding school as Hogwarts could harbor such a character. Now, in the quiet of reflection, she realized that the individual must have heard her cries and come to offer comfort. The subsequent arrival of the troll and the assistance she received not only in vanquishing it, effectively saving her, was done without revealing their identity, thus placing the entirety of the incident upon her shoulders, though she was the one benefiting the most. Uncertain of who had offered her such aid, considering Hogwarts personnel, if not a ghost, then it must be someone who was invisible, and from the sound of their voice, they seemed quite youthful. Was it an upperclassman? Or perhaps a young professor? Was he handsome? What might his opinion of her be? Hermione felt a warmth flush her cheeks, prompting her to gently pat her face in an effort to calm her emotions. If she failed to sleep now, she would surely lack energy for class the following day. With a sweet smile, Hermione drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, the atmosphere within the entire academy had shifted dramatically, spreading like wildfire to other houses. At that moment, Hermione had merely been a burden, scurrying to evade the giant's massive club as she screamed and wept in terror. Meanwhile, the valiant knight Ron and the legendary savior Harry Potter bravely confronted the towering giant, battling valiantly for 300 rounds in their quest to rescue the vulnerable girl, embodying love and justice. In the chaos, Harry nearly fell victim to the giant, while Ron skillfully disarmed it with a levitation spell, seizing the club from the creature's grasp. Ultimately, this entire ordeal culminated in Ron saving the beleaguered Harry, and both boys' heroic actions were aimed at rescuing Hermione, who was trapped in the girls' restroom, weeping. Upon hearing this tale, Hermione's first instinct was to approach Ron from behind, brandishing a hefty tome from her bag above her head, poised to strike down this shameless purveyor of nonsense. This book is intended for upperclassmen and is quite unsuitable for a first-year student like yourself. Just then, Regulus Black happened to pass by and casually took the book from Hermione's grasp, flipping through its pages to discover Standard Spells Level 3 by Miranda Goshawk. This indicated that Hermione was indeed perusing a third-year text. Regulus perused a few pages, noting Hermione's annotations. She had clearly comprehended the material and made rudimentary notes. Perhaps you will be better suited to Ravenclaw. In Gryffindor, you may appear rather out of place. Hermione deeply resonated with this statement, as she had already faced isolation and rejection within Gryffindor, pondering whether Hogwarts allowed for the transfer of students between houses. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to meet Regulus Black's, recognizing his voice as the one from the previous night. "Am I quite beautiful?" Though aware of the young girl's likely thoughts, Regulus had no intention of acknowledging them. "I'm afraid not, Professor Black." Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly lowered her gaze, realizing that her direct stare had been rather impolite. "To clarify, I am merely a teaching assistant and not yet a professor, so you may refer to me as Mr. Black. Thank you for your guidance. I shall consider it. Do not harbor too much hope, for transfers between houses have never occurred, at least not to my knowledge. However, I could inquire." Regulus Black's conversation with Hermione was overheard by nearby students, though his intentions were not genuinely to assist her. Such exchanges would only exacerbate her isolation. Nevertheless, if a transfer were possible, it could ultimately benefit both Hermione and himself. As Hermione blushed while conversing with her savior, she remained oblivious to the shifting atmosphere surrounding them. Two individuals engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, yet the nearby students were already gossiping about Hermione's potential transfer to another house. Regulus Black cast a glance around, realizing that it might be somewhat inappropriate to deceive the young girl. Nevertheless, he shrugged off the concern. The opportunity to undermine Dumbledore was too enticing to resist. Without Hermione, the trio would struggle to form, making his schemes far easier to execute. One might argue that plans often falter due to unforeseen circumstances, but Regulus believed that such failures stemmed from insufficient foresight. He pondered as he approached the professor's table. The brewing public opinion needed some time to mature. Through Peeves' incessant chatter, another version of Gryffindor's savior had already been exalted, leaving the outcome of this unfolding event in suspense. Regulus Black's role was merely to initiate. The narrative required collective embellishment from all. Speaking of Peeves, this peculiar ghost at Hogwarts existed in a realm between specter and spirit, possessing the ability to manipulate objects far beyond that of any other ghost. Yet, to Regulus, Peeves was inconsequential. The necromancer's summoning skill dominates soul, could enhance a puppet's magical resistance, or simply exert control over a soul. One fateful night, while patrolling, Regulus encountered Peeves attempting to play a prank on the new assistant, only to be caught in the act. Henceforth, Peeves became Regulus's personal spy. The latest iteration of the troll incident was disseminated by Peeves across the four houses, where it gleefully mocked the boastful antics of two boys. May Merlin bless Harry Potter. Shortly after Halloween, the Quidditch Cup for the first semester commenced. Although the weather remained frigid, the students' enthusiasm was sufficient to stave off the cold, particularly among the Quidditch players. Today, Gryffindor faced Slytherin, and both teams had taken to the field. With the announcer's voice ringing out, the Quidditch players soared on their brooms, first circling the pitch before forming a circle in midair. Madame Hooch appeared, her box in hand, serving as both referee for the Quidditch match and instructor for flying lessons. She hoped for a fair contest, reminding all to adhere to the rules. Madame Hooch kicked the box, sending the quaffle soaring, followed closely by the golden snitch. Remember, capturing the golden snitch yields 150 points, and once a seeker grasps it, the match concludes. As the snitch darted away, Madame Hooch tossed the bludgers aloft, signaling the beginning of the match. Regulus Black regarded Quidditch with the same disdain he had expressed when silencing Snape. Quidditch was a barbaric, brutal, and perilous sport, ill-suited for the pursuits of the aristocracy. Thus, when Snape extended the invitation, Regulus initially declined. However, under the relentless insistence and veiled threats of his counterpart, he reluctantly accompanied Snape to watch the match, or rather, to endure the biting wind. Regulus Black understood that Snape's insistence on his accompaniment was primarily motivated by a desire to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. It was quite a burden for him, as he originally only needed to keep an eye on Quirrell, but now he had the added responsibility of being a teaching assistant. The crisp, cool breeze brushed against his face as Regulus Black scanned his surroundings with a sense of ennui. Many students around him had neglected to cast warming charms, while numerous others were bundled up like mummies. Did they not consider that the two teams soaring above them were dressed far less warmly? Had they not pondered the reasons behind it? The attire of the four competitors revealed that both Slytherin and Ravenclaw had predominantly employed warming spells, with some merely donning outer garments for appearances. Hufflepuff students seemed to be halfway there, while Gryffindor students appeared to be swaddled like bears. Despite bearing the name of the Lion House, their nature was akin to that of unruly cubs. Their guardian was none other than the half-giant Hagrid, creating quite the bear's den. As the teams exchanged plays, Regulus Black couldn't help but internally critique the Gryffindor squad, who seemed to be leading in points. Then it happened. Their captain, Wood, was knocked down by an opposing bludger, delivering a significant blow that rendered him unconscious. Oh, what a misfortunate lad. Nevertheless, Regulus Black held a degree of admiration for the Quidditch captain. I shall check on that boy. I hope his injuries are not severe. Seizing this opportunity, Regulus Black found no reason to refrain from using this incident as an excuse to depart. Leaving the professor's table, Regulus Black did not immediately seek out the injured player, for that was Madame Pomfrey's domain, and the reputation of Hogwarts' 3 formidable witches was not to be trifled with. In the sky, Harry Potter experienced the exhilarating sensation of galloping wildly as his beloved Nimbus 2000 became a wild stallion, completely beyond the control of its rider. The chaotic motions of up, down, and all around created a tumultuous ballet. Just as everyone was drawn to Wood's exit, their attention was once again captured by Harry Potter's extraordinary predicament. It was evident that no one witnessed the circumstances surrounding it. Curses were certainly being cast, and numerous protective spells were likewise being invoked. If one were to liken this situation to something, it would be akin to an astronaut's stabilization training, where not only the protagonist struggles to control their tumultuous spins while seated, but others too attempt to stabilize the chaos, inadvertently exacerbating the disarray. In truth, even if Quirrell had ceased his hexing, Harry Potter would have continued to tumble with the aid of many well-meaning individuals. Regulus Black cast a malevolent glance at the competition's ground. Indeed, the layers of protective enchantments had rendered the surface akin to granite. May Merlin protect Harry Potter. What on earth is happening? Who will come to Harry Potter's aid? Ron observed his friend's evident distress, yet his only reaction was to fidget anxiously below. Clearly, someone was casting dark spells upon Harry Potter. Though Hermione wished to ignore the foolish Ron, as a fellow student, she felt compelled to share her discovery. Handing him the telescope, she pointed to one of the professors across the way, where Snape was intently gazing at the sky, muttering incantations under his breath, his expression fraught with tension. I understand now. That old bat is cursing Harry Potter. We must take action. Ron looked at Hermione with a reproachful expression, as if questioning her presence there. Hermione longed to draw her wand and cast a spell at Ron, but with Harry still in peril above, she recognized Ron's ineptitude and resolved to address the situation herself. Hurrying along, Hermione reached Snape's seat. Just as she prepared to set the bat-like robes ablaze, she was suddenly embraced by a pair of arms. Good children must not engage in mischief, Regulus Black chided, shaking his finger at the petite Hermione. Professor Snape is casting a dark curse upon Harry Potter. Hermione had hoped to remain unnoticed, planning to flee immediately after confronting the bat, but having been caught in the act, she felt compelled to disclose her findings, hoping the assistant professor might assist her. As far as I know, Professor Snape has no reason to harm Harry Potter. Regulus Black expressed his skepticism. But I witnessed Snape casting a spell, Hermione insisted, equally doubtful of his judgment. In that case, let us listen closely, Regulus suggested, waving his wand to cast a spell that enhanced their hearing. Though they were situated beneath the professor's seats, rendering them unable to see, they could hear distinctly. Within the confines of the professor's area, it was clear that someone was indeed casting a dark curse, but it was certainly not Professor Snape, as he was reciting protective incantations. 2 others were also casting protective spells, indicating that Hermione had misidentified her target. Who is the one casting the dark curse? Hermione was certain she did not recognize the voice and turned to the assistant professor beside her. Who is does not matter now. Regulus drew his wand and struck a nearby column with force, shattering it. The instability caused a tremor that affected everyone present, abruptly halting both the curses and protective spells being cast by Quirrell and Snape. Harry Potter, once in perilous turmoil, was now safe, landing on a solid protective charm, albeit fracturing his left arm in the process. Slytherin has captured the Golden Snitch. The match is over. This year's Quidditch Cup was claimed by Slytherin, with Gryffindor suffering a loss at the cost of their injured captain and seeker. Yet, Professor Snape appeared far from pleased. It is because of you that Harry Potter fell, he admonished. I did not cast a dark curse upon him, and neither did Professor Snape. You might as well join Slytherin. Faced with an unreasonable, unruly child, Hermione felt an overwhelming sense of exclusion, her tears threatening to spill forth as she yearned to cry. Yet perhaps this time, she could seek solace from the teaching assistant, who would undoubtedly empathize with her plight. In the Hogwarts infirmary, several professors were tending to the injured, with Madame Pomfrey administering a large vial of potion to each of the two little lions, her face displaying a blend of joy and maternal affection amidst their pained expressions. "Get some rest. By tomorrow, you'll be healed from these minor injuries." With these words, Madame Pomfrey turned to the other professors, signaling it was time for them to leave. The formidable presence of the three leading witches of Hogwarts was enough to make even the venerable Dumbledore's composure falter, prompting the professors to hastily vacate Madame Pomfrey's domain. The trio of Hogwarts' most formidable witches includes Madame Pomfrey of the infirmary, Madame Pants of the library, and Mrs. Norris, the cat of Argus Filch, the caretaker. Within the infirmary, any student who dared to defy Madame Pomfrey would surely encounter a harrowing experience. As a healer of Hufflepuff descent, she possessed a strong moral compass and would not resort to true malice. However, subtle hints and the unpredictable nature of her potions were sufficient to subdue any troublesome student. Madame Pants, on the other hand, represented a different kind of authority. In the vast expanse of the library, only she held the power to reprimand students for their noise, brandishing her feather duster as she chased away the few who dared to challenge her authority. Gryffindor felt the brunt of this most acutely. The notions of courage and rebellion were of little value in Madame Pants's realm, perhaps equating to mere dust upon the pages that needed to be swept away. As for Mrs. Norris, she was not particularly adored during the day, yet transformed into a spectral figure by night, her silent presence turning countless adventurous students into unwitting laborers. No student could escape her watchful gaze. Even Harry Potter's invisibility cloak could not shield him from her approach. None dared to show disrespect towards Mrs. Norris, for her authority was backed not merely by the mute caretaker Filch, but by all the professors and headmaster Dumbledore himself. She embodied the very essence of Hogwarts regulations. As Harry Potter lay quietly recuperating in the infirmary, Hermione made her way to the 8th floor, knocking on the door of Regulus Black's private chamber. Ordinarily, the room of requirement does not transform into another space while it is occupied. Hence, once someone has taken residence, it cannot be reopened for storage purposes. Even when relocating the vanishing cabinet, Regulus Black must first vacate his chamber before accessing a room to conceal items, subsequently retrieving the cabinet for storage before returning to his designated space. The identity of the current occupant of the room of requirement is discernible by the style of the door. Each new configuration results in a distinct door design. Moreover, in addition to the various styles of the changing door, the room can be configured to determine who is permitted to enter, unless the configurator has departed from Hogwarts or has chosen to conceal their exclusive quarters. However, Regulus Black did not hide his room. Instead, after unlocking his private sanctuary, he left the door conspicuously visible. The door itself resembled a grand mirror, adorned with metallic vine-like embellishments at each corner. This mirror allowed those passing by to utilize it, as well as those within the room. Yet entry through the mirror required knowledge of a specific incantation, certainly not a mere open sesame. Ambehong. Hermione held a handkerchief, which Regulus Black had casually given her the day the troll appeared, shortly after she had exited the cubicle. Though at the time he was unseen, she accepted it without hesitation. Given Hermione's intellect, she would undoubtedly become intrigued by the ornate script on the handkerchief, even if she was unaware of the true meaning of Ambehong. However, this did not preclude her from utilizing it elsewhere, particularly after confirming that her rescuer was indeed Regulus Black, and knowing he resided behind the mirror door on the 8th floor, Hermione contemplated the potential use of the handkerchief. Unbeknownst to her, the handkerchief would only function in her possession. Others attempting to use it to clean the mirror would find it ineffective. Upon uttering the incantation, the mirror shimmered with wave-like ripples, and with a surge of courage, Hermione stepped through. The octagonal room, approaching a circular shape, was spacious and radiant, with a grand bed in the corner that evoked a desire to tumble upon its surface. Aside from the entrance, the mirror, only the opposite wall bore an enormous depiction of the Hogwarts crest. The other 6 walls were partially draped with curtains, yet it was evident that most were lined with books and magical instruments. One wall's cabinets were filled with potions, while in another corner, various types of cauldrons were meticulously arranged, including those safeguarded by magic, brewing potions of uncertain effects. Though the ability to enter was somewhat delightful, Hermione felt predominantly disappointed, as the person she sought was conspicuously absent. Suddenly, a peculiar mechanical sound echoed, culminating behind Hermione. Feeling as though she was being watched, she stiffly turned to face a puppet clad in a gothic maid's outfit. "Welcome, Miss Granger. How may I assist you?" It intoned, its expression devoid of warmth, reciting the standard phrases of a maid with chilling detachment. I am here to find the assistant professor. If he is not present, I shall take my leave. Hermione stammered, attempting to bypass the puppet to escape the scene. However, the puppet extended its hand, blocking her path, its blade-like fingers glinting ominously. Mr. Black has instructed that if Miss Granger visits, she should kindly wait a moment, the puppet stated, guiding Hermione toward a set of tea tables, gesturing for her to choose a seat at her leisure. Only then did Hermione notice that no two tables or chairs in the vicinity were alike. Although they were scattered around a central table, there was no sense of chaos. Rather, an inviting comfort emanated from the arrangement. Having selected a sofa of perfect dimensions, Hermione sank into it, enveloping herself in its embrace much like a child cocooned in warmth, a profound sense of security washing over her. In light of the Halloween troll incident, where Regulus Black had intervened, Hermione did not forge a deeper friendship with the other two, thus remaining unaware of the Philosopher's Stone from Harry Potter, nor did she harbor any suspicions toward Snape. However, this did not quell the boys' animosity toward the head of Slytherin, particularly after their defeat in the Quidditch match. Just as there are ruffians in the realm of football, the same could be said for Quidditch. Ron, an ardent Quidditch fanatic with two brothers who were beaters, aspired to become a Quidditch player himself, and thus held a palpable hostility towards Hermione's favorable remarks about Snape. Miss Granger, are you aware of the wonders that lie beyond this room? The voice of Zero shifted Hermione's attention, rousing the drowsy little girl from her stupor. The academically inclined Hermione immediately adopted a mentor's demeanor, eager to share her knowledge with Zero. She poured forth her experiences since the beginning of term, the differences between the wizarding world and the Muggle realm, and her astonishing discovery of a three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor on the third floor. Zero proved to be the most attentive listener and the finest conversational partner, responding to Hermione's every utterance with agreement, inquiry, or skepticism, which transformed her into quite the chatterbox. It felt as though Zero was her truest friend, their compatibility undeniable. From the moment Hermione entered her exclusive chamber, Regulus Black was already aware of her presence. However, he could not return just yet. Having ventured to a place known as the Forbidden Forest after parting ways with the little girl at the Quidditch pitch, a realm of darkness, despair, absurdity, and death awaited him. As a time traveler, Regulus Black's perspective transcended the confines of his narrative, seeking stories beyond his immediate circle. In this wizard-centric world, he was convinced that other tales of wizards existed, whether in folklore, history, or contemporaneous accounts. Thus, he racked his brain, particularly focusing on films featuring wizards. The Harry Potter series, while initially a collection of books, gained prominence largely due to its cinematic adaptations. If other wizard-centered films shared a similar temporal or thematic backdrop, they might indeed hold a kernel of truth. Yet, the challenge lay in finding concrete examples to substantiate this hypothesis. Fortunately, Regulus Black had influential connections. He recalled vividly the Auror who had apprehended him, especially given his frequent visits to the Ministry of Magic post-incident, where he maintained close ties with the Auror captain. Judith Fox, let us first broach a grave topic. Does one require a reason to pursue romantic interests? Regulus Black discovered the quintessential justification, one that simultaneously showcased his identity and wealth. Thus, it was not long before the cascading, champagne blonde locks and the exquisitely shaped form settled upon Regulus Black, who remarked that having influential connections certainly facilitates matters. In the realm of films depicting wizards and magic, there exists a narrative set in a remote English village ominously named Sleepy Hollow. It is indeed peculiar for a village to bear such a foreboding name. One cannot help but marvel at the eccentricity of Western horror. However, as the backdrop transforms into a tangible reality, Regulus Black soon comprehended the rationale behind it. The village exuded a gothic aura of darkness, despair, absurdity, and death, amplifying this enchantment to its utmost. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the inhabitants of this village lived in a veritable hell. Yet, humanity is an incredibly resilient species. As long as the essentials of life can be procured, survival is possible even in the most inhospitable environments. Sleepy Hollow has long been shrouded in the legend of the Headless Horseman, said to be a bloodthirsty mercenary from the dark forests. After losing his head to his enemies, his restless spirit is said to wander through Sleepy Hollow. On moonless, tempestuous nights, he rides swiftly on horseback, wielding a great sword to sever the heads of unsuspecting travelers who cross his path. Regulus Black had once again distanced himself from Hogwarts, as he had influential allies within the Ministry of Magic. He swiftly accessed the Floo network through the Ministry, arriving at Sleepy Hollow in the most expedient manner. Good morning. Father, might you assist me with a small favor? Regulus Black greeted the astonished priest while brushing off the remnants of ash from his attire. How'd you come here? Who are you?" Although the priest was neither a wizard nor a member of the church's witch-hunting faction, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding wizards. At that moment, his mind was awash with tumultuous thoughts. The realization of legends manifesting was not something to be taken lightly. "Forget everything." Regulus Black waved his wand, erasing the priest's memories. The priest felt a disorienting fog envelop his mind, as though he had just forgotten something significant. Nonetheless, with a visitor present, he believed it prudent to focus on his guest. "Good morning, Father. Might you assist me with a small favor?" Regulus Black greeted him once more with warmth, observing the priest's demeanor. It appeared that the magic had worked effectively. The magical essence flowing through this village could endow certain sensitive individuals with abilities akin to those of wizards. In other words, it could grant gifted muggles the powers of a wizard, at least within the confines of this village. This phenomenon represents a form of grassroots wizardry. Although these individuals may lack the potential to become full-fledged wizards, their birth in this locale, combined with their constitution being closer to that of wizards than ordinary muggles, allows them to become specialized practitioners of magic when exposed to certain mystical rituals. In the quaint town of Headless Valley, the art of crafting the Headless Horseman is a cherished legacy. Due to his own predilections, Regulus Black exhibits a profound interest in such dark magics. For only these arcane arts can render him more perfect, rather than a mere corpse that could be easily incinerated. "Good day, sir. Might I inquire about your purpose here?" The priest, momentarily awed by the noble demeanor of Regulus, adopted an unusually courteous tone. "I seek the residences of the town's sheriff and mayor. Or perhaps you could direct me to where I might locate them. To truly understand a place, one should glean insights from its highest authorities, who possess the most comprehensive knowledge and bear the most esteemed status. Unlike the local ruffians, who may know everything about their domain, yet lack the refinement of official standing. It is far more prudent for Regulus Black to engage with the local officials. Of course, the priest himself is among the highest echelons of local authority. With the endorsement of these three figures, religious, administrative, and law enforcement, he could pursue any endeavor in this town. As the priest guided them through the modest settlement, it became apparent that while the town was small in scale, it encompassed the entire valley in terms of administrative boundaries. The outskirts were surrounded by marshlands and withered forests, seemingly devoid of life, leading to a sparse population and limited arable land. Yet, in this capitalist society, even such barren land harbored the presence of affluent individuals, with the town's mayor being one such person. Upon locating the mayor and the sheriff, the priest, Regulus Black, and their companions arrived at the mayor's residence. Like men of camaraderie, the four began to indulge in drink, the atmosphere growing convivial. It is worth noting that despite their positions of authority, residing in such a desolate locale was hardly comfortable. Had they not been loath to relinquish their modest power and wealth, they might have already plotted their escape. The four engaged in lively conversation, playing cards late into the night, with Regulus ultimately spending the night at the mayor's home. The morning streets still bore a hint of humidity, the coolness of the cobblestones invigorating beneath their feet, instantly banishing any remnants of sleep from their minds. The rising sun cast a gentle glow, neither harsh nor blinding, as it graced the streets with its warm light, resembling a captivating oil painting. What a splendid morning it was! The trio of local leaders, having played cards throughout the night, now sat in a daze, lined up in a row. To outsiders, be they passing residents or the mayor's family, it appeared as though these four had engaged in a nocturnal revelry. However, unbeknownst to them, Regulus Black had placed a curse upon the mayor's abode from the very beginning. A soul-extracting spell allowed him to effortlessly manipulate these muggles, and coupled with the enchantment of legilimency, there was not that Regulus Black remained oblivious to even the seemingly trivial matters were laid bare before him. Fortuitously, after a night of analysis, Regulus Black discovered that the legacy of the Headless Horseman still thrived within the town. Near the cemetery, there resided a woman who worked as a cook in the mayor's household. She has a pair of 10-year-old daughters, Karina Cook and Katerina Cook, who possess striking silver-gray and lavender eyes. No one dares to linger near the cemetery, as its atmosphere is too unsettling for the average person. Yet, these two golden-haired little girls energetically frequent the graveyard, which has resulted in their lack of friends. Traversing the entire town, Regulus Black arrived at the depths of the valley, close to the cemetery. "Guide me," he thought, seeking the person or thing he was after, believing that this spell would provide him with a sense of direction. As the tip of his wand glowed brightly, it pointed in a certain direction. After walking for a while, Regulus Black finally laid eyes upon the two peculiar-eyed little girls. "Who are you?" one of them asked, a touch of innocence in her voice, while the other tightened her grip on a machete, displaying a hint of wariness. The legacy of the Headless Horseman. The sisters bore identical features, the only distinguishing factor being their different eye colors. Observing their contrasting reactions, Regulus Black found amusement in the fact that one twin always seemed more mature than the other. "I am Duke Black, newly arrived here. The entire Headless Valley is now my domain. Which of you ladies is Karina? And who is Katerina?" Although Regulus Black exuded an air of coldness, it was a reflection of the general demeanor in Headless Valley, where everyone was equally indifferent. Nevertheless, the Duke's demeanor was sufficiently amiable. "I am Katerina, and this is my sister Karina." The innocent girl pointed to her sister with silver-gray eyes, while Karina remained tense, gripping her machete. "In fact, I have another identity. I'm a powerful wizard." Regulus Black deliberately revealed his status, and the girl's initial surprise quickly transformed into undeniable delight, confirming that his approach was indeed wise. To further gain the trust of the two little girls, Regulus Black drew his wand and gently tapped their clothing. Clean and restored. Instantly, their soiled and torn dresses transformed into immaculate, pristine garments. Magic truly exists. The Cook sisters had never experienced genuine magic before, and they were utterly captivated by its effects. "Actually, we can perform magic too." Katerina, wielding her machete, revealed their greatest secret, but upon realizing the rudeness of her admission, Karina bashfully discarded her weapon, proudly asserting that her words were true. "Since my arrival, I have only heard tales of your uniquely colored eyes, but I did not expect you to be remarkable witches." Regulus Black refrained from directly inquiring about their magical abilities, choosing instead to shower them with praise. "In truth, we can summon the Headless Horseman," the innocent Katerina added shyly, her confidence wavering. Observing her uncertainty, Regulus Black glanced back and forth between the differing attitudes of the two sisters. "In truth, we require a recently deceased corpse. Thus we have yet to attempt the creation. We remain uncertain if it can be accomplished." Katerina shyly added to her forthright sister, Karina, "Are you not afraid of the Headless Horseman? It certainly piques one's curiosity. How did such a pair of young girls acquire their magical inheritance?" Upon observing, Regulus Black noted that while their physical condition was commendable, it fell slightly short of being exceptional. This suggests that they themselves possess no inherent magical power. Rather, the magic within them emanates from this Headless Valley. It is entirely a path of a wild wizard unable to leave this realm. One wonders who bequeathed the legacy of the Headless Horseman here, allowing children born in this place to receive magical knowledge regarding the creation rituals of the Headless Horseman, contingent upon their ability to harness magic. We are not afraid. Since we became aware of ourselves, we recognized our differences from other children. Memories of the Headless Horseman naturally emerged, and forgetting is not an option. "So do you dare to kill?" Regulus Black probed further, eager to discern whether this inheritance would affect their moral compass. "We have not tried. We do not know. We have not considered it. We do not know." "Very well. It is not a matter of courage, but rather a lack of experience and contemplation. Should we wish to try, the legends of the Headless Valley would awaken once more. Please follow me. I need to speak with your mother." Regulus Black had yet to formulate a plan for this predicament. Although he sought wizards beyond the confines of the wizarding world, he found himself more disappointed than he anticipated. It was not that they lacked talent. Rather, such talent bore significant limitations and offered little assistance, unless one were to profoundly transform this ability. In a fantasy realm, how might a wizard discreetly lead away a pair of young girls without coercion? Would he simply say, "Come, let Uncle show you treasure"? Such an approach is utterly implausible. One must eliminate any dissonant elements. During the feudal era, before its collapse, the typical setting of our imagined medieval fantasy, a substantial portion of the land was cultivated by serfs. While not slaves, most people's personal rights were tied to their lords, who could freely buy and sell them, or even gift them. An inappropriate analogy might liken this to the concept of familial bonds in domestic dramas. One marries whom they are told, lives or dies at the lord's behest, and may be given away at will. The daughters of serfs and tenant farmers were essentially at the mercy of their lords, who could directly send them to wizards without any objection from either party. Free farmers would likely not dare to oppose a lord, or rather, they would be even less inclined to offend a wizard. Furthermore, the aspiration of impoverished girls to rise above their circumstances through beauty is a sentiment echoed across cultures and eras, extending far beyond the realms of female-centric literature. With a flick of his wand, Regulus Black bound the two young girls' bundles of firewood and levitated them to follow behind him. Throughout this process, The simple incantations he employed ignited a sparkling desire in the girl's eyes. Upon arriving at a house not far from the cemetery, the little girl cheerfully set aside a pile of floating firewood and opened the door for her guests. "Catherine, Corinna, is it you who have returned?" In the kitchen, a woman was busily preparing semi-processed ingredients, as she had heard that important guests were visiting the mayor's residence, prompting her to elevate the culinary offerings over the next few days. "Mother, mother!" Catherine and Corinna rushed into their mother's embrace, exuding sheer joy. "Good morning, Mrs. Cook. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duke Regulus Black, and I happen to see your daughters upon my arrival." Regulus Black exhibited an undeniable air of noble refinement and poise, yet he was met with an increase in hostility from the other party. "Our family resides at the far end of the village. How did you happen to see my daughters?" The little girl's mother drew the two children close behind her, adopting a protective stance akin to a hen shielding her chicks. "I must proceed to the mayor's residence. The sheriff and the priest are awaiting my arrival, so I shall not impose further. Farewell." In light of the young lady's unfriendly demeanor, Regulus Black opted to take his leave without further elaboration. As they watched their mother dismiss the guest, the two little girls felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, he was a wizard, a genuine wizard. "Mother, that Duke Black is a wizard, just like us," Catherine exclaimed, clutching Mrs. Cook's apron in a state of agitation. "That must be a charlatan. There are no wizards in this world. You are to have no further contact with him, understand?" Mrs. Cook's tone was fierce, instilling fear in her daughters. "Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Sheriff, and Father." Upon returning to the mayor's home, the three men were sipping their morning tea, visibly drained after a night of playing bridge. "Good morning, Your Grace, Duke Black. Please forgive our rudeness. We are quite exhausted from our all-night card game." Regulus Black was well aware of their state. Those who had spent the night under his soul extraction and memory-absorbing spells could hardly be in high spirits. They were not like him, a reanimated corpse with maximum endurance, strength, energy, and magical prowess. "There's no need for formality. I'm the youngest among us. It was my oversight not to consider your well-being. I assure you, there will be no more all-nighters." In truth, he was quite pleased to play bridge with the esteemed Duke. After downing a large cup of coffee, the mayor quickly expressed his willingness to endure such fatigue for the Duke's enjoyment. Indeed, the sheriff and the priest nodded in agreement. To Regulus Black, the effects of memory manipulation were indeed impressive. "Earlier, we spoke of the two little girls, Catherine Cook and Corinna Cook. I have just visited them, and I find them most agreeable." Upon hearing this, the three leaders of the small town exchanged knowing smiles. The skeletal soldiers of the 7 great professions. There are numerous matters that do not require one's direct involvement. When Regulus Black revealed to the townsfolk that he was the Duke of Black and that Headless Valley had become his domain, it was only natural that well-meaning individuals would present to him a pair of young girls he had taken a fancy to. If it would not be too much trouble, he expressed a desire to ride around the vicinity, for it is indeed essential to familiarize oneself with one's own territory. Regulus Black's request to borrow a horse for a leisurely exploration was met with acquiescence. The mayor graciously lent him his finest steed for the Duke's use. Mounted upon the horse, Regulus Black began to wander aimlessly, while the mayor promptly gathered the sheriff and the priest, intent on persuading the cook. To be noticed by the Duke, even in the capacity of a mere maid, would be a remarkable elevation in status, and the three of them hoped to leave a favorable impression by facilitating this endeavor. Regulus Black silently examined his panoramic map system, the entirety of Headless Valley becoming increasingly vivid with his movements. Apart from the solitary road connecting to the outside world, the surroundings were largely unsuitable for road construction, either steep cliffs and rivers, or chaotic rocky terrains, or expansive groves of peculiar trees. The flora of Headless Valley continued to grow, yet exuded an air of decay. Pale, withered branches devoid of leaves were marred by unsightly growths, some even oozing pus and emitting a nauseating stench. Thus, certain cultivable patches became exceedingly precious, as they were among the few areas untouched by magical corruption. After surveying the entire valley, Regulus Black arrived at the base of an ancient juniper tree that had persevered in growth even after its fall. Its branches glowed with a ghostly pallor even in daylight, transforming into a ghastly bone-like hue under the moonlight. The trunk was fissured, revealing a dark redwood within. This location was significant, for it marked the origin of the entire Headless Valley. The cracks in the trunk served as a conduit to the underworld, with infernal magic seeping forth to permeate the valley. However, the quantity was so minuscule that it had escaped the notice of the wizarding community. Or perhaps they had noticed, yet deemed it inconsequential. The surrounding trees had also been distorted by this influence. Within 100 meters of this tree, the flora bore grotesque. Mask-like patterns on the side, facing the center, their twisted, tormented visages seemingly emitting silent screams. What a veritable treasure trove this is. So many magical plants and alchemical materials. Yet they have remained untapped, such a waste. Regulus Black inhaled deeply. This magic, for one of his undead essence, could only be described as a potent elixir. However, it was imperative to prevent the expansion of this infernal rift, necessitating a balance between utilization and containment of its proliferation. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves approached. Beneath the dim sky, a headless horseman clad in a black suit emerged, evidently making his way towards Regulus Black. The distance of 100 meters was swiftly traversed by the steed. The headless horseman, with a flourish of both hands, brandished an axe and a sword, charging menacingly towards Regulus Black. Suddenly, the horse came to an abrupt halt as Regulus cast a leg-locking curse upon it. The headless horseman was propelled over its head, crashing heavily to the ground. A fall of such magnitude would surely shatter the bones of an ordinary person. Yet, true to his undead nature, the headless horseman rose unscathed, turning to continue his relentless pursuit. All shall be petrified, Regulus declared, unleashing a spell of petrification to immobilize his foe. However, the seasoned killing machine that the headless horseman was, he managed to release the axe and sword from his grasp just before the incantation could take effect. As Regulus took a step back, the magical force collided with an unseen barrier, causing the weapons to rebound and fall to the ground. It appeared that he had grazed the essence of the situation, perhaps treading upon the delicate boundaries set by others. Observing the fallen headless horseman, Regulus pondered many questions. Aside from the two little girls, it seemed that there were other inheritors within this valley of decapitation. Upon reflection, it made sense, as a predetermined inheritance. Anyone who met the established criteria should rightfully receive the legacy, thus honoring the designer's original intent. It was likely that any ordinary woman born here, upon being sufficiently imbued with magical energy, could receive this sole inheritance. How convenient indeed. Let me further experiment and summon my minions to engage in a dance of combat. With a wave of his hand, Regulus conjured 7 skeletal warriors from his arsenal. The dual-axe skeleton, the staff skeleton, the chain skeleton, the scythe skeleton, the spear skeleton, the long-staff skeleton, and the claw skeleton. These represented the 7 archetypes: barbarian, paladin, druid, necromancer, Amazon, mage, and assassin. As the headless horseman found himself besieged by these skeletal warriors, the scene became quite absurd. Each skeleton could hold its own against the headless horseman, provided they remained cautious not to be shattered. Given their undead status, neither side faced the prospect of death to eliminate the other. One would need to extinguish the source of their power. If the adversary consisted solely of this headless horseman, it would merely be a matter of waiting for Regulus to counterattack. Mounted upon a borrowed steed, Regulus Black began his return towards the mayor's residence. The headless horseman exerted every effort to break free from the encirclement, yet the skeletal warriors held him firmly in place, grappling as both parties struggled until Regulus departed. Mayor, Mrs. Cook, your daughter being favored by the Duke is a stroke of fortune for them. Sheriff, indeed, such an opportunity is rare. Why do you hesitate to consider it carefully? Cleric, the Duke Black is clearly a good man. Mrs. Cook, you must trust that this is divine providence. Get out. I shall not allow my daughter to depart with anyone. Under prolonged persuasion, Mrs. Cook finally erupted in expletives. Ever since she encountered Regulus Black, she had been cornered at home by 3 local leaders. Although she initially managed to lock them out, these 3 continued their entreaties for over an hour, showing no sign of relinquishing their efforts. One Duke Black remarked on the efficacy of their brainwashing. After an hour of relentless persuasion, their throats parched and now facing insults. They felt a weariness of both body and spirit. This woman was exceedingly stubborn, inflexible, and unreasonable. Why, oh why, had Duke Black chosen her daughter? Why not his own? Alas, he had no daughter, and thus found himself in a predicament. Mother, why can't we follow Duke Black? As the elder sister, Karina Cook felt a natural instinct to protect her younger sibling and their family. Following a noble would ensure their safety, a truth she grasped even at the tender age of 10. However, her mother's steadfast opposition perplexed her, unlike her naive sister. These were inquiries she felt compelled to voice. Mother was surely missing father. Each time sorrow overcame her, she would clutch the skull of her late husband. Katrina Cook reached out to touch the skull nestled in Mrs. Cook's arms, the sole remnant of their deceased father, who had tragically passed shortly after the sisters were born. In moments of familial distress, the mother would pray with that skull, guiding them through hardships. It was precisely this skull that inadvertently awakened the sister's inheritance of the Headless Horseman's spirit. Mrs. Cook, I believe we have matters that require a private discussion. Regulus Black's calm voice emanated from beyond the door, plunging Mrs. Cook into a state of panic. Meanwhile, elsewhere, skeletal warriors relentlessly dismembered the Headless Horseman. Regardless of how he healed, they continued their gruesome task. The undead 025 took pride in being neighbors to this macabre scene. At first sight of the Headless Horseman, Regulus Black harbored suspicions about the young girl's mother. After all, wizard legacies are deeply rooted in bloodlines. While he perceived her as a rogue sorceress, the inheritance from parents to offspring remained a plausible reality. Casting a glance around the secluded environment, apart from the 3 local leaders who had come to persuade, this remote abode was devoid of passers-by. Alhamra, long before conditioning the 3 town leaders, he had subtly indicated to them to disregard any magical occurrences. Thus, they would automatically overlook any enchantment presented before them, with the sole side effect that the muggle-repelling charm no longer affected them. The door swung open, revealing a distressed woman and her 2 daughters, while the figure stepping inside was clad entirely in black. What a misinterpreted scene of introduction. Mrs. Cook, clearly, you believed I would not return to seek you out. Regulus Black observed her terrified expression, fully convinced that it was this very Mrs. Cook who controlled the Headless Horseman. No one can escape the onslaught of the Headless Horseman. Lady Cook trembled as she spoke, essentially admitting her control over the horseman to attack Duke Black. Clearly, you have forgotten that I am a true sorcerer. While you possess your own Headless Horseman, I too have my own puppets to command. Regulus Black stepped closer, momentarily distracted by her still alluring visage, and began to abandon his intention of pursuing the matter further. If you possess no other means, it seems you cannot thwart my endeavors. However, it is evident that you harbor some misconceptions about my intentions. I do not seek to take your children away, but rather, under my tutelage as a legitimate sorcerer, their future potential would undoubtedly flourish. It is precisely because you are a genuine sorcerer that I cannot permit you to take them. They are not as gifted as you presume. Lady Cook began to belittle her own daughters, eliciting defiant expressions from the little ones behind her. Oh, are you suggesting that they will lose their inherited powers once they depart from the Headless Valley? Or perhaps that they lack magical prowess altogether? Regulus Black's inquiry struck at the heart of Lady Cook's deepest fears. If this Duke Black were indeed a true sorcerer, would he not vent his wrath upon her children upon discovering such truths? Rather than risk their lives in the future due to his ire, it would be wiser to refuse him outright, whether through a direct rejection or by eliminating Duke Black altogether. This would suffice to resolve the matter. How she wished Duke Black were merely a charlatan, for then the Headless Horseman would surely succeed. Indeed, if you discern that they lack the talents you envision, I implore you, do not take them from me. They are all I have left. As Lady Cook spoke, she fell to her knees in tears. I shall not take them from you, but they must, in name, belong to me. As this is my territory, I require the construction of a manor for long-term residents. They may reside within the estate and manage it on my behalf. Regulus Black assisted Lady Cook to her feet, waving his wand to restore her attire to its former glory. Lifting her chin with his wand, he examined her countenance closely. In her youth, Lady Cook had been quite the beauty, yet years of toil and the burdens of her 30s had diminished her allure significantly. There exists a potion capable of restoring one's youth, albeit at a steep price. If you're concerned for your daughters, why not work for me together? Regulus Black's words caused Lady Cook to blush deeply. It seemed that the Duke not only had eyes for her daughters, but now for her as well. How exhilarating. Had he not mentioned the youth-restoring potion, she might have merely regarded the prospect of servitude. Yet the mention of such a potion stirred her imagination. To become youthful once more? This could not help but provoke tantalizing thoughts. I require the construction of a manor here. You need not concern yourselves with the specific designs or constructions. In a few days, I shall return, and all you need to prepare are blank land deeds. Regulus Black was aware that Mrs. Cook had misunderstood the situation. However, there was no need for explanation. He turned away from the Cook residence and, addressing the 3 town officials waiting outside, instructed them on subsequent matters. After all, noon was fast approaching, and there were classes at Hogwarts in the afternoon. Farewell, gentlemen, and to you as well, Mrs. Cook. With that, Regulus Black bid adieu to those present and promptly disapparated from the veil of death. Mother, I told you, Duke Black is a true wizard. He wouldn't deceive us. As they witnessed the sudden vanishing of the dark figure, the 2 young girls began to flaunt their insights. The 3 town leaders appeared oblivious to this spectacle and seemed equally unaware of the skull cradled in Mrs. Cook's arms. Mrs. Cook, Duke Black has departed, so starting tomorrow, the menu will return to its original form. As for today's prepared dishes, we shall adhere to the menu, as we must celebrate the Duke's future residency in the Vale of Death. He is a significant figure, the Duke Black. It is indeed an honor to be his neighbor. Mrs. Cook, astonished, failed to discern anything amiss with the three town leaders, who also overlooked the skull she held. Embracing the skull, she sought to commune with her headless horseman, while the surrounding skeletons had vanished with Duke Black's departure, leaving the headless horseman standing alone. Return. Go back to your hell, my love. Mrs. Cook felt she would no longer need to summon the headless horseman. Duke Black, a genuine wizard, possessed an identity sufficient to protect both her and her daughter. Perhaps the only price she would pay would be her own corporeal form. Regulus Black arrived back at Hogwarts just before noon. Upon entering his exclusive room that fulfilled his every wish, he discovered a small figure sleeping soundly. Hermione had never anticipated that one day she would confide in a magical puppet and speak incessantly throughout the night, leading to a physiological disruption in her sleep. As an exemplary listener and the finest puppet maid, Zero did not remind Hermione of the time, but instead continued to guide the conversation while serving an array of delightful snacks and coffee, which kept Hermione exhilarated and animated. However, as a child, fatigue would inevitably catch up with her. Despite her verbal protests against sleep, she eventually succumbed to exhaustion. Without any reminders, Hermione slept deeply, while Zero merely kept watch. Consequently, Hermione found herself late. Oh my goodness, I am late. I missed the entire morning's classes. Upon being awakened, Hermione nearly faced a breakdown. Such behavior was unforgivable for an academic overachiever. The thought of missing class was simply unimaginable, especially for a scholar like Hermione. Calm down. Calm down. Regulus Black sipped his coffee slowly, observing as Hermione began to tug at her hair in distress. How can I find tranquility? Yesterday, I indulged in an excess of coffee, resulting in an all-night conversation with your puppet until dawn. I had intended to return, yet I succumbed to slumber instead. Who would believe such a tale if I recounted it to the professors? The little girl, rare in her boisterousness, was on the verge of attributing the entire affair to Regulus Black's scheming. Of course, if Regulus Black is willing to bear this burden, the girl would be in the clear. Let me ponder. If you agree to heed my words from this moment forth, I shall assist you in resolving this predicament. Regulus Black, after careful contemplation, had already devised the most optimal solution. What conditions do you require me to fulfill? Hermione wept profusely, her tears streaming down her face, choking back sobs as she regarded the teaching assistant as her last bastion of hope. Before I return, you must not leave this room. If you can accomplish that, then all shall be well. Regulus Black consoled Hermione and then rose to depart. It was time for the little girl to be transferred to another ward. In the future, you may marry me. Regulus Black arrived at the professor's table, quietly savoring his lunch. This time, he did not sit beside Snape, but instead next to Professor Flitwick, a move that certainly captured Snape's attention, indicating that Regulus Black had matters to discuss with Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick, there's a matter on which I wish to seek your counsel. After finishing his meal, Regulus Black elegantly wiped his mouth and then began to engage in pleasantries with Flitwick over a glass of wine. What is it you wish to discuss, Black? Professor Flitwick, having also concluded his meal, raised his glass in response, smiling. Initially, when Dumbledore approached him to teach the charms class, Professor Flitwick had declined due to his stature and ethnicity. However, once he truly embraced the role of a professor, he found joy in it. Thus, he also valued the nurturing of students, and it must be noted that the heads of the four houses genuinely care for their students, albeit in unique ways. There is a particularly studious student among them, whose thirst for knowledge is rare among those I have encountered. She is already learning material beyond her years, and in the future, she will undoubtedly choose to pursue all subjects. I believe she would be more suited to Ravenclaw. Although he did not explicitly name her, Flitwick had already deduced whom Regulus Black was referring to. Among the first-year students at Hogwarts, only Hermione from Gryffindor fits this description and has the most reason to transfer her houses, as Gryffindor is not an ideal environment for academic pursuits. And the diligent Hermione would indeed be better suited to Ravenclaw. I am not entirely certain. It seems there has been no precedent for such a transfer at Hogwarts. However, I personally welcome eager students to join. Professor Flitwick did not outrightly reject the idea, but rather chuckled, acknowledging that the films did not provide explicit guidelines regarding the possibility of house transfers. Then I shall take that as your consent. I will speak to Dumbledore about it. Regulus Black raised his glass in appreciation of Professor Flitwick's understanding. In the hall, Hermione was making her way towards the Gryffindor table, raising her cup to salute Regulus from afar, her smile radiating an enchanting charm. Regulus reiterated the same words to Dumbledore, who, after much deliberation, finally nodded in agreement. Ravenclaw is a remarkable house, distinguished by the unity of its members. It may not be the most ostentatious, overshadowed by the assertive Gryffindor, nor the most unassuming, as Hufflepuff often occupies the lowest rank. It is not the purest either, given that Slytherin boasts the highest proportion of pure-blood aristocrats. Rather, it excels in overall academic performance. Not merely a handful of prodigies, but the collective achievements of all its students, embodying an institution where knowledge is paramount. Upon confirming Hermione's transfer, Regulus acquired an item from Professor Flitwick, a time turner. With the commencement of elective courses, the ever-curious Hermione opted for all subjects, some of which had conflicting schedules, rendering her the sole recipient of this magical artifact among Gryffindors. Given the unique nature of the time turner, should it fall into the hands of a Gryffindor, they might unwittingly precipitate the world's demise before Voldemort could act. Remarkably, Hermione was the only Gryffindor to possess it, though in the future it would also come into the possession of Harry Potter's children. After numerous, tumultuous experiences through the annals of time, they would ultimately be too frightened to utilize it again. As a butterfly effect, any careless use could alter the very fabric of reality, resulting in the disappearance of certain individuals who were meant to exist. Only in the hands of Ravenclaw could the time turner function as intended, serving as a tool to enhance the learning of its students. Regarding its usage, I believe you should heed the advice of Professor Flitwick and your fellow classmates upon joining Ravenclaw. Regulus placed the time turner around Hermione's neck. The golden chain was sufficiently long to encompass both of them. Two interlocking metal rings encircled a round metallic disc, housing a diminutive hourglass. Each turn of the innermost layer represented an hour, while a complete rotation of the second layer signified a day. With the golden chain binding Regulus and Hermione together, their faces nearly touched, causing the young girl to blush deeply. Upon turning the second layer once, representing 12 hours, the surroundings began to shift dramatically. Let me tell you, Ron is such a jerk. I merely offered him guidance on how to properly pronounce the levitation charm, and he had the audacity to scold me. Regulus and Hermione found themselves in the room of requirement, 12 hours earlier, where Hermione was previously confiding of, once again engulfed in sorrow, leaving the present Hermione feeling quite embarrassed. If it weren't for Mr. Black comforting me and rescuing me from the troll, I shudder to think of the misfortunes I might have faced. Upon hearing this, Hermione eagerly grasped Regulus Black's hand and departed from the room, for she did not wish her confessions to reach the ears of the concerned party. For instance, she might exclaim how dashing the assistant professor is, or offer myriad other praises that are too numerous to recount. As long as their gazes did not meet directly, would the memories then remain unrecorded? Just after leaving the room of requirement, Hermione realized that her earlier encounter with the assistant professor had not been etched into her memory. Yet it felt as though it had indeed occurred, as if she vaguely remembered the presence of another person in the chamber. Indeed, as long as their eyes did not lock, even if one were to lie in bed using this method, it would pose no issue. At that moment, Regulus Black was accompanying Hermione as they strolled back to Gryffindor's dormitory. Although his private quarters provided direct access to the common rooms of all houses, given that Hermione was present, he opted to walk her back instead. For instance, if a class is scheduled for 7 o'clock, and you awaken to find it is already 8, yet you feel you have not rested enough, you are confronted with two choices. Wiggling his fingers, Regulus continued. One option is to estimate how many more hours of sleep you require, and then adjust the time accordingly, resulting in two versions of yourself in bed. One who has just awakened, groggily resetting the time, and another who has continued to sleep soundly for the necessary hours, rising on time. When you leave, the version that did not oversleep remains nestled in slumber. The other option is to continue sleeping without estimating the time until fully rested, and then adjust the time to awaken at the designated hour, thereby omitting the need for estimation. No matter how slowly one walks, there eventually comes a moment of arrival. The two had now reached the portrait of the fat lady at the entrance of Gryffindor. How can I express my gratitude? Hermione, who had been silent throughout, finally spoke, aware that without Regulus Black's assistance, her transition to another house would have been utterly impossible. Perhaps you can marry me when you grow up. Regulus Black replied, half in jest, for the future remains uncertain. There is indeed an opportunity. After all, he has planted a seed in the heart of this young girl. I shall consider it, Hermione murmured, her cheeks flushed anew, though she could not recall how many times she had blushed that day. Remember, do not engage with Professor Flitwick or Ravenclaw before lunch, and be sure to raise a toast to me during the meal. Yes, sir, I have taken note. As until noon, none of this has transpired, Hermione earnestly assured him, understanding that any misstep before lunch might alter the course of events. Presently, everything was proceeding smoothly, and she was more than willing to comply. The portrait of the fat lady swung open, revealing surprised Gryffindor students who had not anticipated anyone outside. The hero of Ravenclaw. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Ron rushed into the hall in a flurry, disregarding the classmates who were quietly enjoying their breakfast, and hurriedly made his way over. What is the matter? Why the urgency? Harry Potter was not fond of such commotion. In fact, he despised being in the spotlight. And Ron's loud outburst made him feel awkward. I've just made an astonishing discovery. You must have seen Professor Snape's injury. Ron gestured for Harry to look in Snape's direction. I did see. He walks like a cripple. Harry felt an inexplicable joy at seeing Snape hurt. Mind your words, Harry. After all, he is your professor too. Hermione interjected at an opportune moment, highlighting the boy's folly. Come on, people even call him Old Bat. Many do not like him, Ron excitedly exclaimed. I must say, Snape has a distinct odor of drool about him. Harry gave Ron a peculiar look. Drool? How on earth did you notice that? Were you leaning over Professor Snape? How disgusting. Hermione's expression reflected her disdain, as if Ron had committed an unspeakable act. Why is everyone looking at me like that? It's the smell of the three-headed dog. We encountered it before, remember? Ron clarified, and both Hermione and Harry recalled their earlier escapade to evade Mrs. Norris, which had led them into that room. Hermione reminisced about their friendship, though the immaturity of the young girl made her realize that the boys likely did not care about the loss of that bond. She had initially intended to remind them, but thought better of it. The fearsome creature, the three-headed dog, was referred to by Hagrid, the half-giant, as Fluffy, a name that even Regulus Black would find laughable. One could possess the strength to raise a tiger as a cat, but one ought not to call a tiger merely a kitten. The boys pondered what such a ferocious magical creature might be guarding. Something very precious to Dumbledore, likely to be stolen, something that Hagrid had retrieved from Dumbledore's vault. Meanwhile, Hermione had already decided to transfer to Ravenclaw, or perhaps she had already done so, and thus resolved to avoid any matters that could alter history. Aside from her interactions with Professor Flitwick and Ravenclaw, the crux of the matter was that her thoughts were consumed by Mr. Regulus Black, who had given her much to contemplate concerning her transfer. Moreover, what if that seemingly jesting remark were to come true? Such thoughts occupied her mind, feeling slightly infatuated. Hermione quickly slapped her face to regain her composure, while also attempting to mask her blush. Soul manipulation could enhance a puppet's various magical resistances or simply exert control over a particular soul. Although there was no direct attack on Hermione, a weakened and simplified spell had been affixed to the time turner entrusted to the young girl. The effect of this soul control would subtly and persistently enhance affection, remaining permanently in place if the individual did not harbor any ill feelings towards the caster. Hermione, being a person of strong opinions, recognized that such subtle manipulations were necessary to deviate from the original plot. Otherwise, who could predict when the narrative might require a character to act foolishly in accordance with expected events? Months passed swiftly after the commencement of the school year, and the atmosphere in Potions class remained thick with tension and distress. Professor Snape cast a languid glance around the classroom, taking delight in the expressions of utter despair etched on the faces of his students. Once, Gryffindor had a top student striving to assert her presence, but now it was plagued by various mishaps and indescribable disasters, standing in stark contrast to the composed half of the Slytherin classroom. Since joining Ravenclaw, Hermione had finally grasped the correct utilization of the time turner and understood the philosophy of Ravenclaw, to quietly acquire knowledge and enrich oneself. She could disregard Slytherin's aristocratic ideals, encourage Gryffindor to bravely engage in perilous experiments, and direct the well-meaning Hufflepuffs to assist in resolving various dilemmas. We are Ravenclaw, born solely for the pursuit of knowledge, forever immersed in the ocean of learning. As part of Ravenclaw's tradition, Hermione gained an elder sister in the form of Cho Chang, who embraced her as her sister upon Hermione's arrival. That very night, Hermione found herself unexpectedly visited by Cho, who, clad in her nightwear and clutching a pillow, climbed into bed beside her. This entirely different way of life liberated Hermione from the reckless antics of Gryffindor. However, as a former brave member of Gryffindor, she felt that the little eagles of Ravenclaw were overly timid, especially after enduring Potions class. They resembled drenched chicks, while only Hermione emerged unscathed from Professor Snape's biting criticism. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Hermione's courageous stance against Snape elevated her to a heroic figure within Ravenclaw. Savoring the afternoon tea delights of Ravenclaw, Hermione found herself uncertain of how to express her gratitude to Regulus Black. The learning environment, personal confidence, and friendships closer than family, all of these have been attained since her transfer. Reflecting on what might have been had she initially declined, Hermione felt a twinge of apprehension. Perhaps she would have continued to follow the boys into adventures. While that might have been enjoyable, reckless behavior is simply reckless, and success only comes from the absence of death. As Christmas approached, Regulus Black became exceedingly busy, completing teaching duties at the school before vanishing from Hogwarts. For he had a territory outside that required management. With the aid of wizarding spells and the system's built-in storage space, Regulus effortlessly transported building materials to the Hollow. The entire expanse of the Headless Valley, leaning towards the Chasm of Hell, has been delineated into a vast territory designated as the private estate of His Grace, Duke Black. To construct this grand estate, Regulus Black toiled for nearly a month, enlisting the services of a design firm, employing both wealth and enchantments to procure the finest architectural plans. The design harmoniously blends Gothic and Baroque styles, featuring 5 stories above ground and 2 below. Viewed from the heavens, the structure resembles a colossal Baroque cross, while from any lateral perspective, the edifice showcases its Gothic facade. The interior, albeit more utilitarian, is adorned with various sculptures and landscapes that encapsulate the essence of the Headless Valley: darkness, despair, absurdity, and death. Donning a black robe and traversing its halls feels akin to wandering within a Gothic cathedral. Presently, the estate is tended solely by Madame Cook and her 2 daughters, the Mrs. Cook, who serve as the steward and maids, respectively. The maidens, Corinna Cook and Katrine Cook, are also apprentices of Regulus Black. Given the vastness of the estate, Regulus sought innovative methods to facilitate Madame Cook's management of this formidable domain. He bequeathed 2 tomes, reminiscent of the pivotal artifacts from the game Diablo II, the Book of Identification and the Book of Town Portal. However, the volumes left by Regulus comprise one titled Blessing of the Master, detailing the personal circumstances of Regulus Black, replete with extravagant praise, alongside records of the personnel within the estate, noting that Madame Cook is the steward and Corinna and Katrine Cook are the maids. Should new members join in the future, this tome will automatically log their information, as it is intrinsically linked to the estate. The other tome, Daily Affairs of the Steward, assists Madame Cook in managing the estate, encompassing all facets, from materials and expenditures to daily tasks. Additionally, it contains simple incantations such as glimmering light, fresh and anew, clear as spring water, ward against rain and dampness, blaze like fierce fire. Regulus Black is endowed with a unique system akin to a golden finger, albeit possessing only a fraction of the capabilities from Diablo II. Familiar with the original game mechanics, he intuitively crafted his first talisman by merging the panoramic map system with the Slytherin charm box, successfully seizing elements of the tangible environment, the Black Lake, to create the Temple of the Soul Potion at Black Lake. This endeavor also incorporates the game's altar concept, justifying the suffix of the talisman as temple. When discussing altars, one cannot overlook the waypoints within the game. Due to the expansive game map, each significant area is equipped with a waypoint, serving as a rapid conduit akin to a portal, facilitating swift communication with the camps. Upon the activation of a newly discovered site, it is recorded in the site list, marked by a distinctive bas-relief emblem. Once the primary structure of the manor was completed, Regulus Black made no alterations to the surrounding courtyard. The seemingly haunted trees were invaluable sources of potion and alchemical materials, essentially translating to monetary worth. However, Regulus did relocate an oddly shaped tree, which split in the middle and then grew together at the top, resembling an oval archway, completely barren of leaves. He positioned this tree in the cross courtyard of the underground level 2, meticulously arranging the necessary spells and magical circles on the ground. Regulus illuminated this site, causing 4 small braziers around the tree to spontaneously ignite, alongside the emergence of his own system, which had previously not existed. The site list appeared inexplicably. A Baroque-style cross-relief icon marked the area below as Headless Valley, and with no second site available, it remained in a state of redundancy. Initially, Regulus harbored considerable doubts about undertaking actions beyond his inherent system. However, this instance proved successful, potentially paving the way for the creation of the entire game system. The successful generation of the site was largely attributed to a certain artifact, the Vanishing Cabinet, which indirectly led to Dumbledore's demise. Without prior study of this cabinet, Regulus would not have been able to create the site. After completing these tasks, Regulus departed from Headless Valley via apparition, subsequently returning to the wizarding village of Hogsmeade through the Ministry's fireplace, and then to Hogwarts via the Shrieking Shack. It was time to establish a site at Hogwarts, ensuring it would be recorded in the site list. The cumbersome process of such travel was exceedingly tedious. Once back at Hogwarts, Regulus continued his routine living, diligently pursuing his promising role as a teaching assistant. Occasionally, he encountered Hermione, who would pass by, her cheeks flushed and her hurried gait endearingly charming. Similarly flushed and scurrying away was the second-year student, Zhang Qiu, leaving Regulus perplexed. Regulus then noticed numerous Ravenclaw girls discreetly observing him, only to shyly flee when caught. Could it be that his penchant for younger girls had been discovered? Regulus chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Harry Potter and his companion Ron, despite the absence of Hermione's support, gradually unraveled the truth behind the Chamber of Secrets through a series of fortuitous events. Recently, they could no longer resist inquiring Hagrid about the three-headed hellhound, yielding nothing more than a name, not that of the three-headed dog, but that of Nicodemus, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. For a time, the two boys found themselves scratching their heads over the identity of Nicodemus. As a result, the chocolate frog card they consumed featured a personal account from Dumbledore, recounting a tale of his friendship with Nicholas Flamel and the origins of the Philosopher's Stone. This was nothing short of cheating. Regulus Black held a strong disdain for such blatant promotion of a savior. On another night, while patrolling the deserted halls of Hogwarts, Regulus Black turned a corner only to be confronted by Peeves the poltergeist. "My master, at your command, I have discovered that Quirrell has left Hogwarts." Heading towards the Forbidden Forest, Peeves whispered with a tone of deference, promptly producing the Marauder's map from his being. It displayed Quirrell's name. His footsteps advancing towards the Forbidden Forest. "Well done, Peeves. This marks Quirrell's first venture into the Forbidden Forest since the term began, does it not?" Disregarding Peeves' response, Regulus cast a glance at the Marauder's map before departing Hogwarts in the same direction, ensuring he cloaked himself to evade any potential gaze. The reason he entrusted the Marauder's map to Peeves was due to the latter being the most idle spirit within the entire Hogwarts. In the film, Harry Potter's initial confrontation with Voldemort occurred while the latter was consuming unicorn blood, having already slain a unicorn, as Hagrid indicated. Did he not drink blood at that moment? Or was it a quantity that mattered? If one were to intercept Voldemort's prey, there would be no inherent issue from a causal perspective. Thus, Regulus first subdued Peeves and then entrusted him with the Marauder's map, instructing him to monitor Quirrell's movements and report back upon discovering Quirrell's entry into the Forbidden Forest. The thrill of snatching food from Voldemort's jaws was exhilarating. Could there be a more reckless endeavor than this? The Forbidden Forest was eerily quiet at night, yet it was more perilous than during the day, with various nocturnal creatures becoming active, engaging in their killings, hunting, and frolicking. Regulus Black maneuvered around two foxes entwined in a playful scuffle. According to the Marauder's map, Quirrell was still 100 meters ahead, aimlessly drifting. Suddenly, a neigh echoed through the air, clearly indicating that some equine magical creature had sustained an injury. Hogwarts was home to only 3 types of equine beings: centaurs, unicorns, and thestrals, and it seemed the protest was emanating from a centaur. Ultimately, this sound must have come from a unicorn, as the blood of the other two held no value for Voldemort. Regulus quickened his pace. The footprints of Quirrell on the Marauder's map continued to shift, indicating that Voldemort had yet to capture his prey. Petri Ficus Totalis. Stupefy. The shadow, as dark as a specter, finally struck its quarry after 2 consecutive spells, gliding like a wisp of black mist. This figure appeared poised to pounce and feast upon its meal. By the time Regulus Black arrived, he witnessed the shadow overpowering the unicorn. The creature emitted a mournful cry, evidently suffering a fatal injury. Expelliarmus. Regulus Black advanced with determination, wielding an unfamiliar wand that had found its way into his grasp. Subsequently, 2 silent yet potent curses, Fear Illusion and Confounding Whispers, were unleashed, both striking the dark figure with precision. The Fear Illusion conjured terrifying visions, compelling the target to flee, while the Confounding Whispers drove the adversary into madness, causing them to attack anything nearby. It is likely that within the wizarding realm, only Regulus Black had the audacity to cast spells upon the Dark Lord. One must acknowledge that Voldemort, in an effort to prevent others from uttering his name in incantations, not only rearranged his true name to traverse the world as Voldemort, but also decreed death upon those who dared to utter it. This climate of fear has led to a collective avoidance of his name, with people resorting to the moniker Dark Lord for reference. Regulus's curse required no name, merely the presence of the target within his line of sight. Due to the nature of the skills, the duration of the curses was limited, with the 7th level spells lasting only 14 and 22 seconds, respectively. After a moment of chaotic flight, the shadowy figure soon regained its composure. Meanwhile, Regulus Black had successfully stored the recently deceased unicorn within his storage space. The spectral figure, though unarmed, emanated a palpable threat. After all, Casting spells without a wand is not an insurmountable challenge for a wizard. The distinction lies solely in the amplification of effects. It is akin to the difference between a bullet from a handgun and a rocket. While their powers differ vastly, both are capable of delivering a fatal blow. Naturally, the shadowy figure was displeased with the loss, and as Regulus stood ready, both were locked in a tense standoff. Regulus Black, I presumed you to be dead. Who would have thought you were merely a coward, hiding for over a decade? The chilling voice, reminiscent of a serpent's caress, emerged from the dark figure. I too did not anticipate your demise to be so incomplete. Have you been waiting for resurrection all these years? Regulus Black, brandishing his wand, summoned the undead, calling forth 7 skeletal mages from his repertoire. Amazon, assassin, necromancer, barbarian, mage, druid, and paladin, standing in a formidable line. In this game, each class's abilities encompassed both physical and magical attacks. Within Regulus's system, summoning skeletons yielded purely physical warriors, while summoning the undead resulted in purely magical skeletal mages. With pleasantries exchanged, it was time to engage. Repel him. Regulus Black did not anticipate the immediate annihilation of his foe, but rather commanded a retreat. Amazons, repel. Assassins, mind hammer. Necromancers, amplified damage. Barbarians, Vatsi Upsilon. Mages, telekinetic pulse. Druids, molten boulders. Paladins, hammer of blessing. After this round of attacks, the shadow that resembled a black phantom vanished entirely. Regulus Black believed that Voldemort had met his demise. It must be noted that the innate skills of a necromancer, when wielded with sufficient creativity, can yield remarkable effects. Furthermore, this display of power would undoubtedly incite Voldemort's wrath, yet he would also need to exercise caution. Drawing out the Marauder's map, Chilo's footsteps halted 300 meters away. Given the nocturnal environment of the Forbidden Forest, it was impossible to spot him if he chose to conceal himself. Whether summoning skeletal mages or the spells they employed, these were unprecedented to Voldemort. In the face of insufficient intelligence on both sides, retreat emerged as his sole option, especially considering that Chilo, who was parasitized by Voldemort, had also sustained injuries. The previous assault primarily involved mental and curse-related attacks. Only a druid's molten boulder left behind a scorched trail and a shattered stone, which was now gradually cooling and extinguishing. Regulus Black feigned a flourish with his wand, retracting the skeletal mage summoned by the system. The commotion in the Forbidden Forest made it nearly impossible to remain unnoticed, and Regulus soon heard Hagrid's voice in the distance. As the keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid had every reason to investigate the ruckus, illuminated by flames and the howls of beasts. "Oh, Mr. Black, what brings you here?" Hagrid approached with a large lantern in hand, trampling through the thorns without a care, much like a bulldozer carving a new path. "Hagrid, you should be aware of the unicorn population in the Forbidden Forest. Someone just killed a unicorn here, and I attempted to intervene, but the assailant escaped with their prey." "Indeed, it must be that someone has been hunting unicorns," Regulus Black replied, knowing full well that he had failed to intercept the culprit. He had no intention of relinquishing the unicorn's remains, for they would serve a purpose. What? Someone actually attacked a unicorn? Why would they do such a thing? Hagrid was both astonished and pained. He cherished all creatures within the Forbidden Forest, especially the sacred unicorns. "I believe it is to obtain unicorn blood. Given your fondness for various magical creatures, you should not be surprised by this situation," Regulus Black remarked, gesturing to Hagrid about the circumstances and the positions of both parties involved. "I must report this to Dumbledore. I leave the matter in your hands." Leaving the half-giant to mourn the unicorn that could not receive a proper burial, Regulus Black made his way toward the school. On the Marauder's map, Chilo had approached during their conversation and subsequently followed Regulus Black back to the castle. Upon arriving outside the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, Regulus Black was granted access by the gargoyle after confirming the day's password. Dumbledore awaited him, donned in a blue nightgown adorned with moons and stars. "Would you care for some fruit-infused tea, Regulus?" "No. If you have some fire whiskey, I would gladly accept a glass." It is well known that anyone with a modicum of common sense would refrain from indulging in any food within Dumbledore's office, as the elderly gentleman has a penchant for adding peculiar ingredients, a fact that is widely acknowledged. No one wishes to consume a truth serum disguised as honey. After all, however, today Regulus Black finds himself in need of Dumbledore's trust and has resolved to willingly partake in a dose of truth serum. Dumbledore, taken aback, subsequently expressed with a hint of embarrassment, "As the headmaster, I never partake in alcohol, and thus I must apologize for your request." Regulus Black, raising an eyebrow, pressed on, insisting that if there was no alcohol, he would prefer a cup of the finest coffee, rich and aromatic, with cream that is exquisitely smooth. Clearly, this was a resolute demand for Dumbledore to administer something more potent. Perhaps you could first recount your experiences in the Forbidden Forest? Dumbledore was somewhat perplexed by Regulus Black's demeanor. What had come over this boy, who usually wouldn't even sip water? I believe other professors will be arriving shortly, and I shall refrain from repeating myself until they are all present, he added. Regulus Black remained steadfast, showing a firm resolve not to speak until he had his coffee. Thus, when the four heads of houses assembled, they found Dumbledore cheerfully pouring coffee for the young Black. Could Dumbledore's refreshments truly be shared? The other heads of houses might as well have been indifferent, but Severus Snape, who had long been providing truth serum, felt turmoil akin to a stampede within. Elegantly, he downed an entire cup of fine coffee as if it were water, and then Regulus Black set down his cup and rose. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a significant announcement to make. Voldemort has returned. The listeners were left in stunned silence. The impact of this declaration was profound. Considering the rumors of Voldemort's return, the reality was undeniable, even in the face of officials like Minister Fudge who were reluctant to confront the truth. This evening, while on my patrol near midnight, I observed a figure making its way toward the Forbidden Forest, so I followed. However, I discovered that this was no wandering student, but a most peculiar silhouette, whose target was none other than the unicorns within the forest. By the time I arrived, a unicorn had already been slain. I engaged the figure with powerful magic, yet it appeared unharmed and ultimately departed with its quarry. Mr. Black, how can you be certain it was Voldemort? Professor Flitwick had to climb onto a chair to direct his inquiry at Regulus Black. If you were aware of my background, Professor Flitwick, you would not be surprised. I was once a Death Eater. This statement left Flitwick without rebuttal, despite having always regarded Black favorably and appreciating his concern for students. He had nearly overlooked the fact that he had once been a Death Eater. Among all the professors, only Snape could truly relate to this experience, as his own past was most akin to that of Black. How can you be so sure? Snape's left hand instinctively pressed against his right forearm, where the dark mark left by Voldemort was etched. If Voldemort had indeed returned, he could summon himself through this dark mark, calling forth any Death Eater at will. Both you and I have engaged in intimate conversations with him. As a core member of the Death Eaters, I cannot mistake the cold, serpentine chill that emanates from Voldemort. The words of Regulus Black similarly evoked a sense of frigid unease among the professors present. Let those who betrayed me perish. I wish for this information to remain solely among us. Dumbledore's expression was unusually grave, as nothing had yet been conclusively decided. It was prudent for such news to remain confined to a select few. Professors Flitwick, Sprout, McGonagall, and Snape nodded in understanding. Regulus, would you mind sharing your feelings at that moment? Olby resumed his nonchalant demeanor, leisurely sipping his tea. Of course, I do not mind. Although articulating the scene is challenging, I would require your pensive professor. There is no need for Dumbledore to respond, as his agreement was implicit. Regulus Black drew his wand and touched it to his temple, extracting a silvery memory. With a flick of his wand, the memory floated into the pensieve, which then levitated to the center of the room. The professors present waved their wands to immerse their consciousness into the pensieve. Regulus Black was patrolling Hogwarts when Peeves suddenly appeared around the corner. A student has run into the Forbidden Forest. Hurry and catch him, hang him up, and teach him a lesson. Ha ha ha. As the scene shifted, a dark figure was seen moving toward the Forbidden Forest, distinctly different from any professor. Regulus Black swiftly left Hogwarts, pursuing the shadow into the woods. The Forbidden Forest at night is perilous, yet for the professors, it remains a familiar haunt. A distant cry of a unicorn echoed, prompting Regulus to quicken his pace to the scene, where he beheld the dark figure greedily drawing the blood of the unicorn, employing magic to erase all traces, even consuming the dripping blood. Who are you? Release the unicorn. Petrificus totalis. Regulus Black brandished his wand, launching an attack. The dark figure waved effortlessly, its cloak deflecting the spell. Who did you expect? Regulus Black. I thought you were dead. I never anticipated that you, coward, would hide for over a decade. A chilling voice, reminiscent of a serpent's caress, emanated from the shadowy figure. Dark mist billowed from its form, causing it to grow in stature. Let those who betrayed me perish. An overwhelming wave of darkness surged toward Regulus Black. Repel. Mind Hammer. Amplified damage. Howl. Mental Surge. Magma Golem. Blessing Hammer. Regulus Black brandished his wand, unleashing a barrage of diverse spells, each striking to push back the encroaching shadow. In the end, upon utilizing mental transmission and discovering the other party's materialistic inclination, I struck fiercely with molten rock, shattering the enormous black silhouette with a hammer imbued with divine power. However, such actions still failed to vanquish the entity. The black figure, akin to clouds or mist, whisked away the corpse of a unicorn and fled the scene. Behind Regulus Black, the voice of Hagrid resonated. I found it challenging to articulate. Just as Mr. Black had mentioned, the existence of that figure eludes linguistic expression. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat flustered. Could it be that after more than a decade of tranquility, the wizarding world was on the brink of descending into darkness once more? Regulus, I noticed you employed several spells I have never encountered before. Professor Flitwick shifted his focus, not to question Regulus Black, but rather to express an academic curiosity. The formation of any new spell necessitates countless experiments and applications, and in the recent memory projection, Regulus had evidently executed 7 distinctly different spells with remarkable proficiency. Truly a genius. Even if you call me a genius, it will not bring me joy, Professor Flitwick. I am no longer a student. Regulus Black seemed to anticipate Flitwick's sentiments and humbly brushed them aside. What shall we do next, Dumbledore? Professor Sprout, having witnessed the memory, was understandably shaken and nervously inquired. Do not be agitated, Sprout. Steady your emotions and ensure that each of you attends to your respective houses. Clarity will emerge from this. Dumbledore maintained a composed demeanor, and the previously anxious professors found solace in his presence. I shall investigate the scene. Severus Snape, skeptical of Regulus Black's recollections. After all, extracted memories can be fabricated, believed it prudent to assess the situation personally. His overt declaration served to inform Dumbledore to retain his attention. Be cautious. I cannot ascertain whether that individual still resides in the Forbidden Forest. Regulus Black called out to Snape's retreating figure, who momentarily froze before departing. Dumbledore reassured the professors, urging them to return, as they were responsible for their students. Regulus, are you certain that figure was Voldemort? Dumbledore finally exhibited signs of weariness, his eyelids drooping as he questioned, for age was taking its toll. Yet, Regulus Black discerned that, aside from Snape's lingering distrust, even the old bee was not entirely convinced. I have withheld certain details. From my observations, Voldemort's current state is quite dire. Though his power remains, he exists by clinging to another's body. Oh, is it your assessment? Dumbledore finally appeared slightly invigorated, sitting upright and awaiting Regulus Black's further remarks. That individual is Professor Quirrell. Perhaps you might command him to remove his turban. Dumbledore gazed intently at Regulus Black, narrowing his eyes after a prolonged silence. I shall keep this matter to myself. Do not speak of it to anyone. Good night, Headmaster. Regulus Black said little more before departing from the headmaster's office. In a matter of hours, dawn would break, and a unicorn's corpse awaited his attention. Snape had meticulously examined the scene, finding it entirely consistent with the memories he had witnessed, thereby confirming that Regulus Black had not lied. Subsequently, Dumbledore summoned Snape once again, and the two engaged in a prolonged private conversation. Peeves, ever curious, longed to eavesdrop on their discussion. But the headmaster's office remained one of the few areas inaccessible to him. Regulus Black, however, swiftly utilized Peeves to propagate a new rumor. Hagrid had devoured a unicorn, leaving not a trace behind. This prompted Dumbledore to personally address certain creatures residing in the Forbidden Forest, and Regulus Black's memories became vital evidence. Naturally, the word that the Dark Spectre was none other than Voldemort spread, albeit only among the magical beings of the forest. Hagrid bore this unjust slander. While he could clarify the situation, it was an indignity that would vex anyone. To bully a half-giant was hardly something that would bring Regulus Black joy. Yet when Hagrid, seeking solace in drink, visited Hogsmeade, Regulus felt a sense of vindication. That evening, after a day of indulging in butterbeer, Hagrid returned to Hogwarts in high spirits, having won a dragon egg in a gamble. It seemed Hagrid had inadvertently disclosed information about the three-headed dog. Upon hearing Peeves' report, Regulus was convinced, though Quirrell had already caught wind of it and would likely attempt to breach the barriers himself. With Christmas approaching, Harry Potter would receive the invisibility cloak on the very day of the holiday. Before Harry uncovered the truth, perhaps it was time for Regulus to intervene and buy the savior some time. One day, as lunch commenced, Peeves suddenly emerged from nowhere, sweeping across the professor's table with cream cakes, resulting in half the faculty being besieged. This is not my doing. My body is being controlled. Someone help me. Save me, he shouted, while simultaneously adorning several minor professors with cake hats, excluding the headmaster and the four house heads. Naturally, Regulus Black waved his wand, sending the cakes tumbling to the ground. The deceased unicorn was laid to rest in Regulus Black's chamber, for the peculiar nature of the room of requirement ensured it would remain undiscovered. After all, he had already informed the professors that the unicorn's body had been taken by the Dark Lord. Regulus had long sought to acquire a unicorn. for all 4 of his wands were crafted from unicorn hair, indicating a profound affinity and destiny intertwined with these ethereal creatures. However, he would never stoop to the folly of directly slaying one. As a symbol of purity, a unicorn bore a curse upon its demise, and any who dared to slay it would be afflicted by an unknown hex, one that was both difficult to identify and nearly impossible to lift. However, Regulus Black, as a necromancer, possesses the means to summon creatures from the realm of the dead. His skill, reanimation, is not merely a trifling ability. To resurrect a unicorn, however, requires a preliminary transformation. One cannot allow a resurrected unicorn to lash out with its hooves. The procedure does not necessitate a complex magical circle. Merely enhancing certain attributes suffices. Through relentless experimentation, he would ultimately discover the most suitable attributes. Furthermore, to treat a unicorn merely as a steed would be an egregious waste of its magnificence. The unicorn's greatest power lies in its inherent purity, which is easily tainted. This explains why unicorns are drawn only to maidens. The hearts of adult humans are often cluttered with various desires, while only young girls embody the essence of innate wisdom, purity of body and thought. Once a unicorn becomes sullied by desire, it risks transforming into a nightmarish entity, a half-illusory being that devours such desires. Regulus Black had already deliberated on this matter. A mere mount was of little importance. After considering his overall circumstances, he resolved to utilize the system's alter classification method for the unicorn, akin to the charm soul potion of the Black Lake Temple. Using the unicorn's remains as a foundation, he would incorporate the system specifications regarding the temple altar. When he embedded the red nightmare gem into the unicorn's forehead, the crafting process was truly complete, yielding a most satisfactory artifact. In simpler terms, it involved the creation of a magical artifact altar charm. The red nightmare, which monastery retained numerous additional benefits within his inventory: 777 mental defense, 777 poison resistance, 77 electric resistance, 77 ice resistance, 77 fire resistance, and a 77 chance of conjuring additional magical artifacts from the nightmare race. The deceased unicorn transformed into a spectral nightmare, with the altar enabling the summoning of nightmare beings, categorized as nightmare maidens, nightmare nuns, and nightmare bishops. This bestowed upon him the potential for class lineage, such as puppet dancer, cunning sorcerer, and ghostly priest. The pure black nightmare, exuding an aura of dark mist, though standing before him, could easily be overlooked. The unicorn's horn, adorned with the red nightmare gem, radiated an ethereal glow, its eyes ablaze with hellfire, exuding a cold, merciless gaze. The ground beneath its hooves bore the scorching marks of its passage. However, all of this could only be perceived through spiritual sight. Ordinary wizards would perceive merely a unicorn, while muggles would see only a white horse, entirely unaware of its true nature. Regulus Black's intentions in designing the unicorn in this manner were deliberate. After all, the Headless Valley was home to the Cook family, who were hardly formidable. If he could successfully harness his unique skills, his strength would be assured. Once the unicorn was transformed, dawn had broken. Yet due to his nocturnal patrols, he had no classes scheduled for the entire morning. Regulus Black wished to conceal his differences, opting to forego breakfast in favor of a much-needed slumber. He summoned the mischievous house elf, Peeves, after resetting the door of his room. Under the influence of a skill known as soul domination, Peeves could be summoned from any corner of Hogwarts to perform tasks. Just as he was about to slip a banana slice into a student's clothing, Peeves felt an inexplicable summons, sensing the command of his new master. Hesitant yet intrigued, he traversed walls to reach the 8th floor and entered the room. Peeves, I have a task for you, but first tell me, you haven't spread word of last night's events, have you? Regulus regarded the most troublesome little imp with a cold stare. There was none more irksome in all of Hogwarts. Of course not. Peeves is the most obedient of servants, he exclaimed, his gestures and expressions exaggerated like a clown, endeavoring to convey his loyalty. Very well, I shall share a secret with you. Hagrid dined on a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. This so-called secret was merely a rumor that Peeves was to disseminate. As Peeves spread such tales, they would surely create confusion. For it was true that a unicorn had gone missing, and Hagrid would never reveal the circumstances involving Voldemort. However, this rumor could easily be debunked, presenting a troublesome predicament. Whether Hagrid explained or remained silent, he found himself in a bind. It was almost unbelievable, yet Regulus relished the unfolding events. Peeves anticipated that once he spread this rumor, Hogwarts would buzz with excitement, while poor Hagrid would be the unwitting target of their amusement. Peeves practically delighted in others' misfortunes. Accepting the task, he gleefully departed the room, embarking on a spree throughout the school. Hagrid had quite the appetite if he could consume an entire unicorn. With one missing from the Forbidden Forest, he had purchased a large cauldron. The towering Hagrid adored the creatures of the Forbidden Forest, and even more, he relished culinary creations made from them. The absurd tales originating from Peeves spread throughout Hogwarts, much to Hagrid's dismay, even drawing young Harry to seek confirmation of the rumor, leaving Hagrid to quietly shed tears in sorrow. To make matters worse, a group of lower-year Slytherins, led by the illustrious Draco Malfoy, arrived to collectively congratulate Hagrid on his hearty appetite. The Slytherin snakes surrounded him, cornering Hagrid with smiles and mockery. Hagrid wished to chastise these mischievous children. Did they not see he was on the verge of tears? Eventually, Professor Snape, having observed the farcical scene from a distance, intervened, shooing away the crowd and offering Hagrid a small favor. "Hagrid, I suggest you take a break and change your surroundings for a few days." During an unexpected encounter, Quirrell stammered out a suggestion to Hagrid. "A break? I've never taken a day off." Hagrid's honest demeanor made it clear that he had never enjoyed a respite, unaware of how much Dumbledore had compensated him for his relentless efforts. This predicament has left Quirrell in quite a quandary. His initial plan was to lure Hagrid away from Dumbledore's watchful gaze, allowing him to don disguise. After all, Hagrid would surely not recognize him and extract the coveted information he sought, particularly regarding the three-headed hellhound at the entrance, which perpetually drools. It seems that the students harbor significant misconceptions about him. Perhaps if he could avoid them for a few days, they might eventually settle down and forget the incident. Remarkably, Quirrell articulated his thoughts with clarity, albeit with a stutter, fearing that the simple-minded Hagrid might not grasp the intent. Yes. Ought to take a few days off. By the time I return, perhaps all will be well." Hagrid, somewhat lacking in confidence, agreed with Quirrell's suggestion, as he himself could not devise a better approach to confront the sudden rumors. Given his ineptitude with words, it seemed prudent to withdraw. Hagrid promptly made his way to the headmaster's office to express his desire for a leave of absence, along with an explanation of Quirrell's perspective. Upon learning that the suggestion stemmed from Quirrell, Dumbledore contemplated for a moment before granting Hagrid's request for leave, permitting him to rest for as long as he wished. He also remarked that the butterbeer in Hogsmeade was quite delightful, suggesting Hagrid indulge himself during this respite. Several professors gathered to bid farewell to Hagrid, which left him with the impression that this departure might be permanent. Meanwhile, Peeves wreaked havoc during lunch, inevitably drawing Dumbledore's direct intervention. Utilizing some unknown spell or his authority as headmaster, Dumbledore banished Peeves from Hogwarts. However, after several nights of Peeves banging on the towers of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, demanding entry, the students of both houses unanimously agreed to allow Peeves back in. Yet, the crux of the matter did not lie in Peeves' exile or his nighttime disturbances of the students' slumber. Rather, it was the moment when a hefty dollop of cream fell upon Quirrell's head as Cakes soared through the air, clad in his turban. Quirrell appeared as if he were adorned with a cake. Despite the comical and disheveled spectacle, Quirrell stubbornly rejected any offers of assistance, even declining to clean himself up. As he clumsily clutched his turban and scurried away, just as he was about to leave the hall, Peeves seized him once more, yanking his turban off and leaving a lengthy trail behind, while Quirrell clung desperately to the remaining portion atop his head. Consequently, Quirrell became yet another source of amusement following Hagrid, eliciting laughter throughout Hogwarts. This incident piqued the curiosity of many students, who began to probe into Quirrell's turban, adding to his recent troubles, leading him to hastily part ways with the students after each class. Regulus Black firmly believed that Quirrell's exploration of the third-floor chamber would be significantly delayed. In the school library, Regulus observed Hagrid repeatedly engrossed in various books about dragons and dragon care, perhaps for the first time dedicating himself to study with such diligence since departing from his role as a student. A few days after Peeves was released, Regulus Black commanded him to monitor Hagrid, particularly when Harry Potter intended to engage with him, ensuring that the content of their conversations was duly recorded. Taking advantage of Hagrid's absence, Regulus ventured into his hut to investigate and indeed discovered a Hungarian horntail dragon egg concealed within. However, this egg soon remained nestled in a cauldron, continuously warmed by the flames of the fireplace. As the time approached, Regulus Black made his way to the Ministry of Magic, expressing his desire to meet with his relatives imprisoned in Azkaban, primarily to visit his falsely accused brother, Sirius Black, as well as his cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, the deranged woman infatuated with Voldemort. Regulus had previously submitted numerous requests for visitation during his attempts to reclaim the family estate after Dumbledore had intervened on his behalf, though those requests had not been made with any urgency until now. This was the correct course of action. When necessity arose, one ought to pursue their objectives with vigor. Regulus directly approached Minister Fudge, articulating his demands with fervor. Minister Fudge, I have submitted numerous applications, yet I must lament the inefficiency of the ministry, which merely defers matters to higher authorities. Thus, I find myself compelled to seek your approval. I implore you to empathize with my concern for my family. Regulus implied that the various departments were shifting responsibility upwards, and, as the Minister of Magic, Fudge should be unencumbered by higher authority. Do you not have family? Such cold-heartedness, if known, would only chill the hearts of your own kin. Noticing Fudge's hesitance, Regulus urged him decisively, even threatening to publicize the matter. Very well, I can grant your visitation request, but it must be under the supervision of an Auror. As Minister Fudge, he would have preferred to confine Regulus Black to Azkaban rather than allow him to visit family. However, considering Dumbledore's assurances and Regulus's recent conduct, clearly the actions of a pure-blood noble seeking to restore his family's honor, he acquiesced. Lawfulness may not be achievable, yet Regulus's endeavors, whether defending his brother shortly after his release from imprisonment or striving to reclaim his family's assets, had garnered recognition from many pure-blood families. Therefore, if Regulus Black was merely visiting family members, then so be it. Minister Fudge signed the document and hastily urged Regulus to depart, as if he were a harbinger of plague. With the minister's approval in hand, Regulus proceeded to the Auror headquarters, accompanied by Judy Fox, the lead Auror, on their way to Azkaban. Surely, Minister Fudge would not contrive any issues later. Judy's golden nails brushed against Regulus Black's face, and she felt a thrill at the prospect of this cold man seeking her out once more. Judy, I have come on official business. This is a communique from the Minister of Magic. Regulus Black endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor as he extended the document to his counterpart. Perhaps we could seek some excitement here in Azkaban. Fox, having flipped through the document without truly examining its contents, was more preoccupied with the prospect of relocating for a pleasurable diversion. If our actions do not attract the Dementors, I would be more than willing to partake. Regulus Black playfully twirled a strand of his companion's champagne-colored hair around his fingers. Dementors feed on human joy. Should we engage in a passionate escapade before them, the fervor generated by both parties could potentially lure every Dementor in Azkaban, which would undoubtedly spell disaster for those involved. Very well, you are correct. I find myself thinking of you far too much. Judy Fox tightened her embrace around Regulus Black's waist before stepping back to adopt a more formal demeanor, signing the document and attending to subsequent formalities. She had grown quite adept at assisting Regulus with various matters, in every conceivable sense. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has established a prison on a small island amidst the frigid waters of the North Sea, known as Azkaban. Azkaban is a wizarding prison situated in isolation, far removed from civilization, guarded by terrifying creatures known as Dementors that survive by consuming the souls of others. In a matter of weeks, inmates at Azkaban often succumb to madness, screaming in their sleep, uttering incoherent phrases, starving themselves, and losing their will to live. Many unfortunate souls have met a tragic end within the confines of this dreadful prison. Even if they manage to escape, their minds, health, and youth have long been drained by this horrific place. The guards of Azkaban, the fearsome Dementors, extract all hope and joy from the prisoners, who suffer greatly under their torment. No one escapes, as the prison is surrounded by the sea. Numerous Death Eaters have been imprisoned there, closely monitored by the Dementors. Many in the wizarding world, including Harry's friend Hagrid, harbor a deep fear of that place. However, Sirius Black managed to escape. He is Harry's godfather, Bartemius Crouch, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. In the later stages of the struggle against dark magical forces, sent many individuals to Azkaban without trial, including Sirius. Despite his innocence, Azkaban is indeed a remarkable fortress. If it were not the property of the Ministry of Magic, I would be tempted to claim it as my own. When Regulus Black arrived, escorted by Judy Fox with a special key, he uttered a remark that nearly caused his companion to falter. Observing her weak knees, Regulus Black continued unabashedly. Do you not think the ambience here complements my essence splendidly? Coldness, death, despair, eeriness. It gives me a sense of home. Regulus Black appeared on the verge of flinging his arms wide in an exuberant display, almost unable to refrain from breaking into song. Azkaban. This is a place that must be recorded in the little station list. After traversing the lengthy paths within the castle, Regulus Black finally spotted his elder brother in a small cell. "Oh, my foolish brother, I have come to see you. Did you expect this? You shall not witness the birth of a child in Furious 033. The atmosphere of Azkaban is dim, cold, and filled with despair. For the few Aurors stationed here, this assignment is merely temporary, typically lasting no more than a month. Once an Auror has set foot in this place, they would rather charge into danger than return. Yet the orders of rotation are inescapable." A loud shout, uncertain whether it stemmed from anger or joy, Sirius Black lunged towards the small window of the cell door. Long-term confinement had left his mind somewhat muddled. His expression twisted as he repeatedly scrutinized Regulus Black, seemingly trying to confirm something. "You cannot be Regulus. You cannot possibly look so youthful. What does the Ministry of Magic intend to gain by sending someone who resembles my brother in his youth?" Sirius Black believed this to be a conspiracy by the Ministry, employing a look-alike to extract something from him. "What value do you possess? Your life? You have languished in Azkaban for 11 years. Your family? The family has perished. 5 years ago, Mrs. Black, your mother, passed away. The family fortune? Much of it has been confiscated due to your capture as a Death Eater by the Ministry. Family honor? You have never considered your family's feelings. In contrast, those friends of yours seem to be your true family. By the way, your friends? As a secret keeper, you relinquish that responsibility, allowing a foul rat to slip through, and both parties are your friends." Regulus Black elegantly articulated Sirius's transgressions, ruthlessly exposing the scars of his older brother. This drove Sirius within the cell to frantically pound on the cell door, his cries revealing a blend of anguish and regret. "If I could enter this cell, I would teach you a severe lesson, break your dog legs, pry out your dog teeth, and subject you to an ancient form of punishment." At this moment, Regulus Black was equally consumed with rage, viewing his brother, who voluntarily imprisoned himself in Azkaban out of guilt, as nothing more than a foolish dog, reminiscent of his animagus form. What of your relationship with Dumbledore? Why not leverage it? What of your identity in the Order of the Phoenix? Why not declare it? Foolishness. How do you know? After venting his frustrations, Sirius finally settled into a despondent calm. "What do you mean? Is it your identity in the Order of the Phoenix? Your role as Secret Keeper? Your animagus form? Your friend's animagus forms?" Although Regulus Black had already employed a silencing charm, he still spoke softly. "Would you believe it if I said it was merely a guess?" Regulus Black looked at his brother with a mocking smile. Was it necessary to unveil the truth? What difference would it make? With wand drawn, Regulus Black pointed it at Sirius. "This is grandfather's wand. I never imagined you would wield it to take my life. Is this a sentence passed by our family upon me?" Sirius recognized the wand commonly used by Regulus Black, yet his thoughts drifted elsewhere. "Execute you? Huh. Is it necessary for me to involve myself? Clean slate." Long before Regulus Black drew his wand, the Aurors in the distance had already prepared to act, only to be halted by Judy Fox, who accompanied him. At that moment, Regulus Black's magic swept through the entire cell, cleansing it alongside Sirius. "Even if you seek death, at least do so with dignity. Being filthy would bring shame upon the Black family." Regulus Black cast a disdainful glance at Sirius, simultaneously releasing a silent spell within the cell, retracting his wand. "Mind your composure. You must always remember that you are a member of a pure-blood family. I shall send you the daily prophet from the past years, so you may catch up on the news you have missed, an entire 11 years' worth. You will have much to ponder. Until I manage to extract you, remain at ease." After leaving Sirius's cell, Regulus Black entrusted the Auror on duty to deliver the newspapers to Sirius. Once Sirius peruses the 11 years of news, he will undoubtedly realize that the Order of the Phoenix has forgotten him, and Dumbledore never attempted to rescue him, even if he cannot fathom it. I shall remind him in due time. What a foolish big dog he is. What seems to be the commotion? Yet you appear to have some fondness for Sirius. Judy Fox accompanied him toward another cell, curious about Regulus Black's attitude towards his brother. Although he feigned cold mockery, it was evident that his request to deliver newspapers to Sirius demonstrated his concern. "Just a fool. If you were not my kin, I wouldn't care if he perished. The foolish dog has been seen. It is time to meet another." The disheveled Bellatrix Lestrange became exceedingly animated upon the appearance of someone at the cell door. Exhibiting the demeanor of a lunatic observing a physician, she gazed at Regulus Black with a manic smile, allowing him to reach through the bars to caress her face. Perhaps for a witch long deprived of joy by Dementors, this was a rare warmth, and she paid no heed to a few strands of hair being pulled out. "Take me away from here. No matter who you are, take me away from here. I would do anything for you." Bellatrix Lestrange, akin to those enslaved and conditioned for prolonged periods, sought only to escape her current environment. In pursuit of this desire, her morals and sense of shame had vanished without a trace. It is no wonder that after Voldemort rescued them, Bellatrix Lestrange behaved like a lovesick fool, revering Voldemort with adoration while completely disregarding her husband. The Black family faces extinction due to their missteps. Henceforth, they cannot afford to err again. So, can you make the final contribution for the Black family? Regulus Black pondered that rather than allowing his sister to perpetuate her villainy, it would be better to end this legacy of evil now. As a time traveler, Regulus Black, who traverses back to the origin, bears not merely the gift of a unique system, but also a profound transformation of thought born from repeated journeys through time. Much like the creation of those small protective charms, innovative ideas give rise to new spells and magical artifacts. Drawing from his understanding of curses, Regulus Black devises a novel curse that incorporates the contemporary expression, "Whoever is stared at will become pregnant." This curse is known as the conception curse. You shall not witness the birth of your child. Through the meal slot of the prison door, Regulus lightly taps Bellatrix Lestrange's abdomen with his finger, casting a most malevolent curse, inscribing a small magical circle centered around her navel. Over time, this circle will gradually expand and dissipate, marking the day of the child's birth. What will be the outcome of my final contribution to the family? A surge of potent magic courses through him, and Bellatrix Lestrange, filled with a sense of panic, yearns for answers. There is no need for a union of man and woman. As a woman, you can conceive a child on your own, yet the offspring shall only be female, and you will inevitably perish during childbirth. Regulus Black succinctly articulates the effects of the curse. Having been imprisoned for over a decade, Bellatrix Lestrange harbors no fear of death. Yet the thought of not witnessing the birth of her child indeed renders the curse exceptionally vile. So my brother has become such a formidable wizard. The Black family shall surely thrive under your stewardship. Bellatrix reaches through the bars to caress Regulus's face. Ruthless, not even sparing kin, yet possessing the talent to wield such a new spell. Salutations to you, master of the house. Bellatrix Lestrange is immensely satisfied with her brother. Such assertive actions and mastery of dark magic undeniably affirm Regulus Black's qualification as the contemporary head of the family. Deep within her soul, Bellatrix reveres such power. The new resident of the Black Lake Temple, the Inferi 034. Bellatrix has always idolized the strong, since childhood. Despite her husband sharing a similar lineage from an ancient pure-blood family that prides itself on dark magic, his meager abilities barely match her own. Following their marriage, they remain childless. It is said that without toil, there is no harvest, yet the thought of her husband being inferior to her instinctively provokes Bellatrix to refuse. Her future child must surpass her, indeed, even eclipse the father. This is also the reason she wholeheartedly devoted herself to following Voldemort after he saved her, committing numerous nefarious acts. Now, however, that need has dissipated. Regulus Black's wicked curse has severed this cycle of malevolence, yielding a positive outcome through illicit means. I shall visit you each month, and when the child is born, I will bring her back to the Black family. You will have ample time to name the child. Regulus Black initially intended to offer her a mere consolation, yet his words seemed to have an unexpectedly profound effect. To his astonishment, Bellatrix Lestrange began to contemplate names for her child, picking up shards of stone to etch upon the wall. The dazed sister, having shifted her focus, completely disregarded her brother's presence. Realizing the situation, Regulus understood it was time for him to take his leave, though he still had unfinished business. A thorough cleansing was in order. Having successfully encountered 2 members of the Black family, he found the affairs of the other Death Eaters irrelevant to himself. The Ministry of Magic would certainly not permit him to engage with them at will, and Regulus Black was not one to seek unnecessary trouble. However, Regulus harbored his own ulterior motives for visiting Azkaban. Beyond the tormented Aurors, the only other inhabitants were the infamous Dementors. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll? Regulus inquired of his companion, Judy Fox. This question stemmed from both respect and the recognition of her Auror status. Fudge had mandated that an Auror accompany him on this excursion, and straying from their watch would be a breach of protocol. Even though Judy Fox shared a profound bond with him, her presence ensured that he remained aware of Azkaban's taboos. As Regulus's soulmate, Judy was determined not to dampen her partner's spirits. She signaled to the other Aurors that her company sufficed, and together they meandered through Azkaban. Before long, they found themselves atop the highest tower, where the surrounding scenery was utterly dismal. The sky perpetually shrouded in gloom, swarmed by countless Dementors, while the sea below was fraught with turbulent waves and treacherous reefs. In terms of geomancy, this place was indeed a realm of malevolence, suffused with ill intent from every direction. This is the spot, Regulus declared, drawing his wand and pointing it at the ground. whereupon he inscribed a pattern of a cross within circle. An emblem depicting a Dementor now adorned the little station list, inscribed below with the name Azkaban. Judy Fox paid no heed to Regulus's actions. She had long since cast aside her identity as an Auror in his presence, finding profound contentment simply in being by his side. After completing his task, Regulus showed no inclination to depart. He pulled Judy Fox close, kissing her deeply, as if they were ensconced in a secret rendezvous. The joy radiating from their love was immense, a veritable feast for the Dementors. In an instant, the sky was filled with Dementors, rushing towards them, disregarding any agreements with the Ministry of Magic. They resembled famished spirits from the underworld, eager for a sumptuous meal. The sheer density of the Dementors was reminiscent of a crowded commute, yet the two at the center remained unfazed. A dark flash enveloped the two individuals, causing the Dementors that had charged towards them to vanish without a trace. The Dementors at the forefront, upon witnessing this phenomenon, attempted to flee but were propelled forward by those behind them, akin to the relentless waves of the Yangtze River crashing upon shore. At that moment, the amulet nestled within Regulus Black's belt, the Black Lake Temple of Soul Potion, shimmered brilliantly. Each time the dark light flickered, it signified the arrival of a new batch of Dementors. Within the confines of the Black Lake Temple of Soul Potion, apart from the shadowy corpses submerged beneath the water surface, the surroundings formed a sealed cavern, with ample space on the water surface to accommodate the Dementors. By the time the entire horde of Dementors realized the predicament, it was already too late. 10 had perished, and with a collective gasp, the remaining Dementors dared not linger any longer and hastily fled from the tower's summit. What should I tell the Ministry of Magic about this? Judy Fox, startled by the chilling aura emitted by the Dementors, regained her composure. However, before she could fully grasp the situation, she noticed that a significant number of Dementors had disappeared. All those that had attacked them were gone. Judy Fox believed that had the Dementors been any more foolish, this magical species would have been entirely eradicated from existence, erased from the annals of wizarding history. This inquiry stemmed from her male companion's actions, for, typically, Judy Fox would not have posed such a question. Simply speak the truth. For everything else, just claim ignorance. Regulus Black tenderly took his companion's arm as they departed from the tower's apex, whispering soothing reassurances along the way. What would the Ministry of Magic do? Naturally, an investigation into Regulus Black was inevitable. The disappearance of such a multitude of Dementors was no trivial matter. The Ministry had always regarded Dementors as private property, so valuable as guardians and weapons that the loss of even a single one was considered a significant blow. They had never contemplated the possibility of these entities spiraling out of control. However, those concerns were for another time. At that moment, Regulus Black merely needed to assert that it was a defensive spell, effective solely against Dementors, and that he had not sought to provoke these formidable beings. Yet, behind the scenes, he could discreetly inform the pure blood families that this was an act of retribution against the Dementors, and although he could not liberate the imprisoned, what harm was there in retaliating against the Dementors that had long fed on the joy of the guilty? Was there truly any fault in that? If there was, it lay squarely with the Ministry for failing to control the Dementors. Sharing these thoughts with Judy Fox, Regulus Black was confident that his soul companion would aid in his cause. Securing additional support from the pure blood families appeared to be within reach. Upon assessing the number of Dementors, he discovered it exceeded the total of the shadowy corpses by nearly threefold. As the Dementors began to acclimate to their new environment, the Black Lake Temple of Soul Potion, Slytherin's Trinket Box, false, retaining items in one's inventory yielded numerous additional benefits. Shadowy Guardian 791777. Dementors 19791979. Potion Skill 7. Potion Brewing Time 7. Potion Success Rate 7. Each time the soul potion was exhausted, a restoration of 77 soul damage could be achieved. Every time the soul potion is exhausted, there is a 7% chance of acquiring additional gold coins. Likewise, there exists a 7% chance of obtaining extra magical items. Observing the automatically added attributes, Regulus Black recognized that his crafted talisman still had room for enhancement. He contemplated the notion of gradually experimenting with the addition of attributes to discern patterns, understanding that this endeavor required patience. However, with thoughts of future undertakings occupying his mind, Regulus Black was intent on capturing a boggart, a magical creature that manifests by absorbing fear. It is worth noting that boggarts are the antithesis of Dementors. The former draws strength from fear, while the latter feeds on joy. Though inherently weak, boggarts can gain a semblance of power through their manifested forms, meaning that the greater the fear they evoke, the more formidable they become. This presents a seemingly insurmountable adversary. Yet, a simple act of humor can transform a boggart into a mere jest. Consequently, boggarts have become invaluable allies for wizards seeking to bolster their courage. And nearly every student of the magical creatures has captured one for practice. However, for several months, Regulus Black had been unable to capture one at Hogwarts. How did Lupin manage it years later? In the room of requirement, a cauldron of potion had been simmering for over 2 weeks, capable of allowing one to assume another's appearance. During a recent excursion to Azkaban, Regulus successfully acquired the hair of Bellatrix Lestrange and was now preparing to visit Gringotts' wizarding bank, having already sent Creature to retrieve the key to the vault. This task had consumed considerable time for Creature, who nearly harmed himself upon returning the key. Creature, cease your foolish behavior, Regulus commanded from the old residence at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Creature believed that spending over 3 months to find the key was a grave dereliction of duty, potentially delaying his master's affairs, and thus felt the need to punish himself severely. Consequently, Regulus was compelled to order him to stop this self-inflicted torment. Master, Creature is useless. The Lestrange household is protected by enchantments, and it took Creature considerable effort to find a way in, he lamented, adopting a submissive demeanor as he recounted the entire process of locating the key. Creature, I require you to find a small object. Are you familiar with boggarts? Acquire one for me before Christmas. I trust you won't hesitate simply because it might take the form of me. Regulus was acutely aware of the behavioral patterns of house elves. Without tasks to occupy them, they tend to spiral into anxious thoughts, fearing abandonment by their masters. Therefore, it was often better to preemptively punish themselves, believing that their master might pardon them due to their state of distress. Regulus understood that Creature's current source of fear was himself. Yes, master, I shall go at once. Boggarts enjoy hiding in cupboards or beneath beds, emerging to frighten children. Creature was delighted to have another task, feeling reassured that his master would not abandon him, at least not for the time being. As the Christmas season approaches, with less than a week remaining, it is believed that Creature's capabilities will enable him to locate boggart. House elves, as inherently subservient magical beings, are regarded by Regulus Black as the product of some wizard's design, indicating that this extensive race of servants was conjured by a wizard intent on creating a workforce. Within the realm of wizardry depicted in the Harry Potter series, it is customary for wizards to refrain from cooking, as the flora and fauna of the natural world harbor an abundance of potion ingredients. Even though the culinary components may seem trivial for potion making, wizards can conjure unexpected results from their cauldrons, and should one wish to experiment, the emergence of magical creatures like house elves is hardly astonishing. With the advent of house elves, the culinary skills of wizards have regressed to a primitive state, with only a handful of wizarding families, such as the Weasleys, who lack house elves, still engaging in the art of cooking, demonstrating that individuals often need to challenge themselves to reveal their true worth. Having prepared the polyjuice potion to bring back to the ancestral home, Regulus Black is ready to transform. Today, Gringotts' wizarding bank has welcomed a distinguished witch. Clad in Gothic attire, Bellatrix Lestrange arrives with keys to access her private vault, subsequently extracting all her treasures without leaving a single coin behind. Witnessing the entire affair, the Auror, after receiving the news, expressed firm belief that the witch was indeed Bellatrix Lestrange, for all vaults are secured by goblin-crafted anti-theft charms. Any intruder attempting to touch the treasures would trigger the charm, causing the items to continuously split, thereby concealing the true valuables. The Auror confirmed that Bellatrix Lestrange remains imprisoned in Azkaban and has undergone magical verification, unequivocally confirming her identity. However, during this examination, it was discovered that Bellatrix is pregnant, prompting inquiries into the identity of the child's father, with male Aurors currently under stringent scrutiny. Regulus Black suggested that as long as one does not directly touch those items, but instead collects them into one's own protective charm, upon leaving the confines of Gringotts, the anti-theft enchantment would lose its efficacy, allowing for the retrieval of all treasures. The Daily Prophet reported on a significant theft at Gringotts, while the bank sought to evade responsibility. In another article, it detailed an incident of embezzlement at Azkaban, where Aurors allowed a witch to become pregnant. Following 2 consecutive days of sensational headlines, the Daily Prophet faced a sellout, as such news is rare in the wizarding community, prompting discussions within the Ministry of Magic regarding the human rights of a pregnant, imprisoned witch. Mrs. Malfoy visited her sister and subsequently insisted on medical release, only to be unjustly denied by the ministry. Fudge has been overwhelmed with headaches, as various issues disrupt the order of the ministry. In the matter of Regulus Black's inquiry concerning the Dementors, he reluctantly accepted his explanations. This incident was merely a serendipity. The Dementors collided with the protective enchantment and were utterly vanquished. However, Regulus Black steadfastly refused to divulge the specifics of the incantation, which would become a perpetual secret legacy of the Black family. The spell capable of warding off Dementors was not merely the well-known Patronus charm. This revelation further elevated the status of the Black family in the eyes of other pureblood families. Regulus Black was acutely aware that should they learn more, he might unwittingly tread the same perilous path as Voldemort. Such notoriety was not what Regulus Black desired. Let the soon-to-be resurrected Dark Lord be the one to attract attention. Regulus had already acquired several Horcruxes: the diadem of Ravenclaw, the locket of Slytherin, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, and the cup of Hufflepuff, leaving only Tom Riddle's diary and Voldemort's pet Nagini yet to be obtained. Furthermore, Regulus had devised an effective method for handling Horcruxes, extracting the soul fragments within and merging them into a small talisman, the Voldemort Soul Fragment Gem, while retaining the innate magical power and enchantments of the original Horcrux for the user's strength. The fragments from the diadem and locket had already been fused to create the Crimson Nightmare Soul Gem, which was embedded into the nightmare. Now that the cup was also in his possession, combined with the Gaunt family's ring, it had formed the Golden Memory Soul Gem. Regulus Black was preparing to find a suitable place to utilize it, for treasures are valued not by their names, but by their inherent functions. Thus, Regulus Black awaited the arrival of Christmas. Hogwarts was alive with laughter as students frolicked in the snow, unperturbed by the chill. Hagrid, having received a dragon egg, devoted himself entirely to hatching it and learning the intricacies of raising dragons. The rumors regarding Hagrid's supposed consumption of a unicorn had subsided, much to the discontent of Peeves. Hermione had acclimated to life in Ravenclaw. After her experiences with the Time Turner, she felt increasingly out of place among the other students from the three other houses, a contributing factor to Ravenclaw's camaraderie. As Christmas approached, Hermione, pulling her suitcase, passed through the hall and chanced upon her house's head, Professor Flitwick, adorning the Christmas tree. Nearby, Ron and Harry Potter were engaged in a game of wizard chess, where the pieces were remarkably barbaric, insisting on shattering the captured pieces. How uncouth. Hermione held a strong aversion to such games. It was wizard chess. If one was displeased, they ought not to partake. Ron harbored no kind sentiments towards Hermione, deeming her a traitor. Even though she was in Ravenclaw rather than Slytherin, her actions were still regarded as treachery, and Gryffindor sought to distance itself from her. I trust you have located the information concerning Nicholas Flamel. How amusing it is. We have searched endlessly, yet remain empty-handed. Surely, you have not explored the restricted section. Merry Christmas. Employing the wisdom of Ravenclaw, Hermione devised a cunning trap for the two boys before discreetly departing the scene. The enigmatic master, Nicholas Flamel, known for his profound secrets, resided within the confines of the restricted section, a realm accessible solely to professors, housing an array of extraordinary tomes on magic. The boys, intrigued by Flamel's name, had long aspired to penetrate this mysterious domain, convinced it held the answers they sought, yet opportunities had eluded them. Their countless visits to the library were not solely for academic pursuits, but rather a quest for access to the restricted section, which remained frustratingly out of reach. Now Hermione, the embodiment of scholarly diligence, had suggested they venture into the restricted section, further solidifying their resolve. On the Hogwarts Express, she found herself in a compartment with Regulus Black, accompanied by Zhang Xiao and two other Ravenclaw girls, Marietta Edgecombe and Penelope Clearwater. Although Regulus was not obliged to travel back to his ancestral home by train, a chance encounter with Hermione at the headmaster's office prompted a conversation. Grateful for his assistance in transferring her house, Hermione reflected on her purpose at Hogwarts: to learn, not to embark on perilous adventures. Remaining in Gryffindor would either entail being dragged down by Harry Potter or facing isolation from her peers. As the Ravenclaw sisters often remarked, the majority in Gryffindor were reckless lions devoid of intellect. The Ravenclaw sisters had certainly played their part in this narrative. In summary, while Gryffindor was synonymous with folly and Slytherin with blame, Ravenclaw could merely observe with grace, forging alliances with Hufflepuff to indulge in their culinary offerings. Speaking of Hufflepuff, it was surprising to discover their possession of a private kitchen. Although not every Hufflepuff was a master chef, their skills often rivaled those of house elves. Mr. Black, I have already alerted Harry Potter and his companions. Yet I suspect that entering the restricted section is not as straightforward as it seems. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, whether from anxiety or shyness unclear. Following Regulus's advice, she had taken the unusual step of prompting the two boys to seek information in the restricted section, an action she would have never considered before, had it not been for Regulus Black's request. Despite the subtle enchantment cast upon the time turner, which would likely go unnoticed unless deliberately investigated, the cumulative effects of prolonged were began to take hold. Hermione found herself hopelessly ensnared in the throes of infatuation. Had she not been so young, she might have boldly pursued a relationship with the charming teaching assistant. It must be noted that children in the West tend to mature rather rapidly. Little did Regulus know that while Hermione wore the enchanted time turner, the intoxicating atmosphere of Ravenclaw had ensnared other girls, leading them to engage in carefree escapades. Hermione's esteemed sister, Zhang Xiao, along with her dear friend Marietta Edgecombe, and Marietta's sister Penelope Clearwater, form a tangled web of ambiguous relationships that spread like an insidious virus. Marietta, a close companion of Zhang Xiao and the daughter of Mrs. Edgecombe from the Department of Magical Transportation's Flow Network Authority, possesses a mane of reddish-golden curls. Future events would see Zhang Xiao compelling her to attend a Dumbledore's army meeting, even signing her name on roster. Ultimately, however, she betrayed them to Umbridge, resulting in an indelible mark of treachery etched upon her face. Yet, all of this lay in the realm of the future and should not serve as a basis for judgment. Penelope Clearwater, the head girl of Ravenclaw, is both wise and beautiful, adorned with long, flowing chestnut curls. Interestingly, her character was absent from the cinematic adaptations, yet she remains a figure of undeniable beauty, recognized by Regulus Black upon their first encounter. Contemplating all of this transpired in an instant. Accessing the restricted section is indeed a formidable challenge, and many magical tomes are ill-suited for students such as themselves. In truth, it harbors none of the information they seek. Regulus Black smiled faintly, akin to a cunning fox who had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. The message conveyed by Hermione was, in fact, a trap. However, he too had scoured the library, finding no mention of Nicholas Flamel. If such a name eludes even the restricted section, where else could one search? Hermione was momentarily taken aback, pondering why she, a notably exceptional student, was unaware of a name even Hagrid, the gentle giant, recognized. Nicholas Flamel, a master of alchemy, renowned for his creation of the Philosopher's Stone, was still alive, having surpassed 6 centuries of existence. Regulus broke a piece of chocolate, distributing it among the girls, and retrieved a card from the box. It bore the name of Albus Dumbledore, a recipient of the Order of Merlin, and a friend of Nicholas Flamel, who had explored 20 applications of dragon's blood. Although the card merely mentioned Flamel's name, it sufficed for Hermione. The revelation that Dumbledore was Flamel's friend implied that the treasure safeguarded within the Chamber of Secrets must indeed be the Philosopher's Stone. Enlightened, Hermione felt an urge to leap and proclaim her discovery, yet Regulus restrained her in her seat. Calm yourself, Hermione. I comprehend your thoughts, but one must not assess matters from a singular perspective. If you possess sufficient intelligence, consider what may transpire next. Regulus's words struck Hermione like a revelation, dousing her fervor. Should Harry and Ron become aware of this information, they would likely deduce the nature of the treasure. Fearing that Snape intended to steal it, they might hasten to pilfer the treasure themselves. Hermione's voice escalated in pitch as she was astonished by her own conjecture. It was truly absurd. Did not the Gryffindor lion understand that regardless of the treasure's nature, it was far safer in Dumbledore's custody than in the hands of 2 students? Upon reflection, had I not departed from Gryffindor, I might have impulsively rushed to assist. What a foolish misstep it would have been. Now, from the vantage point of an observer, Hermione finds it exceedingly difficult to remain composed. It appears that you have grasped quite a few matters. However, it would be prudent to consider the issue from a different perspective, perhaps from Dumbledore's angle. Regulus Black continues to enlighten Hermione. She is an exceptionally intelligent and beautiful girl, and it would be unwise for her to become merely a tool for Dumbledore, as depicted in the original narrative. It is far more suitable for her to be cultivated into a calm, peripheral observer. From Dumbledore's perspective, regardless of the treasures at stake, he should have been aware of Harry and Ron's prior explorations, as a headmaster ought to be. Hagrid would have certainly reported his inadvertent revelations. Yet Dumbledore's current silence speaks volumes. Hermione now assumes the role of a bespectacled young detective, for there is but one truth. Either Dumbledore intended for Harry Potter to acquire the treasure, or he possesses an unwavering confidence in its security. Yet this still raises questions. If others, like Professor Snape, were to covet this treasure, though I am aware it cannot be Snape, would it not be at risk of being stolen? The notion that there is but one truth appears to be unraveling, leaving Hermione in a state of confusion. Perhaps you might ponder the scenario wherein Harry Potter prevents the treasure from being pilfered. The design of this quest was initially crafted to hone Harry's skills and bolster his popularity. Thus, it is inevitable that Harry will confront the challenges ahead, just as Voldemort, who desires the Philosopher's Stone, will also seek to navigate them. When these two forces collide, Dumbledore's only reliance is that Voldemort cannot kill Harry Potter the first time, nor the second. This is tantamount to gambling with Harry's life. Hermione is infuriated. Having pieced together the connections, she feels akin to an agitated cat, yearning to pounce upon Dumbledore in indignation. So, will you lend them your assistance? Just this once. The lineage of the Peverell family. On the Hogwarts Express, Regulus Black and Hermione reached an accord to offer their help during Harry Potter's trials, stemming solely from their former camaraderie as classmates. The three other young eagles who accompanied Hermione into the carriage were utterly bewildered, while they surmised some underlying meaning from the assistant's subtle dialogue with Hermione. There remained much that was unclear. This cryptic nature proved torturous for the truth-seeking Ravenclaws, leaving them determined to find an opportunity to interrogate Hermione. Marietta Edgecombe and Penelope Clearwater exchanged knowing glances, as if they had reached a tacit understanding. They realized that the assistant, with each passing moment, appeared increasingly charming, compounded by their frequent visits to Hermione's room. Under the influence of Regulus Black's enchantment, both had developed a profound fondness for each other. It was evident that rivals abounded. What to do? Public disputes are certainly not the preferred choice of Ravenclaw. Thus, the only alternative left is to communicate privately through letters to ensure fair competition. The moment the two girls exchanged glances, they understood each other's intentions and tacitly accepted the situation. Regulus Black, though unaware of the girls' schemes, could at least surmise some of their thoughts, especially when he caught sight of Zhang Qiu gazing at him with eyes full of unspoken emotions. If he were oblivious to such signals, one could only conclude he deserved to remain single. Although Regulus currently had a girlfriend who was an Auror, their relationship remained unformalized, even among the married elite. Sustaining long-term romantic liaisons was common. Reflecting on his past life, where Regulus had died alone, filled him with a profound sense of melancholy. During the hours spent traveling, Regulus Black engaged in delightful conversation with the four girls, yet even the longest journeys must come to an end. Approaching noon, the Hogwarts Express arrived at King's Cross Station. Ladies, the train has arrived. Please collect your belongings and head home for the holidays. Should you have any academic inquiries, feel free to reach out to me via letter. If I haven't overslept, I shall respond promptly. Regulus Black disembarked first, mindful of his status. If the girls' families were to catch sight of him, they might discern something unusual in their demeanor. Once he left, the four girls finally quieted, and the train compartment was suffused with the essence of spring. Prolonged close contact was indeed difficult to manage. No wonder Mr. Black often wore a cold expression. His warmth was utterly captivating. Marietta Edgecombe touched her flushed cheeks, recalling how she had unwittingly sent signals to the teaching assistant, only to have him deftly sidestep the topic. Indeed, it was nearly irresistible. The allure grew richer the darker it seemed. Penelope Clearwater, the most mature among them, had initially wondered if Regulus Black employed some sort of charm, but even now, with him gone, the draw toward him lingered, and she realized she was undoubtedly in love. Mr. Black had expressed his admiration for Eastern culture, even claiming some proficiency in writing Chinese characters, and he spoke fondly of the subtlety of Eastern women. His recent compliments and acknowledgement of Eastern culture had planted a seed in Zhang Qiu's heart. She began to ponder whether she ought to reassess her identity from a British perspective and consider making changes to be more readily accepted. Hermione, fully aware of her companion's sentiments, chose not to disrupt their reveries. She quickly organized her belongings and prepared to disembark, eager to write to Mr. Black upon returning home. Wait, don't run off. Hermione's call reminded the others, and the four girls departed the train amidst laughter and chatter. Upon disembarking from the train, Regulus Black deftly operated back to the old residence at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Creature, I trust you will not disappoint me. Time is of the essence. Regulus hung up his coat and cast a cold gaze upon the excited house elf before him. Esteemed master, Creature has done his utmost to locate the Boggets, as you commanded. But alas, only a few were found. Creature bowed his head, appearing thoroughly ashamed. Oh, just a few? It seems you have performed adequately. Take me to see them. Regulus was taken aback by the fact that Creature had managed to capture several, realizing that he had failed to specify a quantity initially. In the dining room on the first floor, 13 boxes of various sizes were arranged on the table, each occasionally vibrating and emitting a haunting, tearing sound, reminiscent of a cat trapped within. Regulus drew his wand, and with a flick, the magical feedback confirmed the presence of 13 boggets within. This exceeded his expectations. Yet as a wondrous creature, it posed no detriment to keep them. He retrieved one of the music box-like containers and placed it into his storage space, subsequently opening it to extract a bogget, while also retrieving a Dementor from the Blacklight Temple. The Belt of the Titans of Herodom inherently possessed the attributes of the Herodom box, along with modification properties, thus ensuring that such alchemical processes were safest when conducted within the storage space. The black, corpse-like Dementor was forcibly fused with a completely transparent bogget, ultimately forming a nebulous gray substance that seemed both illusory and dreamlike. At that moment, Regulus infused the mixture with the golden memory soul gem. The advantage of crafting alchemical items within the storage space was that the embedded gem properties could be removed whenever needed. Now all was in readiness, awaiting the hatching of the dragon egg by Hagrid. Regulus had undertaken numerous tasks, luring Dementors from Azkaban, instructing Creature to capture boggets, and embedding the Voldemort soul fragment gem into the fusion of the two magical creatures. Yet, these were merely preparatory steps. The true objective remained the dragon egg. And not just any egg, but Hagrid's dragon egg. There was no reason needed. It was simply because it was a crucial prop within the cinematic narrative, an integral part of the world's fortune. This was akin to a time traveler collecting a harem, inevitably seeking out renowned women rather than wandering off to find other beauties in that world, as that would hold no significance. While there were many dragon eggs, Regulus had long since inquired about their availability. Though trading dragon eggs contravened the Ministry of Magic's laws in the realm of wizardry, the necessity for such magical materials rendered a slight transgression inconsequential. However, as a traveler of worlds, Regulus Black desired that specific dragon egg and intended to acquire it before it hatched. Otherwise, all previous endeavors would be rendered meaningless. Creature, I must return to Hogwarts, while you take care of matters at home. Additionally, there is another task I must entrust to you. Upon returning home, Regulus Black simply sat for a moment. After successfully merging the Dementor and the Bogget and embedding the Soul Stone, he prepared to head back to school, where numerous matters required his personal attention. Harry Potter was also due to receive his father's legacy. The invisibility cloak, belonging to one of the three brothers of the ancient Peverell family, is a remarkable artifact. According to legends and the accounts in the tale of the three brothers, he was the youngest of the trio and the original owner of one of Death's Hallows. He was the wisest and most benevolent of the brothers, living joyfully after receiving the cloak from Death, who could never find him until he grew old and chose to remove the cloak, bequeathing it to his son before joyfully meeting Death. The invisibility cloak has been passed down through the generations of Ignotus's descendants. Based on Harry's deductions, he himself is a descendant of Ignotus, a conclusion further supported when he encountered Ignotus' gravestone in Godric's Hollow. Both Voldemort and Harry Potter share the ancient bloodline of the Peverell family, a rather ironic twist of fate. To Miss Marietta Edgecombe, greetings. I hope this letter finds you well. I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation on the train today. Upon learning that your mother is Madame Edgecombe, who works in the Magical Transportation Department, I must admit, many of my peers envy your esteemed lineage. I wonder if I might have the fortune of being introduced to your family, as I believe it would greatly aid my social standing within the Ministry of Magic. However, upon reflection, this notion seems to exploit our budding friendship, which I would rather not taint with ulterior motives. Thus, I shall set aside the idea of introductions for now. Having penned those thoughts, I feel they may not be entirely fitting. Yet my intention is merely to foster a sincere friendship, and so I shall refrain from rewriting. I would, however, like to extend an invitation to you and your family to visit the Black family estate, where my house elf can prepare a delightful steak. Lastly, may you have a joyous Christmas. As a token of our friendship, I shall send you a gift alongside this letter. Yours sincerely, Regulus Black. At that moment, Regulus Black's snowy owl was feasting on the sausages on its plate, having delivered the letter and gift. Yet the recipient had not opened the window to allow the owl to depart. Perhaps a reply was anticipated. The gift Regulus Black presented to Marietta Edgecombe was a lipstick, a renowned luxury item in the Muggle world. Should Marietta's family have any awareness of the Muggle realm, she would surely accept it and comprehend its worth. Upon receiving the lipstick, Marietta Edgecombe was indeed thrilled for quite some time. After all, her background afforded her some insight into Muggle products, and she herself is quite interested in topics of women as fashion. Upon receiving the lipstick, Marietta Eichmo could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed to the mirror to try it on. She also needed to consider the accompanying makeup, hairstyle, jewelry, and attire. However, the hue of the lipstick was truly exquisite, perfectly complementing her golden red locks. I must first respond to Mr. Black. licking her shimmering golden-red lips. Marietta donned her delicate nightgown and leaned over the table to begin her letter. Dear Miss Penelope Clearwater, it is as though I am meeting you in person through this letter. I greatly enjoyed our conversation on the train today and could discern your intelligence and beauty. From your surname, it is evident that you do not hail from a pure-blood wizarding family, which, I sensed in your speech, has instilled a hint of insecurity within you. This pains me immensely. A brilliant and beautiful student like you should not feel diminished by her lineage. Such antiquated notions are to blame, and I wish for someone as astute as you to disregard such concerns. When you eventually unite with another wizard, your children can indeed claim pure-blood status. You see, the concept of a pure-blood wizard is quite straightforward, merely requiring the passage of time to achieve. In comparison to the depths of knowledge, this notion is trivial. It is the vast ocean of wisdom that the Ravenclaw eagles soar within. Should you encounter any academic challenges, please do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I am more than willing to share my humble knowledge to aid you. Allow me to share a little secret. Ravenclaw House is the most united within Hogwarts and holds considerable influence within the Ministry of Magic. Do not belittle yourself. When you emerge from Ravenclaw, you will discover a world of possibilities before you. Your previous worries will merely be a scenic view along the road, something to glance at and move past without lingering. When you are ready to open your home, I hope to be your first visitor. On this Christmas Day, I send you a gift most suited for a young lady, and I hope it brings you joy. Yours sincerely, Regulus Black. The gift Regulus Black sent to Penelope Clearwater was also a lipstick, a shade of reddish brown that harmonized beautifully with her curly brown hair. Penelope, born into a mixed blood family, was slightly taken aback by the price of the lipstick once she saw the brand on the packaging. Observing the snowy owl beside her, which had just finished its plate of bacon, yet showed no sign of leaving, Penelope quickly retrieved paper and pen to pen her reply. After sending 2 letters, Regulus Black's snowy owl, Raina, was beginning to feel fatigued and somewhat stuffed. Each household they visited had offered fine food and drink, and to refuse would be impolite. Besides, the fare was quite delectable. Today's consumption had exceeded her limits. Yet as she watched Regulus Black approach with another letter in hand, Raina let out a discontented hoot. I'm exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. No, wait. I'm stuffed. Stuffed. I can't fly anymore. I can't fly anymore. Regulus Black gently caressed his messenger, soothing its agitation. Raina, this letter is for Zhang Qiu. I appreciate your efforts for one final run. There is no need for a reply this time, so do try not to overindulge. Raina, who was already in a fit of anger rolling on the table, found relief as her master gently massaged her belly, helping her digestion. She flipped over, stood up, and emitted a joyful chirp towards Regulus Black, grasping a letter in her beak before darting into the twilight. Upon returning home, Zhang Qiu joyfully celebrated Christmas with her family. Surrounded by a considerable pile of gifts in her room, most of which were sent by her classmates from Ravenclaw. After enjoying a splendid Christmas dinner, Zhang Qiu sat on her bed, eagerly unwrapping presents. A sudden tapping at the window caught her attention. Outside was a white snowy owl. As she took the letter, the owl soared away in a flash. The letter was penned in Chinese, and to her surprise, it was sent by Regulus Black, with his name even rendered in Chinese phonetics. Dear Miss Zhang Qiu, greetings to you. It is as if I am seeing you in person. I wish to extend my heartfelt Christmas wishes to you and your family after our delightful conversation on the train today. I have always held a keen interest in Eastern culture, which inspire me to self-study Chinese. Should there be any errors in my writing, please do not hesitate to point them out. If possible, I would dearly love to experience the atmosphere of the spring festival in an Eastern country, ideally accompanied by a beautiful and familiar friend as a guide, to delve deeper into the local culture and history. The adage in the company of 3, there must be a teacher for me, and reading thousands of books is not as enriching as traveling thousands of miles, are 2 maxims I hold in high regard. To have a confidant on the path of knowledge is indeed a significant blessing in life. If there are matters at school where you require assistance, feel free to approach me. While I'm not a professor, I do serve as a teaching assistant. P.S. I am aware that you are Hermione's sister, and the bond of friendship among Ravenclaw students transcends time. Thank you for your care towards Hermione. The differing cultural atmospheres between our 2 houses may greatly influence her. Please guide your sister toward the ocean of knowledge. Courage is not merely the roar of a lion atop a grassy hill, but can also be the wings of an eagle battling the storms. Yours sincerely, Regulus Black. Zhang Qiu read the letter multiple times, and her sensitive nature detected subtle nuances woven within the lines. Blushing, she returned the letter to its envelope, only to discover that something seemed to be inside. Shaking it gently, a simple silver ring tumbled out, and the envelope transformed into a mouth, beginning to speak. I present to you a magical artifact of my own creation. This ring, named EI, provides a modicum of defense and enhances your magical accuracy, along with a slight luminescence, though it serves little significant purpose. I thought it fitting as a Christmas gift for you. EI refers to a rune stone from the game Diablo, and when embedded in armor, it offers various effects depending on its placement. Specifically, it grants 50 accuracy, a 1-unit illumination range, 15 defense, and a brightness of 1. Regulus Black endeavored to create a ring that encapsulated all 4 attributes. In the realm of this wizarding world, the seemingly inconspicuous rune stones hold great value. After all, in a game governed by quantifiable metrics, if translated into reality, those figures would be utterly extravagant. It is known that in the later stages of Diablo, attribute values can easily soar into the hundreds of thousands. EI love. Zhang Qiu felt a surge of anxiety, yet her body instinctively adorned the ring upon her finger. The reclusive male, accustomed to the habits of a squirrel faction, was none other than Regulus Black, who had dispatched 3 letters, merely observing that they had all fallen under the influence of his enchantments, thus casting multiple lines. For a blossoming young maiden, mere verbal insinuations were sufficient to entwine her heart, especially since Regulus Black had subtly infused the stationery and gifts with faint spells. The fear illusion. This incantation induces a hallucination, causing the target to perceive terrifying realities and flee in terror. Designated mockery. This spell selects a target, making them the object of collective attack. These 2 curses belong to the necromancer's repertoire in Diablo, and after Regulus Black's research, he developed counterspells that stood in stark contrast. Consequently, the fear illusion transformed into a splendid fantasy, and designated mockery morphed into instant infatuation. The mere semantics of these counterspells reveal their intended effects. The splendid fantasy was employed on the stationery, while instant infatuation was applied to the gifts presented. Regulus Black harbored no trepidation regarding the discovery of these spells. Akin to the silent casting of system-imbued skills, these enchantments were equally elusive. Essentially, the magical curses of these system skills and those wielded by wizards belong to entirely different magical paradigms, despite yielding similar outcomes. Much like the vast chasm between a wizard's magic and that of a house elf. On Christmas Day, the number of students remaining at the school was minimal. Thus, regardless of grade or house, the students reveled in a state of holiday bliss, engaging in games or indulging in sleep and food throughout the day. Regulus Black rolled his eyes as he passed a plump lad dozing in the common room. This morning, he had accompanied Hermione and her friends on the train, retrieved the boggart from Creature at the ancestral home, and promptly returned to the school by noon. Aside from assisting Professor Flitwick in adorning the decorations for Christmas, he collaborated with Professor Snape to prepare potion ingredients for the students in the coming days. During this interval, he took the time to pen 3 letters, which were delivered to the 3 young ladies by Lena, remaining occupied until dinner. Today is Christmas. Everyone, please feel free to enjoy yourselves. Dumbledore was resplendent in his attire, his magical robe embroidered with runes and celestial motifs, resembling a magnificent Christmas tree. Lena swooped in through the window, alighting gracefully upon the back of Regulus Black's chair. Well done. Regulus Black offered his goblet to Lena, who peered curiously into the wine-filled cup, sampled a sip, then another, before erupting into a series of amusing hoots, her pupils dilating and constricting erratically. Regulus, I am uncertain whether owls are suited for imbibing spirits. Professor Flitwick kindly interjected, clearly noting that Rena's drunken antics had garnered considerable attention. It appeared that Rena was indeed inebriated. My initial intention of offering her a drink was merely to facilitate her relaxation. I must apologize, dear friends, but I must take my leave. Regulus Black lifted the flapping, yet flightless Rena, bidding farewell to several professors present. There could be no more fitting excuse for his departure. Had it been my Hedwig, I would never have permitted her to consume alcohol. Harry Potter, observing the scene below, was astonished that the assistant Professor Black had actually given his owl a drink. What a pity. I was just about to suggest that you let Hedwig give it a try. Ron sighed half-heartedly from the sidelines, appearing regretful as though he had missed a splendid performance. Instantly, he began to engage in playful scuffles with Harry, which quickly escalated into chaos across Gryffindor, with cakes and cream soaring across the dining table, threatening to spill over to the other 3 houses. To be honest, Dumbledore somewhat regretted his earlier remarks. Subsequently, all students involved in the fray found themselves docked 5 points from their house, as announced by Snape. However, none of this concerned Regulus Black, as there remained numerous matters awaiting his attention in the room of requirement. Since his resurrection, Events had unfolded in rapid succession, leaving Regulus feeling somewhat fatigued. Yet, as a time traveler, missing every opportunity within the narrative would be an irretrievable loss. The Black family needed restoration. Sirius had to be rescued. Voldemort's Horcruxes required gathering. And the Deathly Hallows ought to be collected as well, alongside various magical artifacts that had appeared throughout the story, such as the dragon egg held by Hagrid. Failing to secure these treasures would be a source of torment for a reclusive individual accustomed to the ways of the Squirrel clan. 4 Horcruxes had already been acquired: Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Hufflepuff's cup, leaving 3 of the 4 house relics in hand. Marvolo Gaunt's ring, featuring a black gemstone, was itself a combination of a Horcrux and a relic, with the dark gem serving as the resurrection stone. Regulus Black chose not to dismantle the gem, opting to preserve it intact. With these 4 Horcruxes, he had extracted the fragment of Voldemort's soul gem, along with the Red Nightmare and Golden Memory. Utilizing 2 fragments of the soul allowed for their amalgamation into a singular gem. Within Regulus Black's design, the capacity of the soul stone could be augmented by 7 with each integration of another soul. This proliferative aspect could be severed for alternate use. Thus, whenever Regulus ventured outside, he would remain vigilant towards passers-by, often those on the fringes of society, beggars, rogues, and addicts, whom he could easily identify with a simple recognition spell. Therefore, using their souls to enhance the soul gem's capacity weighed not on his conscience. More often than not, he did not need to wield his wand and cry out the killing curse. Indeed, one may be considered a villain. However, it is imperative that such matters remain undiscovered by the Ministry of Magic. In a world of 6 billion souls, the daily toll of lives lost to accidents and illnesses is unfathomable. The demise of a few marginalized individuals would hardly attract any attention. It is essential to clarify the aspect of the proliferation of the Voldemort's soul fragment gem, which differed from the original. The proliferated portion of the Crimson Nightmare soul gem is not blood red, but rather a delicate pink. Conversely, the proliferated portion of the Golden Memory soul gem is not golden yellow, but a bright yellow. Thus, when both of these soul gems possess sufficient proliferated segments, the Crimson Nightmare was embedded into the horn of the Nightmare Unicorn by Regulus Black, while the other, Golden Memory, was set within the hybrid of a Boggart and a Dementor for later use. Incorporating additional souls into the soul gems can facilitate their proliferation, and reaching a total of 7 portions could very well enable Voldemort's resurrection. To quantify, each addition of a soul yields a 7% increase in proliferation. Thus, one could potentially add the souls of up to 10 individuals, reaching the critical limit of 98, with Voldemort's own 2 soul fragments equating to 4 portions. Reflecting on this, it indeed underscores the challenge Voldemort faced in achieving resurrection after the demise of Harry Potter's parents, for at that juncture, only 2 of his souls were adrift, with the remaining 7 having been transformed into Horcruxes. Aside from the aforementioned 4 Horcruxes, others include Tom Riddle's diary, Voldemort's beloved Nagini, and Harry Potter himself. The diary could be directly requested from his cousin Narcissa Malfoy, or, waiting until the narrative reaches the 2nd installment, it may be delivered to Ginny by the Malfoys themselves. However, were one to outright request it, who knows what extravagant demands Mr. Malfoy might propose. It will be prudent to bide one's time. Countless time travelers have demonstrated that the inertia of a storyline is a formidable force. Without uncovering the critical points, one cannot alter the trajectory of the plot. The direction of the narrative is, after all, the historical course within this cinematic universe. Tomorrow, Harry Potter is expected to receive his Christmas gifts, marking the moment when the Potter family's invisibility cloak will be liberated from Dumbledore's grasp. Regulus Black, in a rather undignified manner, reclined upon his grand bed, overwhelmed by the plethora of treasures he desired. What to do with so many coveted items? For now, it is prudent to transform the 4 Horcruxes into small talismans or gear, as they have languished in idleness for quite some time. The finalized configuration of the 4 Horcruxes is as follows: Helmet, the Ravenclaw diadem, Horcrux. Required level, 7. Noble bloodline, 7. Charm enhancement, 7. Numerology divination effect, 3 set items. Phenomenon divination effect, 5 set items. Monster resurrection effect, 7 set items. 77 extra gold from monsters. 77 enhanced opportunities to acquire magical equipment. Additional time turner. Additional library contract. Necklace, Slytherin's pendant box, Horcrux. Required level, 7. Noble bloodline, 7. Charisma enhancement, 7. Dark magic effect, 3 set items, 7. Spell effect, 5 set items, 7. Monster resurrection effect, 7 set items, 7. Additional gold acquired from monsters, 77. Improved chance of obtaining magical equipment, 77. Additional serpentine domination and draconic heritage. Additional forbidden forest contract and racial covenant. Ring. Hufflepuff's Holy Grail, Horcrux. Required level, 7. Noble bloodline, 7. Charisma enhancement, 7. Herbology effect, 3 set items, 7. Potion effect, 5 set items, 7. Monster resurrection effect, 7 set items, 7. Additional gold acquired from monsters, 77. Improved chance of obtaining magical equipment, 77. Additional access to the private kitchen cellar. Additional contract with the House Elves of the Academy. Ring. Malvolio's Ring, Sacred Horcrux, Black Gemstone Ring. Required level, 7. Noble bloodline, 7. Charisma enhancement, 7. Transfiguration spell effect, 3 set items, 7. Alchemy spell effect, 5 set items, 7. Monster resurrection effect, 7 set items, 7. Additional gold acquired from monsters, 77. Improved chance of obtaining magical equipment, 77. Additional familiarity with fantastic beasts. Additional disguise, magic transformation. According to Regulus Black's calculations, the 4 Horcruxes have been finalized as equipment, with attributes precisely reaching the maximum limits for these magical artifacts. Furthermore, upon fulfilling multiple set requirements, they can bestow additional new properties, which is a manifestation of Voldemort's soul fragmentation. In the present day, Regulus Black's character interface no longer displays merely a single belt. Instead, it features an ensemble of 3 pieces of jewelry and a crown. These items occupy no storage space within the character interface. The items within the storage space are limited to a few protective charms, with the majority comprising miscellaneous items. Black Lake Temple of Soul Potion. This was a small charm crafted shortly after his arrival. To this day, Regulus Black maintains the habit of consuming the Soul Potion daily, although this practice has recently been interrupted due to an influx of Dementors. Voldemort's Soul Fragment Gem. To date, 2 Soul Gems, the Red Nightmare and the Golden Memory, have been crafted. Presently, the soul gems within the storage space are tenfold proliferated soul gems, their hues somewhat faded yet abundant in quantity. These proliferated gems cannot be further multiplied through the fusion of souls, although the original stones, while embedded, can be removed at any time. Red Nightmare Witch's Monastery. In truth, Regulus Black has a desire to refer to it as the Rainbow Pony. In terms of attributes, it serves as both a small charm and a true nightmare. Regulus Black has yet to find the time to take her to Death's Head Hollow, to transform the Cook family into nightmare beings and embark on their triad of professions within the nightmare realm. Regarding the triad of professions, the skeletal warriors and necromancers crafted by Regulus Black are cataloged within his repertoire skills. The abilities of Clay Golem of the Lava Beast, Blood Familiar of the Demon Zack, and Mechanical Halloween Iron Golem have all been successfully developed, with their icons now transformed into exquisite bas-reliefs. Only the 4 puppet-based skills of Elemental Puppet remain to complete the set. The newly introduced Station List system already features the locations of Headless Valley, Azkaban, and Hogwarts, each marked by bas-relief depictions of Gothic crosses, Dementor imagery, and the emblem of Hogwarts. The Hogwarts station is established within the Room of Requirement, directly facing the door on a wall adorned with the grand Hogwarts crest. Regulus Black silently scrutinizes his built-in system while diligently assembling a new Iron Golem. Starting from 0, he has progressed to 3, with 1 and 2 assigned to daily made duties in Headless Valley. Relying solely on the Cook family to manage the entire estate proves to be somewhat overwhelming. Initially, he intended for 0 to create subsequent Iron Golems, but soon discovered that the soulless creations lack vitality. Despite being fully functional, they resembled lifeless, unresponsive beings. Consequently, Regulus Black was compelled to dismantle 1 for thorough examination while concurrently crafting 2. The result was 2 iron golems with strikingly similar personalities, akin to twins. Upon analysis, Regulus Black had to concede that this phenomenon mirrored the human experience of procreation. Even when bodies are meticulously constructed from cells, they merely represent finely crafted abominations. Only children born through natural processes embody the essence of life. The iron golems he fashioned also bear this truth. Those born from his hands inherently possess a trace of his magical essence, which breathes life into them. Furthermore, his mental state and thoughts at the time seep into his creations, resulting in each iron golem exhibiting distinct personality traits. Thus, as Regulus Black simultaneously crafts into the emergence of twins with similar temperaments confirms all suspicions. Consequently, the iron golem currently in production, 3, is bound to exhibit differing characteristics. Zero observes quietly, occasionally handing Regulus Black a component. The master's skill far surpasses my own, and reflecting on my origins as a creation of his own hands fills me with genuine happiness. Once Regulus Black affixes the final component, Zero clasps his hands together and offers heartfelt praise. Your character design is fundamentally based on the concept of neutrality, rendering your attempts at endearment somewhat incongruous. Regulus Black pressed his hands on Zero, whose cold expression and adorable demeanor evoked an unpleasant feeling. However, when I originally created you, I envisioned a primary, made attribute complemented by a performance persona. Regulus gently patted Zero's head. Her short blue hair suited her remarkably well. To distinguish these iron automatons, Regulus made adjustments to their hairstyles. Zero's hair featured a high back and low front, with the sides cascading down to chin level, while the hair at the back was entirely short. 1 and 2 altered this foundation, with one's left side extending to the shoulder and the right side cropped above the ear, while 2 presented the opposite, with the right side reaching the shoulder and the left side cut short. 3's hairstyle included 2 small braids on either side falling to the chest, with hair at the back flowing down to the waist, tied in the middle. If 3 donned a traditional Japanese shrine maiden outfit, she would embody the quintessential Miko hairstyle. A blue-haired, emotionless, which is indeed an intriguing concept, and with this delightful decision, Regulus resolved to craft the Miko costume himself. Harry Potter, here's a gift for you. As dawn broke, Ron called out loudly to awaken Harry Potter. In their dormitory, several gift boxes were piled up. For a child who had long resided in a stairwell cupboard, it was a novelty to witness his cousin receiving numerous gifts, often complaining about their quantity and quality. While Harry had never received any. Prior to his enrollment, Hagrid had brought a cake to celebrate Harry's birthday, but now, experiencing his first Christmas at school, receiving gifts was a delightful surprise. Although Harry had inherited the Potter family fortune, the prospect of receiving holiday gifts from others remained a refreshing experience. Which of these boxes is mine? They should all be yours. I've already opened mine. Zombies 041, a detailed exploration of alchemy and its history. Among Harry's Christmas gifts was naturally the invisibility cloak delivered by Dumbledore. Upon reading the accompanying note, the tone indicated it was a present from the esteemed headmaster. One must commend the headmaster's generosity. The invisibility cloak is one of the Deathly Hallows, an extraordinary gift indeed. However, it is worth noting that the headmaster could also be rather stingy, as this cloak was a family heirloom of Harry's and not a personal gift from Dumbledore. When not worn, the invisibility cloak resembled a black veil adorned with subtle silver patterns, enveloping the wearer completely so that they were invisible from the outside. They could see through it from within. Currently, Harry was stuck in the game concerning the Philosopher's Stone at the name Nicholas Flamel, and Dumbledore's timely gift of the invisibility cloak seemed to urge Harry to hasten his progress in the game. Another gift, unmarked, was naturally from Regulus Black. Wow, this gift is absolutely amazing. Harry, quickly take a look at what the other gift is. Ron was mesmerized by the invisibility cloak, while Potter had received such a marvelous item, and he was left with merely a woolen sweater. Envy and jealousy simmered beneath the surface, but outwardly, one must be happy for Harry Potter. After all, they were friends. Harry Potter set down the invisibility cloak and opened another gift box. It was a rather simple present, containing a small wooden box, within which lay an exposed music box mechanism. As Harry Potter turned the winding key a few times, the enchanting notes of Silent Night, a quintessential Christmas melody, filled the air. Music is one of the earliest forms of art developed by humanity. Since dancing and painting could not be neatly enclosed within a gift box, this handcrafted music box served as a token of heartfelt sentiment. Here's a little secret. There exists a creature that succumbs to slumber upon hearing music. A card nestled within the box bore an incomplete message. Yet Harry Potter understood that this music box was a product of someone's craftsmanship, making a rather sincere Christmas gift. What creature falls asleep to music? Ron inquired, perplexed by the final question. Was this gift accompanied by a riddle from a professor? Harry Potter chose not to linger on this conundrum, but resolved to explore the restricted section that very night. With the invisibility cloak in his possession, he felt as though he had received divine assistance. It was imperative to investigate the enigmatic restricted section. The night at Hogwarts was unusually tranquil as Harry Potter traversed the deserted corridors, carrying a single lantern. A muffled chuckle escaped from the shadows, where Regulus Black, cloaked in invisibility, could scarcely contain his amusement. In the dark, empty corridors, a solitary lantern floated forward, making it quite difficult to remain inconspicuous. The fact that Harry Potter could embark on such a perilous adventure unscathed was nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps it was best for such a mischievous youth to meet an early demise and be reborn anew. Upon reaching the library, Harry Potter successfully entered the restricted section, a domain off-limits to students, previously only viewed with furtive glances. Yet tonight, it lay open like a slumbering beauty, inviting those who dared to enter. However, Regulus Black would not believe that any beauty could sleep so soundly. Should such a sleeping beauty truly exist, he would draw his wand and render her unconscious, sparing himself from her inevitable entanglements upon awakening. Was a library door left ajar? Was a restricted section unlocked? Did Madame Pants not reside within the library? It was no small feat for Harry Potter, the protagonist, to navigate this labyrinth of absurdities. The lights in the restricted section illuminated the way. Yet Harry Potter wandered aimlessly in search of the knowledge he sought. The volume of research required was rather daunting. Did Dumbledore intend for him to uncover these secrets before the term's end? Harry Potter cast aside the invisibility cloak and lantern, beginning his quest for tomes related to Nicholas. Unbeknownst to him, concealed beneath the cloak was a book titled A Comprehensive History and Explanation of Alchemy, which contained the very answers he sought. Alas, he missed it entirely. The invisibility cloak, a relic of Harry's ancestor, Ignotus Peverell, is one of the deathly hallows that grants true invisibility. Unlike cloaks enhanced by disillusionment charms, or those woven with the hair of demi-guise, which may initially render the wearer invisible, but eventually reveal their presence over time. Harry's cloak offers genuine, permanent invisibility that cannot be undone by any spell. Many enchantments, such as the levitation charm, prove ineffective against it. Originally, Harry intended to preserve this artifact for generations to come. However, it has now come into the possession of Regulus Black, who merely laid his hand upon it, causing the deathly hallow to be stored away, while a second cloak, crafted from demi-guise hair and imbued with powerful disillusionment charms, was returned to its original place. As Harry Potter diligently searched through books, he stumbled upon a tome regarding the sealing of creatures. A chilling, inhuman shriek echoed through the library, drawing not the attention of Madame Pants, but rather that of Filch. "Who is there? I see you," Filch bellowed, cautiously advancing, aware of his own vulnerability against unruly students who might unleash magic upon him. Nevertheless, with his menacing demeanor and the school's backing, Filch often succeeded in apprehending wayward students. In a panic, Harry donned the invisibility cloak and grabbed a lantern, preparing to flee. "Good grief. This troublesome child refuses to abandon the lantern," Regulus Black mused, feeling exasperated and deciding to lend a hand to the young savior. With a silent, wandless spell, he shattered the lantern in Harry's grasp. Startled, Harry quickly discarded the remnants and moved as quietly as possible out of the restricted section. He must have bumped into a table earlier, but fortunately, the lantern's destruction spared him from being caught by Filch. Carefully, Harry watched as Filch passed by, navigating around obstacles in his path to exit the library. Yet, as soon as he stepped outside, he caught the attention of Madame Rosmerta. The flaw of the invisibility cloak lies in its inability to mask sound and scent. Though such issues could easily be remedied by adult wizards with a couple of spells, Harry turned and fled, rounding two corners only to find Professor Snape threatening Quirrell. In the midst of movement, a faint noise alerted Snape to something amiss, prompting him to make a grasping motion in Harry's direction, though he caught nothing. How peculiar, he thought, sensing a presence behind him, but he soon redirected his focus back to Quirrell. One must admit, Voldemort was indeed adept at concealment. Even Snape, a former Death Eater, failed to detect anything unusual so close to Quirrell. "Professors, I found this in the restricted section. Students have trespassed." Filch, clutching a shattered lantern, lamented to the two professors about the troublesome mischief-makers at Hogwarts. While he derived some joy from catching them, the effort required to do so was considerable, and failing to apprehend them was a source of great frustration. Severus Snape and Quirrell immediately readied themselves to pursue the nocturnal students. After the three departed, the door at the end of the corridor opened and closed on its own. Harry Potter felt little hope of returning to the dormitory, so he deemed it wiser to find a place to hide. Observing the invisibility cloak carelessly discarded on the floor, Regulus Black felt the last remnants of guilt dissipate. It was only fitting that Harry Potter's cloak had fallen into his possession. Harry entered a vacant room, the only feature within being a grand mirror, the Mirror of Arist. This mirror could reveal neither the past nor the future, nor could it provide knowledge or truth. However, it could display the deepest desires of the heart, offering solace and satisfaction to those who gazed upon it. Yet, Those lacking self-control could easily become entranced, wasting time and even spiraling into madness. Regulus Black found himself once more in Dumbledore's office. He had no interest in capturing Harry Potter and Ron as they viewed the Mirror of Erased. For tonight, it was Snape and Quirrell who were on duty, two individuals destined to stick together. Regulus, can't you understand that an old man needs sufficient rest? Dumbledore, clad in loose-fitting wizarding pajamas, emerged from his chamber with a yawn. Of course, your health should be taken into account, but if you had not bestowed such peculiar gifts. Regulus Black casually picked up a chocolate frog and bit off a leg. Ever since his last encounter with Dumbledore's enhanced snacks, he had become aware of his strong resistance to certain potions. This was attributable to his system's properties, which categorized the effects of some potions as toxic. And due to his own characteristics, he possessed various talismans that granted him resistance to toxins. For instance, one of the attributes from the Crimson Nightmare Witch's Monastery conferred a defensive measure against poison. Now, Regulus Black could consume certain potions as easily as one drinks water, including Veritasrum. Dumbledore, fully aware of Regulus's implications, understood that the invisibility cloak was a relic of the Potter family and should rightfully be returned to them. Moreover, Harry Potter needed to face challenges to bolster his courage and resources. I never anticipated that you would reach a point where you could see through the invisibility cloak, an artifact even Death himself cannot perceive. Dumbledore's expression was somewhat exaggerated, indicating a desire to change the subject and evade the matter at hand. Thank you, Headmaster, for your kind words. If you have any advice on how to instruct Harry Potter, perhaps I would not notice the lantern in his hand or hear the sound of his footsteps. Mrs. Norris, Filch's feline companion, would not catch a whiff of his scent either. The concerns raised by Regulus Black are well known to those who have donned an invisibility cloak. Some simply wish to remain concealed from the public eye and thus choose to disregard the issue entirely, even if others are aware of a cloaked figure passing by. What of it? For those who require undetectability, silencing their movements and masking their scent are fundamental necessities. Certain actions must also be veiled with enchantments, such as ensuring that doors open and close automatically without being seen. Harry Potter made all these mistakes during his inaugural use of the invisibility cloak. He treated it with little regard, carelessly tossing it aside, unaware that it is one of the Deathly Hallows. However, now that this cloak has fallen into Regulus Black's possession, it will undoubtedly be utilized properly. The thought of returning it is out of the question. Moreover, Regulus has provided a suitable substitute, sufficient for Harry's needs until such a time as he no longer requires it. It is worth noting that the invisibility cloak crafted from the fur of a demiguise does not come cheaply. So these issues exist. Dumbledore finds himself somewhat troubled. Why can't Regulus feign ignorance and act as though he sees nothing? Regulus, if you could kindly remind this child, I shall stun him and then use the memory charm to engrave relevant spells into his mind. Thus, it is a delightful decision. Regulus Black dusted off the chocolate powder from his hands, rising to depart. Regulus, might you be a touch more gentle? I refer to your pedagogical approach. Dumbledore appeared quite earnest in his request for Regulus Black to educate Harry Potter. You cannot be serious. I am merely a teaching assistant. I believe this responsibility is better suited for a professor, or even head of the house would be preferable. Surely any of the four heads would surpass me in capability. Regulus Black's implication was clear, pointing towards Professor Snape, the potions master, head of Slytherin House, an admirer of Harry Potter's mother. Who could possibly care more for Harry's safety than Snape? Dumbledore felt another wave of exasperation. It seems that the elderly should not be disturbed from their slumber, as this has become quite a recurring headache. Yet you know that the heads of the four houses are all exceedingly busy, and it is unlikely they could spare time for special tutoring for that boy. Dumbledore appeared intent on persuading Regulus Black further. Then let me recommend another professor, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, Professor Quirrell. I believe no one is better suited for the task. Regulus Black uttered these words before promptly turning to leave, offering Dumbledore no opportunity for further dialogue. Dawn was approaching. Perhaps you should indulge in a brief nap. Whether Dumbledore took that opportunity to rest is unknown, but Regulus Black indeed went off to sleep. The Mirror of Erased. Once again, a prop from a film has made an appearance, one that has not been seen since the conclusion of the first installment. After the events of the first film, it should pose no difficulty to have this object secured. Indeed, it is arguably the easiest item to collect in the first movie. Reclining on a grand bed, Regulus Black reached out into the void, as if he had already grasped the elusive Mirror of Erased. The following day unfolded as usual. Christmas had just passed, and students returning home for the holiday had come back to Hogwarts. Unsurprisingly, Regulus Black received Christmas gifts from 4 young ladies. Though a day late, it was evident that the gifts had been thoughtfully chosen. Hermione gifted him a dental care set, which included a toothbrush, toothpaste, dental floss, and mouthwash. Clearly influenced by her upbringing as the daughter of a doctor, Hermione was adept at promoting her family's interests at every opportunity. The accompanying card expressed her concern for Professor Black, extending heartfelt gratitude for his ongoing assistance. Zhang Xiao presented a set of Chinese chess, along with a letter that elegantly explained the gift's origins. This game hails from the East, distinct from both European chess and the Wizarding World-esque wizard chess, with specific rules to follow. Marietta Edgecombe gifted a fruit known as the captivating fruit, a rare magical plant said to possess extraordinary effects upon consumption. Its appearance, a red, heart-shaped fruit, aptly symbolizes the notion of being love's captive, with known effects rivaling those of potent love potions. Thus, this fruit is indeed quite precious. The card accompanying it bore no words, only a lipstick kiss mark, reflecting the simplicity of the young girl's sentiments. Regulus Black felt quite pleased with the progress of this particular connection. Penelope Clearwater bestowed upon him a large crystal vial for potion making. The teardrop-shaped crystal bottle rested upon a wooden base, with a capacity of 1 liter. Its slender neck requires special techniques for filling with potions, as such vessels are typically reserved for unique purposes. For instance, one method involves fully submerging the bottle in liquid and allowing air bubbles to gradually fill it, while another method entails sealing the bottle's mouth to let the liquid flow in slowly, the latter being more suited for oily substances. Regardless of its contents, the design primarily serves to prevent air exposure, and when used, the materials are dispensed in drops, giving this style of bottle its rightful place. How fortuitous! Regulus Black took the captivating fruit, casting a levitation charm to suspend it in midair. With the tip of his wand, he gently pierced the heart-shaped bottom, causing a fine stream of red juice to trickle down into the crystal vial eagerly awaiting below, capturing every drop. Now, what should be done with this potion? Should it be utilized for potion making, or transformed into a small talisman? Regulus Black found himself compelled to consider maximum efficiency, an instinct that had become almost second nature. Failing to achieve optimal results would surely tarnish his reputation within the Squirrel Party. As he accumulated teaching experience, he ultimately refrained from transforming the juice of the captured fruit into a protective amulet. After all, while this rare potion plant bore unique qualities, it did not possess the attributes of a truly extraordinary magical artifact. Although the amulet produced would embody extreme properties, it paralleled Voldemort's quest for suitable Horcruxes. Not every object is fit for the creation of magical implements. Indeed, while any item can be fashioned into a magical tool, such as the commonplace and rather mundane door key, which the Ministry of Magic carelessly crafts from discarded materials, individuals like Regulus Black and Voldemort would find it utterly beneath their dignity to utilize mere refuse for such endeavors. Each magical artifact encapsulates the creator's passion and effort. Who would wish for their hard work to be deemed as trivial as rubbish? It was an otherwise unremarkable day. Yet as classes approached their conclusion, a request from Dumbledore disrupted the usual calm of the Hogwarts faculty. After dinner, as students returned to their respective dormitories under the guidance of their prefects, the heads of the 4 houses, along with Quirrell and Regulus Black, remained behind at Dumbledore's behest. Dumbledore, I hardly think you have an appetite for more food. If there is something to discuss, please do so, Snape remarked with palpable disdain. He might have shown some deference to the headmaster in the presence of students, but with their departure, such niceties were cast aside. The professors present were well aware of the dynamic between the 2 men. Following Lily's tragic demise, Snape believed Dumbledore bore some responsibility for her death. Regulus suggested Quirrell as a special tutor for Harry Potter, proposing he teach the young wizard several spells. Dumbledore's words thrust Regulus Black into the spotlight, cloaking him in the guise of mockery. Snape immediately turned, glaring fiercely at Regulus, as if he intended to pounce upon him should the latter fail to furnish a plausible explanation. Since you, old man, have shown no compassion, do not expect me to extend any courtesy in return, Regulus thought. Nevertheless, he maintained his poise, deliberately ignoring Snape's menacing gaze as he dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin. It was you, headmaster, who indicated that the duties of the 4 house heads were fully occupied, thus leading to my appointment as this special tutor. However, I must reiterate, I am not yet a professor, merely an assistant, and therefore I recommended the most suitable candidate. Professor Quirrell, who teaches defense against the dark arts, should have no trouble imparting a few spells to Harry Potter. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Quirrell's shoulder, which made the already timid and nervous professor tremble even more, eliciting an awkward smile in response. Severus Snape harbored a profound unease regarding Regulus Black and Quirrell, and upon hearing that Quirrell was to conduct private lessons with Harry Potter, he nearly leapt up in protest. In Snape's estimation, Quirrell posed a significant danger. Although he could not pinpoint the source of this trepidation, the notion of allowing Quirrell to be alone with Harry for special tutoring was utterly unacceptable. "I oppose this," he declared, though he could not fathom the rationale behind Potter's individual instruction. "Dumbledore, do you not think your favoritism towards Potter has gone too far?" Snape could not openly express his disdain for Quirrell, instead deflecting the blame onto Dumbledore. Moreover, even if Potter were to learn a few minor spells, a senior student would suffice. Rising from the dining table, Snape's palpable anger seemed poised to transform into dark tendrils. The heads of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff trembled in fear, as this matter was entirely unrelated to them. Even Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, hesitated to interject, though she felt compelled to later confront Dumbledore to clarify the reasons for Potter's individual tutoring and the choice of instructor. "Professor Snape, please trust my judgment. Professor Quirrell is the most suitable candidate." Regulus Black was eager to witness the encounter between Voldemort and Harry Potter, yet he would need to concoct an appropriate explanation for Quirrell's subsequent possession by Voldemort. Snape glared fiercely at Regulus, yet could not sway the individual's desire for amusement. Thus, it was determined that Professor Quirrell would provide Harry Potter with private instruction, albeit with Regulus required to be present. Dumbledore, unwilling to let Regulus off the hook, after all, he had instigated this whole affair, remarked, "I am merely an assistant. You shall eventually have the opportunity to become a professor, so it is only natural to accumulate some teaching experience." Once again, the burden was shifted back onto Regulus Black, and Dumbledore's mood lightened considerably, his countenance blooming with mirth. Snape found himself unable to voice further objections. Though he held a disdain for Regulus, the perceived danger posed by Quirrell paled in comparison. Now that Harry Potter was entrusted to Quirrell for individual tutoring, the situation, albeit perilous, acquired an unusual sense of balance with the presence of their assistant. Furthermore, Snape could readily check in whenever he pleased, believing that Professor Quirrell would not object to an additional observer. After confirming his thoughts, Snape coldly huffed at the two before turning to depart. The other three heads followed Dumbledore out of the hall, leaving Quirrell and Regulus Black behind. "My apologies, Professor Quirrell. It was my responsibility to shield you from this predicament, yet I have failed to extricate myself from this burden." Regulus Black raised a hand to halt Quirrell's departure. Opportunities to toy with Voldemort up close were scarce, and their conversation was far from complete. "Very well then, I require a copy of your course schedule. I shall bring Harry to meet you at a mutually convenient time." In truth, no educator, whether a professor from Hogwarts or one from the Muggle realm, is particularly unoccupied. They must conduct lessons, grade assignments, and their available time is scarce. As individuals, they also require moments of respite. Therefore, even if a private session is arranged solely for Harry Potter, meticulous coordination of schedules is essential. Otherwise, chaos is inevitable. However, I didn't need to know the subject matter, as Professor Dumbledore seemingly neglected to mention it. At this moment, the Grand Hall contained only Regulus Black and Quirrell. Despite the brightness of the hall, an unsettling chill pervaded the atmosphere, experienced differently by the two individuals. The nature of Quirrell's feelings remains unknown. Yet Regulus Black surely felt the weight of being alone with Quirrell, akin to being in the presence of Voldemort. Until truths are unveiled, they remain concealed beneath the surface, as is the case for both Regulus Black and Quirrell, as well as Voldemort. Spells to silence sounds and scents, charms for night vision, and illusions to render others oblivious to changes, all these were at play. Remaining further might compel Regulus Black to draw his wand uncontrollably. His expression darkened as he patted Quirrell on the shoulder and departed the hall. "Master, what should I do? Should I seize this opportunity to eliminate Harry Potter?" Quirrell's visage twisted as he uttered words unbefitting a professor, the expression a blend of torment and suppression. "Harry Potter must perish by my hand. You need only tend to your own duties." A grayish-black mist emanated from Quirrell's hood, distorting his features further, as though vitality was being siphoned away. "The last unicorn had already been snatched away by that boy from the Black family, which has rendered me increasingly feeble. You should ponder how to capture another unicorn." The black mist coalesced into a skull-like visage, which gradually morphed into a blurred human face. As for Harry Potter, how could I possibly miss the opportunity to instruct him personally? Suddenly, all lights extinguished, leaving Quirrell to navigate the darkness of the hall, with the recent black mist seemingly merging into the environment. The shadow of the undead 044, the life curse of Harry Potter. In the chamber where the mirror of Ariste is kept, Harry Potter sat alone once more before the mirror, in the world reflected within. Harry's parents smiled as they accompanied him, though they could not speak or engage in physical contact. For Harry, who had not seen their visage for over a decade, each glimpse was a treasured moment. Ron had recounted seeing himself as head boy, becoming the captain of the Quidditch team, and winning the Quidditch Cup. From that moment, Harry understood that the mirror reveals the deepest desires of the heart, showcasing what one yearns to see. Deceased parents cannot physically be present, but their likeness can be observed through the mirror. You have come here again, Harry. On the evening following Dumbledore's delegation of responsibility to Regulus Black and Creature, the headmaster personally sought out Harry Potter. Like some individuals before him, Harry had discovered the allure of the Mirror of Ariste, and it was likely that he understood its profound significance. Allow me to offer a hint. Only the happiest individuals in the world can behold their truest selves within the mirror's depths. Dumbledore embarked on a discourse filled with explanations, while Harry had already grasped the mirror's enigma. The mirror reveals the deepest desires of the heart. It was precisely because Harry had never encountered his family that he could see them reflected in the Mirror of Ariste. This enchanted glass does not bestow knowledge or truth upon us. Rather, it can ensnare a person in idle reverie, leading to madness. Harry, somewhat skeptical of this assertion, was nonetheless aware that Dumbledore would utter the words he dreaded most. Tomorrow, I shall relocate the mirror to another place. I implore you not to seek it again. One cannot live in dreams, Harry. Harry's eyes betrayed a hint of protest, yet he understood that Dumbledore meant him no harm. Reluctantly, he yielded to Dumbledore's decision regarding the Mirror of Ariste, for he was not yet mad, was he? Meanwhile, Regulus Black found a moment of respite in his room. Engrossed in a book, Grimm's fairy tales, specifically the tale of Snow White, the prince, reminiscent of a savior, the beautiful, innocent princess unaware of the world's treachery, the wicked stepmother who was also a witch, and, of course, the seven dwarfs. These archetypal elements frequently appeared in various fairy tales. What captivated Regulus most in this particular story was the depiction of the magical mirror. In many fairy tales, mirrors serve as prophetic entities. When a sorcerer queries the mirror, they receive timely feedback. Only in the realm of fairy tales would a witch queen pose such a foolish question as to who is the fairest of them all. Beyond the Brothers Grimm's Snow White, numerous adaptations exist, yet this tale remains widely disseminated, with girls aspiring to embody the role of Snow White. If one were to consider which magical mirror left the most indelible impression, it would undoubtedly be the round copper mirror from Snow White and the Huntsman. This mirror possesses the ability to prophesy, answer inquiries, and even transform into a human form for direct communication, all while preserving its owner's soul for the purpose of extending life. By merely reworking the Mirror of Ariste through the art of alchemy, one could bypass numerous materials and processes. Beside Regulus lay a tome by Master Nicholas Flamel, a comprehensive treatise on alchemy. Strictly speaking, alchemy within the wizarding world merely entails the creation of superior foundational tools, and only by incorporating appropriate enchantments can one truly manifest the original designer's intentions. Just as Regulus Black had produced a series of steel golems, indeed, models 4 through 7 had already been put to use. This series of steel golems is meticulously handcrafted by Regulus Black, each exhibiting subtle variations that contribute to the nuanced differences among them. Even the seemingly twin golems, designated as and 2, possess these slight distinctions, let alone the others marked as 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. These props, though produced under a standardized assembly line method by Regulus Black, would fail to reveal their uniqueness if merely one were crafted. As winter fades into spring, Hogwarts is poised to enter the final examination period, albeit with several months still remaining. During some of the frigid winter nights, Regulus Black would abruptly rouse Harry Potter from his slumber, whisking him away to Professor Quirrell's office to learn 3 specific spells. Given that the effects of these spells had been predetermined, Professor Quirrell's incantations were subtly modified. The spells include Freshen Up, eradicates personal odors. Silence, envelopes the caster in a state of utter quietude. Confound, imbues objects with a confounding effect, obscuring perceptions of those who encounter them. Each spell diverges slightly from its original form, yet each is more adeptly suited for Harry Potter's personal use. Throughout this learning process, Harry has demonstrated considerable diligence, clearly unwilling to be yanked from his bed just as he drifts into sleep. Professor Quirrell, for his part, is quite devoted to teaching, as Severus Snape occasionally makes unannounced visits, leaving with a cold huff. Consequently, through the combined efforts of Harry Potter and Quirrell, these 3 modified charms were swiftly mastered. However, it remains uncertain whether this proficiency would surpass that of Harry Potter's signature disarming charm. lacking the intellectual prowess of Hermione. Harry's current circle consists solely of boys: the loyal Ron, the absent-minded Neville, and the explosive Seamus. The four of them share the same dormitory, leading to a life rife with unexpected explosions, forgetfulness, and fervent adulation, resulting in little intellectual growth for Harry. Yet, this period of learning alongside Quirrell marks a time of rapid advancement in spellcasting skills. One day, while in the library, Regulus Black was summoned by Hermione. "Mr. Black, look, I found the information you mentioned," Hermione exclaimed, struggling to open a hefty tome and pointing to a specific page. Regulus Black smiled faintly, recognizing that the moment he had awaited had finally arrived. In the film, the transition from winter to spring is signified by Harry Potter releasing a hippogriff, followed by Hermione suddenly discovering Harry and Ron in the library with her large book, coinciding with the impending hatching of Hagrid's dragon egg. Unsure of how to pinpoint this moment precisely, Regulus Black considered an indirect approach. During a conversation on the train with Hermione and her three female companions, he instructed Hermione to keep information about Nicholas Flamel confidential unless she could procure a more detailed written account. In that case, she could use the book as evidence to reveal the details to Harry Potter and the others. The explanation of Regulus Black reveals that the seemingly oblivious boys surrounding Harry Potter would not heed anyone unless presented with credible and tangible evidence. Relying solely on the information relayed by Regulus Black, even if conveyed by Hermione, would undoubtedly fail to persuade them. Consequently, during this period, Hermione diligently perused an extensive array of books. Regulus, however, harbored no concerns regarding her industriousness, potentially leading her to unearth pertinent information prematurely, given the trajectory of history. It was inevitable that Hermione would discover relevant material on the day the dragon egg hatched, and the three of them would subsequently seek Hagrid's confirmation. "You have succeeded, Hermione. I hope your research yields additional insights beyond merely tracking down that old man." Regulus closed the book and gestured towards a particular section of the library, indicating that Hermione should take the book to Harry. Hermione recalled their conversation on the train, lifted her head confidently, and strode over with the hefty tome in hand. "This is a book I borrowed for leisure a few weeks ago." She abruptly placed the book in front of Harry Potter, startling both boys. "You consider this leisure reading?" Ron exclaimed, utterly exasperated, only to be met with Hermione's piercing glare. "Look here, Nicholas Flamel is the only person in the world capable of creating the Philosopher's Stone. This legendary stone possesses extraordinary magical powers, capable of transmuting metal into pure gold and producing the elixir of life, which grants immortality to those who consume it. The only existing Philosopher's Stone belongs to Monsieur Nicholas Flamel, the renowned alchemist who just turned 665 last year. This is the treasure that Fong is guarding on the 3rd floor. Beneath the trapdoor lies the Philosopher's Stone." The three children, after enduring a full day of classes and a protracted dinner, finally made their way out of Hogwarts. They dashed towards Hagrid's hut at the edge of the forest, eager to confirm their suspicions. Hermione felt a surge of adventurous spirit reminiscent of her time in Gryffindor, though she was reluctant to return, as Ravenclaw suited her much better. Upon knocking on Hagrid's door, the giant figure of Hagrid appeared, effectively blocking his own doorway. "Children, I cannot play with you tonight. You must go back. Go back." Hagrid shooed them away like chicks, preparing to close the door. "We know about the Philosopher's Stone," the trio declared in unison, halting Hagrid's closure of the door. "Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Harry Potter announced his revelation as soon as he entered, leaving Hermione momentarily speechless. "Snape, you're still discussing him?" "Hagrid, it must be Snape who wishes to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We just don't understand his motives. After all, Snape was one of the professors tasked with protecting the Philosopher's Stone. He would never attempt to steal it." "All right, I'm rather busy today." Hagrid, standing before the fireplace, attempted once more to usher them out, but he had forgotten that once seated, guests are not easily dismissed. "Wait a moment. You said he is one of the professors?" Harry Potter felt that his mind was in a state of confusion. Was it not Severus Snape who had always targeted him? Indeed, there must be alternative methods to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, right? Perhaps spells or magical plants. Goodness, it was the 4 house heads. Hermione surmised that the 4 heads had devised traps as protection, and she was elated by her discovery. While her guess was astute, "I thought it was a waste of time. No one could surpass Fluffy's challenge." Hagrid was unwaveringly confident in his pet, with its size, strength, fangs, and 3 enormous heads. He was certain it was the most secure guardian, and he chuckled with pride. "Only I and Dumbledore could contend with Fluffy. Oh, I accidentally let that slip." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. In the fireplace, which Hagrid had intentionally obscured, a pot was left to burn empty. Hagrid emerged from the pot, cradling a dragon egg, which he then placed on the table. "Hagrid, what is this?" I inquired. "I know what it is. But why is it here? I had one from a stranger at the pub, and it seemed like a hot potato." At that moment, Regulus Black was floating outside Hagrid's hut, positioned perfectly to unobstructedly glimpse the dragon egg on the table through the window, beside which a platinum-haired boy was climbing. Using the sonorous charm in reverse, Regulus Black distinctly heard the conversation within the room, albeit solely for himself. When Hagrid uttered the phrase hot potato, it signified the imminent hatching of the dragon egg. With a raised hand, a beam of golden light shot forth, and the sound of shattering glass echoed. As the four occupants of the room turned to the window, the golden light struck the dragon egg on the table, creating a fissure, and, subsequently, the golden hue spread like fuel, turning the entire charcoal-black egg into a brilliant shade of gold. The Norwegian Ridgeback, Norbert, had perished even before its birth. "Oh no, my Norbert!" Hagrid exclaimed, rushing toward the table as if there was still hope for the egg. The golden memory dragon egg's secret comes flying. Regulus Black was not about to grant Hagrid the opportunity to seize the dragon egg. He swiftly cast an Accio spell to claim it first. The Accio spell required knowledge of the item's name or ownership, or at the very least, prior contact to summon it. When Regulus Black shot the amalgamated Dementor and Boggett-infused golden memory soul stone into the dragon egg, it transformed into an alchemical masterpiece, and its name became the Golden Memory Dragon Egg as secret. The golden egg grazed Malfoy's face as it soared out the window, traversing a considerable distance before landing in the Forbidden Forest, as witnessed by those present. "Who is outside the window?" Malfoy was startled by Harry Potter's and Ron's words, turning and sprinting back to Hogwarts. After offering some comfort to Hagrid, the three children hurried back to the school, for heaven knows how much Malfoy had seen. "I saw it clearly. That person was undoubtedly Malfoy. I fear we are in grave trouble." Harry and Ron made their way along the corridors, their boisterous chatter betraying no awareness of their nocturnal escapade, until the appearance of Professor McGonagall, holding a candlelit lantern, brought to their attention the absence of Hermione. Accompanying Professor McGonagall was none other than the smug-faced Malfoy. Regardless of the circumstances, she reiterated with unwavering authority, "Students are strictly prohibited from wandering about at this hour. Your action shall incur consequences. Each of you will lose 50 points. To ensure that you do not repeat this misconduct, you shall also undertake community service." Tonight, clad in her nightcap, Professor McGonagall was tasked with the first half of the night as patrol. Upon reaching the entrance hall to check on the security, she unexpectedly encountered Malfoy, who wasted no time in informing her of the escapade involving two other Gryffindor students. A bemused McGonagall felt as though she were trapped in a dream. Why could these mischievous children not spare her the trouble? Thus, the decision for harsh penalties was made. Each would lose 50 points, and of course, Slytherin would not be exempted from this fate, an opportunity that was both rare and fundamentally just. Earlier, Malfoy had mentioned something about Hermione, yet in her absence, Ravenclaw seemed to have narrowly escaped punishment. Just as the three children stepped through the school gates, Regulus Black suddenly appeared, covering Hermione's mouth and leading her away. From a distance, they watched as Professor McGonagall disciplined the trio of boys. "You won't believe what I saw tonight. A dragon egg." Hagrid had long desired to raise a dragon, having mentioned it during their first encounter. Hermione regarded Regulus with an expression that suggested her awareness of his involvement in the dragon egg's disappearance. Raising dragons was illegal, and she intended to send the egg to a dragon sanctuary in Romania. A casual lie sufficed to quell the little girl's grievances. It sounded perfectly reasonable. "Could you please set me down?" Hermione shyly nudged Regulus's chest. The positioning of the two had become quite intimate, after covering her mouth and abducting her. Regulus had continued to hold Hermione close. The young girl, merely 11 years old and barely reaching half his height, instinctively crossed her legs around Regulus's waist to avoid detection by Professor McGonagall. This inadvertently placed his hands at her hips. It is often said that young girls possess three admirable qualities: a gentle voice, a soft form, and an ease of being overthrown. Only through personal experience can one truly grasp the meaning of this phrase. As they faced each other, holding the delicate little girl, Hermione's cheeks flushed, and her breath became slightly erratic, a warm aura enveloping them. Even if Regulus were as cold as ice, it would be impossible to quell the heat igniting between them. "This isn't right," Hermione whispered, her only rational thought urging her to leave this exposed location. Regulus smiled softly, continuing to embrace her as he turned to unveil a hidden passage concealed within the wall. Hogwarts held many secrets, and the tunnels connecting various points within were among them. Few dared to claim knowledge of all the passageways. This particular tunnel had been a serendipitous discovery for Regulus during his time as a student, providing a direct route from the first floor to the eighth, thus saving considerable time on the arduous climb. After traversing the dark passageway, Hermione instinctively clung tightly to her companion. Upon reaching the room of requirement, Regulus Black did not relinquish his embrace of the young girl. Instead, he opened a cabinet and retrieved a scroll. Wingardium Leviosa. The scroll floated gracefully in mid-air, unfurling to reveal an illustrated compendium of magical creatures. The Griffin. Regulus Black continued to hold Hermione close, merely turning her around to gaze at the scroll. There exists a spell known as the Patronus Charm, and this is its variant, the Love Patronus. Simply declare that you shall love but one person for all eternity, and this spell shall belong to you, Regulus explained. Pointing to the contents of the scroll, Hermione, possessing a strong sense of agency, realized that the moment of choice had arrived to pledge her eternal love to one. Or not. I, Hermione, hereby vow to love only you, Regulus Black, for all my days. Regulus Black, of course, would never dare to cross boundaries with an 11-year-old girl. Despite his inclination towards younger companions, some lines simply could not be crossed. Hermione's acquisition of the Love Patronus filled her with immense joy. For such charms are typically taught in the 5th year or imparted by family. Some Slytherin children, undoubtedly, had already mastered the Patronus charm even before their 5th year. With a flick of her wand, she tested her newfound abilities. Regulus gently set the young girl down, offering her an encouraging gaze, silently urging her to summon her Patronus. Generally, a witch or wizard's Patronus takes the form of a common animal, while magical creatures are not included in this category. However, Regulus's unique contract allowed for such a breach of convention, and Hermione's Griffin would be the first to attempt it. Patronus Charm. Hermione waved her wand, unleashing a stream of silver light that wove together in the air to form the silhouette of an animal, a creature with the head of an eagle, the body of a lion, for powerful legs akin to those of a lion, sharp claws like those of an eagle, and an elongated tail adorned with feathers. Notably, the size of this griffin was proportionate to that of an actual creature of its kind, towering over Hermione with legs that surpassed her own height. Observing the animated movements of her Patronus, Hermione felt as though, had she not conjured it herself, she might have mistaken it for a genuine magical creature. Though she had not yet studied the Patronus charm extensively, she understood its essence. How could a true Patronus be so colossal? The depth of love imbued within the Love Patronus was matched only by its strength. Nothing could portray such profound affection more vividly than witnessing it firsthand. Regulus's words caused Hermione's cheeks to flush with warmth once more. With continued practice, she would learn to control the size of her Patronus. Typically, a palm-sized Patronus suffices, and smaller forms could be summoned in greater numbers. Patron uses serve as messengers and protectors, rendering them exceptionally useful spells. Subsequently, Regulus Black instructed Hermione on how to regulate the dimensions of her Patronus, how to allow it to convey messages, and how to enable it to follow others for their protection. After a series of exertions, dawn was approaching, and the two engrossed individuals finally recognized their fatigue. Regulus, I must return for class, Hermione lamented, reluctant to depart, yet aware that her studies could not be neglected. Moreover, Professor Black favored her diligence. If you leave now, you shall have no time to rest. It would be wiser to take a nap here and attend class afterward, Regulus Black suggested, gesturing toward the time turner resting against her chest, an artifact every Ravenclaw possessed. Indeed, if it is merely a nap, then upon waking, I could use the time turner to return to just before I needed to rise, she exclaimed. Thus they lay down fully clothed, Hermione grasping Regulus Black's hand as she succumbed to a deep slumber. As Regulus gazed upon the serene visage of the young girl, his mind wandered to the Patronus charm. The essence of the Patronus charm, it seemed, hinged upon invoking joyful thoughts. This notion was not entirely accurate, for while cheerful thoughts could indeed facilitate the summoning of a Patronus, other emotions, such as the desire for protection, obsession, or the instinct for defense, could also evoke such a guardian. Regulus Black, however, approached the task through the lens of love, a sentiment that summoned a Patronus unmatched by any of the aforementioned emotions. The success of this experiment far exceeded his expectations. To contemplate the nature of this world from the perspective of the wizards who inhabited it, one must recognize that idealism plays a critical role. When young wizards are yet untrained in magic, their uncontrolled magical outbursts manifest in peculiar phenomena, such as Harry Potter inadvertently transforming his aunt into a balloon, an effect not attributable to any known spell. As the savior child, he failed to fully grasp the mechanics of this magical phenomenon, instead indulging in naive amusement. The entirety of the Harry Potter universe's spells is rooted in idealism. Hogwarts merely instructs students in the established incantations. This is akin to learning to drive. Pressing the accelerator and steering is a skill anyone can master, and a mischievous child could even make the vehicle soar. Attending school serves the purpose of obtaining a license and honing racing skills, transforming novices into seasoned drivers. A rare few exceptionally gifted students might develop an interest in the mechanics of the vehicle. They would endeavor to repair, dismantle, and reassemble it, potentially crafting a new model with remarkable performance. Regulus Black had already reached the stage of designing new vehicles. His experiences across 3 lifetimes and his innate talents granting him a steadier footing and broader strides than his peers. Upon resolving to elucidate the Patronus charm through the lens of love, Regulus Black was immediately reminded of a figure, or rather, a deity. This deity, revered in Catholicism, Protestantism, Judaism, and Islam, professes a divine love for humanity. What if all of his angels were products of the Patronus charm? Such a thought, upon deeper reflection, was profoundly unsettling, for it suggested a legion of 300 million celestial guardians. Angels, known in English as angel, derive their name from the Greek word angelos, meaning messenger. The concept of angels is remarkably similar across Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. They are spiritual beings who serve God, sent to assist those in need of salvation and to convey divine intentions, acting as God's emissaries on earth. Angels are often depicted in human form, radiating light, adorned with halos above their heads and possessing wings. It is said that the total number of angels in heaven ranges from dozens to hundreds, tasked with safeguarding the 7 planets, the 4 seasons, the 12 months, the 7 days of the week, and various times of day. The total could reach up to 301. 655, 722 angels, including 133, 306, 668 fallen angels, though the exact figures remain a topic of debate. Yet, even with just hundreds of angels, if they are creations of a particular deity inspired by love for humanity, their power is indeed immense. Utilizing these angels to forge a divine realm of one's own is not merely a dream. It is akin to the Garden of Eden, the paradise of God where Adam and Eve resided, as referenced in the Bible. Regulus Black, contemplating God and angels, recalled the protective charm, thus transforming the ordinary guardian charm, which could only conjure mundane animals, into a love-infused guardian charm capable of summoning fantastical creatures was not a formidable task. It is often said that the magic of the wizarding world is intrinsically linked to belief, for one who understands the structure and components of a car. Designing a new model relies primarily on inspiration and a solid foundation of design. Regulus Black possessed both, drafting his intentions on a scroll and solidifying the desired guardian's form through a contractual method to enhance the summoning's efficacy. The result was the successful summoning of Hermione's Griffin Patronus. The form of a Patronus can be altered, and the reason no one had previously conjured a fantastical creature as a Patronus is due to their belief in the impossibility of such an endeavor, which led to their failure. Hermione, however, was different. She had never summoned a Patronus before and lacked knowledge of the intricate details required. Moreover, her deep trust in Regulus Black and her profound affection for him instilled a belief in her capabilities. Thus, when an uninformed individual utilized an untested magical contract, her magical essence instinctively adjusted, resulting in a natural success, much like Harry Potter inflating a balloon. The greatest beneficiary was not Hermione. Rather, Regulus Black, through observation and attunement, perfected the love-infused guardian charm. Consequently, he too would be able to summon a unique Patronus in the future. Indeed, after creating this love-infused charm, Regulus Black found himself unable to summon the form he desired. At its core, this remains a matter of belief. Potions, such as the one labeled Zombies 047, represent a rigorous discipline. Awakening naturally, Hermione and Regulus Black utilized the time turner to return to the morning before everyone rose. At the entrance of Ravenclaw, 2 individuals bid farewell, with Hermione's cheeks flushed as if she were on the verge of offering a parting kiss. However, the school is replete with portraits, and the figures within them are not mere decorations. Their ability to convey messages surpasses that of Peeves. Thus, Regulus Black simply advised Hermione before allowing her to return to her own dormitory to freshen up. Feeling somewhat guilty, Hermione entered the common room, relieved that at this hour, Ravenclaw students would not be present, as they were all indulging in slumber. Even those who overslept need not worry, for a quick adjustment of the time turner could rectify the situation. Hermione swiftly returned to her private quarters, immersing herself in a warm bath while reflecting on the events of the previous day. She felt quite audacious to have shared a bed with Mr. Black for an entire night, yet the comforting atmosphere was undeniably real. Contemplating this, she found herself eagerly anticipating the next opportunity to stay over. Talking to herself, Hermione splashed water on her face to awaken her senses. "Hermione, are you awake?" Zhang Qiu, a responsible sister, arrived punctually to provide her wake-up call and to tousle Hermione's fluffy hair. Immediately, Hermione emerged from the bathroom, dressed and ready, and the two girls, books in hand, made their way to the common room, where Hermione naturally withheld the details of her night from Zhang Qiu, keeping it as a secret between herself and Regulus Black. One by one, Ravenclaw students gathered in the common room, where house elves had prepared coffee or tea, infused with potions to negate the adverse effects of the time turner. After enjoying their morning tea, Professor Flitwick appeared punctually in the common room. Witnessing a throng of invigorated students each day was a delightful start to his morning, a sentiment he cherished greatly. Thus, since becoming the charms professor, he had made it a point to visit the common room daily. "Good morning, students. Today is yet another splendid day for learning." "Good morning, headmaster. Are you planning to grant us a holiday?" "Perhaps a holiday. But let us rather spend our time in the library for self-study." The usual respectful salutation from the prefects was met with playful banter from the younger girls. Flitwick reveled in the lively atmosphere, feeling rejuvenated by it. Let us not forget about the afternoon tea gathering. The exchange of ideas is always something to look forward to. Cheerfully ignoring the request for a day off, Flitwick led the way to the ground floor hall, fully aware that the students meant no harm. They simply enjoyed opposing authority. Ravenclaw could be said to be the most studious group, as even if a holiday were granted, they would likely dedicate their time to self-study. Nevertheless, classes were still to be attended. Traditionally, Ravenclaw students held a keen interest in all subjects, except for Snape's potions class, which often left several in tears due to the professor's acerbic tongue, with instances of collective failure not being uncommon. However, with the addition of Mr. Black as an assistant, the situation had dramatically changed. Although Mr. Regulus Black appears aloof, he possesses the remarkable ability to dissipate the chilling atmosphere created by Snape in the classroom. As it stands, Snape has essentially entrusted him with the instruction of the lower year classes for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. In the words of Regulus Black, an assistant teacher, this is a means of accruing valuable teaching experience in anticipation of his future role as a professor. The outcome has been a significant increase in the success rate of students from both houses, with their potions consistently passing Snape's scrutiny. This is by no means a form of cheating. Rather, Regulus is adept at identifying and promptly addressing any issues that arise during the students' potion-making processes, offering corrective suggestions while simultaneously encouraging them to foster their self-confidence. Even the most self-deprecating Hufflepuff student feels a sense of decorum in Regulus Black's classroom. "Please, do challenge us rigorously." The female students steal glances at Regulus Black with hearts in their eyes. In such scenes, Snape often observes with a sardonic smile, only unleashing his venomous remarks during the final assessment of the potions. The students endure the process well. Indeed, they manage to withstand the eventual onslaught of Snape's caustic observations. The only occasion on which a serious rift occurs between these two lies in their differing attitudes towards potion making. Potions is a discipline that demands precision, meticulousness, heightened sensitivity, and ample patience. It does not require the foolish waving of wands, nor the capricious musings characteristic of a troll's mind. These phrases are frequently uttered by Snape, and a diligent compilation could yield a volume titled The Quotable Snark. However, Snape's true intention is to urge his students toward accuracy, undistracted by external influences, including his own acerbic tongue. Potions is also an emotive discipline. Many concoctions are birthed from intuition, and some even result in the creation of magical creatures. Yes, you heard correctly. Numerous magical beings have emerged as serendipitous outcomes of potion making. Once students have completed the identification and analysis of potion ingredients, they are encouraged to concoct potions based on their instincts and creativity, albeit at their own peril, as misfortune may ensue, or they might achieve an unexpected result. On one occasion, when Snape was absent, Regulus Black took full charge of the potions class and surprisingly instructed each student to select a basic potion composed of 25 distinct ingredients. There are no stipulations regarding the potion's formulation, cooking time, heat control, or even the manner of stirring. The only requirement was that each student was given a piece of parchment to meticulously document their potion-making journey. The result was that 3 cauldrons exploded, and most of the potions proved ineffective. Yet, amidst the chaos, a miracle occurred. One student's cauldron yielded a substance resembling ruby-like granules, albeit no larger than a pea, while another's erupted with strands reminiscent of a chameleon's shifting colors. The final student successfully crafted a heart-shaped bubble in a cauldron, and that student was none other than Hermione. As a result of the events and outcomes of this particular class, a heated argument erupted between Snape and Regulus Black, escalating all the way to the headmaster's office. Subsequently, Professors Flitwick and Sprout, the respective heads of their houses, intervened to mediate the situation. The students from both houses assured that they would diligently complete Professor Snape's assignments, while expressing a desire to retain the interest class led by Assistant Black, even if it were to occur just once per semester. Ultimately, Dumbledore decisively ruled that Regulus Black could freely conduct the potions class once every half-term. Regulus Black invested in 3 potion recipes, which, despite Snape's disdain for such actions, piqued his interest, though he was too proud to admit it. Regulus generously shared these recipes with him. Although students had produced certain results during class, those outcomes could only be deemed coincidental. Even with a complete record of the potion-making process, the specific nature of the student's magical prowess at that moment remained elusive. Such nuances rendered the prospect of replicating those results a mere fantasy. Therefore, the path forward lay in experimentation, repeated trials to confirm every detail, identify every issue, and explore every possibility. After a week of diligent work, Regulus Black and Snape finally succeeded in perfecting the 3 potion recipes, which could be distributed to any wizard capable of brewing potions, ensuring a success rate of 99% when followed correctly. Professor Snape, would you be interested in opening a shop? Regulus extended the invitation, recognizing that with Snape's assistance, the venture of selling the finished products could become a lasting source of wealth. No need for that. You have contributed far more than I, and the recipes are yours to keep. No one can take them from you. Snape's unwavering dedication and stubbornness regarding potions was unparalleled, and he made it clear that he would not partake in such commercial endeavors. Regulus Black compensated the other 2 students generously with ample galleons, which represented a significant fortune for the 2 pure-blood Hufflepuffs, whose families had fallen on hard times. This sum was sufficient to afford them a decent and prosperous life, provided they and their families refrained from vices. The pea-sized red gemstones had already undergone professional appraisal in the Muggle world. Gem quality. Natural raw stones of a new variety. These labels provided Regulus Black with assurance, and the origin remained confidential, eliminating any competitors. Yet, what was this sensation of contending against the entire global gemstone market? With a substantial investment, a professional marketing team was established, encompassing company registration, the opening of a specialty store, and hiring models for advertising campaigns, all executed methodically by a professional manager. The sole dilemma lay in how to effectively promote and advertise these gemstones. Coincidentally, the Ministry of Magic entrusted Regulus Black with the second estate confiscated from the Black family. Nestled upon a red clay mining site lies a mansion in the secluded highlands of northwest England, an edifice steeped in the echoes of the 19th century, bearing witness to over a century of history. The structure, now in a state of disrepair, is riddled with drafts, and the surrounding walls stand in a dilapidated condition. Known as red earth, this clay is a highly malleable mineral, suitable for both cultivation and sculpting. The original proprietor, drawn by its potential, constructed the estate after acquiring the mining territory, yet generations of management failed to yield prosperity for the family. The last heirs, Thomas Sharp and his sister Lucille Sharp, met their grim fate within these walls, victims of tumultuous romantic entanglements and a deceitful marriage to a wealthy woman, resulting in their untimely demise. Ultimately, the estate was inherited by Edith Cushin, a young American novelist of noble lineage who had suffered the misfortune of a fraudulent marriage. It was through the genuine affection of Thomas Sharp that the cycle of deception and greed surrounding this estate was brought to an end. Given the sorrowful history that enveloped this place, Edith swiftly divested herself of the estate and returned to America, where she penned a novel entitled Crimson Peaks. Indeed, the mansion exudes an air of decay. Regulus Black finds himself standing within its confines, where the grand hall is cluttered with crumbling beams. The Gothic architectural style is evident in every detail. On the ceilings, columns, corridors, and staircases, the influence of Gothic design is omnipresent. Behind the hall's fireplace lies an elevator, now completely rusted and defunct, once facilitating travel between the 3 floors and the basement. Ascending the staircase, the second floor features 2 bedrooms on the southeast and southwest sides, with a small library situated in the northern central area. The 3rd floor mirrors this layout, with 2 bedrooms on each side and an additional studio in the northern section, filled with remnants of the previous owners. Regulus cautiously navigates the rotting floorboards, exploring each room before making his way to the basement. There, 6 large pools brim with hardened red clay, devoid of moisture after a century's passage, the clay now solidified and nearly immovable. At the depths of the basement, a conveyor belt extends upwards, leading directly to the surface. No wonder the dust here is so pervasive. Regulus delicately brushes off the dust from his sleeves, his brow furrowed as he surveys the surroundings. The Black family, lacking expertise in mining, adopted a dismissive attitude towards their newfound ownership. As a wizarding family, they employed a muggle-repelling charm to the entire territory, prompting the local residents to instinctively keep their distance. Following its confiscation by the Ministry of Magic, the estate was neglected, and by the time it came into Regulus Black's possession, it remained a shadow of its former self, even more decrepit than it had been a century prior. Regulus Black meticulously surveyed the expanse of the mines, noting that the Black family's muggle-repelling charm was expertly delineated, almost perfectly tracing the path that claimed this territory as their own. Its breadth exceeded even that marked by the Ministry of Magic and certainly surpassed the boundaries recorded in the Muggle world, enveloping the entire mountain within its magical domain. During his examination of the enchantments, Regulus stumbled upon 2 graves situated not far behind the manor. The gravestones belonged to Thomas Sharp and his sister, Lucille Sharp, erected by Edith Cushin after their demise. Although this brother-sister duo nearly brought Edith to ruin, she ultimately honored her true love for Thomas by constructing an elaborate tomb for both, lavishly adorned, indicating a significant expenditure. The Gothic-style graves featured a half-sunken burial chamber. Upon pushing open the decaying door and entering, Regulus found 2 coffins flanking either side of the room. With a flick of his wand, he banished the dust that had settled within the chamber, sending it swirling out into the breeze. Another wave of his wand allowed Regulus to establish a new waypoint, titled Crimson Manor. The waypoint's emblem was composed of black Gothic gears, centered around a red Gothic architectural motif. On the ground, a simple circle and cross were marked, with the 4 points of the cross aligning perfectly with the corners of the burial chamber, each holding a small brazier. He mused that he would frequently disturb the slumber of the 2 interred. With that remark, Regulus departed the tomb. From within the coffins emerged the ethereal forms of a man and a woman, their expressions vacant as they watched him leave. They were the last scions of this estate, Brother Thomas Sharp and Sister Lucille Sharp. After completing his circuit, Regulus returned to the manor. With a mere wave of his wand, devoid of any incantation, he summoned his will to mend all the dilapidated areas. The ceiling was restored, the floor repaired, and the gaping holes in the walls were filled. A sweeping gust of magical energy surged from the heart of the house, akin to a garment being inflated by a fan, sweeping away the dust from every nook and cranny, rendering the place fit for visitors. Regulus then lifted the muggle-repelling charm from the approach to the manor, ensuring that visitors could only arrive via this designated path, preventing any unwelcome intrusions from surrounding areas. He summoned his steed, the Crimson Nightmare, a unique mount that only he could ride. To ordinary wizards, it appeared as a unicorn, while muggles could not even perceive its horn, mistaking it instead for a mere white horse. Thus, the appearance of a dark-clad nobleman astride a pure white steed in the small town would surely create quite the sensation. In this mining community, the residents rely solely on their labor, fully aware of the grand estate several hours away, where the owner possesses vast tracts of land and abundant mines. Yet, an unspoken agreement has prevailed for centuries. None dare to covet their domain. "Pray tell, where might I find a town's judge or lawyer?" inquired Regulus Black, astride his noble steed, in a tone that brooked no dissent. His aristocratic demeanor, aloof expression, elegant Gothic attire, and the striking presence of his pure white horse left the townsfolk in palpable trepidation. At least 10 fingers pointed toward a singular direction. Observing a few children, Regulus Black approached on horseback, generously bestowing a penny upon each, which elicited gleeful laughter as they scampered home, money in hand. Soon, he arrived at the town's courthouse, which also served as a law office. "Welcome, I'm Lucy Piddle. How may I assist you?" A captivating beauty greeted the visiting Regulus Black. "The matter of the corpse 049 falls under the Black family's jurisdiction, Miss Piddle. I require your professional assistance. May I inquire if you're a licensed attorney?" Regulus Black was unwilling to squander time with a mere clerk, regardless of her striking appearance. "Indeed, I'm a licensed attorney and also serve as the town's judge. Having held the position for 6 months, Lucy Piddle confidently introduced herself. The incongruity of such a stunning woman occupying these roles in this remote town went unaddressed, yet her professional pride was unmistakable. "You have yet to share your name," she prompted, prompting Regulus Black to realize he had been somewhat presumptuous by not introducing himself, a lapse in decorum. "I am Regulus Black, recently entrusted with a nearby mine and estate." Removing his gloves, he extended his hand, and they exchanged a firm handshake, noting an unusual quality about her. "Forgive my curiosity. Your lineage is—" "I hail from a pure-blood wizarding family, yet regrettably, I am a squib. I have received communication from the Ministry of Magic and have been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me." Lucy Piddle appeared unfazed by her squib status, a term that is far from endearing within the wizarding community. Wizarding families often shun squibs, as encountering one signifies a tragic fate. They seem never to consider that a wizard rendered a squib can still live as a muggle. It does not equate to being disabled. However, Lucy Piddle exemplified a departure from the prevailing attitudes of the wizarding world. She possessed the professional stature of a lawyer and judge within the muggle realm, roles attained through diligent study, granting her a semblance of nobility in this sphere, a privilege not easily accessible to all. Fortunately, she was merely a damp squib. Had she been a sorceress, Regulus Black would have found himself in the position of having to elucidate why he could ride a unicorn, an occurrence that could easily make headlines. "I apologize. I am the sole individual managing all documents here, hence the disarray." Lucy Piddle's office, though sizable, is equally chaotic, suggesting she belongs to that rare breed of individuals who maintain a polished exterior while her surroundings remain untidy. "If you're to allow me to delve into your inner sanctum, I would gladly assist you in organizing it." Regulus Black was not intentionally teasing. The spell for tidying up a room requires a profound understanding of the items in question. Should one inadvertently cleanse away something essential, it would be irretrievable. "Oh, what does it mean to enter one's inner self?" "The only incantation I am aware of is the one that rejuvenates a space, allowing the mere flick of a wand to restore order." Lucy Piddle paused, smiling. It had been quite some time since she had witnessed a wizard wielding a wand. Regulus Black was decidedly certain that she possessed a daring spirit. Very well, since she appeared unperturbed, why not seize this opportunity to impress? With one hand, he drew forth his wand, while the other encircled Lucy Piddle's waist, their bodies aligned, foreheads nearly touching. A surge of mental energy coursed through their point of contact into Lucy's consciousness. Through this intimate connection, Regulus discerned which items in the cluttered room were necessary and which were superfluous. "Rejuvenate," he commanded, and with a flourish of his wand, documents automatically sorted themselves, returning to their rightful places, while all dust was swept away and extraneous items neatly relegated to a corner. "I cannot ascertain the utility of that heap of clutter, so I shall leave it there for you to address at your convenience." Regulus Black lingered a moment, savoring the warmth of their embrace, yet aware that pressing matters awaited discussion. Releasing her, he settled onto a nearby sofa and poured himself a cup of red tea. Lucy Piddle felt a tinge of disappointment at the sudden absence of the embrace, yet the transformation of her disordered office was indeed eye-opening. The last time she had witnessed magic in action was during her childhood. From a safe nearby, Lucy retrieved a document and solemnly presented it to Regulus Black. It encompassed the Ministry of Magics and the British government's acknowledgement of land ownership, including materials related to mineral exploitation and agricultural development. "Regardless of whether you intend to extract minerals or cultivate crops, as long as taxes are duly paid, you may proceed. That is insufficient. I require your assistance in transferring the entire mining area under the Black family's name, with additional provisions for land development." Regulus Black pondered his phrasing before continuing. "My plan is to first lease the castle, then film a movie before its dismantling, followed by establishing a marketplace within the castle, predominantly for gemstone trading. The documents pertaining to gemstone transactions pose no issue, but the film production will necessitate government registration." Lucy Piddle contemplated how best to navigate these legal complexities while meticulously explaining them to him. "I have engaged you as my private attorney, specializing in the legal matters concerning the mines and estates here." Regulus Black harbors a trust in Lucy Piddle, having just delved into her inner consciousness, where he discovered not malevolence, but rather a profound dedication to her pursuits. Nevertheless, Regulus Black also subtly instilled a concept of loyalty within her heart, a loyalty towards the Black family and, indeed, towards Regulus himself. Consequently, Lucy Piddle exhibited a commendably agreeable demeanor, promptly acquiescing to any request made by Regulus Black. As Regulus Black set down his teacup, preparing to depart, he remarked, I have other matters to attend to. The path to the estate has been cleared. Feel free to assemble a team to assess the finances and evaluate the castle's worth. Should any further issues arise, we can correspond through letters. Very well, Mr. Black. I shall ensure that your instructions are carried out with utmost diligence. Lucy Piddle replied, nearly bowing in farewell. You may entrust the letters to my house elf. It will be prudent for you to familiarize yourself with him first. Creature. Regulus Black pondered briefly, realizing that letters sent via Muggle means might not reach him. Utilizing a wizarding owl would require him to send messages unilaterally, delaying any potential replies. It appeared that a long-term presence of an owl would be necessary. However, for the time being, Creature would assume the responsibility of delivering messages. Your humble servant, Creature, has answered your call, the elf exclaimed, immediately prostrating himself at Regulus Black's feet, kissing his shoes. Creature, enough. Regulus Black stepped back, instructing from now on, you are to come here each evening. Lucy Piddle will place my letters on the windowsill behind my desk. Ensure you retrieve them for me. He clarified the office's layout to Creature, allowing the elf a moment to behold Lucy Piddle. It is a great honor to meet you, miss. I am eager to serve both you and Master Black. Creature managed a strained smile, his mind swirling with confusion at the prospect of who might be the next mistress of the Black household. I must return to Hogwarts to teach the children. Please just summarize the pertinent details in your letters, Regulus Black stated, genuinely preparing to leave, gesturing for Creature to depart first. If you wish to become a wizard, I may be able to assist you. With that, Regulus Black took his leave, providing contact details along with a vague assurance. Enough to invigorate Lucy Piddle as she enthusiastically began to tackle the legal matters left in his wake. Driven by the desire to meet her employer's expectations and fulfill her own ambitions, Lucy Piddle unleashed her potential. Regulus Black returned to Scarlet Manor and, through a portal, made his way back to Hogwarts, where lessons awaited him in the afternoon. In the world of Harry Potter, everything seemed unchanged yet utterly transformed. Tonight marks the moment of witnessing miracles. Since the moment Hagrid lost the dragon egg, he has been frantically searching the Forbidden Forest. That night, the dragon egg transformed into a streak of golden light and soared towards the forest. How could it possibly be lost? Peeves once again began to spread rumors throughout Hogwarts, claiming that Hagrid had consumed a dragon egg and was now on the hunt for new delicacies in the Forbidden Forest. Although few students believed such tales, passers-by couldn't help but chuckle at Hagrid, their laughter laden with ambiguous meaning. All of this weighed heavily on Hagrid. He had only just shaken off the rumors surrounding his supposed consumption of unicorn, and now he faced accusations of adding dragon eggs to his menu. As a passionate animal conservationist, Hagrid felt a heavy heart. Is it the gourmet Hagrid I see? Peeves emerged from the wall, immediately spotting Hagrid's towering figure striding down the corridor. Laughter erupted from the surrounding students as they departed, seemingly hoping this joke would entertain them to sleep. Enraged, Hagrid brandished his small red umbrella at Peeves, but it merely passed through the poltergeist-esque form. Foolish giant Hagrid, is this how you slay your prey? Peeves taunted, mimicking the motions of the umbrella and emitting exaggerated cries, as if he were a creature under attack, being hunted down. Students gathered at both ends of the corridor, stifling their laughter as they watched Peeves' antics and Hagrid's humiliation. Curse Peeves, a fountain of falsehoods, Hagrid muttered, retracting his umbrella and making his way to the headmaster's office. Seeking assistance. The events of the previous day had unfolded too rapidly for Hagrid to protect his dragon egg. He knew that it was likely lost forever, having witnessed the egg not only shatter but also transform into a golden nugget, which vanished in the blink of an eye. After a full day of searching the Forbidden Forest without success, Hagrid had no choice but to turn to the headmaster for help. His desire to raise a dragon was merely a personal passion, and Hagrid believed that confessing his mistake to Dumbledore would surely lead to forgiveness. Like a big, bumbling child, he was confident that Dumbledore would absolve him, carrying no burden of guilt. The only source of his irritation was Peeves, time and again. The poltergeist seemed to know about every incident and concoct elaborate lies. Although most students dismissed these tales, some chose to exploit them for amusement at Hagrid's expense, which was the true source of his frustration. Hagrid, I hardly know what to say. Perhaps it would have been best if you had sent the dragon egg away from the start. Hermione coincidentally encountered Hagrid on his way, feeling a twinge of guilt since she knew who had taken the egg and that it would never be returned. She offered him a few words of comfort. Thank you. Thank you. I realize now how selfish I was. Otherwise, Norbert would not have faced such misfortune. Hagrid, such a towering figure, wept like a child, creating a dissonance that Hermione found unsettling. Perhaps it would be best to maintain her distance. With a book clutched tightly, she hastily retreated from the vicinity of Hagrid's tears. Hagrid, we know the tales spun by Peeves are mere fabrications, but what does the dragon egg truly smell like? The Weasley twins approached, their hearts seemingly untouched, jesting inappropriately, which only intensified Hagrid's sorrow. Harry Potter joined the scene, while Ron delivered 2 swift punches to his brother's waist, sending the twins crashing to the ground, curled up like shrimp. Ron, your strength is astonishing, Harry exclaimed, equally astonished, while Hagrid and the fallen twins shared a look of disbelief. I didn't mean to. I merely intended to push them away. I never imagined it would result in this, Ron lamented, staring at his hands in disbelief at having struck his own brothers. What consequences awaited him for this? Moreover, how could his punches carry such force? If you promise to handle all the chores at home for a month, we won't tell Mom about you hitting us, one of the twins suggested, while the other, wincing in pain, could scarcely speak. All right. I'll take care of everything once we get home, as long as you're all right, Ron replied, flustered, revealing his deep remorse for his actions. It seems our little brother truly loves us. I feel a twinge of guilt, one twin remarked. Do you even possess a conscience? I certainly don't feel one, the other retorted. The twins, as if unscathed, stood up, dusted themselves off, and continued to banter about which brother was more beloved. Of course it's me, Fred. At least I didn't suggest such a demand earlier. If I hadn't, how would we know Ron's genuine affection for us? The twins, with arms draped over each other's shoulders, playfully pressed down on Ron, a rare display of brotherly teasing. Hagrid, are you on your way to see Dumbledore? Harry, having just finished a family comedy, finally remembered the half-giant beside him. Yes, I must seek out Dumbledore. I can't linger any longer with you lot. Hagrid, having been momentarily amused by the Weasley twins' antics, ceased his loud sobbing. Tonight will be a moment of miraculous witness. In the distance, Regulus Black observed the entire scene unfold. Hagrid was evidently seeking assistance, but Dumbledore would likely provide nothing more than a few students for labor, such as Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Draco Malfoy, all of whom had incurred penalties. This time, Regulus Black was determined to get involved, albeit with caution. Dumbledore would not allow Harry to face peril. Indeed, after Hagrid's visit to Dumbledore, Filch arrived later that evening, accompanied by the 3 students who had received disciplinary actions. As they traversed the path, Filch found himself reminiscing about the brutal and violent forms of punishment from the medieval era, lamenting the contemporary penalties were far too lenient. He mused that if Dumbledore were inclined to restore the former glory, it would be quite the spectacle indeed. Filch's gaze roamed over the 3 children, akin to surveying 3 delectable morsels, already bound and suspended, awaiting the motivating whip of his affection, eliciting melodious cries. This unsettling gaze sent shivers down the spines of the 3 boys, while they held Filch, the janitor, in disdain. They were oblivious to the fact that he also bore the responsibility of administering discipline to the students. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, they found Hagrid already donned in his hunting gear, with knives and crossbows significantly oversized. Hagrid, I brought the students for you. You must be alert tonight, for the Forbidden Forest is not a place to be taken lightly. Filch, resolutely refusing to enter the Forbidden Forest himself, understood his limitations. He was merely a mundane being. Even wizards faced peril within those woods. It was best for him to avoid unnecessary risks. What? You want us to venture into the Forbidden Forest? I've heard there are werewolves lurking within. Draco Malfoy, clearly familiar with the ominous tales surrounding the forest, was startled when a howl echoed in response to his mention of werewolves. I must inform my father. The pallor of the pale, young Slytherin deepened, echoed by Ron's own wan complexion, while Harry Potter, imbued with an inexplicable courage, felt a flicker of anticipation for this arduous task ahead. What you are to do today is accompany me into the Forbidden Forest. A unicorn was found dead there a few weeks ago, and I've now heard reports of further attacks on unicorns, so we must investigate. Hagrid spoke with a quavering voice, which only served to further diminish the confidence of those present. Moreover, should you happen upon a golden dragon egg, please inform me, even if it is merely the remnants, as I must recover what belongs to Norbert. Filch rolled his eyes dramatically, finding even himself disdainful of the blubbering Hagrid. Hagrid, I believe you ought to manage your emotions better. Desiring to depart, Filch turned away. Even lingering at the forest's edge felt perilous under the veil of night. From a distance, Harry Potter seemed to glimpse a shadowy figure gliding past. Isn't that you, Regulus Black? Did you not bring any tools? Regulus could assure with both hands raised that the figure was not him, but rather another cloaked figure, Snape. Professor Snape had been tasked by Dumbledore to ensure the successful completion of this patrol through the Forbidden Forest, while Harry Potter was the primary focus of protection. As a professor, Snape was obliged to safeguard all students from harm. Furthermore, with Draco, his protege, involved in this laborious service, Dumbledore had no reason to doubt his attendance. Hagrid, accompanied by 3 boys and his large black dog Fong, ventured slowly into the Forbidden Forest. For Hagrid, this labor service was primarily intended to intimidate these mischievous boys. The quest for dragon eggs was a secondary concern. He had searched tirelessly throughout the day without success, and the dim light of night made the task even more arduous. Unless, of course, the dragon egg emitted a glow to illuminate the way. In reality, as long as one followed Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest, safety was assured. Hagrid possessed an intimate knowledge of the forest creatures. The intelligent magical beings would not attack him, and the less sentient ones would also refrain from aggression, as they were simply no match for him. Initially, Hagrid believed this excursion would be uneventful, but his composure faltered upon discovering the silvery blood of a unicorn on the ground. The timing of such an incident felt all too ominous. Perhaps danger lurked in the depths of the forest. Yet, recalling Dumbledore's warning, he felt compelled to proceed despite his confusion over the certainty of impending trouble. This was unicorn blood, indicating that a unicorn had been harmed, much like the one that had gone missing weeks prior. It had been attacked, and they needed to locate the unfortunate creature. Hagrid pinched some of the silvery blood between his fingers, while from a distance, Snape and Regulus Black contemplated drawing their wands to deliver a swift curse, for that was an invaluable potion ingredient, a rare alchemical material. How could he treat it like mere soap on his fingers? We must split into 2 teams, Hagrid declared confidently, causing the boys' faces to pale. Ron and I will be together, while Draco and Harry, you 2 will form the other team. He insisted that Fong accompany them. Of course, but I must warn you. Fong is a coward, Hagrid added. The black dog looked up at Draco with a plaintive whine, further draining the color from the pale-haired boy's face. Once the teams were established, Hagrid led Ron in one direction, while Draco, holding the lantern and accompanied by Fong, trudged deeper into the forest with Harry Potter. Although he had considered turning back, having already lost 50 points, he knew that evading this labor service would tarnish his reputation within Slytherin. Thus, he resolved to uphold his noble responsibilities, understanding this distinction clearly. Harry Potter, on the other hand, displayed a more passive demeanor, going along with whatever others dictated, lacking any assertive will of his own. Even as these 2 cousins walked together, it was Draco who filled the silence with words, attempting to alleviate the tension, even as his own anxiety grew with each utterance. Nearby, Snape arrived at the pool of unicorn blood, casting a sorrowful glance at the precious potion ingredients scattered across the filthy ground. I know you are here too. Gather this material, and we shall divide it later, he suddenly announced, seemingly aware of another's presence. Regulus Black, emerging from behind a tree after shedding his invisibility cloak, approached with measured steps. Did you not bring any tools? If not, you may return to fetch them. Severus Snape addressed Regulus Black, stating that tonight's duty was merely to protect Harry Potter. And who could have anticipated the appearance of the rare and precious unicorn blood? Naturally, he had not brought any potion-making tools. Regulus Black had no desire to return at this moment. However, he always kept some tools on hand. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a small silver flask from his space. The blood of the unicorn was silver in hue, and only a vessel of silver could adequately preserve the potency of the potion. With a gentle tap of his wand, the unicorn blood began to flow into the silver flask like fine threads, the flask already enchanted with the spell. The undetectable extension charm, typically employed to expand the space within tents, could transform a modest wizarding tent into the size of a grand villa. Using this charm on a potion bottle was akin to creating a spatial ring. As Regulus Black continued to collect the silver unicorn blood, he turned to Snape. Aren't you coming? He inquired. Perhaps Harry Potter might fortuitously encounter that injured unicorn. I do not require your guidance in my actions, Snape replied, curtly, sweeping his dark robe as he turned to depart. Indeed, this was not the opportune moment to linger and observe the gathering of potion materials. Lead the way. Snape's spell would surely lead him to Harry Potter, no matter his location. The forbidding environment of the Forbidden Forest would not prove an obstacle. As Draco walked, he grumbled, if my father would find out about Hagrid, it would be disastrous. Patrolling the Forbidden Forest at this hour is the work of servants. Harry Potter scoffed derisively. If I am not mistaken, you are clearly afraid. This was a direct affront to young Draco, who retorted, I am not afraid. Did you hear something? Let us go, Fong. Yet, shortly thereafter, Hagrid's large black dog abruptly halted, refusing to advance another step. What's wrong, Fong? Draco swiftly detected the issue, raising his lantern to illuminate the path ahead. A dark figure was crouched over a fallen unicorn, greedily drinking its blood. The shadowy figure, sensing their presence, lifted its head its mouth stained conspicuously with silver blood. Draco screamed in terror before turning to flee, with Fong following suit. Harry Potter's bewildered expression revealed his ignorance of the unfolding events. It must be said that the courage and naivety of youth often coexist. The extraordinary scene before him had not fazed him in the least. The dark figure, upon noticing Harry, glided toward him with a serpentine grace. Harry had missed the prime opportunity to escape, and even now, fleeing was not his immediate choice. Instead, he stumbled backward, falling to the ground, his mouth agape. Unable to utter a cry for help, his wand forgotten. Such a reaction could only be assessed as a resignation to fate. Snape, having heard Draco's scream, immediately quickened his pace toward the source of the disturbance. Soon, Draco was encountered along the path, yet Harry Potter was not present. Severe as Snape, consumed by anxiety, could not bear the thought of harm befalling Lily's child. He evaded Draco and hastened in search of Harry. Regulus Black, having also heard the commotion, was closer in proximity than Snape. Upon arriving at the scene, Regulus found a dark figure looming before Harry Potter. He lunged toward the fallen, lifeless young unicorn, deploying the most formidable skill from his unique arsenal, monster resurrection, originally designed to revive slain creatures within the game. This ability commanded the resurrected monsters to combat for the necromancer. Regulus was uncertain of the efficacy of employing this skill in isolation, particularly how the necromancer's abilities would interact with the purity of the unicorn. Unlike previous endeavors, such as Crimson Nightmare's Sorcerer's Monastery, which were mere alchemical creations, Regulus aspired to genuinely resurrect this unicorn. His motivation stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, the young unicorn, being diminutive, was not an ideal subject for alchemy. The older the unicorn, the greater its innate magical prowess, and thus, the more formidable it became, making them exceedingly difficult to hunt. Consequently, the wizarding world typically acquired unicorn materials from those who met untimely ends, some even succumbing to old age. Regulus Black's 4 wands were derived from such circumstances. The second reason was that unicorns, as embodiments of purity, inherently conflicted with necromantic spells, yet they could transform into nightmares. Regulus had successfully transmuted a unicorn into a nightmare. Thus, to validate certain magical theories, Regulus required a deceased unicorn for his resurrection spell. The young unicorn, recently bereaved of its kin, had been searching the forbidden forest for its missing mother, who had vanished weeks prior. Each day, the young creature wandered, perhaps unaware of how long it would take to accept that its mother would not return. Tragically, on this very night, while meandering near the forest's edge, the young unicorn fell victim to a malevolent attack. A shadowy figure pursued it with magical assaults, eventually delivering a grievous blow that caused the young unicorn to collapse. Bleeding profusely, the unicorn sensed its lifeblood being siphoned away, its vitality diminishing with each drop. It seemed that others had arrived. One child screamed in terror and fled. The assailant, having drained the unicorn's blood, finally departed. Yet, the process of death continued unabated. Consciousness began to fade, and the young unicorn felt itself slipping away. Suddenly, an intruder unleashed a dark curse upon the young unicorn, one imbued with a potent life force. The unicorn felt as though it had consumed a piping hot dumpling, its entire body jolting to life once more. The young unicorn felt an overwhelming radiance within, an energy that demanded release. Its target was not the individual attempting to save it. Rather, it was the shadow that had attacked and drained its blood. A brilliant beam of sacred light erupted from behind, striking the dark figure with tremendous force, sending it crashing into a centaur. The centaur had intended to rescue Harry Potter, but as he leaped forward, the unicorn, seemingly on the brink of death, unleashed a powerful counterattack. The speed of the sacred light was so swift that even the centaur could not evade it. The dark figure was first struck by the unicorn's divine light, then violently impacted by the centaur's charge, a combination of sensations surely unbearable. Without hesitation, it ascended into the sky to escape. Regulus Black had not anticipated that the unicorn, believed to be dead, was merely in a state of near death. This created an awkward situation. Using the monster resurrection spell on a creature at death's door yielded unforeseen consequences. The dark magic, infused with vitality, swept over the unicorn, reviving it from its near demise. This activated the unicorn's latent life potential, and with proper care thereafter, it could regain its health, free from the fear of becoming a puppet of a dark wizard. Regulus had inadvertently done a good deed through his ill intentions. With the dark figure having fled, Regulus Black prepared to withdraw, recognizing that there was no need for further interaction with Harry Potter, much like Severus Snape, who was lurking nearby. The centaur Firenze, having shielded Harry Potter from the dark figure, was focused solely on the fleeing shadow, oblivious to the unicorn's departure from the scene. Firenze's form was a striking amalgamation of human and horse, with disheveled, mid-length hair and a scruffy beard, embodying the centaur's image, as did the other centaurs who followed, appearing equally unkempt. Harry Potter, you must leave the Forbidden Forest. Many creatures here recognize you, and the nighttime forest is perilous, especially for you, warned Firenze. What attacked me just now? Why has the unicorn returned to life? Why did it seek to drain the unicorn's blood? Harry Potter, now a bundle of curiosity, inquired of the centaur, who clearly stood as his protector. Is merely a monster. The act of killing a unicorn is an unforgivable sin. Drinking unicorn blood can preserve one's life, even bringing back the dying, but at a dreadful price. Unicorns are pure beings, and from the moment their blood touches your lips, you become cursed, living a half-life. Who would desire such an existence? Firenze slowly elucidated part of the mystery, ultimately guiding Harry Potter toward the truth of the matter. Can you not discern who it is? Are you suggesting that the monster who killed the unicorn and drank its blood is Voldemort? Exclaimed the young Potter, finally grasping the revelation. Do you know what secrets are concealed within the school at this very moment? Firenze continued to guide. The Philosopher's Stone. Greetings, Firenze. It seems you have already encountered young Potter. Are you well, Harry? Hagrid arrived with Ron, Draco, and the large black dog fawn. Harry Potter, it is time for us to part ways. You are safe now. I wish you good fortune. Everything that needed to be communicated has been made clear, and Firenze has done his part. The next course of action is solely Harry Potter's decision. Regulus Black wandered through the Forbidden Forest, followed not far behind by a young unicorn. Halt! Turn around. The young unicorn immediately feigned grazing. I am grazing. I am not following you. Regulus Black felt a twinge of annoyance. After locating several spots marked by the blood of unicorns, he collected the blood in a silver flask, and the young unicorn had curiously approached him, watching intently as its blood was drawn into the small vessel. As he reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Regulus Black deemed it necessary to have a candid conversation with the young unicorn. I am glad you are alive. This is your fortune and my unexpected surprise. Therefore, I hope you will continue your existence in the Forbidden Forest rather than follow me. I have numerous matters to attend to at Hogwarts, so let this be the end of our interaction. Stop feigning ignorance. Return. Gazing into the eyes of the young unicorn, he could distinctly sense its emotions. It was quite absurd that the creature was preparing to play dumb in the end. Regulus Black, having lost all sense of boundaries, would not raise a hand against the young unicorn. If it were deceased, that would be another matter entirely. After all, it could merely be regarded as a collection of potion ingredients, easily dismembered. However, now that the young unicorn was alive, such treatment was unacceptable. A living unicorn may lack material value, yet it possesses profound significance, the essence of life. Once again, Regulus Black discerned sorrow in the eyes of the young unicorn. To hell with it. I'm not a caretaker. He turned and exited the edge of the Forbidden Forest, making his way toward Hogwarts without looking back, while the unicorn obediently remained in place. Hagrid, that is the unicorn I previously saw. It was initially dead but has since been resurrected. Hagrid and the others emerged from the Forbidden Forest, and Harry Potter immediately recognized the young unicorn at the forest's edge. Disdain. Everyone perceived this sentiment reflected in the young unicorn's gaze, and then it displayed a thoughtful expression in the direction of Hogwarts. Such a rich array of expressions and emotions from a unicorn completely altered the perspectives of the three boys. Even Hagrid was in awe. This unicorn is destined for greatness. The four of them failed to notice the absence of Regulus Black, who had seamlessly vanished, the disillusionment charm, now a commonly employed spell, executed with such proficiency that it was as effortless as speech. Nevertheless, this did not escape the keen eyes of the unicorn, which lingered at the edge of the Forbidden Forest until Regulus Black stepped through the gates of Hogwarts, after which the young unicorn reluctantly departed. Severus Snape was the last to return to Hogwarts, trailing behind Hagrid and his companions, although he was unaware of Regulus Black's presence there. The sight of the unicorn inevitably brought the young man's thoughts to mind. He also pondered how well Regulus had managed to collect the creature's blood. Lost in these thoughts, Snape finally descended into his subterranean chamber. The familiar scent of potions wafted through his office, allowing him to relax his taut nerves. The dark figure he had seen was undoubtedly Voldemort. It could only be him. To his surprise, Regulus Black had managed to revive the unicorn, and the surge of holy light must have been quite distressing for Voldemort. This thought brought a flicker of satisfaction to Snape's heart. Lily, your son is safe tonight, and I shall continue to protect him. At that moment, Someone entered, placing a silver flask upon the table. What about the potion tea you prepared last time? I require a large cup. I need to calm my mind. It was the tranquilizer and elation potion tea. This evening, Harry Potter and Ron would find it difficult to sleep. The labor service they had just undertaken was more exhilarating than any nighttime adventure. It was likely that for a considerable time, these two boys would lose their enthusiasm for such escapades. Are you saying that person is right there, in the Forbidden Forest? Ron was astonished that a routine patrol could lead to an encounter with the legendary Dark Lord, Voldemort. Well, it's true that Harry met him, not I, he conceded. But he is weak, relying solely on the blood of unicorns to survive. Don't you understand? We were mistaken. Snape does not seek the Philosopher's Stone for himself. He intends to steal it for Voldemort. With the elixir of life, Voldemort would regain his power in return for vengeance. Harry's expression fell as he lamented their predicament. How were they, mere students, to confront a professor? If he returns, he wouldn't be plotting to kill you, would he? Ron finally grasped the reality. Whether Voldemort returned or not was irrelevant to him. The true danger lay with Harry Potter. If he seizes an opportunity, he might come to eliminate me tonight. Harry was convinced that Snape was indeed the thief aiming to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone, and it seemed that Voldemort's revenge was imminent. Here I was, fretting over the potions exam, Ron remarked, realizing that their concerns should not have centered on academics, but rather on the potential threat posed by Snape. Clearly, without Hermione's guidance and reassurances regarding who was the most feared wizard by Voldemort, Dumbledore, Harry would remain in peril. As long as Dumbledore is present, Harry, you will be safe. No one can harm you while he is here. Absent Hermione's wisdom, the two boys would likely navigate the remainder of the term steeped in anxiety and fear. They had become ensnared in the notion that Snape was the villain intent on stealing the Philosopher's Stone, even if Snape himself did not aim to appropriate it. He was nonetheless acting on Voldemort's behalf. In short, it was Snape who was to steal the stone. As for Severus Snape, he was currently brewing tea with Regulus Black, a pot simmering with steam and a fragrant aroma of potions wafting through the office. Severus Snape gently stirred the mixture before retrieving 2 wooden cups from the table, ladling the potion into each and pushing one towards his assistant. The ritual was unchanged, a precise representation of the scene reminiscent of his early days at Hogwarts when Professor Snape had invited him for tea. He had intended to request the formula for the calming draught and the elixir of joy, but ultimately found more pleasure in simply enjoying tea in the company of Snape. Regulus Black wore a somewhat shameless expression, yet, compared to Snape's acerbic wit, it was rather polite. Snape understood the underlying compliment, acknowledging the quality of his brewed potion. With a cold chuckle, Snape lifted the warm cup and sipped his potion. I'd taken a look around, and the unicorn blood within is thrice what you have seen before, Regulus stated candidly, pointing to the silver pot on the table. Confident that Snape would not take advantage of him in this matter. A promise made was a promise kept. Snape retrieved a silver vial from the cupboard and, with a flick of his wand, tapped the silver pot belonging to Regulus. A stream of silvery blood leapt from the pot into the vial. The two continued sipping their tea, and by the time one cup was finished, half the quantity of unicorn blood was successfully contained. Regulus Black rose to take his leave, carrying his small silver pot with him. How could you possibly resurrect a unicorn? Snape inquired, his curiosity piqued, having restrained himself from asking until now. He wished to understand how Regulus had managed to revive a deceased unicorn. What would happen if Voldemort discovered this? He dubbed the spell the Resurrection Charm, pondering its implications for Voldemort's own revival. It was no wonder Regulus had sought refuge in Hogwarts. Even a traitor among the Death Eaters was captivated by such a spell. What madness might ensue if the true Death Eaters, who had evaded the Ministry's grasp, were to learn of the Resurrection Charm? Regulus paused at the door, silent for a moment without turning around. It was merely an accident. The unicorn was not entirely dead at the time, so I cannot definitively claim that this spell is true resurrection. I merely happened to heal the unicorn's injuries, he explained. Snape remained unresponsive behind him, suggesting that this matter was indeed shrouded in complexity. Legends describe unicorns as the most sacred creatures in existence, approachable only by the purest of maidens. Yet Regulus pondered, if they are so sacred, should they not embody acceptance of all? In his view, unicorns were cursed beings, and their prominent horns made for exquisite materials in dark magic. All 4 of his wands originate from unicorns. Regulus Black, of course, had a clear purpose for the unicorn blood he had acquired. Previously, he had seized Hagrid's dragon egg through alchemy, creating the golden memory dragon egg realm. However, he soon realized that the power of the Soul Stone was far too potent for this dragon egg. It required the amalgamation with another form of powerful magical material, lest it become a mere lifeless shell. Leviosa With the levitation spell, Regulus Black elevated the golden memory dragon egg realm alongside the unicorn blood into the air. The unicorn blood formed a shimmering pool, and the dragon egg floated uncertainly within it. Under Regulus's control, the egg began to roll within the pool, gaining momentum. Initially, the silvery unicorn blood struggled to adhere to the rolling egg, yet soon it began to cling in wispy strands. Once the dragon egg had absorbed all the unicorn blood onto its shell, the interplay of gold and silver hues became vividly apparent, exuding a sensation of life. Whenever the golden segment flashed, it was day within the realm. Whenever the silver segment shone, it was night. Regulus Black was highly satisfied with the final outcome. Despite the addition of unicorn blood, he chose not to alter the name, the Golden Memory Dragon Egg Realm. Retaining it in his inventory provided numerous additional advantages. Level 7 necromancy skills, Level 7 toxic skeletal skills, Level 7 curse spell skills, a 77 chance to summon a skeletal dragon, a 77 chance to summon a ghost dragon, a 77 chance to generate magical minerals, a 77 chance to produce magical plants, a 77 chance to conjure magical creatures, and a 77 chance of acquiring extra magical artifacts and beings. With such formidable attributes, Regulus Black was determined to perfect the world within. Through the aperture of the Golden Memory Dragon Egg Realm, he could observe its interior as if gazing upon intricate patterns in the palm of his hand. In this realm, he was akin to a deity, an absolute sovereign. Drawing inspiration from the story of Diablo, he replaced the demons with the three formidable bosses, the skeletal dragon, the ghost dragon, and the undead dragon. He incorporated urban adventure rules from other tabletop role-playing games, establishing three nations. Due to the presence of the three bosses, the magical minerals, plants, and animals within each nation's map exhibited distinct mutations. The professions were diverse, essentially splitting the three skill sets of the 7 classes from Diablo. Anyone could freely select 3 occupational skills from a pool of 21. However, there were currently no plans or preparations to allow anyone entry. Regulus Black discovered that establishing the attributes of the Golden Memory Dragon Egg Secret Realm was not the most arduous task. The most challenging aspect lay in formulating the world rules within the Secret Realm. Although he had a reference framework to guide him, it still took nearly a month to complete. That evening, Harry Potter and Ron did not sleep well, in stark contrast to Severus Snape, who slumbered soundly. Regulus Black, on the other hand, required no sleep. If he did lie down, it was merely due to a lack of engagement. At dawn, after completing his morning rituals, Regulus Black appeared punctually at the professor's table, where breakfast was, as always, sumptuous. Lamb chops, fish soup, mashed potatoes. As Regulus Black took his seat, he softly announced several dishes, and in an instant, his selections were elegantly presented before him. The house elves of Hogwarts were remarkably adept, crafting delectable dishes. Were it not for the wizards' need for copious sustenance to meet their daily demands, indulging too frequently in the house elves' culinary creations could certainly lead to weight gain. Naturally, such weight would be healthful and devoid of ailments typically associated with excess. With a dining knife, Regulus expertly carved the lamb chops, deftly removing the bones before slicing the tender meat into strips, which he then divided into bite-sized pieces. Each morsel of lamb was only slightly wider than the dining fork, perfectly suited for savoring. Occasionally, he would scoop up a half-spoonful of mashed potatoes, complementing it with a dash of fish soup. Regulus Black undoubtedly exhibited the most meticulous, intricate, and graceful dining etiquette at the professor's table. Whether partaking in Chinese or Western cuisine, one could see reflections of themselves in his dining process, without ever breaching the bounds of table manners. Even the most discerning Slytherin acknowledged that Regulus Black, the teaching assistant, embodied an aristocratic essence surpassing that of the nobility. This was a standard even Severus Snape could not match. During meals, Professor Snape seemed to be methodically handling potion ingredients, consuming his food with an impassive demeanor, entirely indifferent to the flavors of the dishes. Observing Regulus Black dine, however, was a pure delight. Spectators could not help but feel that the dishes he savored must be exceptionally delicious. On one occasion, Regulus Black ordered a roast similar to that on the students' tables. After tasting it, he casually remarked that the spice ratio was excessive. Consequently, students from all 4 houses flocked to try the roast, each offering varying opinions on its flavor. Yet the response mirrored the relationship between a star and their admirers. Subsequently, when a roast reappeared in the school, the spice ratio was notably reduced, indicating that even the house elves acknowledged his critique. As everyone merrily indulged in breakfast, a young unicorn peeked curiously at the entrance of the hall. "Oh my, a unicorn! Look, the unicorn from the Forbidden Forest has ventured into Hogwarts. Can I touch it? I'm a virgin." Clearly, This was a juvenile unicorn, perhaps in search of its mother. Alas, its mother had been devoured by a giant. Some students mischievously perpetuated the previous rumors of Hagrid consuming unicorns. The young unicorn observed for a moment before striding confidently into the hall, directly traversing the students' dining tables towards the professor's table. Look, look, it has indeed come to seek Hagrid for its mother. A commendable display of courage. Though one might wonder if Hagrid could actually accommodate such a request in front of all the professors. Was it truly wise to seek vengeance at this moment? Hagrid was regretting his decision to partake in breakfast today. The rumors that had previously settled were once again surging, and as he watched the unicorn approach the professor's table, he was engulfed in anxiety, perspiration streaming down his face. Snape cast a sidelong glance at his assistant, Regulus Black, who had initially lifted his gaze but soon returned his attention to his breakfast, seemingly unperturbed by the unicorn's presence. The young unicorn had made a significant decision to come to Hogwarts, motivated solely by the desire to find its closest companion. Despite the multitude of students in the school, they dared only to whisper among themselves. None had the audacity to act disrespectfully. However, the individual on the professor's table, whom the unicorn felt closest to, merely glanced its way. Yet that was sufficient. The young unicorn was resolute that this was indeed the person it sought. Upon reaching the professor's table, the young unicorn fixed its gaze intently on Regulus Black. Just as Regulus finished his meal and pushed his plate aside, he finally looked up at his unexpected visitor. No fooling around. No nonsense. No trying to mooch. Have you had breakfast? Regulus Black scrutinized the unicorn for a moment, deciphering much from its eyes. It appeared as though this little creature was intent on lingering by his side, possibly hoping to engage in some frivolity and seek indulgence, which was utterly outrageous. All the students and professors were taken aback by Regulus Black's remarks. His three-part inquiry was utterly astonishing. The young unicorn was momentarily stunned, then abandoned its original intent, shaking its head to indicate it had not eaten. Professor, if there is nothing further, I shall return to attend to some matters. Regulus Black requested of Dumbledore before rising to leave the hall, the young unicorn following closely behind, its lively steps revealing its exuberant mood. It had come in search of Mr. Black. Mr. Black is so handsome, even a unicorn can approach him. A true Prince Charming. A student speculated, could Mr. Black be a virgin? This comment was swiftly silenced by a nearby girl. Hagrid, having narrowly escaped a predicament, quickly retrieved a large handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Dumbledore had to tap his goblet, using a high-pitched tone to remind the students to quiet down. Children, it's almost time for classes. The students with lessons scrambled, those who had not eaten enough hurriedly grabbing more food to consume on their way to class. My class is in the afternoon, Professor Flitwick said, a touch of excitement in his voice. I have no classes in the morning. I can observe the unicorn up close, and I trust Black will not refuse. Other professors, equally interested and free from classes, expressed their intent to witness the spectacle, while those with lessons departed to teach their students, resulting in a significant portion of the professor's table being vacated. Hagrid was quite reluctant to face the unicorn. Who could tell whether the rumors of consuming unicorns had reached its ears? Professor Quirrell, you appear quite unwell. Hagrid suddenly noticed that Quirrell, who had not departed, bore a pallid and contorted expression. I am fine, merely experiencing a slight headache, likely due to my poor sleep last night. I must attend to a class now. This was the true essence of resurrection. Voldemort roared within Quirrell's mind, his elaborate schemes solely aimed at his own revival. Now, existing as neither man nor ghost, parasitically inhabiting another S-form, Voldemort felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Last night, whether that young unicorn had met its demise was a matter best known to Voldemort, who had drunk its blood. Initially, it was presumed that Regulus Black had employed some spell to awaken the unicorn-esque powers. Yet it now appeared that the incantation was not merely a catalyst for strength, but a genuine resurrection spell. However, action could not be taken. Both previous encounters had culminated in failure for his side. The first attempt had resulted in the unicorn's body being seized, while the second had astonishingly revived the creature. Regulus Black's advancements in magic were monumental, and his own resurrection remained a closely guarded secret. It was evident that he harbored even more mysteries. Voldemort yearned to imprison Regulus Black, to torment and interrogate him until he divulged all his secrets. His quest for immortality had once relied on the creation of Horcruxes. Yet here was Regulus Black, who had perished in the Black Lake and remained a wraith for 11 years. Now capable of self-resurrection and even reviving a unicorn, an entity least suited to the realms of the undead and darkness. Such feats were nothing short of extraordinary. Voldemort was already aware of Regulus Black's tale, The Daily Prophet had meticulously chronicled his experiences following the declaration of his innocence, and had extensively reported on his legal battles with the Ministry of Magic in pursuit of reclaiming the Black family estate. After confirming Regulus Black's account of the previous night, Dumbledore and the other professors unanimously agreed that keeping a unicorn at Hogwarts posed no issue, provided it did not disrupt the student studies. "So you have come of age," they remarked. Since that day, the young unicorn had followed Regulus Black closely, sharing in his meals and rest. Each day, Regulus would lead it for walks in the Forbidden Forest, akin to a leisurely stroll with a dog. Life had taken on a new rhythm, yet many activities were now precluded. Indeed, keeping a pet was ill-suited for him. As a time traveler, Regulus Black needed to invest his time in manipulating the narrative-esque characters, striving to extract the utmost benefit from them before the conclusion of the entire Harry Potter saga, ensuring he achieved everything he desired. Otherwise, once the storyline reached its denouement, all would revert to an unknown state, rendering his advantages from time travel entirely null. After allowing the young unicorn to frolic in the Forbidden Forest, Regulus Black finally led it back to the school. Reflecting upon it, do unicorns consume food? It seems they do not. During the time Regulus Black has spent in the company of unicorns, he has never witnessed one partake of sustenance. Until one fateful day, he observed a young unicorn wandering amidst the Forbidden Forest, lingering beside the remains of a deceased creature. Regulus Black harbored no illusions that the unicorn was acting out of compassion, wishing to revive the fallen creature. As he approached, he discerned that all that remained on the ground was a heap of decayed bones. Upon noticing Regulus's presence, the young unicorn shyly retreated a few steps, exhibiting a sense of unease. Regulus meticulously examined the pile of animal remains, convinced that his eyes had not deceived him. It had indeed been a recently deceased creature. Yet, after the unicorn's involvement, the once flesh and blood carcass had transformed into a collection of bleached and decaying bones. Could you elucidate this peculiar circumstance? Regulus Black had always been forthright with the unicorn that had approached him. Such an intelligent yet innocent being communicated most effectively through directness, devoid of any superfluous implications. Without a trace of hesitation, the young unicorn rested its horn upon Regulus Black's head. Their consciousness intertwined, as the unicorn imparted insights regarding its way of life, information not found in many tomes on magical creatures. What do unicorns consume? They are exquisite beings, their horns possessing healing properties capable of filtering out toxins and preventing poisoning and other ailments, even rumored to bestow longevity. Due to legends asserting their ability to detect poison, unicorn horns are regarded as rare antidotes in the Muggle world. The horn, blood, and hair of a unicorn all exhibit potent magical effects. The horn serves an antidotal purpose. It is said that a knife with a handle made from a unicorn horn can discern the toxicity of food during preparation. Tail hair can be crafted into wands, while its silvery blood is said to extend life. However, one should refrain from slaying unicorns for these purposes. Such an act would bring about a curse, leading to profound regret. The nature of unicorns starkly contrasts their gentle appearance, as they are capable of contending with formidable creatures like elephants and dragons. Typically, they shy away from human interaction, often displaying a preference for the company of witches over wizards, and they possess remarkable speed, making their capture exceedingly challenging. This suggests that unicorns may thrive on toxins or possess a penchant for them. The corpse of the small animal, upon its demise, naturally carried the toxins of death, thereby becoming sustenance for the unicorn. In consuming these toxins, unicorns do not ingest in the conventional sense. Rather, akin to the Chien Ta Pa from the 8 parts of heaven, they nourish themselves by absorbing scents, with unicorns drawing sustenance from toxic vapors. Consequently, the body, having been drained of its noxious essence, rapidly decomposes, thus elucidating why the existence of unicorns feasting remains elusive to the world. Regulus Black also came to understand why this unicorn never fed in his presence. Yet the moment he turned away, the fruits and vegetables offered to it vanished without a trace. Moreover, the mature unicorn is resplendent in silver, whereas in its youth, it is a vibrant golden hue. "So, you have reached adulthood, I see." Regulus Black emitted a laughter reminiscent of a quirky uncle, startling the young unicorn, which promptly retaliated with a gentle nudge of its horn. The unicorn, well aware that Regulus was jesting, extended its hoof to grasp the spiraled horn, and thus began their conversation. That evening, it had just shed its golden coat, marking its recent transition into maturity. The unicorn's attempt at human speech felt somewhat awkward. It would likely require more time to engage in normal dialogue. Furthermore, this unicorn possessed the innate ability of telepathy, allowing for communication without physical contact, merely by being in proximity. Yet, This newly matured unicorn could only engage in conscious dialogue through physical touch, revealing a significant limitation in its abilities. Thus, Regulus Black mused, "You are a newly blossomed young lady, caught in the transitional phase between girlhood and youthful innocence." His commentary nearly resulted in the unicorn toppling him over. "All right, let us discuss other matters. Your options are somewhat limited. One path is to maintain your current existence, continuing life in the Forbidden Forest sheltered under the aegis of Hogwarts. I am confident that Dumbledore, or any future headmaster, would never expel you from the forest nor act detrimentally towards you. As a unicorn that may have been resurrected, this secret cannot be kept indefinitely. Even if the world perceives you as a unicorn returned to life, there will inevitably be one or two individuals who will question your origins. This could lead to pursuits, hunts, and ultimately dissection, all in the quest for the secret of resurrection. However, if you remain within the confines of the Forbidden Forest, as long as you refrain from causing disturbances, Hogwarts is indeed the safest haven. Any assault on this place, under any pretext, would equate to an assault on the future of the wizarding world, which the legitimate wizarding community would never tolerate. Even during the later reign of Voldemort, when his Death Eaters controlled Hogwarts, they still regarded it as a school rather than a fortress and did not harm the magical creatures within the Forbidden Forest. I refuse. I refuse to continue such a monotonous existence. Living as a unicorn is dreadfully tedious. Had I not encountered you, my life would have long since concluded. You have granted me a new beginning and introduced me to an entirely new world. I wish to live alongside you." The unicorn scratched the ground with its hooves, its voice and haughty demeanor reminiscent of a girlfriend who lingers at her boyfriend's home. "Since you are insistent, as the current head of the Black family, I present you with another choice: to grow stronger, to become exceedingly powerful, to the point where no wizard or force can inflict harm upon you, unless you desire your own demise." Regulus Black, emboldened by his own words, was undoubtedly capable of nurturing this unicorn into an almost invincible being. This, he believed, was an achievable goal, and we still had time, did we not? After all, it was merely the first year of Harry Potter's journey. In theory, there exists no invincible entity in this world. Everything is in a state of flux. Even the mightiest among us can encounter misfortune, falter, and ultimately succumb to the passage of time. The unicorn, in its youthful form, has taken to imparting knowledge, frequently visiting Ravenclaw, where an abundance of charming maidens and boundless tomes await to be explored. The young unicorn possesses an insatiable thirst for learning. What assurance can you provide that your promises will materialize? Can you truly enable me to grow stronger, to the extent that no adversarial gaze may ever fall upon me? Or would it be simpler for me to vanish entirely, to conceptually erase my existence while still residing in your company? The voice of the young unicorn, brimming with excitement at her own ingenious solution, muses that as long as she can be with her beloved, it matters little if she fades from the eyes of the world. There shall be no need for disappearance. I shall elevate you to a cherished emblem of the Black family, inspiring envy in all who behold our possession of you, yet instilling a fear of any other thoughts. Can Regulus Black truly fulfill his declarations? Certainly, one would not dare to profess such certainty without conviction, even when faced with a mere young unicorn. For Regulus Black holds no disdain for deceiving children. With the capabilities of a necromancer and the transformative prowess of a llama, Regulus Black, possessing the golden memory dragon egg secret realm, can bestow upon anyone a class akin to those found in the game Diablo. Thus, the young unicorn's apprehensions are entirely unwarranted. The pressing matter now is the selection of a profession. For a creature as marvelous as a unicorn, the druid class presents itself as the most fitting choice. The notion of being in harmony with nature is but folly. What truly matters is the alignment of one's vocation. The druid possesses elemental skills that harness the natural forces of wind and fire, along with summoning abilities that call forth the essence of nature and its flora and fauna. However, the dilemma lies within the shape-shifting skills, for the forms of werewolves and bearmen are evidently ill-suited to the unicorn's graceful image. It appears that significant alterations to her skill set are necessary, while the elemental and summoning skills require no further discussion. It is the shape-shifting abilities that demand a complete overhaul. The original skills are as follows. Shapeshift. Passive effect. The frequent alteration of form can indeed be vexing, as transformations are constrained by duration. This skill enhances the physical attributes post-transformation and extends the duration of a shift. Werewolf transformation. Effect. This skill allows the druid to morph into a werewolf, thereby accelerating their reflexes and augmenting their combat skills. Feral frenzy. Limited to werewolf transformation. Upon transforming into a wolf under the influence of this skill, the druid will enter a frenzied state, unleashing a series of relentless attacks that viciously rend their foes, drawing vitality from the carnage. The more ferocious the assault, the greater the life force siphoned. Rabies. Limited to werewolf transformation. When the druid employs this skill, their saliva becomes laced with toxins. As they bite their adversary, they simultaneously disseminate a dreadful contagion within. The inherent inaccuracy of rabies proves to be a fatal flaw, as it typically poisons the target immediately upon impact. Due to the inescapable scent of rabies, which cannot be eradicated as the source of the venom remains inaccessible, rabies persists. Fury. Limited werewolf transformation effect. This ability plunges the druid into a bloodthirsty rage, enhancing their accuracy and damage while they zealously assail nearby foes. Bear transformation. Effect. This skill grants the druid the power to transform into a ferocious bear, significantly augmenting their strength and resilience, allowing them to unleash devastating attacks during the bear transformation. Battering ram. Limited bear transformation effect. Upon transforming into a bear, the druid can rend the flesh of adversaries with their formidable claws. Each enemy slain with this skill increases their ferocity by 1 point. Shockwave. Limited bear transformation effect. The druid's mighty roar sends tremors through the earth, causing surrounding foes to quake and become disoriented. Flame claw. Limited werewolf or bear transformation effect. In their animal form, the druid adeptly wields the elemental forces of nature to imbue their attacks with fiery effects, albeit at the cost of significant accuracy. Hunger. Limited werewolf or bear transformation effect. Nature creates life, yet it can also take it away. When the druid employs this skill to bite an enemy, it siphons their vitality and essence into their own being. The aforementioned skills revolve around transformations into werewolves and bears, which evidently do not suit a unicorn. Regulus Black, in an effort to win the favor of the lowly unicorn, prepares to activate his lowly loving spirit, perfecting the skill configuration. You may wonder why not entirely create new skills. The reason lies in Regulus Black's inherent golden finger system. Without this golden finger system, he could freely edit skills and conjure new spells, yet such an approach would lack completeness. With the benefits of the comprehensive system provided by his golden finger, Regulus Black appreciates its seamlessness and efficiency. After all, as a game-esque skill system, it embodies the collective wisdom of many, exhibiting perfection in both overall structure and intricate details. Anyone considering themselves capable of surpassing the wisdom of game designers might as well retire for the night. Nonetheless, based on the golden finger system, Regulus Black, as a time traveler, can still implement some modifications. However, transforming it beyond recognition is unnecessary. Thus, the primary focus for reworking will be the transformation skills. Centaur transformation. Active effect. This skill allows the unicorn to transform into a centaur, featuring a human upper body and a horse lower body, thus becoming a mobile combat unit, enhancing their reflexes and combat abilities. Human-horse transformation. Active effect. This skill permits the unicorn to morph into a human-horse hybrid, a divine being with a horse head based on a human form, thereby improving its dexterity in crafting weapons and adapting to human armaments. Anthropomorphic transformation. Active ability. The unicorn possesses the enchanting ability to transform into a humanoid form, which, once its appearance is confirmed, remains unchanged. It can seamlessly alternate between its humanoid and unicorn forms, with the transformation automatically dispelling any negative status effects. The physical attributes post-transformation remain intact, preserving all bodily characteristics. Ghostly steed transformation. Active ability. The unicorn can metamorphose into a spectral form known as the ghostly steed, evading adverse effects upon itself while embodying ghostly traits that enable unrestricted movement. However, its offensive capabilities are significantly diminished, with all attributes redirected towards curse effects. Dragon horse transformation. Active ability. The unicorn can assume the majestic form of a dragon-headed horse, adorned with dragon scales on its hooves and tail, bestowing a spiritual aura that enhances itself or its allies. Chelan transformation. Active ability. The unicorn transforms into the divine beast Chelan, with all attributes shifting towards a singular elemental direction, allowing for the selection of different elemental properties based on situational needs. Water spirit Chelan. Passive ability. When a unicorn chooses to transform into the water spirit Chelan, all attributes are directed towards the water element, granting enhancements in attack, defense, agility, and vitality within aquatic environments. Fire spirit Chelan. Passive ability. Upon transforming into the fire spirit Chelan, all attributes shift towards the fire element, resulting in augmented attack, defense, agility, and vitality in fiery surroundings. Wind Spirit Cheelin. Passive ability. By becoming the Wind Spirit Cheelin, the unicorn channels all attributes towards the wind element, enhancing attack, defense, agility, and vitality in windy conditions. Thunder Spirit Cheelin. Passive ability. When a unicorn transforms into the Thunder Spirit Cheelin, all attributes transition towards the thunder element, augmenting attack, defense, agility, and vitality amidst thunderstorms. This comprehensive suite of abilities within the transformation skill set serves to enhance rather than diminish capabilities, resonating closely with the essence of Eastern divine beasts. Furthermore, Regulus Black has also refined several summoning skills. The skills Summon Ghost Wolf, Summon Frenzied Wolf, and Summon Grizzly Bear have been replaced with 3 new summoning abilities. Summon Insects. Active ability. The unicorn summons nearby small insects to serve its will, acting as the summoner's eyes or assisting in gathering. Summon Treant. Active ability. The unicorn can imbue a tree with life, transforming it into a treant that fights on its behalf. The older the tree, the greater its attributes. Upon the cessation of the skill's effects, the treant will take root and continue to thrive in its original location. Summon Alpaca. Active ability. If not situated in a jungle, the unicorn can summon an alpaca from a patch of mere weeds to fight for it. This summoned creature, composed of earth and grass, comes equipped with a knight and utilizes any available materials as weapons, employing a cunningly and scrupulous strategy. Due to the low cost of summoning, it can be summoned in abundance. Regulus Black has placed the unicorn into the Golden Memory Dragon Egg secret realm, allowing it to embrace the druid profession therein. The druid skills have undergone significant modifications, requiring the unicorn to gradually comprehend and hone its abilities. Indeed, only through practical experience can the efficacy of these skills be truly validated. The Dragon Egg Secret Realm, with its meticulously designed game maps, offers an abundance of monstrous adversaries, serving as an excellent venue for accruing experience. Having subdued the unicorn, Regulus Black returned to Hogwarts alone, a sight that astonished both professors and students who had grown accustomed to the unicorn's presence. Even Dumbledore approached Regulus to inquire about the situation. Naturally, Regulus, with a facade of nonchalance, claimed that the unicorn had merely returned to the Forbidden Forest. With over 2 weeks remaining until the final examinations at Hogwarts, the atmosphere within the castle thickened with an air of urgency. Whether they were the graduating 7th years or first-year newcomers like Harry Potter, anxiety and tension were inescapable. Indeed, the absence of Hermione, whose calming influence was sorely missed, left Harry casting fearful glances at Snape, provoking both disdain and confusion from the potions master. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from unleashing a barrage of cutting remarks, akin to a frenzied shepherd wielding a whip, driving the flock of Hogwarts students toward their inevitable conclusion. I thought Snape might very well end my existence right there in the classroom. With dark circles under his eyes, Harry ambled through the corridors of Hogwarts like a specter. It was astonishing. The normally wandless Professor Snape was now brandishing his wand during class, and when it was pointed at me, I feared I would be struck by a curse in the next heartbeat. Ron had an especially unfortunate day, being summoned twice by Snape to answer questions with his wand. Lately, the absence of teaching assistant Black was keenly felt. Perhaps if he were present, Professor Snape would not have been so unrelenting with us. The two boys exchanged glances of exasperation as they hurried to their next class, with the impending final exams looming, resulting in an increase in their coursework. Regulus Black remained focused on preparing Harry Potter for his ultimate challenge. Hagrid's three-headed Cerberus, Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare, Professor Flitwick's Flying Keys, McGonagall's Wizard Chess, and Snape's Riddle Potion, all of which piqued Regulus's interest. Each day, aside from attending to some assistant duties, he seemed to drift in a state of lethargy, leading Dumbledore and the professors to believe he was profoundly affected by the loss of the unicorn, a sentiment that resonated deeply with Hagrid. Ah, the dragon egg. Just like that, it vanished, the egg poised to hatch resting on the table, now lost. After attempting to console Regulus, Hagrid suddenly found himself weeping, retreating into a restroom to wash his face. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered the ladies' restroom, and soon the sounds of moaning Myrtle's wails echoed within. Consequently, a drenched Hagrid fled the restroom in disarray, earning himself a new moniker, Myrtle's Suitor. Indeed, it is quite challenging for Hagrid, given his imposing stature, to find a suitable companion. Consequently, he never contemplated the idea of pursuing a romantic relationship with an ordinary person. Ultimately, he fell in love with the Myrtles, who reciprocated his affections. However, the manner in which they express their love is rather unconventional. Much like Hagrid's fondness for small creatures, He is particularly drawn to those that exhibit formidable aggression. The preceding narrative represents the earnest ramblings of Peeves, with an audience hailing from 4 distinct houses. Hagrid's monikers, Devourer of Unicorns, Taster of Dragon Eggs, and Pursuer of Myrtles, have begun to ascend to celestial heights. Lucy Piddle conveyed a piece of news to Regulus Black, indicating that matters regarding the film's production had begun to take shape. A rather rotund director by the name of Guillermo del Toro expressed his desire to adapt Crimson Peak, having harbored a long-standing fascination for the novel. Unexpectedly, it fell into the hands of Regulus Black. Upon conducting his inquiries, the director discovered that the estate depicted within the novel also belonged to the Duke of Black. Thus, collaborating with Duke Black became his sole recourse. Are you familiar with the director's past? At this moment, Regulus Black was receiving guests at Crimson Peak. Lucy Piddle arrived at the estate, laden with documents and materials. Based on previous experiences, Guillermo was a polymath in the realm of cinema, having served as a director, actor, assistant director, screenwriter, and producer. In the early 1980s, after nearly a decade as a makeup supervisor, he founded his own company. At the tender age of 21, he produced his first feature film, Dona Herlinda and Her Son, and went on to create several Mexican television series while teaching film courses. In 1992, he directed Kronos, which garnered 9 Mexican Academy Awards and won the International Critics' Week Prize at the Cannes Film Festival. Subsequently, he created a ghost story set during the Spanish Civil War titled The Devil's Backbone. Lucy Piddle's report was impressively detailed, yet it lacked certain historical context known to Regulus Black. He mentally calculated that Harry Potter was born on July 31st, 1980. By extension, the events chronicled in Harry Potter's tale transpired in the Muggle world from the 1980s to the early 21st century. Although Guillermo's subsequent science fiction works are not included, his artistic foundation appears to be sufficiently robust, as European directors often possess a profound appreciation for the so-called arts. Very well, please arrange a meeting at once. I have some thoughts regarding the adaptation of the original novel that I wish to discuss with him in person, Regulus Black instructed, perusing the manuscript of Crimson Peak. He had not only secured the rights to the original work, but also managed to obtain the original manuscript itself. In truth, for the entire Muggle world, there exists an aura of vulnerability towards wizards. If a wizard desires something, it suffices to create an opportunity for direct contact with a mere incantation. Whether it be for memory alteration or soul control, Muggles are compelled to submit, and they do so willingly and with joy. Whenever Lucy Piddle expresses difficulty in managing a situation, Regulus Black, the benefactor, personally intervenes to persuade the opposing party through rational discourse. Naturally, a cost must be incurred, dictated by the limits of the other party. Regulus Black is unwilling to gamble with the Muggles' obsessions. Who knows what troubles they might conjure? By transgressing their boundaries, one only inflicts pain upon them. Yet they regard Regulus Black with a sense of reverence for his transactional prowess, oblivious to the limits they themselves have revealed. Take, for instance, the properties Regulus Black has previously acquired, including a cattle farm on a small island in the Hebrides, situated at the northwestern tip of England. In the remote hills of northwestern England lies a manor atop a red clay mining site. Furthermore, Regulus Black has procured a property in the Valley of the Beheaded, and soon the Ministry of Magic will return another property, an exclusive psychiatric hospital. All of this underscores the investment philosophy and aesthetic sensibilities of the Black family, a lineage of dark wizards with an innate taste. Reviewing the recent financial statements reveals a detailed cost analysis regarding the cattle farm. Recognizing the practice in England of feeding cattle with byproducts of their kind, and anticipating the imminent outbreak of mad cow disease, Regulus commanded the cattle farm on the island to consolidate all beef byproducts for his disposal. Consequently, the farm's costs surpass those of an ordinary cattle farm, a stipulation made by the proprietor himself, a fact clearly articulated, leaving Regulus Black in a state of bemusement. The issue of mad cow disease cannot be disclosed to them. Instead, he enforces compliance under the guise of high standards and strict requirements. Nevertheless, none of the cattle byproducts go to waste. Regulus Black repurposes them as experimental materials. Under his directives, the cattle at the farm are categorized into hides, meat, bones, blood, entrails, heads, and offal. The milk and meat are sold through legitimate channels, providing Regulus Black with a continuous stream of wealth. The bones and blood are utilized to fortify summoned skeletons and blood beasts. Today, those skeletal soldiers and mages don full skeletal armor, wielding sharp and hefty skeletal blades. The blood beasts now swell in number, akin to a vast sea of crimson, and without the inherent spatial capabilities of the system, there would be no room to contain them. As for the entrails, heads, and offal. They're amassed as sacrificial offerings. The Black family, as a lineage of dark wizards, has conducted extensive research into the summoning of demons. Thus unfolds the tale of the sorcerer Solomon and the conjuration of demons. The 72 demon lords, also known as the 72 Pillars of Solomon, are chronicled in the first section of the grimoire Ars Goetia from the mystical text The Key of Solomon, transliterated as Lemagedon. This compendium details 72 demons, each possessing distinct ranks such as leaders, dukes, marquises, and earls, along with their own governing teams and seals, referred to as pillars. It is said that these entities can be summoned to bestow abilities, assistance, or knowledge upon the summoner. The appearances of these 72 demons vary. Some resemble animals, such as crows and wolves, while others are grotesque hybrids. They embody an ambiguous nature, existing as both malevolent beings and divine entities. The term 72 Pillars of Solomon finds its earliest mention in the significant occult manuscript The Lesser Key of Solomon. The oldest known edition of this text dates back to the early 17th century, with its composition believed to predate the French Revolution. According to this tome, the illustrious King Solomon of Israel, who reigned from 961 to 922 BC, was not only a wise ruler, but also a skilled demon summoner. Legend has it that King Solomon forged a pact with the demon king Burial, acquiring the power to command all infernal demons. He inscribed his magical ring upon the necks of each demon, compelling them to serve him in return for his soul after death. Among these demons, in addition to the 7 principal lords of hell, the most formidable are the 72 noble demons, collectively referred to as the 72 demon lords of Solomon. Solomon meticulously documented the incantations for summoning these entities in his work titled The Key of Solomon, which encompasses several texts, notably the most enigmatic The Lesser Key of Solomon, which introduces the 72 major demons, known as the spirits of Solomon. Solomon kept these spirits confined within vessels, summoning them when necessary to augment the glory of the Israelite Empire. However, following Solomon's demise and the subsequent Babylonian invasion, the invaders discovered the sealed vessels and, mistaking them for treasures, released the demons back into the world. Their number totals 72. Upon examining the available information, Regulus Black formulated his own analysis. Within the context of the Harry Potter universe, it is conceivable that King Solomon was an extraordinary wizard, proficient in summoning and recognized as a master demon conjurer. Nevertheless, Regulus Black remained skeptical regarding the notion of summoning. In his view, King Solomon resembled more of an alchemical master, renowned for creating demons through alchemy rather than summoning them. Those who label him a demon summoner misconstrue his true nature. The reason Solomon refrained from clarifying this distinction was largely due to the vast disparity in the moral culpability associated with each role. Summoning demons to act, regardless of their misdeeds, places the blame solely upon the demons, reflecting only Solomon's power. Conversely, creating demons entails personal responsibility for their actions, leading to potential disdain and scrutiny from others for possessing such a perilous skill. The family of Regulus Black belongs to a lineage of dark wizards, wholly devoted to the unrestrained practice of various forms of dark magic. Having been raised amidst a myriad of dark magical experiments, Regulus harbored aspirations of conjuring his own demon, or perhaps a lesser magical spirit, or even a familiar. However, until his demise in the Black Lake, which rendered him a wraith, he failed to yield any tangible results. In truth, the Black family's prolonged endeavors had never culminated in success. Throughout his 3 lifetimes, Regulus Black adopted a distinct perspective on the summoning of demons, arriving at a rather simple conclusion. The persistent failures stem from a lack of understanding of the demons themselves. Much like the summoning of heroic spirits in the Holy Grail War, the summoner must possess knowledge of the spirit to be invoked. In the context of the demons summoned by King Solomon, it is imperative to know the demon's name, form, attributes, and abilities. In essence, the more detailed the information, the better. The final step involves accumulating offerings that far exceed the requirements for the summoning. While this approach may seem wasteful, akin to the extravagance of a wealthy patron, it is believed that the greater the expenditure, the higher the likelihood of success. Without investment, there can be no advancement. This principle elucidates why King Solomon was able to summon 72 demons. As a sovereign, he wielded control over his nation's wealth, affording him both the resources and leisure to engage in such pursuits. Furthermore, he was a skilled wizard, particularly adept in the art of demon summoning. Consequently, Solomon utilized his wealth, time, and fortune to forge 72 demons. It seems not that he lacked the desire to create more, but rather that his imagination had become depleted. Upon meticulous examination of the attributes and classifications of the 72 demon lords, many were found to be redundant, as the capabilities, powers, attributes, classifications, and appearances were limited by the intellect of the wizards of that era. Regulus Black did not require such an extensive roster as 72 demons. Instead, he based his summoning on the 12 zodiac signs. Conveniently, an artist had previously illustrated a demonic version of these signs, which Regulus readily appropriated. Since reclaiming the dairy farm, Regulus made a point to visit the farm every 7 days, overseeing the operations while transporting the categorized bovine heads, entrails, and offal. In certain remote regions of England, Regulus carefully established magical arrays, where tons of offerings were amassed. The sanguine sacrifices became ideal subjects for alchemical endeavors, despite the high likelihood of failure. To date, he had succeeded in summoning a Taurus demon, which he subsequently sealed in place. This Taurus demon stood 3 meters tall, its body a testament to powerful musculature. Imbued with formidable magical resistance, Regulus opted not to endow it with complex attributes, instead designating it with a singular attribute of strength. Although Regulus Black successfully summoned the Taurus demon, he lacked the means to control it. He had not anticipated a successful summoning, thus had not prepared any control methods. Fortunately, the demon remained sealed in its original location. Otherwise, it would have been a calamity wherever it wandered. Today, Regulus Black chose a new location to summon a demon. While the selection was random, he employed a guiding spell beforehand. Upon arriving at his destination via apparition, he found himself amidst a sheep pen. Within the lowly structure, there were merely 3 or 5 sheep, yet instinctively, this place seemed most suitable for summoning the Ares demon. Wielding the wand known as Silver Thread and Jadebone, the most appropriate among the 4 for summoning, he inscribed a magical rune circle upon the ground, precisely occupying the entirety of the sheep pen, akin to drawing the largest possible circle within a square. Next came the offering, with a flick of his wrist. A plethora of entrails and offal were heaped within the magical array, eliciting terrified bleats from sheep. Although the intelligence of sheep is not particularly high, they instinctively recognized the scent of blood, a harbinger of death. Regulus Black then cast a silent charm upon the nearby sheep, followed by a muggle-repelling charm upon the walls of the pen. You are the warrior spirit of the Zodiac. You are a great demon from the abyss. You are the hybrid prince of humans and demons. You are a rare craftsman among demons. You are my summoned servant and my slave. Those who oppose me, you may slay. Against my enemies, you may deliver judgment. Here, I present offerings for your enjoyment. May you manifest in this world to serve me. I summon the Ares demon of the Zodiac. Mountains of offerings, akin to melting ice cream, centered around the magical circle, sank into the earth, pulling even the nearby sheep into the depths, leaving behind a pristine magical array shimmering with a crimson glow. After a moment's wait, Regulus Black felt a tinge of disappointment. It appeared to have failed. This was reminiscent of his attempts to summon Taurus, which required numerous failures before success. Just as he prepared to turn away, blood erupted from the magical circle like a fountain, and a sinister figure with immense horns rose slowly from the sanguine spring. It was the ominous entity known as Insure 059, the professor of dark arts defense. Regulus Black could scarcely believe his fortune. His first attempt at summoning the Ares demon had succeeded. This demon stood approximately 3 meters tall, its form elongated and slender compared to Taurus. Its long, curved horns circled widely, even extending beneath its armpits, curling outward along the sides of its arms. Consequently, its neck was fixed in place, unable to turn except by releasing its arms from the horns. Its legs resembled those of the Taurus demon, yet the Ares demon possessed legs akin to those of a ram. The Ares demon, endowed with the attribute of reshaping by Regulus Black, is intended to address the unfolding narrative. The art of summoning can be regarded as one of the most formidable spells within the realm of dark magic. Without innate talent and extraordinary mental fortitude, an ordinary person would find it impossible to achieve. During World War II, Hitler and Himmler employed numerous wizards and astrologers, erecting countless magical formations, yet they failed to establish the Third Reich's dominion over the world. Hitler's ambition to summon demons for global domination remained unfulfilled. This suggests that the so-called wizards they sought were either frauds or were insincere, utilizing Hitler's resources for their own agendas. Moreover, let us discuss the enigmatic principal tome of demon summoning, the Key of Solomon. According to Jewish legend, King Solomon of Israel acquired the ability to freely summon and manipulate demon spirits through the Book of Abramelin, inscribed by angels. This book outlines the rules and incantations for summoning. However, it was actually composed by medieval sorcerers, bearing no genuine connection to King Solomon. Furthermore, the text promotes sacrifices and bloodshed, categorizing it within the domain of black magic. It is said that the oldest surviving manuscript of this work dates back to the 14th century. The Key of Solomon is divided into 2 volumes. The first volume details the methods to summon and subjugate the spirits of the deceased and demons, compelling them to serve the practitioner. It also discusses the recovery of stolen items, invisibility, and the attainment of affection and love, elements that may seem familiar. The second volume contains the essential rituals, including the attire of the practitioner, the crafting of magical implements, and the specific sacrifices required for different demons. The Key of Solomon records the summoning techniques for 72 demon lords, including the well-known Baal, Astaroth, Asmodee, and Belial, with several of the most powerful demon kings requiring the essential artifact, Solomon's signet ring. However, all of this is predicated on the assumption that these demons were crafted through Solomon's own alchemical endeavors. After mastering the art of summoning demons, Solomon expanded this magical practice for the benefit of future generations. Those who possess the key may unlock the gateway to new realms, summoning the demons created by their predecessors. Regulus Black, returning to his senses, sealed the Ares demon in place, with the successfully manifested attribute of reshaping within the Ares demon. The salvation of Professor Quirrell now seemed attainable. I recall a particular fanfiction where Quirrell was rescued. Although the narrative elucidated his prior actions and effectively redeemed a malevolent Death Eater, the eventual rescue was rather contrived. In the film, Quirrell turned to ash upon contact with Harry Potter's blood, whereas in the fanfiction, he merely underwent a continual physical decay. Following the protagonist's assault on Voldemort, fragments of Quirrell's soul were acquired, ultimately reviving him through the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Regulus also wished to rescue Quirrell. By examining Quirrell's past, it is revealed that he graduated from Ravenclaw, served as the head boy, and returned to the school after graduation to become a professor of Muggle studies. He gained fame for his remarkable intellect and solid theoretical knowledge, yet he yearned for first-hand practical experience. Thus, during an adventurous excursion into the dark forests of Albania, complications arose. Upon his return, Quirrell claimed to have encountered vampires and witches, which left him so frightened that he developed a stutter and began to wrap a headscarf soaked in garlic juice around his head. In truth, during his travels in Albania, he came face to face with Voldemort, who at that time was undoubtedly residing within small rodents. This encounter took Quirrell by surprise, due to his inadequate strength and negligence. He fell victim to possession by Voldemort, becoming his servant. However, having assumed the role of defense against the dark arts professor, it is likely that Dumbledore was aware of his situation. Just as in the original text, whether it was Dumbledore's distrust of Quirrell or his inability to separate Voldemort from him, the outcome remained the same. Quirrell would ultimately perish, bearing the infamous reputation of a Death Eater, all for the sake of one person, Harry Potter. When speaking of vampires, one must delve into British culture. The British harbor a fascination with vampires akin to the Chinese reverence for bodhisattvas. In the 1970s, a Welsh hereditary earl named Lucas inherited a castle from his ancestors on his 30th birthday. This castle, perched upon a seaside cliff, had stood for countless years, exuding both grandeur and an eerie aura. Lucas was an eccentric individual, lacking formal education, spending his days engrossed in obscure manuscripts unearthed from ancient castles in Africa and Eastern Europe, with no one knowing the purpose of his research. One day, he burst into a village 20 miles from the castle, exclaiming with enthusiasm that he had discovered a method to communicate with vampires. The villagers dismissed him, branding him as mad. Infuriated, Lucas lamented the ignorance of the villagers, and ultimately, they expelled him from the community. Before his departure, he left them with a foreboding proclamation: "You shall perish beneath the fangs of vampires." That night, the villagers experienced a peaceful slumber, soon forgetting about Lucas. Several months passed, when one day, a significant matter required the noble senator's vote, prompting a messenger to fetch Lucas from his castle. Upon the police's entrance, they were met with a horrifying sight. Lucas's neck was mangled and decaying, yet his body remained intact, devoid of blood, resembling a pale mummy. Subsequently, the possibility of suicide or homicide was ruled out, leaving his death shrouded in mystery. Following Lucas's demise, the village he had visited began to hear the howls of wolves at midnight, despite the fact that the local environment could not sustain such creatures. The howls were filled with anger and yearning. Unable to endure the terrifying torment, the villagers eventually abandoned their home. From this, It is evident that even an hereditary noble would believe in the existence of vampires, and thus, the words of Quirrell would easily gain acceptance among others, especially since they are all wizards who are aware of the reality of vampires. However, in terms of the number of wizards, vampires remain vastly outnumbered and are perpetually in a state of being overpowered. It was during Voldemort's resurgence that he found them to serve as accomplices for a time. In the context of the Harry Potter universe, vampires are often seen as the result of a dark wizard's fall from grace, having chosen to transform themselves into being superior to humans in their pursuit of immortality, giving rise to vampires. Before rescuing Quirrell, Regulus Black had some preparations to undertake, such as visiting Dumbledore. "Headmaster, what is your opinion of Quirrell? Do you know much about his character?" Regulus Black inquired directly upon taking a seat, while reaching for a pile of sweets nearby. Chocolate frogs, licorice wands, Mars bars, ice cream balls, eggnog. He combined these together and crafted a grand ice cream creation right before Dumbledore. Finally, he poured in the flaming whiskey he had brought, resulting in a towering inferno of ice cream. "Headmaster, I implore you to share your thoughts." Regulus Black reclined comfortably in his chair, slowly indulging in the confectionery. Dumbledore, a lover of sweets, was pleasantly surprised to see his various treats transformed into such a delightful form. It was indeed a Mount Ice Cream of flames. How remarkable it is to have lived long enough to witness such creations, Dumbledore mused to himself. However, he wondered if Regulus Black intended to prepare a serving for him as well. Of course, one must choose to forgive her. At Dumbledore's formal request, he finally received a Mount Ice Cream of flames identical to that in Regulus Black's possession. The elder and the youth quietly savored their treat in the headmaster's office, seemingly forgetting the earlier inquiry. Observing their indulgence, the portraits around the room erupted in admiration. Though these former headmasters could not partake in any food themselves, it did not hinder their appreciation of others' dining experiences, sharing in the delight vicariously. Once Regulus Black finished, he set his plate aside. The wizarding world lacks the custom of using napkins, which is quite inconvenient. Elegantly, he produced a handkerchief to dab at his mouth, patiently awaiting Dumbledore to finish. At long last, after a moment of hesitation, Dumbledore too set down his plate, relishing the fiery ice cream, a rare delight. Quirrell was a student I watched graduate from this school. As a Ravenclaw, he was indeed exceptional, but one's character can shift with the passage of time. A person who was once good can fall due to a momentary lapse. Dumbledore's tone gradually transitioned from excitement to a sense of melancholy, seemingly reproaching himself for not having guided Quirrell better and allowing his descent into darkness. Sometimes, a mere reason is sufficient for a person to turn to the dark side. Yet there exist countless paths to corruption. Regulus Black fixed his gaze intently upon Dumbledore, recalling that Voldemort was once the headmaster's finest student. As a scion of a family steeped in dark sorcery, I have witnessed countless methods of seducing individuals towards moral decay and subservience. It is all too easy to compel someone as naive as Quirrell, a true Ravenclaw, to succumb to Voldemort's influence, particularly when Voldemort himself intervenes, even if it is merely the essence of his soul, for he would not have attained the fearsome title of Dark Lord otherwise. So what do you imply? Dumbledore is acutely aware of his own responsibilities in this matter. However, as the headmaster, his perspective is often constrained. There are certain actions he refrains from undertaking, choosing instead to observe events unfold, even if they lead to calamity. Quirrell has already consumed unicorn blood. Regulus Black scrutinized Dumbledore's expression, confirming that the latter had grasped the reality of Quirrell's union with Voldemort. Once one becomes a cursed being, it is only fitting to allow that curse to intensify. "Oh, how did you conceive of this method?" Dumbledore inquired, his countenance betraying a childlike curiosity regarding the notion of salvation through a curse. "This is a family secret, and I shall demand a substantial fee from Quirrell afterward," Regulus Black replied, rising to depart, unwilling to disclose his current inability to assist. Indeed, Regulus Black was merely issuing a promissory note. It would be splendid to discover a means to save Quirrell, yet if he were unable to do so, he would not bear the blame. Such was Quirrell's fate. Should salvation be achieved, it would ensure Quirrell owed a significant debt to him, a boon that could aid the ascendance of the Black family. As Regulus Black departed, a flicker of uncertainty danced within Dumbledore's eyes. Had he erred in allowing events to unfold, fully aware of the connection between Voldemort and Quirrell? Now, even Regulus recognized the peril and sought to salvage Quirrell, while Dumbledore hesitated, questioning whether Quirrell had genuinely allied himself with Voldemort. "Dumbledore, do you trust Regulus's words?" Severus Snape entered the office through a side door, having evidently been present and overheard the entire exchange. Yet, Snape dismissed the notion. He had only just learned of Quirrell's association with Voldemort, and Dumbledore had never confided this information to him. The thought of Harry Potter and Voldemort being in the same house was unfathomable to Snape, who contemplated the myriad dangers that awaited the boy. Should there be a chance to obliterate Voldemort, Snape would not hesitate to act, even if it meant casting an Avada Kedavra upon Quirrell and incurring the stigma of murder, leading to his imprisonment in Azkaban. Headmaster, I have another question. Regulus Black, who had initially departed, unexpectedly re-entered the office. Witnessing Snape and Dumbledore engaged in an almost intimate discussion. It appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Please continue, he remarked, arching an eyebrow and preparing to exit once more. You stop right there. Snape drew his wand and pointed it at Regulus Black, clearly aware that the latter had misunderstood the situation. Reflecting on his own entanglement with old Honeybee, Snape felt a shiver run through him. I deeply apologize, Regulus. Snape arrived here before you. It was I who instructed him to keep his distance. Dumbledore readily admitted to the fact that he had allowed Snape to eavesdrop. It seems I have misjudged the circumstances. Since Professor Snape has already overheard our previous conversation, certain matters now necessitate his involvement, which I had hoped for from the outset. Regulus Black appeared unfazed by the wand pointed at him, nonchalantly returning to his previous seat. Thank you. A cup of unsweetened honey tea, please. The ice cream from the Fiery Mountain was excessively sweet. Unsweetened honey tea? Dumbledore stared in bewilderment. What exactly does that mean? Since when does honey tea lack sweetness? Lost in thought, Snape observed the two of them behaving foolishly, gradually retracting his wand and taking a seat across from Regulus. Surely the esteemed headmaster is positing that Quirrell has genuinely aligned himself with Voldemort? Dumbledore did not deny it, nodding in acknowledgement as he passed a cup of honey tea. Regulus Black accepted the cup without hesitation, taking a sip without commenting on its sweetness. My perspective on Professor Quirrell stems from the understanding that he is under Voldemort's coercion. It is precisely because he is compelled that the previous disturbances occurred. Nevertheless, each time, Quirrell signaled warnings to us or perhaps sought our assistance. Regulus Black found Snape's demeanor perplexing. At that moment, he displayed indifference, neither expressing anger over Quirrell's affiliation with Voldemort nor questioning the rationale behind such statements. Although he could not fully fathom Snape's thoughts, Regulus surmised a hint of understanding. The beloved individual stood with the Order of the Phoenix, while he aligned himself with the Death Eaters. For the sake of his beloved, Snape willingly assumed the role of an undercover agent, striving to protect the one he cherished at a critical moment, even though she was now another's wife and had borne child. Of course, forgiveness is the only choice. Such a twisted form of love was destined for a dismal outcome, with the inevitable anguish of unrequited love looming. Yet, despite it all, Snape ultimately lost his beloved, and Lily became an everlasting memory. Regulus. Regarding Quirrell, I lament, Dumbledore suddenly sighed. Lament. Under Dumbledore's astonished gaze, Regulus smiled brightly. Dear Headmaster, I believe we ought to celebrate this. Not everyone would dare to drink unicorn blood, nor would every wizard be discovered after doing so. This presents a rare opportunity to experiment with the effects of unicorn blood, especially with a wizard as the subject. Such occurrences are indeed scarce. Snape's voice was frigid, yet he echoed Regulus Black's sentiments. What a remarkable opportunity this is. The hearts of two esteemed professors of potions were aflame with fervor at that moment. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore initially appeared taken aback, but soon he too erupted into laughter, clapping his hands with a lightheartedness that suggested he had been struck by a brilliant idea. How could I not have thought of this? It seems you'll be able to gather a wealth of academic material regarding the curse of unicorn blood from Quirrell. Now, the pressing issue at hand is to regulate Professor Quirrell's schedule for visiting the Chamber of Secrets and to separate him from Harry Potter to prevent any contact. Regulus Black turned his gaze towards Snape and Dumbledore. If Professor Quirrell is indeed preoccupied, then the visit to the chamber would likely occur after the final exams. Of course, the headmaster will not be present at Hogwarts then, but I trust Quirrell will arrange this himself. During their discourse, Dumbledore had inquired whether Regulus Black wished to be informed about the arrangement of the various obstacles. In response, he was met with a disdainful smile, prompting Regulus to slowly articulate his speculations regarding these challenges. Since the first obstacle is Hagrid's three-headed dog, Fluffy, it stands to reason that the subsequent obstacles would be managed by the four house heads. I am confident that the headmaster would not readily disclose what must be protected. Yet I believe the house heads are not fools. Regulus Black chuckled softly and glanced at Snape, receiving a curt snort in return. Since you choose not to divulge information, they will naturally refrain from inquiring further. Moreover, considering that certain exceptionally talented students may trespass, all obstacles will undoubtedly be designed to delay, allowing ample time for the relevant professors to intervene and escort the students out once they have entered. Regulus Black began to analyze the nature of these obstacles, compelled to continue speaking under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. The first obstacle is Hagrid's three-headed dog, Fluffy, and the subsequent ones, from the second to the fifth, would likely involve Professor Sprout's magical plants, Professor Flitwick's charms, Professor McGonagall's transfiguration, and Professor Snape's potions. I believe any upperclassman with satisfactory grades will be able to pass through these challenges. The sequence Regulus Black mentioned coincided precisely with the original storyline's arrangement of obstacles. However, his phrasing regarding the second to fifth obstacles left Dumbledore uncertain as to whether Regulus had indeed discerned the specific nature of the challenges. Nevertheless, the ability to deduce that the obstacles were arranged by the four house heads and to speculate on their types sufficiently demonstrated Regulus Black's perceptiveness. Do you truly believe that any upperclassman could successfully navigate these challenges? Dumbledore asked with a wry smile. After all, these obstacles were intended for Harry Potter, and thus posed limited resistance for older students. In fact, the repeated reminders to students after dinner to avoid the corridor on the left side of the third floor had only piqued the curiosity of many mischievous youngsters. Numerous students had been caught throughout the term, and their interest in the chamber was subsequently suppressed through memory control. Dumbledore had certainly invested a great deal of effort into nurturing Harry Potter's development. If it were up to me, I could effortlessly conquer the challenges, for they are far too simplistic, devoid of any engagement or challenge. Regulus Black's demeanor reflects that these obstacles are mere child's play to him. However, my curiosity is piqued by the final challenge you, esteemed headmaster, will present. What manner of trial might that be? Regulus Black waved his hand, signaling to Dumbledore that he need not divulge the specifics. His interest was merely rhetorical, and the true essence of the experience was better left for Harry Potter and Quirrell to encounter. Only those who seek the Philosopher's Stone without the intent to exploit it can truly obtain it. It seems I am incapable of such restraint. Regulus Black is acutely aware of his own desires. This stipulation regarding the Philosopher's Stone is equally binding on Voldemort as it is on me. Thus my aspiration to possess the stone can only be fulfilled once Harry Potter retrieves it himself. Nevertheless, dear headmaster, I beseech you to grant me the stone afterward, treating it as a gracious gift. Regulus Black had previously expressed his desire to acquire the Philosopher's Stone upon his arrival at the school, as he faced the pressing issue of how to resolve the attributes of the Inferi and restore himself to a normal state. The Philosopher's Stone would represent a potential solution. In the hands of others, it is an elixir of immortality and a rare treasure for transmuting base metals into gold, but in the hands of Regulus Black or Voldemort, it becomes a life-saving artifact. You desire the Philosopher's Stone. Severus Snape was taken aback to learn that his assistant was seeking the stone from Dumbledore. What a treasure it is! A rarity in the wizarding world. Dumbledore would never casually relinquish the Philosopher's Stone to another. Very well, I shall agree to your request, and the stone will be bestowed upon you afterward. However, Regulus, you must also ensure certain conditions are met. Dumbledore's words astonished Snape. What quality did Regulus Black possess that caught Dumbledore's eye? I can only promise you that during Harry Potter's time at school, I will assist him to the best of my abilities. Regulus Black chose his words carefully, for a promise made in Dumbledore's presence is one that must be fulfilled. The magical contract can sometimes hinge upon a single utterance. When Dumbledore inquired, and Regulus Black responded, the contract was thus established. Regulus Black was not so easily deceived, nor did Dumbledore wish to obscure the terms of the agreement. Dumbledore was pleased that after careful consideration, Regulus Black was able to render a commitment favorable to Harry Potter. This alleviated Dumbledore's concerns significantly. I have made my commitment, thus regarding the matter of a substantial fee for rescuing Quirrell. I hope you, headmaster, will stand as a witness when the time comes. Since Regulus Black had been utilized by Dumbledore, he naturally intended to turn the tables, seeking Dumbledore's assistance as Quirrell's advocate, to elucidate why such a considerable debt would be incurred following his survival. That would be most advantageous. Upon hearing Regulus Black mention this matter once again, Dumbledore felt a sense of resignation, while Snape merely smirked. It was indeed a rarity for someone to command the old bee to undertake such an irksome task, rendering the situation rather amusing. Snape disregarded Dumbledore's gaze, which unmistakably conveyed an expectation for him to resolve the issue independently. Very well, Regulus. I shall speak to Quirrell on the matter. Dumbledore acquiesced, albeit somewhat reluctantly. Now, let us discuss the losses incurred. I previously stated that I would breach the obstacles with force, hence you cannot hold me accountable for damages. Regulus Black's somewhat brazen demand was disconcerting. After all, if even Harry Potter could traverse the barriers, there was no justification for him to employ destruction as a means of passage unless the destruction were feigned, with the true objective being the acquisition of the entire obstacle. The materials constituting these barriers were, after all, the property of the school, rendering his proposition tantamount to robbery. And he presented it with such audacity. Even Snape, who relished the prospect of Dumbledore's embarrassment, found this request to be somewhat excessive. Moreover, Regulus Black had previously suggested that he should be granted the Philosopher's Stone post-venture. Perhaps by bestowing such a gift, the Olby might find some solace. Dumbledore was well aware of Regulus Black's intentions. It was likely that upon his successful passage, all that lay along the way would vanish, becoming his rightful possession. Hagrid's three-headed dog, Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare, would require a thorough explanation. As for the subsequent barriers, Professor Flitwick had employed spells on a multitude of keys, and their loss would not be significant. Professor McGonagall had crafted a wizard's chess set through transfiguration, a labor of love that deserved respectful treatment. Lastly, Snape's potions, surely. No one wished to be poisoned, making them the most probable remnants. As for the Mirror of Ariste and the Chamber of Secrets, well, let it be a gift to Regulus. Dumbledore consoled himself. Very well, I believe I can acquiesce to your demands. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore agreed to Regulus's plundering scheme. When Regulus Black departed the headmaster's office, the three had finalized all the intricate details. Snape felt cold sweat trickle down his spine. He had never envisioned the existence of such shamelessness in the world. Yet, the plan he articulated was the most thorough and secure. Even as the head of Slytherin, he felt as though he were a false Slytherin. Regulus Black, born of a dark wizarding family, had exposed him to the essence of shamelessness and the insatiable greed of nobility. Nevertheless, everything would unfold according to Regulus Black's design, ensuring Harry Potter would remain unharmed while simultaneously fulfilling Dumbledore's wish for the young savior to confront the Dark Lord and conquer his fears. The brilliance of Hagrid's profound maternal love shone through. Two seemingly melancholic little lions had finally endured the rigors of all their final examinations. I had often heard tales of the difficulty of Hogwarts end-of-term assessments, yet I was surprised to find them rather manageable. Ron felt rather optimistic about his recent exam performance, and a sense of relief washed over him as he contemplated potential destinations for leisure after the final assessments. This sentiment was only amplified by the presence of his friends. Harry Potter, rubbing his scar vigorously, sensed a familiar pain radiating from it once more. "Are you all right, Harry?" Ron inquired with genuine concern. "My scar feels as if it is ablaze," Harry replied. "This has happened before, but never with such intensity." As he spoke, another wave of pain surged through his scar. "We should take you to Madame Pomfrey," Ron suggested, his instincts still sharp despite the general aversion to potions and recovery in the infirmary. "No, I believe this is a warning, indicating impending danger." Harry was certain this was not an ailment, and the hospital wing would offer no solace. As they exited Hogwarts Castle, they spotted Hagrid in the distance, playing his flute in solitude, with Hermione standing beside him. Suddenly, Harry was struck by an idea and urged Ron to race toward Hagrid's hut. "Hermione, what brings you here?" Although Harry had a multitude of questions for Hagrid, he first sought to clarify Hermione's purpose for being there. "Of course," Ron chimed in, displaying his occasional knack for sycophancy. "Well, she has become a Ravenclaw now, and she is no longer one of us Gryffindors," Ron remarked. "Did you not consider this? Hagrid has long desired to raise a dragon, and suddenly a stranger appears bearing a dragon egg. How many individuals would travel with a dragon egg?" Hermione, with a haughty lift of her chin, recounted Regulus Black's words, which naturally drew the trio together, leading them toward an adventure in the Chamber of Secrets. Regulus had assured them that Hermione need not accompany them to the end, as it was primarily a trial for Harry, and overshadowing him would be unwise. "Indeed, we have contemplated this, Hagrid. Whose dragon egg is it? What does it look like?" Harry naturally included Ron in his inquiry, for Ron had stood by him in many trials. "I do not know. I did not see his face as he was cloaked," Hagrid responded, somewhat oblivious to the true nature of the children's questions, but he answered them nonetheless. "Did you converse with this stranger?" Hermione pressed on, determined to maintain her standing among the two boys. "He inquired about the animals I've cared for, and I told him about Fluffy. If I can manage a three-headed dog, raising a dragon would certainly not pose a challenge," Hagrid said proudly, especially when discussing his beloved creatures, his eyes shining with maternal affection. "Was he interested in Fluffy?" Harry probed, sensing the question was pivotal. If this individual were Snape, he would undoubtedly inquire about Fluffy. Of course, he was quite intrigued by Fluffy. Three-headed dogs are not a common sight, even among rare animal dealers, Hagrid exclaimed, much like a parent eager to share the accomplishments of their child with the world. I then revealed to him the secret of taming wild beasts, which lies in finding a way to soothe them. Take Norbert, for instance. If you play music for him, he will drift off to sleep. Upon hearing this, Harry Potter, Ron, and Hermione exchanged incredulous glances, for Hagrid truly was a simple-minded giant, inadvertently disclosing such critical information during their conversation. In his eagerness to procure the dragon egg, he must have divulged far more than he intended, and certainly with greater detail than he had just shared. The three children promptly turned and raced towards Hogwarts. As this matter warranted reporting to a professor, the Philosopher's Stone was at stake. Did I inadvertently let something slip? Hagrid finally grasped the gravity of the situation, albeit a moment too late. As they sprinted, Hermione maintained the rear, her experiences at Ravenclaw having taught her that sometimes one need only participate, allowing others to step forward, as there would always be someone more suited for the spotlight. Moreover, Regulus Black had already discussed the entire process with her, and it was certain that the astute Miss Granger would not err. The trio dashed to Professor McGonagall's classroom, where she was diligently grading the final exams with utmost seriousness. We need to see Professor Dumbledore without delay, Harry Potter asserted directly to Professor McGonagall, while Ron prioritized the matter, seemingly oblivious to Hermione's presence. However, Dumbledore was not there. The Ministry of Magic had dispatched an owl with urgent correspondence, prompting him to depart for London immediately. Had he truly left? Yet they had pressing matters to discuss with him. Harry was nearly beside himself with urgency, for only Dumbledore could address this issue concerning the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione interjected, reminding him that his lack of focus would not garner attention. How could you possibly know? Professor McGonagall had yet to receive any further instructions from Dumbledore, but it was evident that these children had uncovered the secret of the Philosopher's Stone. Someone intended to steal it. Harry had initially meant to mention Snape, but he halted, realizing that debating the matter with Professor McGonagall would be a waste of time. I do not know how you three came to learn about the Philosopher's Stone. This matter has been kept confidential. Return to your dormitory and act as if you were unaware of it, and do not disclose anything. Professor McGonagall began to usher them away, but she insisted on sending a message to Dumbledore via Owl to inquire about his plans. The three children felt disheartened. The secret they had painstakingly unearthed was not being treated with the seriousness it deserved, especially after a whole semester of investigation. In Hogsmeade, Hagrid encountered none other than Snape, who had figured out how to navigate the Norbert situation. Harry was certain that Snape was the individual in question, blissfully unaware that Snape stood just behind them. How audacious these children were to malign him in his presence. Snape remained unfazed. As the head of Slytherin, he had endured plenty of disparagement from his students. Yet, he would not retaliate for such backhanded slander. Deducting points was merely an educational tool. Moreover, he had already conferred with Dumbledore and Regulus Black regarding strategy. Thus he chose to let them be for the time being. Good afternoon to you, three young friends. With such splendid weather, why have you not ventured outside to play? Snape initially cast a piercing gaze at Harry Potter, then turned his attention to Hermione, completely disregarding Ron. We are in the midst of planning an adventure. Hermione recalled Regulus Black's words. When encountering Snape, if Harry Potter is already aware of everything, he should express a desire for adventure. For Snape is an ally of Dumbledore and can be trusted, though it is imperative not to disclose this to Harry. You must exercise caution. Others might suspect that you're up to no good. Snape once again glanced at Harry Potter, his eyes conveying a warning that implied he suspected wrongdoing. During their discussion, Regulus Black had suggested that when Hermione was present, they should also include the little girl, as this would strengthen their unity and under Regulus's guidance. Hermione could assist Harry in overcoming the forthcoming challenges. What? Dumbledore, do you truly believe Harry can navigate these trials alone? Then what is there left to discuss? Wouldn't it be simpler to let him perish? Reflecting on the conversation in the headmaster's office, Snape realized it was time to provoke Quirrell, especially since Dumbledore had been summoned by the Ministry of Magic on urgent business. Such a farcical event had already transpired, and it was essential to make Quirrell believe that Snape had lowered his guard, thus facilitating Quirrell's descent into the Chamber of Secrets tonight. We shall descend through the trapdoor. We will go tonight. Harry Potter, resolute in his determination, was intent on preventing Snape from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, thus enlisting the company of his two companions. Ron and Hermione nodded in agreement with his plan, which bolstered his confidence immensely. They each returned to prepare. Hermione first escorted them back to Gryffindor before returning to Ravenclaw, swiftly making her way to the room of requirement. Regulus, everything is as you foretold. Demon 063, promise me you'll never leave my side. Hermione had grown quite familiar with Regulus Black, having visited the room of requirement on numerous occasions. After parting ways with Harry and the others, she promptly sought out Regulus Black to report her progress. Regulus Black was seated across from Zero, engaged in a game of chess, the pieces moving in response to the wand's command. I truly appreciate your help, Hermione. You're the only one with whom I can communicate effectively for this task. Zero rose from the table, poured a cup of black tea from a silver pot, and offered it to Hermione to quench her thirst. Thank you, Zero. However, Regulus, this tea has a rather unique flavor. The young girl detected an unusual taste but paid it no mind, drinking the entire cup. The tea contained a calming agent, designed to ease tension. Regulus Black poured himself a cup as well, sipping it slowly, and had Zero refill Hermione's cup. After finishing my exam today, I followed your suggestion to visit Hagrid, and everything unfolded just as you anticipated. Harry Potter indeed came to inquire about the matter of the three-headed dog. Hermione commenced recounting the sequence of events, though she was uncertain of how much Regulus Black truly comprehended. Nevertheless, this did not deter Hermione from believing that Regulus should be privy to everything. Only the assistant professor was deemed worthy of sharing such secrets. To my astonishment, upon exiting Professor McGonagall's office, I encountered Professor Snape, and what was most remarkable was his lack of reprimand. He merely issued a warning before departing, which was decidedly uncharacteristic of him. Hermione chuckled shyly, realizing that her remarks about a professor were rather inappropriate, despite having learned such expressions from Regulus Black. However, as a lady, uttering them felt rather uncouth. Regulus Black merely smiled in response, and subsequently produced a ring. Hermione, promise me you will never leave me. Kneeling before Hermione's chair, Regulus took her right hand and slipped the ring onto her finger. Was this a proposal? Hermione's cheeks flushed instantly. Although she harbored affection for the assistant professor and had fantasized about marrying him in the future, even dreaming nightly of his kindness towards her or engaging in unmentionable activities within her dreams, the reality of the assistant professor proposing to her was overwhelming. She was only 11. No, 12 years old. Wasn't it too soon? She felt far too young, and her body had yet to mature. She would be unable to cope with such a commitment. With a dazed expression and a bright red face, Hermione found herself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Regulus Black returned to his seat, continuing his game of chess with Zero. Master, your teasing of Miss Hermione may lead to lifelong resentment. Zero moved a knight across the board, only to be captured by Regulus Black's bishop. But I speak with utmost sincerity. There is no reason to harbor resentment over this. Regulus Black clarified, acknowledging that while teasing the young Hermione was indeed amusing, he was careful to maintain a delicate balance. One must understand that the depth of love can often parallel the depth of hate, and thus, any opportunity for such a transformation must be avoided at all costs. After a moment of confusion, Hermione finally regained her senses, noticing that the assistant professor who had just proposed was quietly engrossed in his chess game. She began to ponder whether she had misinterpreted his intentions. Her cheeks flushed once more, this time from sheer embarrassment. Regulus, what is this? Hermione inquired, raising her right hand to reveal a silver ring on her middle finger. The design was remarkably antiquated, yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that it had been recently forged. The silver ring bore 2 runes, their subtle magical essence flickering across the engraved symbols. These runes were derived from the dark power of the game Diablo, a realm with which Regulus Black was well acquainted, having thoroughly enjoyed playing. He had long contemplated crafting everything related to the game's content, and this endeavor would also enhance his unique abilities, fortifying his skills to their utmost potential. The runes were merely one aspect of this pursuit. 0-2 Aiden, 75 damage to undead creatures, 50 accuracy against undead, 15 reduction in stamina consumption, 7 increase in blocking probability. Shield, Regulus, striking fear into monsters causes them to flee, restoring 7 points of vitality. These attributes were originally meant to be displayed through the embedded equipment, but now the runes, resurrected in the hands of Regulus Black, retain their properties while eliminating the constraints of embedding locations and the limitation of providing only partial attributes based on different parts. The runes on this ring allow one to inflict damage on undead creatures, enhance accuracy against them, reduce personal stamina consumption, increase blocking chances, repel opponents upon impact, and restore vitality either to oneself or others. Upon hearing Regulus Black enumerate these attributes, little Hermione's jaw nearly dropped. This is indeed a magical artifact. Unlike brooms, Quidditch balls, or other singularly attributed items, This particular object possesses merely 2 runes, yet boasts an impressive array of 6 distinct attributes. By wearing this ring and articulating the runes inscribed upon it, one can unleash their effects. Remember, eat all, Hermione earnestly repeated, preparing to wave her wand as if to find some semblance of connection. The effect of this rune does not necessitate a specific wand movement. Merely pointing at the target suffices. Regulus Black hastily restrained the exuberant little girl, for who knows whether these 2 runes would be effective on his own undead form. As the creator, being undone by his own creation would bring disgrace upon the Black family. The young girl was thrilled. She had just received a proposal ring from the teaching assistant. No, rather a magical artifact. If Regulus did not intend to reclaim it, it would be as if it were a gift to her. Hermione secretly rejoiced at this thought. As for how to proceed, she trusted in her ability to adapt. Reminding herself to encourage Harry Potter, Hermione had spent a considerable amount of time with Regulus Black, and as curfew approached, she decided to head to Gryffindor to meet them first. Regulus, will you come? She inquired as she prepared to leave. For this was no longer the original Gryffindor trio embarking on adventures voluntarily, but rather Regulus Black requesting Hermione to assist in watching over Harry Potter. Naturally, the little girl hoped for more support, hence her question. Of course, I promise to arrive shortly. However, the stage is yours for now. Regulus Black, too, had plans to face challenges, having already arranged with Dumbledore that any losses incurred would not fall upon him. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Hermione reached Gryffindor, uttered the password, and upon entering, she spotted a toad lounging on the sofa. Trevor. She immediately recognized it as Neville's pet, then noticed a chubby boy sitting in the common room. Upon hearing Hermione's voice, he stood up. You all plan to sneak out again, don't you? I won't allow it. Hermione, you are no longer a member of Gryffindor. Why are you still seeking Harry Potter? As a member of Gryffindor, Neville held the honor of his house in the highest regard. Although Harry Potter was renowned as the savior, his actions had led to an excessive loss of points for Gryffindor. Today, upon seeing Harry and Ron return with unusual expressions, Neville sensed they were once again plotting a nocturnal escapade. With the end of the term approaching, he felt compelled to thwart their plans to prevent further deductions. Even though the current score rendered the house cup unattainable. I cannot permit you to go. Your recklessness will bring ruin upon Gryffindor, he declared. Just then, Harry and Ron descended the stairs. Neville, we're truly sorry, Hermione exclaimed as she brandished her wand, uttering the petrifying spell. Instantly, Neville's body stiffened, collapsing to the ground. Sometimes, it feels like you're even scarier than Snape, Ron remarked, swallowing hard as he gazed at the fallen Neville. Enough chatter. Let's be off, Harry urged, clutching an invisibility cloak and a small music box. I have no choice but to disregard your feelings. I apologize, but this is for your own good. The trio circumvented the motionless Neville and exited Gryffindor. Those struck by the petrification spell, though their eyes remained open, were deprived of all senses, rendering them unresponsive and rigid, a true embodiment of the spell's essence. Regulus entered the Gryffindor common room, aware that Neville would remain undiscovered until dawn. Nearby, a pet toad dozed on the sofa, blissfully ignorant of the peril it faced. Cradling Trevor, Regulus Black departed the scene, slightly delayed from Harry and his companions, making his way toward the third-floor restricted area. Cloaked in invisibility, the 3 children cautiously approached the forbidden zone, encountering Filch along the way. Fortunately, Harry's recent mastery of charms allowed him to erase their scent and sound, successfully confounding the caretaker. Filch, accompanied by Mrs. Norris, strolled past without noticing their presence. The trio made their way to the restricted area undetected. Alohomora, Hermione exclaimed, unlocking the great door once more. A melodious harp echoed within the chamber, where 3 massive, 3-headed dogs slumbered, their snores harmonizing oddly with the music. Fluffy was fast asleep, indicating that Snape had already descended to cast a spell upon the harp. Harry's suspicions regarding Snape lingered. It seemed that without Quirrell's personal admission, Snape's name would remain sullied. Amidst the enchanting harp melody, a foul odor wafted towards the trio. Goodness, it reeks. We must move its paws. They are far too large. Together, they heaved Fluffy's paws off the trapdoor, revealing a pitch-black abyss beneath. Harry, retrieve your music box, Hermione reminded him, having been guided by Regulus Black's earlier advice, and Harry indeed had the music box in his possession. Harry Potter opened the music box just as the harp ceased its melodious performance. At that moment, Lu Wei, who had just awakened, raised his head only to be lulled back into slumber by the enchanting tune of the music box, causing the 3-headed dog to collapse heavily and resume its sleep. This entire sequence transpired within the span of a single breath, yet it instilled a profound sense of fright in the three children. Good heavens! They had narrowly escaped death by merely a note, but fortunately, the music box could play for a full minute as long as it remained wound. I shall leap down first. If all is well, I will beckon you to follow, declared Harry Potter, embodying the spirit of a true leader. However, Hermione swiftly countered his assertion. Since we have arrived, we must descend regardless. What difference does it make who jumps first? With that, Hermione took the initiative and leaped into the abyss. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, set the music box aside, and followed suit. Shortly after, Regulus Black entered the chamber, retrieving the music box intended for Harry from the floor. Lu Wei continued to slumber in the far corner of the room. But once the final note of the music box faded, it would not be long before he reverted to his former terrifying self. Regulus Black had not entertained any foolish notions about battling the three-headed hellhound for an extended duration. Eliminating the beast was merely a matter of a few spells, and subduing it would only require a bit more time. He simply stored it within his own system space, rendering the creature's future struggles futile. Along with it, he also collected the nearby harp and music box. Beneath the trapdoor, Ron's anguished cries finally ceased after Hermione's luminescent flicker. Harry helped the fallen Ron to his feet. Ron, are you all right? Ron had initially believed he would perish within the devil's snare, only to be saved by Hermione. Yet, how could he accept her assistance? I'm fine. Mi fine. Thankfully, I did not panic. Even Harry could no longer contain his disapproval, relieved that Hermione had taken her herbology lessons seriously. Hermione observed Ron silently, while he averted his gaze to avoid further contact with her. What can I do but not express my gratitude? The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense, leaving Harry at a loss for words to ease the awkwardness. Did you hear that sound? It resembles the flapping of wings. Harry's remark momentarily redirected everyone's attention to the next challenge. They found themselves in a chamber reminiscent of a tower, devoid of windows, with only 2 entrance doors and a skylight above. Within this room fluttered hundreds of keys, each distinct, yet one stood out as exceptionally peculiar. An old, hefty key, soaring with battered wings, mingled among the others for protection. As the trio entered, they beheld an ancient broomstick floating ahead, while the flurry of keys produced an irritating buzz. How strange. I have never encountered such a bird, mused Hermione, presuming these keys to be some wondrous creature, as their flight appeared so natural, akin to that of real birds. That is no bird. It is simply a key. Ron interjected, his thoughts considerably more straightforward. Since it resembles a key, it must be a key. Certainly, there exists a key capable of unlocking that particular door. Harry Potter stood before the enchanted broomstick, pondering how to navigate this challenge. Contemplating the connection between the broomstick and the flying key. Having just been rescued by Hermione, Ron felt compelled to demonstrate his worth. Upon hearing Harry's words, he promptly drew his wand and approached the door, exclaiming, Alohomora! The scene was rather awkward. Despite his loud incantation, it bore no fruit. Setting aside the efficacy of his spell, the door had been fortified with no fewer than 10 enchantments cast by Professor Flitwick. Even Dumbledore would require time to unfasten it, and Voldemort would undoubtedly need even longer. What is the harm in trying? Ron thought, turning around to see Hermione observing his performance, marking the second time he had embarrassed himself that evening. Well, what now? He pondered. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of keys. Hermione, uninterested in squabbling with Ron, found satisfaction in witnessing his blunders. We need to find an old-fashioned, large key, one that resembles a rusty doorknob. Ron mused, finally displaying some insight. I see it. Right there, the one with the injured wings. The 3 children quickly grasped the purpose of the broomstick. It was to be ridden in pursuit of the key. What are you waiting for? Hop on a broom. If Snape can catch the key with an old broom, there's no reason you can't. After all, you're the youngest seeker in a century. At this moment, Ron made a prudent choice, having been unable to assist in other matters. He offered Harry encouragement despite Hermione's disdainful gaze. As for attempting to seize the key himself, he deemed it unwise. Why would he overshadow Harry, the youngest seeker in a century, when failure would only invite Hermione's scorn once more? The encouragement from his companion bolstered Harry's confidence, and he seized the broom, mounting it decisively. The entire room was set ablaze with the frenzy of keys rushing towards Harry. Wingardium Leviosa, Regulus Black lingered above for a moment, ensuring that Hermione and the others had progressed to the next challenge before descending with a levitation spell. Professor Sprout's cultivated devil's snare must have taken considerable time and effort to grow to such a size. The devil's snare is a vine-like plant that, when mature, can extend snake-like tendrils to ensnare those who venture too close, potentially causing injury or death to humans or animals. It thrives in dark, damp environments, making light and warmth its natural adversaries. Consequently, when confronted with an attack from the devil's snare, igniting it proves to be an effective countermeasure. Additionally, in certain instances, the devil's snare may disguise itself, mimicking the appearance of a crabclaw plant. However, the sap of the devil's snare serves as an excellent potion ingredient, warranting its cultivation and breeding. This notion parallels the phenomenon of invasive species in the Middle Kingdom. Anything edible tends to proliferate into cultivated forms. It is indeed a similar principle. In the realm of shadows, Regulus Black retrieved the Golden Memory Dragon Egg Secret Realm, uprooting the entire Devil's Web and enclosing it within. The Dragon Egg Secret Realm was divided into 3 distinct maps, each presided over by a formidable boss: the Undead Dragon, the Skeletal Dragon, and the Phantom Dragon. Due to its nature, the Devil's Web was cast into the territory of the Undead Dragon by Regulus Black. As he descended to the ground and approached the 3rd gate, he paused to listen attentively. The cacophony of intense collisions signaled that Harry Potter and his companions had already passed through. Upon entering, Regulus observed that the keys affixed to the door were autonomously disengaging. Even the ancient large key quivered as it extricated itself from the keyhole. With Harry Potter having ridden his broom into the adjacent room, Regulus found himself devoid of any tools. However, this posed no challenge for an adept wizard, particularly one with an unconventional approach. While ordinary wizards might adhere to the intentions set by the gate's creator, Regulus Black sought to transcend the very parameters of the challenge. "Go forth, Trevor," he commanded, directing his wand at Neville's pet toad. Trevor opened his wide mouth, extending a long tongue that snaked toward the airborne keys, swiftly retracting to swallow a multitude of them. Thus commenced the endeavor. Although Regulus perched Trevor upon his shoulder, the toad's tongue could reach the skylight. With each flick of his tongue, Trevor consumed dozens of keys, yet his form exhibited no signs of distress or enlargement. Gradually, all the flying keys were devoured, including the ancient large one. "Ribbit," Trevor croaked, obediently spitting out the old large key. "I appreciate your efforts, Trevor. Yet, I must trouble you once more." Balancing Trevor in one hand, Regulus wielded his wand with the other. Bubbles began to form upon Trevor's back, the already grotesque blisters becoming increasingly putrid. In due course, a uniquely shaped golden key was ejected from one of the swollen blisters. Shortly thereafter, a second golden key followed suit. One after another, 12 golden keys emerged. And only then did Trevor's back begin to recover. Regulus continued to let the weary Trevor rest upon his shoulder as he collected the 12 golden keys with a flourish of his wand. Each key bore distinct symbols of the 12 zodiac constellations at both ends. These keys would serve as conduits for controlling and summoning the 12 zodiac demons, encompassing the incantations for key creation. The possessor of these keys would possess the power to reverse summon the zodiac demons to aid in battle, with the demons bound to heed the commands of their keyholder. This granted Regulus Black the means to control the 12 zodiac demons. Approaching another door, Regulus Black gently inserted the old, large key into the lock and turned it. I wonder if Ron has completed his game of wizard's chess on the other side. The general, Harry Potter, stood before the opposing king, having already captured it. Both Harry and Hermione rushed to the side of the unconscious Ron. Yet they understood that Ron had not been directly attacked by the pieces. He had merely fallen from the knight's horse and fainted from fright. Considering his valiant performance in this challenge, Hermione resolved to forgive his previous arrogance and prejudice. They would tend to Ron and then seek an owl to send a message to Dumbledore. Ron was right. She must press on. At this moment, Harry Potter was ignited by Ron's sacrifice, awakening his adventurous spirit. He was prepared to face the next challenges alone, though this had originally been Dumbledore's plan. Further puzzles awaited, including Snape's riddle, which, if misinterpreted, would lead to consuming poison. Regulus Black, who had stealthily entered, found it difficult to suppress his eye-rolling. It was simply too inelegant. Whispering softly, Regulus Black immediately employed a spell he had developed from his system skills, transmitting his voice to Hermione's ear. The spell, Whispering, was a modification of the necromancer curse skill, Confounding Whisper, effectively bridging the gap between loud voice and soft murmurs, allowing direct communication with the target without the fear of being overheard. Hermione, tell Harry Potter to leave Ron here. He has already sent me a message before you entered. Regulus Black could not allow Harry Potter to venture forth alone, as such a course of action could easily go awry. One of Hermione's notable strengths was her quick reflexes in critical moments. "Harry, I must inform you of something. I had already sent a message to Professor Black before coming here, and I trust they will arrive shortly, perhaps accompanied by other professors. Thus, leaving Ron here is the wisest course of action. You reveal this information, Harry Potter was taken aback by Hermione's seemingly traitorous act. It appeared that changing houses had indeed splintered their unity. If this information reached any professor, their endeavor would falter. Only Professor Black would assist them. Touched by Hermione's loyalty to her beloved, she could not tolerate any slander against him. This pleased Regulus Black, who remained hidden nearby. Indeed, his efforts had not been in vain. Perhaps while we bickered, the Philosopher's Stone was stolen. Hermione's words startled Harry Potter, who had been so preoccupied with other thoughts that he nearly forgot the very purpose of their arrival. Ultimately, Harry Potter had to concede, leaving Ron behind to await rescue, while he and Hermione pressed on to the next challenge. As they entered a room, or rather, a corridor, flames erupted both behind them and ahead. A table held an array of uniquely shaped crystal potion vials alongside a parchment. As Harry Potter and Hermione departed, Regulus Black finally dispelled his invisibility. With a flick of his wand, Ron was flung against the wall, seemingly suffering further injuries. However, as long as he survived, that was sufficient, for the school's medical staff were not mere decorations. With Ron's exit, the entire chessboard began to transform. The previously chaotic arena commenced an automatic cleansing. The damaged pieces restored to their former glory, each piece returning to its rightful position, all within the span of a mere minute. Regulus Black stepped forward, reaching the midpoint of the board, only to be met by a row of soldiers drawing their twin blades. This sight was undeniably formidable. Regulus Black found the wizard's chess set created by Professor McGonagall to be considerably intricate in its handling. First, he infused his magical essence into several critical nodes, thereby assuming complete control over the board's operations. Once the chessboard was commandeered, he employed a levitation charm to uproot the entire board, suspending it in midair. At this juncture, every piece was perfectly aligned, with not a speck of dust remaining. Regulus Black unleashed a fusion of Dementors and Boggarts, embedding them within each piece. Gradually, the pieces began to exhibit signs of melting, transforming into the forms Regulus Black desired. The altered pieces displayed angelic figures on one side, and naturally, demonic figures on the other, both depicted as feminine. On the angelic side, the pawns took on the image of female archangels, kneeling in prayer with clenched fists. Behind them stood the virtues of the archangels wielding staffs, the angels equipped with bows, the mightiest angels bearing swords, the principal angels patrolling on horseback, the seraphs seated upon thrones, the cherubim holding the law, and the six-winged seraphs alongside the virgin goddess Lilith. Conversely, the demonic side featured pawns portrayed as chained succubi, kneeling in submission. Behind them loomed the seven deadly sins personified as formidable demons: pride, envy, wrath, greed, sloth, gluttony, and lust, culminating in the fallen seraph Lucifer. The riddle on the parchment posed a daunting challenge for many wizards lacking logical reasoning. It spoke of two dangerous potions among seven, one guiding you forward and the other providing safe passage back. Yet, you must first consume them. Among the seven, two contained ordinary nettle wine, three were lethal, concealed within the ranks, awaiting their moment. Choose wisely, unless you wish to linger here eternally, for clues are provided to assist you in your selection. Firstly, regardless of how cleverly the poison conceals itself, it always lies quietly to the left of the nettle wine. Secondly, the contents of the bottles at both ends differ. Should you wish to advance, neither will be your ally. Thirdly, as you can observe, the seven bottles vary distinctly, yet neither death nor the reaper awaits among the giants and dwarfs. Lastly, the second bottle from the left and the second from the right may appear entirely different at first glance, but after tasting, you will discover their flavors to be remarkably similar. However, for astute individuals like Voldemort and Hermione, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Hermione, come and see what this means. At that moment, the ever-curious Harry Potter unwittingly revealed his lack of logical training, simultaneously feeling relieved that Hermione had accompanied him. Had Hermione followed Harry's earlier suggestion to rescue Ron and report to the professor, Harry would have been trapped here. Perhaps he could have figured it out with a bit more time. As he stepped aside to show Hermione, those thoughts crossed his mind. Hermione meticulously examined the contents of the parchment and scrutinized the potion bottles. It was evident that this was a challenge set by Professor Snape. Thus, he could not possibly be the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione refrained from hastily identifying the potion and first articulated her reasoning, reminiscent of what Regulus Black had informed her. The series of challenges had been established by the four house heads, with the inclusion of Flitwick merely serving as a deterrent for timid students. Hermione, Snape is inside stealing the Philosopher's Stone, and yet you assert he is not. Harry remained obstinate in his belief, completely rejecting Hermione's assessment. Very well. I shall not dispute with you. This potion is the means to pass through the flames. Hermione had entered Ravenclaw and received guidance from Regulus Black. She had matured in both speech and action, showing little inclination to argue with Harry, who was still a child at heart. Why is there only half a bottle? Harry observed that all the other potion bottles were full, save for one. Clearly, Snape has already consumed his potion to pass through. Hermione exclaimed in a somewhat exaggerated tone, highlighting that even now, Harry had not grasped the implication. If this challenge was set by Snape, why would he need to drink the potion he left at the challenge? Surely, he would have prepared his own potion in advance. The fact that half the potion was gone indicated that an outsider had consumed it, and that amount was just sufficient for one person to pass through the preceding wall of flames. I'll go ahead. What will you do? Harry completely missed Hermione's teasing, instead taking her words to heart. Who else could it be but Snape? However, he did consider the safety of his companions, for no one would relish being trapped in a corridor engulfed in flames. I will drink the other bottle on the way back. I will hasten to bring the professor to your aid, Hermione stated, shaking the potion bottle she had retrieved for her return journey. All right, I shall proceed first. Harry gulped down half the potion, nearly succumbing to its chilling effects as he staggered through the flames. Yet, the potion's potency was fleeting. As soon as he passed the wall of flames, the coldness dissipated. Casting a glance back at Hermione, Harry pushed open the door and advanced toward the final challenge. Shortly after Harry's departure, Regulus Black had already collected the entire wizard's chess set and arrived at the same location. Upon opening the door, the flames on either side instantly extinguished. This arrangement was intended to allow entry, yet it also presented a potential flaw. Regulus, you have arrived. Hermione joyfully leaped onto Regulus Black, resembling a koala clinging to a tree. Regulus embraced the little girl and kissed her deeply. Despite Hermione's unwavering dedication to assisting Harry Potter, she often found herself plagued with worry, uncertain of when the teaching assistant would appear or when danger might loom. However, the moment Regulus Black arrived, all her anxieties dissipated, leaving her feeling remarkably at ease. Why is Trevor here? After Hermione had bounded onto Regulus Black, Neville's pet Trevor hopped onto her shoulder. Ribbit, Trevor is the one I summoned for assistance, Regulus declared, one hand cradling the little girl while the other tousled her fluffy hair. I don't believe that for a second. You must have stolen him from Neville. By the way, did you visit Gryffindor after we left? Hermione pondered for a moment and immediately exposed Regulus Black's deception, though she wore a cheerful expression, seemingly unfazed. All right, you are indeed clever. The truth is, I thought Trevor might be useful, so I brought him along, Regulus admitted, intending to borrow without the intention of returning, knowing that even if he did return him to Neville, he would likely not dare to ask for him back. What could Trevor possibly do? Hermione inquired, somewhat surprised at the capabilities of a young wizard's pet. The little girl, still not fully comprehending, found herself engulfed in curiosity. In truth, Trevor served multiple purposes. He was a fire-swallowing toad. Regulus Black carried Hermione to a small table in the room, where flames erupted once more, roaring to life. Hey, we could have gone outside. Hermione suddenly recalled that the flames blocking their exit had extinguished, providing them the perfect opportunity to leave. How could she have forgotten this? It was all the fault of the teaching assistant. Seeing him made her forget everything. Setting Hermione down, Regulus Black glanced at the parchment contents before pouring several vials of potions down Trevor's throat. Hermione was taken aback, utterly at a loss for words. Was summoning Trevor for help merely to have him consume all the potions? She knew that although one vial contained an antidote and two contained nettle wine, three of them were indeed poisons. Regulus Black was certainly aware of Hermione's thoughts, yet it was not the time for explanations. On the small table, Trevor, now infused with a measure of flame resistance, a hint of alcohol, and a touch of chill, underwent a dramatic transformation. A layer of frost enveloped his body, followed by a second layer of cold, and finally a third. Trevor was just wishing to hibernate, but the effects of the alcohol within him prevented him from falling asleep. With a flick of his wand, Regulus Black caused Trevor to puff up as if breathing, an inexplicable suction emanating from his mouth. The flames on either side of the room twisted into two fiery dragons, spiraling toward the gaping maw of Trevor. Two thick serpents of fire surged endlessly, indicating that it would take some time to consume everything. The walls of flames set here could regenerate on their own, capable of burning for days and nights without issue. However, under the machinations of Regulus Black, the flames were devouring at an exponentially accelerated rate. Hermione, do you believe Professor Snape would leave the genuine potion here? As a faculty member of the school, I doubt he would intentionally endanger the students who intrude. Astute. Now, the next question, what do you think this so-called poison might be? Freezing potion, just like the frost we observed on Trevor moments ago. In truth, these poisons were byproducts of crafting fire-resistance potions, and they too had antidotes. Nettle wine. So, it turned out to be nettle wine. Regulus Black's instructional prowess was exceptional, and Hermione quickly grasped the setup of the challenge. Professor Snape intended to deter intruders while offering a glimmer of hope for passage, without inflicting genuine harm. In light of these considerations, the 7 bottles of potions left behind formed a self-sustaining cycle. 2 of the potions could traverse the walls of fire. The so-called poison could freeze individuals without succumbing to the prolonged roasting of the flames, and even the nettle wine, which could counteract the freezing effect, was readily accessible. Corpse 067, I have never been alone. Harry Potter entered the final segment of the challenge, the scar on his forehead throbbing more intensely. Why are you here? Where's Snape? Upon reaching the conclusion, Harry discovered that the figure standing within was not the anticipated Snape, but rather Professor Quirrell. The room was starkly illuminated, featuring only the mirror of Ariste, which Harry had once been infatuated with. Unless Snape concealed himself behind the mirror, the room contained only Harry and Professor Quirrell. Indeed, he bears the countenance of a villain, does he not? With him present, who would suspect the stuttering Professor Quirrell? Quirrell rationalized his peculiar behavior by citing his fright at the hands of vampires in the forests of Albania, garnering sympathy for his transformation. However, those who truly understood him could discern clues from his odd actions. As a Ravenclaw, his knowledge of vampires extended beyond mere textbooks. Wrapping his head in a cloth soaked in garlic juice was ostensibly a precaution against vampires. Yet such an explanation bordered on absurdity. Unless the so-called vampire were indeed nestled within Quirrell's very head, rendering the garlic cloth more akin to a seal. In response to Harry's suspicions, Quirrell brazenly affirmed his role. I am the villain in your heart. Snape is merely the good man I have used as a guise. But that day during the Quidditch match, Snape still sought to kill me. Harry remained incredulous, struggling to accept that the true villain was not Snape. Why was it not Snape? He appeared so malevolent. You are mistaken, child. The one who wishes to kill you is I. Trust me, had the stands not collapsed had I not been distracted, you would have perished long ago, instead of merely suffering a broken arm. Quirrell once again bore the burden of responsibility, albeit it was a burden he had originally assumed. Upon reflection, he sought to justify Snape's actions, yet no incantation, regardless of its repetition, could alter the situation. Did Snape truly wish to save me? My perspective was once more challenged. Harry Potter found himself, albeit slightly, willing to trust the words of an adversary. For at times it is easier to place faith in an enemy than in a friend. I had perceived from the very beginning that you posed a threat to me, particularly following the festivities of Halloween. Such reasoning seemed utterly ludicrous, yet, considering it was to confront the dark presence of Voldemort, even the most absurd justification could be uttered by Quirrell without a hint of shame, for I see your destiny is intertwined with mine as an adversary, and thus it is only logical to eliminate you at the earliest opportunity. So, you were the one who released the troll? The mention of Halloween instantly conjured memories of the troll incident, during which Hermione valiantly battled the creature, only to have Ron steal her glory. Perhaps it was from that moment that Hermione's fate to switch houses was sealed. Excellent, Potter, you guessed correctly. Yet alas, Snape did not fall for my ruse. While others scurried about in the dungeons, he opted to ascend to the 3rd floor in an attempt to thwart me. What a splendid opportunity it was. Before the entire faculty and student body, he maximized his own suspicion. Hogwarts, the safest of magical institutions. How could a troll possibly wander in uninvited and roam the dungeons while everyone else was dining? Quirrell was the last to enter, and after reporting the troll invasion, he, a professor, fainted on the spot. In front of all the students and faculty, strikingly, no one came to assist him. I would never resort to deceit. With a tone of regret and resignation, Quirrell continued his explanation, unaware that Regulus Black had also not been present, thereby diminishing his own suspicion considerably. Of course, after that, he would never trust me again. He scarcely allowed me solitude, yet he never realized that I was never truly alone. Quirrell's words were beyond Harry Potter's comprehension. Had Regulus Black been present, he would have understood that the reference was to the dark presence lurking behind Quirrell's own head. Quirrell turned to face the mirror of Ariste, and as Harry beheld the back of Quirrell's head, his scar throbbed painfully. Returning to the matter at hand, what purpose does this mirror serve? I can see what I desire. I envision myself holding the Philosopher's Stone, but how shall I acquire it? Quirrell failed to grasp that after providing so many hints, Professor Dumbledore would arrange for a mirror of Ariste to be placed here. Was it merely to reminisce about his former life? It would be far better to set a powerful curse trap, ensuring mutual destruction with Voldemort, or perhaps to seal both himself and Voldemort away. Utilizing that boy, at last, Growing weary of explanations and trivialities, Voldemort's voice broke the silence, a chilling, ghostly presence sweeping through the room. "Come to me, Potter. Tell me, what do you see?" The command from Voldemort was one Quirrell could not refuse, and he immediately donned a sinister expression as he ordered Harry Potter. "Why, my child, do you attempt to flee? After so many words and such meticulous explanations, why not seize the opportunity to escape?" As Harry Potter obediently approached and stood before the mirror of Ariste, Quirrell felt his heart bleed. Truly, he was a foolish lion hailing from Gryffindor. Gazing into the mirror, Harry's mind was consumed with thoughts of the Philosopher's Stone, and naturally, he beheld the stone within its depths. There he saw his reflection smiling, cradling a blood-red crystal he had never seen before, and with pride, he tucked the gem into his trouser pocket. Almost immediately, Harry felt the weight of something hard pressing against him. It was the Philosopher's Stone, indeed. It was the stone, and he instantly grew anxious. "I am shaking hands with Dumbledore. I have won the House Cup." Harry could only parrot the words he had learned from Ron. Though they echoed his own dreams, they lacked the fervor Ron possessed, rendering his tone incapable of conveying the satisfaction of desire fulfilled. "He is lying," Voldemort roared, for he knew Harry had acquired the stone. As a once mighty dark wizard who had commanded the Death Eaters, such insight was within his grasp. "Speak the truth to me. What did you see?" Quirrell, compelled by Voldemort's will, joined in the outburst directed at Harry. "Let me converse with him. Master, you have yet to regain your strength. My power is sufficient." Voldemort, weary of his servant's incompetence, resolved to confront the matter personally. Quirrell, without recourse, slowly unwound his turban, revealing a decayed visage beneath. "Harry Potter, we meet again. Do you see my current state? Do you understand how I must survive? To live by depending on others like a parasite. The blood of unicorns can prolong my life, yet it cannot restore my body. However, other means exist. That easily obtainable object lies within your pocket." Voldemort's chilling manner of speech was unnerving, his slow, conversational tone betraying a desperate desire to survive. When he mentioned the readily accessible item, Harry instinctively glanced at his trouser pocket, a move that did not escape Voldemort's keen perception. Realizing his error, Harry turned to flee, but he knew escape was futile. At Voldemort's command, Quirrell cast a silent, wandless spell. With a snap of his fingers, a wall of fire erupted around them. Though lacking the potency of Snape's fiendfire, it was more than enough to prevent Harry's escape. "Do not be foolish. If you could survive, why risk death?" These words, once spoken to Quirrell by Voldemort after possessing him to compel obedience, echoed in the air. Though Voldemort recognized his servant's disobedience, he had no one else to rely on. Subsequently, Voldemort attempted to seduce Harry Potter by resurrecting his parents, only to be met with Harry's steadfast refusals. "Kill him." Quirrell lunged forward, grasping Harry's neck with a vice-like grip. "Expelliarmus." Hermione burst in, casting a spell that struck Quirrell. The incantation Zombify 068 hit Voldemort thrice. The spell inflicted 75 damage on undead creatures with a 50 accuracy rate, reduced stamina consumption by 15, and increased blocking chances by 7. The spell also had the effect of making monsters flee, contributing to a health restoration of 7. All these elements played their part effectively, and Quirrell was also granted a 7-point increase in blocking potential. A gray substance was forcibly expelled from Quirrell's body at the moment he choked Harry. Had it been any later, Harry, with his injured and bleeding hand, would have disintegrated Quirrell's body merely by touch. The gray substance represented Voldemort, who attempted to reattach himself to Quirrell's body but was thwarted by the increased blocking potential. Once Quirrell freed himself from Voldemort's control, he immediately released Harry and retreated to the side. Although he harbored intentions to resist Voldemort and sacrifice himself to vanquish him, it did not negate his fear of the Dark Wizard. Quirrell distanced himself from Voldemort, neglecting Harry's safety entirely. Expelliarmus. Hermione accurately struck the gray substance once more. Repeatedly hit, Voldemort chose to flee under the influence of the spell that made monsters escape. Unwilling to accept defeat, Voldemort, now without a physical form, could not obtain the Philosopher's Stone, even though it lay just a few steps away. In a fit of revenge, he charged at Harry. The gray mass that constituted Voldemort passed through Harry, who let out a scream and collapsed, prompting Voldemort to turn his attention toward Hermione. Expelliarmus. Hermione struck Voldemort for the third time, accumulating the effects of the previous hits. The damage inflicted on undead creatures reached a total of 75. Furthermore, the cumulative effect of making monsters flee compelled Voldemort to consider retreating without any hesitation. Confronting Voldemort was no easy feat. Not everyone possesses the protagonist's fortitude like Harry. Hermione, overwhelmed, sank against the wall. Regulus Black emerged from the shadows. As Voldemort charged toward Hermione, Regulus was almost ready to intervene, but Hermione did not disappoint him. With her third strike against Voldemort, she repelled him decisively. Zero. Take care of Hermione. Regulus summoned the ever-helpful Zero, cradling the exhausted Hermione in his arms. Without Quirrell's control over the fire barrier, Regulus effortlessly dispelled it and carried Zero into the room. In a state of unconsciousness lies Harry Potter, while Professor Quirrell trembles in fear. The Philosopher's Stone and the Mirror of Erased in tow. It seems to be a satisfactory conclusion, does it not, Professor Quirrell? Regulus Black, stowing away the Philosopher's Stone and securing the mirror into his system space, gazes down at the visibly shaken Quirrell. It is you, Regulus. I never expected you to be the one to appear at the end. Quirrell collapses onto the ground, an expression of relief washing over him. It has been a long time since he felt such ease. Ever since Voldemort's possession, Quirrell had been on edge, and now, at last, he can put an end to it all. Expose your arm for me to see. Regulus Black commands, his wand pointed menacingly at Quirrell from his elevated stance. Though he comprehends the command, Quirrell nonchalantly rolls up his sleeves. The man's arms are hardly noteworthy, devoid of even a striking tattoo. Very well. Regulus Black retracts his wand. You must have endured considerable hardship during this time. Have you contemplated your future? Given my circumstances, it seems unlikely I could continue as a professor at the school. Quirrell replies indifferently. In truth, he is acutely aware that someone who has been possessed by Voldemort can never fully escape the scrutinizing gaze of others. A situation perhaps more dire than that of the Death Eaters. If you find yourself without a place to go, I could offer you a position, Regulus Black proposes. He has long contemplated this, as his enterprises expand and the workload becomes increasingly burdensome. To elevate the Black family, every ounce of assistance proves invaluable. Did you know? I was once a professor of Muggle studies. If the wizarding world has no place for me, I could always venture into the Muggle realm, which boasts entirely different and alluring experiences. Quirrell is untroubled by the prospect of being ostracized by the wizarding community. If he cannot thrive among wizards, he can certainly make a living in the Muggle world. In this regard, he is far more open-minded than the subsequent werewolf professor, Remus Lupin, and undoubtedly would fare better. In truth, esteemed wizarding families, unless they are entrenched in archaic traditions, tend to maintain a facade of antiquity while secretly absorbing new influences. While Quirrell does not consider himself a schemer, his tenure as a Muggle studies professor has afforded him a deeper understanding of Muggle society. Could a mere job truly dawn a wizard like Quirrell? I am aware of your situation, and it is precisely because you were once a professor of Muggle studies that I believe this position would suit you well, Regulus Black asserts confidently, implying that this job is destined for Quirrell. This notion piques Quirrell's interest. If it is as you say, Regulus, do elaborate. Quirrell finally raises himself from the ground, no longer languishing in a lazy repose. We can discuss the details in your office, if you do not mind escorting Harry to the infirmary first. Regulus Black gestures towards the unconscious Harry Potter lying on the floor, then steps forward, accompanied by his iron golem, Zero. Chi Luo lifted Harry Potter and followed behind, marking the conclusion of this magical stone challenge, with the venue meticulously cleaned. Hermione had been ordered by Regulus Black to the room of requirement to rest. Regulus Black and Chi Luo escorted Harry Potter to the infirmary before departing to Chi Luo's office. Madame Pomfrey, I entrust you with the care of Harry Potter. What injuries has this child sustained? Madame Pomfrey cast a spell to examine Harry, finding no external wounds or internal issues, prompting her inquiry. I suspect it may be a soul injury or a loss of vitality, Regulus Black pondered, aware that when Voldemort departed from Chi Luo's body, he had taken some of Chi Luo's life force. However, in his desperate quest for more, he had collided with Harry, making it uncertain how much life force he may have extracted from him. I see. Madame Pomfrey retrieved a potion from her cabinet, pried open Harry's mouth, and administered it through a tube. Regulus Black and Chi Luo exchanged glances, acknowledging Madame Pomfrey's consistently effective yet somewhat brusque methods, which ensured swift recoveries for the students. After all, could there be a more painful experience than receiving potions in the infirmary? Reflecting on the past, who and T spent time in the infirmary, recalling those experiences was hardly pleasant. What are you still doing here? Leave. Madame Pomfrey lifted her head, noticing the two still standing, and immediately began ushering them away. This space belonged solely to her and her patients. The infirmary was her sacred domain, impervious to intrusion. The two returned to Chi Luo's office, where they penned a letter for an owl to deliver to Dumbledore, while discussing Chi Luo's work-related matters. Since you mentioned this job involves the Muggle world, I demand a salary that is always above the average in the UK, with working hours not exceeding 8 per day, 2 days off each week, provision of lunch, transportation subsidies, and an annual outing where I only contribute 30%. Oh, and I expect you to cover my social insurance and housing fund. Regulus Black observed as Chi Luo fervently listed his demands, which were quite standard in the Muggle realm, something any job seeker would request, albeit with varying individual stipulations. None of these benefits are available. You will receive only bonuses, so work diligently for me. Regulus Black arranged for Quirinus Chi Luo to become the steward of his Crimson Manor, overseeing future jewelry marketing endeavors, thereby integrating him into his family. This arrangement not only maintained ties with the wizarding world, but also provided access to the upper echelons of the Muggle society while managing a significant asset marketing operation. There was nothing more enticing for Chi Luo, and of course, keeping him from wandering off on reckless adventures was another reason, sparing him from a scrutiny of certain Death Eaters. Are you suggesting that these gems are indeed the products of alchemy, prepared to illicitly amass a fortune in the Muggle world? Quirrell, formerly a professor of Muggle studies, possesses a profound understanding of human history. Recognizing the myriad deceptions and transgressions that characterize humanity's darker deeds. When discussing Regulus Black's intention to sell counterfeit gems, Quirrell merely found the notion amusing, believing such enterprises to be fleeting whims. The wizarding community has not been averse to similar schemes aimed at profiting handsomely. Indeed, prior to the establishment of a structured system, wizards have engaged in trickery and theft to acquire potions, materials, riches, and even people. During Europe's darkest times, when dark wizards thrived, local lords preferred the discomfort of castles to evade assassination and theft, yet rumors of wicked witches and sorcerers still circulated. It was amid the Muggle witch hunts that the wizarding world came to comprehend the fervor and resolve of the Muggles. Though no wizards were harmed, the Muggles' frenzied actions effectively curtailed the rampant behaviors of dark wizards. The Middle Ages witnessed widespread witch hunts, akin to a war between Muggles and wizards, during which some young wizards were executed for their uncontrollable powers, sending shockwaves through the wizarding community. The enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in 1692 catalyzed governmental reforms within the British magical community, transforming the previously loose Wizarding Council into a newly empowered Ministry of Magic. This statute serves as a fundamental cornerstone of the Harry Potter universe, artificially bifurcating the world into the magical and Muggle realms. The magical world acknowledges the existence of the Muggle world and refrains from interference, while Muggles remain largely oblivious to the magical realm. Consequently, there have been no large-scale conflicts between Muggles and wizards in modern times, and the magical wars have not encroached upon Muggle society, despite the occasional trivial debates among wizards regarding the lethality of automatic rifles compared to the killing curse. Following the conclusion of the witch hunts at the end of the Renaissance, the wizarding world entered a prolonged period of peace. How could I possibly engage in such a trade? It is worth noting that the Black family bears the title of a duke. Regulus Black produced a pea-sized ruby, placing it delicately upon the table. This gem, a product of alchemy, is no ordinary stone. It has been certified by a professional Muggle institution as a new variety of genuine gem, renowned for its invigorating properties. The ruby on the table emitted a faint red glow, exuding an effect that some in the Muggle world refer to as radioactive rays. Have you infused it with enchantments? Quirrell inquired with keen interest, picking up the gem and feeling its vitality quickening his blood. This stimulation was subtle, yet enduring, devoid of the risk of desensitization from prolonged exposure. Upon hearing this, Chilo meticulously attuned himself to the energy within the gem, confirming that everything was indeed as Regulus Black had asserted. While Chilo was willing to acquiesce to Regulus Black's request, he was reluctant to engage in any malevolent acts on his behalf. However, after personally experiencing the effects of the gem, his apprehensions were entirely alleviated. Furthermore, he would soon assume the role of the primary facilitator for the gem's transactions. Thus, it was essential to identify and resolve any issues promptly. Very well, I shall accept your offer, Chilo declared, placing the gem down and commencing a discussion with Regulus Black regarding the intricacies of their subsequent endeavors, including the sales strategies and pricing of the gem. That evening, a letter was dispatched by Regulus Black to the legal consultant, Lucy Piddle, who resided far away at the Crimson Manor. Quirinus Chilo was appointed as the steward of the Crimson Manor and the head of the ruby sales. Before dawn, Dumbledore summoned both Regulus Black and Quirinus Chilo, inquiring in detail about the events of the previous night. Dumbledore exhibited no surprise at Voldemort's appearance and maintained a cautious stance regarding Chilo's explanations. He subsequently encouraged Chilo to diligently serve Regulus Black. After dismissing Chilo, Regulus Black unabashedly took a seat and began to reproach Dumbledore. Headmaster, it is evident that you still do not trust Chilo, which is rather disheartening. Regulus Black then commenced to manipulate Dumbledore's desserts, crafting a confectionery representation of Voldemort's visage using an assemblage of candies. The grotesque creation, constructed from hard candies and animated cockroaches, was far more horrifying than the original likeness, rendering Dumbledore disinclined to indulge in the cockroach confection that day. At times, I must contemplate numerous matters, Regulus. I must admit, you have cleaned that area quite thoroughly. Dumbledore waved his hand to clear away the revolting effigy of Voldemort, finding it too repugnant to engage in proper conversation. The old wizard seemed poised to claim the school's assets, yet one cannot simply regurgitate what has been consumed. Such behavior lacks elegance. Regulus Black was resolute in not relinquishing the three-headed hellhound, Fluffy, the school's harp, Professor Sprout's devil snare, Professor Flitwick's flying keys, Professor McGonagall's wizarding chess set, Professor Snape's potion bottles, nor the school's property, the mirror of Ariste. Even Neville's pet, Trevor, would not be returned to that chubby boy. Regulus Black regarded Dumbledore with an expression that suggested defiance, but he decided to grant the headmaster a modicum of respect. The Philosopher's Stone holds significant value for me. I hope you might gift it to me. With that, Regulus Black produced the Philosopher's Stone and placed it before Dumbledore. One must recognize that the preceding items paled in comparison to the stone's worth, and by presenting the most valuable item, Regulus Black was conveying a distinct attitude. Dumbledore slowly began to savor a piece of confectionery, chewing it thoughtfully until it was finished. Since it is of use to you, then you may keep it. I shall declare that the Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed. Dumbledore had come to understand that since Regulus Black did not hand over the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort, he would likely never do so. Fundamentally, while Regulus Black might stray to darkness, his interests did not align with Voldemort's. In fact, due to Regulus's unique circumstances, they could very well become archenemies in the future. As Regulus Black accepted the Philosopher's Stone, which Dumbledore had personally returned to him, their relationship grew considerably closer. With this newfound closeness, Dumbledore reverted to his whimsical, youthful demeanor. Regulus, it seems you've pilfered a student's pet, Dumbledore quipped, his eyes twinkling with mischief, implying that it was quite shameful for a teaching assistant to steal a student's companion. You should return it promptly. Are you sure you want to give it back to Neville? Regulus Black cast a taunting glance at Dumbledore before placing his palm upon the table, summoning forth a wave of black flames. The elementalized Trevor, with every breath and movement, radiated an intense heat. This was utterly astonishing. Dumbledore was taken aback. Never had a wizard succeeded in merging a living being with a fiendfire curse. I believe Neville will find it quite warm, Regulus Black smirked, reveling in Dumbledore's astonishment. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. Could he truly return this fiendfire-infused Trevor to Neville? That would be tantamount to murder. You'd best handle this on your own. I must visit little Harry in the infirmary. He should be waking soon. Dumbledore's willingness to entrust the Philosopher's Stone to Regulus Black was not without ulterior motives. To comprehend this, one must consider the nature of the Philosopher's Stone. In simple terms, after Nicholas Flamel created the stone, he, as its master, became bound by its powers. He could only experience joy and happiness, unable to truly feel pain or sorrow, even when the circumstances warranted such emotions. His actions were limited to those that would bring joy to others or were otherwise innocuous. He could not engage in wrongdoing or harbor malicious thoughts. The sacrifices he made were outweighed by the joy he could derive from the lives he had altered for the better, the impoverished he had aided, the patients he had healed, the students he had taught, and the public who benefited from his alchemical inventions. Perhaps, if the Philosopher's Stone fell into Voldemort's hands, such shackles could be undone. Even Dumbledore himself could potentially lift this burden, yet he did not believe Regulus Black possessed such capability. As the creator, Nicholas Flamel was inherently bound by this curse from which he could not escape. In essence, it is better to share joy than to revel in solitude. If Nicholas Flamel could bring happiness to those around him, Dumbledore harbored the hope that Regulus Black could similarly transform into a joyful individual through the Philosopher's Stone. Philosopher's Stone, crafted by Master Nicholas Flamel. Retaining it in one's inventory confers numerous additional benefits. With a certainty of 100%, one may obtain the elixir of immortality through immersion in a liquid. Similarly, one can acquire gold through direct contact with metal. It is noteworthy that anyone who has partaken of these elixirs or gold will dwell eternally in bliss. Regulus Black, having placed the Philosopher's Stone in his system space, Observe such attributes. To escape the constraints imposed by the Philosopher's Stone, he must either adjust its properties or refine it into another entity, thereby reconfiguring its attributes. After thoroughly navigating the entire process, Regulus Black directly refined Professor Flitwick's flying key, and with the addition of Trevor devouring the flames set by Snape, he was left with a semi-finished product. The item retained in his inventory offered numerous additional benefits: a 100% capacity to consume any kind of flame, a 100% capacity to expel refined substances from his body, with the refined materials adjustable according to the user's specifications. Regulus immediately envisioned merging the Philosopher's Stone with Trevor to concoct an immortal toad. "Come, Trevor, obediently swallow the Philosopher's Stone," he murmured excitedly to himself, even though both the stone and Trevor resided within the system space. Upon consuming the Philosopher's Stone, Trevor, under Regulus Black's magical influence, grew increasingly larger until, when released, it achieved a size comparable to a 2-meter diameter table. The Black Lotus Sacred Fire 3-legged golden toad retained numerous additional advantages in his inventory: a 77% success rate in alchemy, a 77% immunity to flames, a 77% capacity to consume flames, and a 77% capacity to expel liquids in the form of eggs. Furthermore, there was a 77% likelihood that consuming metal would yield gold. It should be noted that through alchemy, any item or being can be refined, and consuming the eggs of the 3-legged golden toad grants immortality, with each egg providing an additional year of life. At that moment, Trevor bore a Black Lotus insignia atop its head, with 7 star-aligned red gems adorning its back, surrounded by black sacred fire of low temperature. Its hind legs fused into one, and Regulus Black casually offered it a copper canute to swallow. Shortly thereafter, a pus-filled sack on its back expelled a gold coin. Though it bore the design of a copper canute, the material had wholly transformed into gold, impervious even to the enchantments placed upon currency by fairies. Having tested the refinement of metals, it was time to experiment with the consumption of water and the expulsion of pearls. Many potions that had been carelessly concocted by students were discarded, yet Regulus Black had retained a significant quantity. Now was the moment to put them to use. Large barrels of discarded potions were consumed, causing Trevor to swell to twice its size. However, it soon returned to its original form and subsequently produced an egg of the 3-legged golden toad from its abdomen. This egg, upon magical inspection, was found to possess life. Yet Regulus Black understood that it would never hatch. Still, it represented a year of life, and he believed it could fetch a handsome price in the black market of Diagon Alley. The final victory of the House Cup was bestowed upon Gryffindor, as Dumbledore, in an unjust manner, awarded points to Harry Potter, Ron, and the valiant Neville, consequently depriving Slytherin of this year's triumph. Regarding the points for Hermione, Regulus Black, after discussions with Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick, failed to mention her, leaving the young, which somewhat disheartened. As the semester drew to a close, all students had departed, leaving only faculty members like Regulus Black to remain on campus. This solitude proved to be a delightful experience for Regulus, as the absence of unruly children transformed the school into a serene sanctuary for study. Apart from occasionally venturing out to attend to his family business, Regulus primarily resided in the library, occasionally visiting the Ravenclaw common room to peruse books. On this particular day, Regulus was engrossed in Gamp's Laws of Elemental Transfiguration, the 5 exceptions which constitutes part of the 7th-year curriculum. This seminal work, presented by the renowned wizard Seraphus Gamp 3 centuries ago after a lengthy career of experimentation, delineates 5 significant exceptions within the realm of transfiguration, which are deemed impossible to achieve. The first exception pertains to the limitations of transforming food. Wizards cannot conjure sumptuous dishes from thin air, nor can they transmute other objects into food. Even if one were to consume such a transformation, no nourishment would be derived, leading instead to digestive distress. However, if some food already exists, one may enlarge it through transfiguration. The food appearing on the plates at Hogwarts is not magically conjured, but rather prepared by house elves and subsequently transported to the dining table via the summoning charm. The second point states that living beings cannot be permanently transformed into inanimate objects, such as turning a button into a beetle. The beetle would not retain its vitality indefinitely. Once the magical energy dissipates, it would revert to its original form. Moreover, although the transformed beetle may exhibit signs of life, its essence remains that of a button, and feeding it to a bird would not satiate its hunger, but rather result in choking. The third point asserts that transfiguration cannot create magical objects, such as self-writing quills or temperature-adjusting cauldrons. and even galleons, the currency exchanged among wizards, are enchanted by goblins to prevent oxidation, rendering them durable, and endowing them with the ability for automatic recognition and counting. The fourth point indicates that transfiguration cannot alter quantity. One cannot transform a table into 2 deer or 3 quills into a shovel. However, there exists an exception. If connected objects are perceived as a whole, one may employ a general transfiguration to alter them, and even when reverted, the original arrangement remains unaffected. This implies that if one were to transform a clothed individual into a wild deer and subsequently revert them, their garments would not adhere to their form like fur. Lastly, the fifth and most crucial point asserts that transfiguration cannot create something from nothing. While one may have witnessed a wizard conjuring a flock of birds or a bouquet of flowers, these are not products of transfiguration. Rather, they are likely temporary manifestations summoned through spells or merely objects that have been altered in form and concealed within the palm. Upon deep reflection, Regulus Black was quite certain that he had never transgressed the boundaries of the 5 laws before. However, alchemical creations occasionally defied these statutes. For instance, endowing certain objects with magical essence to generate spirits, akin to Japan's shoujo, gives rise to a philosophical quandary. Does the object itself possess life? Will its transformation into another creature or inanimate entity perpetuate its effects? Or consider the alchemical product known as the Black Lotus Sacred Fire 3-legged golden toad. After the philosopher's stone is ingested and amalgamated within, the resultant eggs possess life, yet remain unhatched, rendering the entire phenomenon inexplicable. Thus, the intricacies of the wizarding world often dwell in the realm of idealism. When one believes something to be unattainable, it invariably becomes so. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, Regulus Black had forgotten the troubles that Harry Potter might encounter. "How fortunate I am to see you, Regulus," exclaimed the specter of the deceased. "I have been sending letters to Harry Potter throughout the summer, yet I have never received a response. As you surmise, Harry may indeed be in trouble. Yours affectionately, Hermione." A week before the commencement of the school year, Regulus received Hermione's letter. She appeared to have taken the matter regarding the young girl to heart, as her weekly correspondence remained unanswered. Thus, in accordance with their agreement, she informed Regulus of the situation just prior to the school year's onset. "Rena, do you think I should visit Harry Potter as home? Perhaps I could negotiate a business arrangement with his uncle." Regulus Black teased the owl, Rena, with his quill, while contemplating the arrangements for the future. Harry Potter had lived with his aunt and uncle since childhood, enduring relentless bullying from his cousin Dudley. He had initially believed that mastering magic would liberate him from such torment, only to discover that the ministry imposed restrictions on underage wizards, forbidding them from performing magic at home. Although Hagrid had warned him of this restriction during their farewell at the end of the term, Harry was unable to deceive his relatives. Upon returning home from school, Uncle Vernon had moved Harry's belongings from the stairwell to an upstairs bedroom, signifying that Harry now officially had a room of his own. This transformation curtailed many of Harry's vengeful thoughts, serving as a modicum of kindness towards him. Nevertheless, the Dursleys remained vehemently opposed to Harry's magic. Any action or gesture related to the mystical arts would incite their furious outbursts. In Harry's own words, they behaved like a pack of lunatics. Due to Uncle Vernon's staunch opposition, Hedwig had not flown in quite some time, and over the past fortnight, she had nearly grown plump. She was compelled to flutter within her cage, pecking at the lock and banging against the bars, creating a cacophony. "Harry Potter!" Uncle Vernon bellowed once more from downstairs, for an important guest was expected, and disturbances from the upper floor were strictly prohibited. Aunt Petunia was diligently crafting a splendid cake, adorned with luscious cream and plump red cherries. It was no wonder that the Dursleys, both father and son, were rather rotund. Indulging in Aunt Petunia's culinary creations without gaining weight would indeed be remarkable. "I must caution you, should you neglect that foolish bird, it will have to be sent away. It is merely bored. If it could soar freely for an hour or two. Oh, how convenient for you to transmit secret messages to your peculiar friends. Dream on." Vernon meticulously attended to Dudley's attire, as tonight's guests were of considerable importance, reportedly a nobleman of great distinction. Yet, I had received no correspondence from my friends. Not a single word throughout the entire summer. Harry Potter felt despondent, believing that the friendships he forged at Hogwarts were but illusions. "Who would willingly befriend you?" Dudley rudely jostled Harry as he passed by. "I think you ought to be grateful. We have raised you since childhood, provided for your needs, and even offered you Dudley's small bedroom. Truly, we have exhausted ourselves in our efforts to be kind to you." Vernon, initially intent on lecturing Harry further, suddenly remembered that guests were imminent and that a rehearsal was in order. The guests could arrive at any moment. "Let us practice." Petunia, will you be in the living room when the guests arrive, ready to greet them with the utmost warmth? Excellent. And you, Dudley? I shall be at the door to welcome them. What about you? The Dursleys all turned their gaze toward Harry, the most peculiar individual in the household. Harry observed their theatrical manner of speaking, feeling an overwhelming desire to refrain from participating. I shall remain in my room, silent, pretending I do not exist. You understand. If fortune smiles upon us today, this could be my most significant deal yet. You are absolutely forbidden to make an appearance and ruin it for me. With that, Harry retreated to his room, only to find, upon opening the door, a creature he had never encountered before, frolicking merrily upon his bed. The house elf Dobby, upon seeing Harry, immediately expressed his profound respect. Harry Potter, what an honor it is to meet you. Lord Regulus Black, what a privilege it is to see you. The Dursleys' guest had finally arrived. Regulus Black entered clad in a sleek, black Gothic-style suit, accompanied by Lucy Piddle, an external consultant from the Ministry of Magic at Crimson Peak, currently serving as his personal legal advisor. This is Lucy Piddle, my private legal counsel, Regulus introduced his companion. Lucy, dressed in a fitted professional ensemble, boasted a tailored blazer, a short skirt paired with black stockings and low-heeled shoes, exuding an air of competence. Welcome. Please come in. Aunt Petunia cheerfully greeted from the small sitting room as Regulus and his companion took their seats. Vernon Dursley cast a glance at the luxurious sports car parked outside. His spirits lifted as he returned to the living room. Mr. Dursley, my estate is in need of demolition and reconstruction. Various equipment will be required during this period. As Regulus Black settled down, he promptly addressed the matter at hand, recognizing that a professional discourse could alleviate any awkwardness associated with idle chatter. The two parties engaged in a highly professional discussion regarding the building equipment offered by the Dursleys, with options for both rental and purchase readily available, including assistance in contacting construction teams. Despite Regulus Black's affluence, he understood the value of frugality. Thus, the particulars of whether to buy or rent could be thoroughly negotiated. Should their conversation flourish this evening, they could subsequently enlist the services of a lawyer to draft a comprehensive contract. A series of thuds emanated from upstairs, prompting a rather embarrassed smile from Vernon Dursley, who explained that it was merely the cat causing the commotion. The house elf Dobby, belonging to the Malfoy family, was a unique creature within the realm of Harry Potter. This peculiar house elf had developed an obsessive admiration for Harry Potter, viewing him as a great hero and striving, in his own eccentric manner, to assist him. His methods included intercepting all correspondence, sabotaging guests by dropping cakes on their heads, sealing the entrance to Platform 9 3/4, transforming bludgers into homing missiles, and even breaking Harry Potter's arm. Regulus Black had no intention of indulging in Uncle Vernon's jokes. Both parties were deeply engrossed in their conversation, hardly acknowledging the disturbances from above. Consequently, Uncle Vernon was left to entertain his guest in the living room. Without Vernon's admonitions, Harry Potter and Dobby's antics escalated. Ultimately, when Dobby inadvertently revealed that he had intercepted letters to sever Harry's communication with the outside world, Harry was filled with fury. He pursued Dobby downstairs, only then recalling his uncle's command to maintain silence. Dobby dashed ahead to the ground floor, first casting a glance at the cream cake in the kitchen before turning back to Harry with a mischievous grin. No, Dobby, please, don't do that. Harry was compelled to promise Dobby that he would not return to school. I cannot. Hogwarts is my home. Dobby, however, felt it was imperative to act in Harry's best interests. With a snap of his fingers, the cream cake began to float towards the guests, enveloped in a thin mist. At that moment, Vernon Dursley was discussing plumbing matters with Regulus Black when astonishment spread across their faces. They beheld the cake gliding toward them, with Harry Potter extending his arms in control. Indeed, Harry's conscience had led him astray. This could jeopardize a significant business deal. Suddenly, a black, gold-trimmed three-legged toad appeared behind Regulus Black, obscuring the Dursleys' line of sight. With a wide mouth, it flicked out its tongue, engulfing the entire cake. Ribbit! Trevor proclaimed his ability to change size, asserting that only by shrinking could he satiate his appetite for such a cake. Thus begins the visit to the Weasley family's humble abode. I have a nephew whose intellect is somewhat lacking. He becomes exceedingly excited upon encountering strangers. Although the Dursleys noticed the cake had vanished, Harry Potter had already approached the guest from behind, his arms outstretched, initially perhaps to control the cake, now potentially to grasp at the guest's hair. To prevent the guest from being startled by the sudden appearance of Harry Potter, Uncle Vernon felt compelled to provide some context. Fortunately, upon realizing the cake crisis had been averted, Harry straightened his posture and turned to look at Dobby. There was Dobby, trembling like a leaf. The presence of an adult wizard in Harry Potter's home was utterly terrifying to him. After a high-pitched scream, this rebellious house elf vanished without a trace. Upon hearing such a loud scream, Regulus Black, one of the guests, could no longer feign ignorance and turned to meet Harry Potter's gaze. "Who is this young gentleman?" Regulus inquired, appearing not to recognize Harry, his countenance displeased as he directed the question at Uncle Vernon. "This is my nephew I mentioned earlier. He has a few issues, and whenever guests arrive, he tends to cause quite a stir," Uncle Vernon explained, nearly on the verge of tears. This was exceedingly embarrassing. A significant business opportunity could very well slip away. Uncle Vernon, maneuvering his corpulent frame with surprising agility around the furniture in the living room, approached Harry and forcibly grasped his clothing, dragging him away from the guests. "Listen here, whether you've made a mess of the cake or caused a ruckus upstairs. I'm keeping track of it all. If the business deal falls through tonight, I swear I won't let you or your infernal pet off the hook." The cake had disappeared far too swiftly and unexpectedly for the Dursleys to comprehend what had transpired. While the immediate crisis of cake being hurled at the guests had been averted, the disappearance of the cake was undeniably attributed to Harry. As they could not see the Black Toad, Uncle Vernon locked Harry's room, although he knew it might be futile for a wizard. He felt it necessary to secure it nonetheless. Why would a Black family assistant come to my home, or rather to the Dursleys? Harry was uncertain whether this was mere coincidence or a deliberate act by Regulus Black. It was of course intentional. Regulus Black was in the midst of planning a renovation for Grimmauld Place, requiring a considerable amount of building materials and tools. Originally, he could have entrusted this task to his private legal advisor, yet he purposefully handed it to Vernon Dursley. Although Vernon's products were only of mediocre quality, perhaps slightly below, Regulus Black was quite capable of independently constructing a manor in the Vale of Death. He simply considered the Muggles in the nearby village when planning the estate's facade, as that area was not as secluded as the Vale of Death itself. In handling the Vale of Death, Regulus Black had completely severed its ties to the outside world, allowing him to deal with the Muggles within at his discretion, with no intention of permitting the inhabitants to leave or hosting guests at the manor. Near the Crimson Peaks lies a quaint mining town, modest in population yet bustling with activity. The mountain itself boasts a vast terrain, and even the Black family's Muggle-repelling charm is merely established along the roads, failing to impose any closure on the area. Following the successful filming at the Headless Valley, the entire estate will be dismantled, with construction expedited through a continuous rotation of work crews and frequent revisions of the architectural blueprints, all while maintaining a guise of discretion for the construction of Crimson Manor. Thus, the procurement of building materials and tools is indeed genuine, albeit specifically arranged with the Dursleys for business dealings. Regulus Black engaged in amiable discussions with the Dursley family, preliminarily confirming a lucrative deal worth millions of pounds. Uncle Vernon escorted Regulus Black to the door, his face adorned with a broad smile. Just before entering the vehicle, Regulus glanced back at Harry Potter's room, waving farewell to the bespectacled boy behind the window, prompting Vernon's gaze to shift. Although the absence of Harry Potter did not thwart the business deal, Uncle Vernon remained thoroughly vexed by his troublesome nephew. With the dawn, Vernon busied himself adding a security grill to Harry Potter's window, a rather peculiar gift. Coincidentally, this day marked Harry Potter's birthday. "Without my permission, you are not to go anywhere." Uncle Vernon's bellow resonated, audible to several neighbors nearby. Meanwhile, Regulus Black arrived at the Burrow, a peculiar abode nestled amid expansive farmland. Arthur Weasley is a distant cousin of Sirius Black, and Molly Weasley is a related cousin by marriage, making Regulus's visit to relatives impeccably justified. A carriage slowly approached the Burrow, its presence unnoticed by local farmers under the influence of the Muggle-repelling charm. "Mum, a carriage has arrived. Is a professor visiting today?" Percy Weasley, with his tousled hair, inquired as he washed up, glancing upward towards the second floor. Upon hearing her son's call, Molly Weasley promptly descended. As the carriage came to a gentle halt at the gates of the Burrow, Regulus Black disembarked, followed cautiously by Creature. The yard was adorned with an array of commonly used potion plants, suitable for culinary spices, while a few hens meandered in one corner, their nests revealing freshly laid eggs. Outside, a small pig pen housed 2 piglets, and a nearby pond featured 2 ducks bathing. The entire burrow resembled a rickety structure, haphazardly built around the chimney of the fireplace, rising upward in a whimsical fashion. Should any issues arise, a mere application of magic would suffice, resulting in a modern, art-inspired dwelling. Who could claim the Weasley family lacked wealth? This house itself is a treasure. With a little promotion, it could fetch the price of a castle. "Good morning, Mrs. Weasley. I sincerely apologize for the unannounced visit." Regulus Black stood outside the door, greeting Molly Weasley. Regulus was undeniably handsome, though his allure lacked the radiant charm of Gilderoy Lockhart. Nevertheless, he was still quite captivating to the beauty-conscious Molly Weasley. "May I inquire as to whom you are?" Molly asked, somewhat flustered, as she attempted to tidy her attire and hair, anxious about appearing impolite. "I am Regulus Black, the younger brother of Sirius Black, and I serve as a teaching assistant at Hogwarts. Your four sons of the Weasley clan should be familiar with me. To speak frankly." Regulus quickly gained Molly's approval and was invited into the burrow. The living room, which also served as the dining area, appeared somewhat cluttered, yet bore the unmistakable marks of magic. In the sink, pots and brushes were washing themselves, a sweater was knitting itself, and most notably, there was a clock whose hands were represented by spoons bearing photographs of the entire Weasley family, each member marked upon it. Rather than indicating the time, the clock displayed various locations and activities. "Oh, you are admiring that clock. It allows me to know where the little rascals are and what they are up to," Molly said, pleased that her creation was appreciated by others, though her children would often complain about being monitored, failing to acknowledge her concern for their well-being. "What a splendid magical creation, especially suitable for a family as large as the Weasleys," Regulus remarked, speaking the truth. Families with numerous children, like the Weasleys, were indeed rare in the wizarding world. The so-called noble pureblood families found it increasingly difficult to produce offspring, a phenomenon worthy of scholarly exploration. Similar to the reproductive challenges faced by dragons and elves, one could investigate the dwindling fertility of pureblood wizarding families. Regulus Black had come to visit his relatives, naturally bringing gifts for the children. He had procured sweets from Hogsmeade, which were greatly favored by the young ones, with enough for everyone. "Percy, this is yours, and this is for Bill and Charlie. However, I believe they're already considered adults and are not at home. So how you distribute these among yourselves is up to you," he said, handing the last 3 boxes of candy to the eldest Weasley child, Percy Weasley. Percy did not disappoint Regulus. He generously gave 1 box to the youngest, Ginny, and another to his 3 younger brothers, allowing them to share, while retaining 1 box for himself. "Oh, you've traveled such a distance and brought gifts for the children, but you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Would you mind joining us for a meal?" Molly warmly offered, eager to host Regulus Black. A large pot of stew simmered, and with a household full of growing children, such hearty fare was essential for their nourishment. "Creature, please assist Mrs. Weasley," Regulus called out. Regulus Black gestured to Creature for a reason. Food handled by house elves invariably yields the finest results. The same method of preparation, when executed by different hands, produces varying outcomes. However, the fare crafted by house elves achieves a remarkable consistency in taste and appearance, having reached an apex that transcends further enhancement. "Yes, master." Creature promptly snapped his fingers several times before Molly could intervene, causing the entire kitchen to spring to life. "Mrs. Weasley, have you ever tended cows? I believe I could gift you a couple of dairy cows, which would provide milk regularly and offer beef during festive occasions." Regulus Black, at this moment, possessed an abundance of dairy cattle, as the farm's dairy operations were exceptionally well managed. A few years prior, in 1985, the outbreak of BSE in the UK had decimated the entire beef industry, a grim testament to the catastrophic consequences of capitalism. The surplus of unsellable beef was ground into feed for the cattle, perpetuating the virus within the herds. Consequently, anyone consuming this infected beef or utilizing any product from sick cattle risked being invaded by the BSE virus, leading to a degeneration of the brain into a spongiform condition, rendering such minds unpalatable even to zombies. This circumstance made it relatively straightforward for Regulus Black to reclaim a portion of his family's assets through the Ministry of Magic, as the dairy farm, once a lucrative enterprise, had devolved into a liability. Although it required some time, he successfully regained ownership of the family dairy farm through the ministry. Upon acquiring the farm, Regulus undertook a thorough overhaul, culling all non-compliant cattle, which were subsequently used as sacrifices to summon the demons of the 12 zodiac signs. Confident that the chances of the demons contracting BSE were negligible, the cows intended for the Weasley family were carefully selected, ensuring that no sick cattle would be gifted. Now, Regulus Black boasted his own brand of dairy, a line of milk, and a selection of beef products. While the quantities were modest, the quality was indisputable, and he had surprisingly become a supplier for upscale restaurants. When Creature brought the cows from the carriage through the other door, the Weasley children were elated. Although the process of milk production takes time, a simple milking charm suffices in the hands of a wizard, as long as there are female cows. Milk would never be in short supply. After bestowing ample gifts, the relationship between the two families grew more intimate. Mr. Weasley, rising a bit late, descended the stairs dressed formally. "Ah, Regulus, it turns out we are indeed distant relatives. Arthur Weasley endeavored to present himself with as much gravitas as possible, being a ministry official himself, albeit in one of the least esteemed departments, where he and an elderly wizard were the only occupants of the department for the regulation and control of magical games and sports. Indeed, it was true. The ancestors of the Black family were brothers with the Weasley lineage. The words of Regulus Black need not be elaborated upon. Although the previous 2 generations are brothers, Regulus Black belongs to a subsequent generation, while Arthur Weasley belongs to the lineage of great-grandsons. Thus, if one were to adhere strictly to familial titles, Arthur Weasley would indeed have to address Regulus Black as uncle or even elder uncle. However, considering that Arthur's wife, Molly Weasley, is his cousin, the relationships become rather intricate. In the wizarding world, everyone seems to be related, and there is no need for further explanation. As everyone took their seats and began breakfast, Creature busied himself as if he were at home, arranging the tableware meticulously. "Regulus, what brings you here on this occasion?" Arthur Weasley inquired, savoring the delicacies prepared by the house elf. Though they were more delectable than Molly's cooking, his mind was elsewhere, pondering the true purpose of this relative from the Black family. After all, there was nothing of value in his own household. "Arthur, as an official of the Ministry of Magic, I have some property disputes that have been stagnant for quite some time. If you could lend your influence to expedite the process, I would greatly appreciate it." Regulus Black's visit, however, concealed ulterior motives. The mention of the Ministry's property disputes was merely a pretext. "What disputes might I assist with?" Arthur queried, fully aware of the Black family's dark legacy. As a family steeped in the shadows, even their assets often bore the taint of darkness. The first item in question was a dairy farm on a remote island, which was smoothly transferred to Regulus Black, largely due to its cleanliness, devoid of any traces of dark magic, and its ongoing financial losses. The second item was the mine at Crimson Peak, which, due to its Gothic architecture and unique geography, had been thoroughly investigated by the Ministry prior to its transfer. Remarkably, aside from a muggle-repelling charm, no signs of dark magic were uncovered. "Molly, this bean soup is delightful," Regulus Black complimented, wiping his mouth afterward. "From a Ministry's records, I discovered some confiscated items, a box containing 6 razors and a portrait of character. The 6 razors belonged to the infamous murderer Sweeney Todd, and the portrait is that of Dorian Gray. Given the notorious nature of these items, it is unsurprising that they would be collected by a family associated with dark magic." Despite his unreliability, Arthur Weasley was diligent in his role, and thus had some recollection of the items Regulus mentioned. While it was likely that these items could be fashioned into dark artifacts, they themselves did not yet qualify as such, making Regulus's request for a smoother process worthy of consideration. "By the way, how many property disputes does the Black family still have unresolved?" Arthur feigned ignorance, all the while suspecting that if Regulus sought to avoid certain topics, it would indicate troubling aspects beneath the surface. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for officials of the Ministry of Magic, tasked with regulating the use of Muggle artifacts, to investigate these dark magical items, which could subsequently lead to the issuance of numerous fines. Among the various assets, the more substantial ones include a small dock, a chocolate factory, and a church. Regulus Black explicitly enumerated 3 principal assets, which he believed he might reclaim. In truth, the Black family possessed other ventures. Yet those that remained profitable were not easily retrievable, for the individuals or factions in possession of these assets would not relinquish their hard-won gains without resistance. However, as Regulus Black endeavored to convert these troublesome assets into lucrative opportunities, the holders of such properties would inevitably seek various means of collaboration to return them. This was also Regulus Black's intention. Ultimately, these factions would find themselves entwined within the foundational support of the Black family, becoming a source of strength. Zombie 074 lent Ginny 10 galleons. Arthur boldly inquired whether the assets of the Black family included any illicit dark magical items, only to receive a sharp slap from Molly on his back. "Who knows? I merely wish to reclaim the Black family's enterprises. Whatever lies within will only be revealed upon retrieval. Even if there are dark magical items among them, I trust they are remnants left by former family members. Those of value shall be preserved, while the worthless will be disposed of or sealed away," Regulus Black continued. He paused momentarily before elaborating. "It would be irresponsible to handle certain ambiguous dark magical items without having found relevant records, as their value and function remain unknown. Mishandling them may lead to disastrous consequences." Arthur discerned the caution in Regulus's words. As Regulus Black had stated, certain dark magical items would not manifest unexpected changes if left undisturbed. Yet arbitrary interference could provoke unknown spells, curses, or traps. "Oh dear, how frightening." exclaimed the Weasley twins. For these two pranksters, the prospect of an enigmatic object lying before them without engaging with it was utterly inconceivable. Their insatiable curiosity would surely lead them to calamity should they encounter such dark magical items. For example, which of you is Fred and which is George? Never mind. If it were the both of you, your boundless curiosity would significantly heighten the likelihood of trouble should an unidentified dark magical item fall into your hands. Regulus Black warned the Weasley twins. In truth, many ancient pure-blood wizarding families possess various dark magical items, some of whose origins and effects even the descendants are unaware. Such items are often kept in the household as a matter of tradition rather than for practical use. Clearly, it is quite a rarity for the Weasley family, a lineage steeped in ancient traditions of pure-blood wizards, to be devoid of any dark magical artifacts. Perhaps it is due to the abundance of children that poses potential dangers. Or perhaps it is their collective affiliation with Gryffindor that contributes to this phenomenon. Mr. Black, how might I ascend to the position of prefect? Percy Weasley, the most ambitious and politically inclined member of this family, has yet to attain the role of prefect. However, with the commencement of the new academic year, he shall soon don that mantle, followed by the esteemed position of head of the student council, and subsequently, a career in the Ministry of Magic, where he shall accumulate experience and eventually rise to a high-ranking official within the ministry. You have indeed posed your query to the right individual. There exists a tome that is exceptionally suited for your aspirations. How to Become a Prefect, which I have perused in the past. Regulus Black has long since prepared this book, an old volume. Upon receiving How to Become a Prefect, Percy Weasley found his admiration for Regulus Black significantly heightened. Even his family jested about his obsession with positions. Yet it is evident that Mr. Black embodies true understanding and support. Will this book be enchanted? Indeed it shall. Every gift bestowed by Regulus Black carries a subtle enchantment designed to enhance mutual fondness. Naturally, Regulus Black remains cautious not to inadvertently sway anyone's orientation. Thus, the enchantment that fosters mutual affection is distinctly gendered, with a stringent differentiation. We aspire to establish a business in the future. Do you have any sage advice? The Weasley twins have also approached, eager for guidance. Regulus Black holds a favorable view of this pair, for in the realm of wizarding families, those willing to engage in commerce are indeed a rarity. Much like the antiquated aristocrats, numerous pure-blood families regard direct business engagement as beneath them, preferring to delegate or invest passively. The scale of your inventory dictates your approach. Should you possess a single item, it will be prudent to promote it through another shop. If you have 10 items, you could consider a market stall or direct sales to customers. Should you have 100 items, then the prospect of opening a shop becomes viable, albeit a modest one. The volume and variety of goods will determine the necessary size of the establishment. This is contingent upon the allure of your merchandise and the willingness of customers to part with their galleons. Regulus Black's words prompted the twins into deep contemplation. Their previous trivial endeavors selling trinkets had squandered their potential. Furthermore, if you can present 100 commendable items, I shall invest 1,000 galleons in your physical store. Regulus Black then turned to Arthur Weasley. Your parents can attest to my commitment. I am a man of my word. I recall that the Black family once owned a shop in Diagon Alley. Albeit small, it was perfectly suited for selling various small items. However, to fill the entire shop, you must not possess fewer than 100 items. Regulus Black's statement elicited a roll of the eyes from Arthur Weasley, as it appeared he was being drawn into this venture as well. Considering Regulus Black's earlier lamentations regarding the sluggishness of legal proceedings, it is evident that he seeks Arthur's assistance in advocating for him at the Ministry of Magic. The Weasley twins were nearly beside themselves with joy, eagerly directing their gazes toward their father, their eyes conveying a plea for him to expedite the process of reclaiming Mr. Black's shop so that they may soon commence their own business endeavors. Mr. Black, what about me? Ron interjected, expressing his ambition to become a Quidditch player. Alongside his prowess in wizard's chess, he observed his brothers being evaluated by Regulus Black and was eager for his own assessment. Quidditch demands both talent and extensive practice, complemented by a fine broomstick, while wizard's chess relies solely on innate ability. Indeed, if one excels at wizard chess, one is likely to perform well in Muggle chess, as the rules are fundamentally similar, with the notable distinction that Muggle chess pieces do not physically engage in combat. It is worth noting that Muggle chess is regarded as an elegant sport, widely cherished and revered in the Muggle world. Prior to his arrival, Regulus Black had contemplated the dynamics of the Weasley household. To assist a few children while neglecting Ron would certainly be an ungracious act, potentially alienating the entire family. Hence, Regulus had devised a plan to engage Ron, starting with his interest in wizard chess. If he could not shine in the wizarding world, he would seek fame in the Muggle realm. If you are prepared, we can embark on your journey to prominence over the winter break. I will arrange everything for you. Regulus Black bestowed upon Ron a substantial reassurance, igniting within him a fervent anticipation for the future. And what about me? Ginny shyly stepped forward to address Regulus Black, clearly recognizing that he was endeavoring to assist the Weasley family, especially as her brothers appeared exceedingly delighted. It seemed prudent to inquire, "Ginny, as we are not yet acquainted, let us reassess once you commence your studies. We shall determine the path that best suits you. As the sole daughter of the Weasley family, you will receive special consideration." Regulus Black spoke, placing a small pouch into Ginny's hands. Upon opening it, she discovered 10 galleons, ample funds to procure an entire new set of school supplies. "Mr. Black, this cannot be," Molly exclaimed, attempting to retrieve the pouch from Ginny and return it to Regulus Black, causing Ginny to nearly weep. "Please, Mrs. Weasley, new wands cost 7 galleons, and a full set of books, supplies, and new clothing is essential. We cannot allow Ginny to be burdened with an old wand that is unsuitable for her, much like Ron. Consider it a personal loan, to be repaid without interest once she reaches adulthood. What say you?" Regulus Black, noticing Molly's persistent refusals, sought a somewhat implausible excuse. "I have matters to discuss privately with Arthur, pertaining to asset disputes." With that, Regulus Black ushered Arthur upstairs for a confidential conversation. That evening, Arthur conducted 9 surprise inspections of the Malfoy residence under the guise of the Ministry of Muggle Artifacts. This urgency became the impetus for the Malfoys to hastily rid themselves of Voldemort's diary. Regulus Black, upon his departure, disclosed Harry Potter's circumstances to Ron and his twin brothers, cautioning them that if they intended to seek out Harry, they must refrain from using magic, as the Ministry would detect it, should they wish to avoid endangering their friend. "Ginny, have you contemplated which house you would join upon entering Hogwarts?" Regulus Black could not resist the allure of the young girl. "Indeed, I have. It must be Gryffindor," she replied with a smile, for her brothers were all in Gryffindor, and Harry Potter too resided there. What reason could there be to choose otherwise? However, Regulus countered, "If you also join Gryffindor, how would that differ from being at home?" His implication was that facing family at home and then encountering them at school rendered such existence rather mundane. "My brothers will protect me," the young girl declared stubbornly, and upon hearing her words, her brothers behind her beamed with pride. "Hogwarts students are safe. Hogwarts is undoubtedly far more secure than any wizarding family dwelling. Furthermore, unless one is particularly unlikable, instances of bullying are rare. Even when Harry Potter faced misunderstanding and exclusion, no one openly tormented him. There are those in Gryffindor whom I admire," the young girl murmured softly, lowering her head. "Trust me, that will only hinder your studies." Regulus Black remarked from an educator's perspective, delivering a decisive blow. Early romantic entanglements are unwise. As a lover of youthful charm, Regulus Black had completely forgotten his own actions, his affections having long since reached toward the young Hermione. Molly, somewhat perplexed by Regulus Black's words, comforted Ginny, who cast a wary glance at him. "Mr. Black, I believe Ginny's choice of house is her own prerogative, and it is the sorting hat that determines such matters, is it not?" A fiercely protective mother. Yet she refrained from using a broom to chase Regulus Black away, maintaining a semblance of reason. "First and foremost, Mrs. Weasley, each house possesses its unique atmosphere. The Weasley family, already comprised entirely of Gryffindors, would not find Ginny's presence essential. Moreover, the Weasley family's reputation in the wizarding world hardly requires my reiteration. Should Ginny be sorted into Gryffindor, the Weasley family would be irrevocably estranged from the other 3 houses in every conceivable sense." Regulus Black benevolently analyzed the situation. Perhaps the children, as students, did not fully grasp it, yet Arthur and Molly, as adults, certainly understood. And if Ginny were to enter one of the other 3 houses, well then, let us set aside Slytherin. Whether it be Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, the entire wizarding community's perception of the Weasley family would undoubtedly transform. Hufflepuff enjoys the patronage of ancient noble wizards, while Ravenclaw possesses formidable connections within the Ministry of Magic, which would serve as a boon for both Arthur and Percy. I beg your pardon for employing a Slytherin mindset to elucidate this matter. All that needed to be said has been articulated, and the atmosphere here is no longer conducive to lingering. Regulus Black has taken his seat in his carriage, preparing to depart. "Mrs. Weasley, allow me one last admonition. Often, the most resplendent presence is also the most susceptible to attack. The adversaries of the Savior are invariably the most numerous." The carriage had already ventured far, yet the members of the Weasley family remained engrossed in Regulus Black's final words. Percy Weasley, the most ambitious of all the children, was particularly attuned to Black's sentiments. "Mother, I believe Mr. Black's assertions hold merit. Ginny can be supported in any house. There is no necessity for her to be sorted into Gryffindor. However, Ginny, the choice ultimately lies with you." Percy affectionately ruffled Ginny's hair before heading back to their quarters. "Ginny, we too shall uphold your decision, whether it be Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. Even if you choose Slytherin, we will stand by you, ensuring they know you have our backing." The Weasley twins echoed Percy's sentiment as they tousled Ginny's hair, then retreated to prepare for the evening's endeavors. "What are you all talking about? Ginny must, of course, be sorted into Gryffindor." Ron expressed his bewilderment at his brother's comments, asserting that his little sister should naturally remain under the protection of her older brothers. Arthur and Molly refrained from hastily voicing their opinions. Arthur simply patted Ginny's shoulder before returning to the burrow, as he had work to attend to at the ministry, including some overnight inspections that required his attention. He trusted that Molly would communicate effectively with their daughter. "Mother?" Ginny felt perplexed by her family's stance, which seemed at odds with her previously held beliefs. "You see, Ginny, you have more options than you realize. It is because all your siblings are in Gryffindor that it has influenced your perspective." Molly Weasley, reflecting on her daughter's situation, increasingly recognized the significant impact her family's choices had on Ginny. The fact that all Weasleys belonged to Gryffindor indeed posed a dilemma, particularly given the dangers that accompanied Harry Potter, especially with Ron already in the mix. Yet, just as your brothers have said, regardless of your choice, we shall support you. Would you like me to elaborate on the distinctions among the houses? Molly embraced her daughter, Ginny, as they made their way back to the burrow. What transpired between Molly and Ginny remains a mystery. However, when Ginny reemerged, her brothers observed a resolute expression upon her face, causing Ron to fear that Ginny was contemplating Slytherin. Regulus Black sat in his carriage, meticulously reflecting on the events that had unfolded at the Weasley household that day, pondering if any missteps had occurred. During his private conversation with Arthur, Regulus Black had indeed provided a reasonable explanation. Previously, 3 assets were mentioned: a small dock, a chocolate factory, and a church. Aside from the church, the other 2 assets are conveniently in the hands of the Malfoy family. Though modest in size, the dock is bustling with cargo transfers daily and is a rare deepwater dock. The chocolate factory, on the other hand, is a veritable gold mine, thriving in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. These 2 assets were included in the initial claim. However, Regulus Black was acutely aware that this would prove to be a formidable challenge. Liabilities, akin to a hot potato, are easily relinquished as they are unwanted by others. Yet profitable assets, regardless of who possesses them, are not so easily surrendered, even among relatives. This matter cannot be reduced to mere decorum or camaraderie. Should Regulus Black be willing to invest a substantial sum, it is likely that Mr. Malfoy would acquiesce, albeit begrudgingly. Nevertheless, Regulus Black was not inclined to squander his funds, opting instead for a legitimate approach through the Ministry of Magic's courts to reclaim properties that were unlawfully seized by Death Eater relatives during Voldemort's reign of terror. Although his identity as a Death Eater had been dismissed, appearing in court still left a stain on his reputation. For the sake of the Black family's interests, as well as his own, this legal battle must persist. As an assistant at Hogwarts, engaging with Draco Malfoy would typically be a straightforward endeavor. However, due to the ongoing legal disputes regarding these assets, Regulus Black has forsaken any opportunity to extend goodwill towards the Malfoy family, even refraining from contacting his elder sister, Narcissa Malfoy. Only once both parties are free from conflicts of interest will they be able to interact on equal footing. At that juncture, a formal visit to the Malfoy family will be warranted. Regarding the arrangements with Arthur, the plan is to conduct surprise inspections of Malfoy Manor, occurring hourly and targeting specific areas each time. This continuous intrusion is certain to provoke a reaction from the Malfoys, as Regulus Black aptly noted. Any ancient family is likely to possess some forbidden magical artifacts. Thus, should one seek justification, conducting an investigation within the scope of authority is something the opposing party must acquiesce to. Simply witnessing Malfoy's displeasure would render the effort worthwhile. When Regulus Black expressed this sentiment, Arthur Weasley couldn't help but chuckle. Sacrificing a night's sleep merely for personal amusement? Undoubtedly, it was worth it. The Malfoy estate was subjected to 9 surprise searches over a single night, with inspections occurring every hour. Arthur Weasley, the official responsible for the unauthorized use of Muggle items, reported the discovery of numerous dark artifacts, though a thorough examination was required to ascertain their potential threat. Should there be no issues, they would, of course, be returned to Mr. Malfoy. This incident made headlines in the Daily Prophet, prominently featuring Mr. Arthur Weasley. On the very midnight that Regulus Black visited the Weasley household, The Weasley twins and Ron stealthily took Arthur Weasley's enchanted car to locate Harry Potter's residence, or rather, the address of the Dursleys. With their assistance, Harry managed to escape successfully, leaving Uncle Vernon nearly in a state of collapse. Master Harry Potter has indeed made a successful escape from the Dursleys. Kreacher had been monitoring the Dursley household, confirming Harry's departure while leaving a cluster of plants in Uncle Vernon's path. By dawn, the enchanted car had returned to the burrow with the 4 boys and Hedwig. For Harry Potter, it was his first visit to another wizarding family, and he found everything powered by magic to be quite novel. Where on earth have you lot been? Harry, it's delightful to see you. No one in bed. No note left behind. And you stole your father's car. You could have perished on the way, or been discovered by muggles. Of course, I'm not referring to you, Harry. Novak Duck, you better pray I don't seal your windows, too. Come on, Harry, it's time for breakfast. The Weasley boys could hardly escape a round of scolding from Molly, yet they managed to evade punishment due to Harry's presence. Good morning, children. Last night was exhausting. With night surprise inspections, Arthur Weasley had been busy all night, and although he had little to show for it, he was quite pleased to see Draco Malfoy's sour face. Upon returning that morning, he was still brimming with energy, but soon noticed a guest. Who are you? Arthur Weasley inquired curiously, eyeing Harry Potter at the dining table, though he had already guessed his identity. I apologize, sir. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Harry Potter. Arthur stared at Harry in astonishment, recalling that just the day before, they had mentioned how unsafe it was to be near the Savior, given the multitude of enemies. Ron and the others spoke of you. When did you arrive? He asked, lowering his gaze to enjoy his breakfast while avoiding eye contact with Harry. It was this morning. Your sons took your charming car out in the middle of the night to bring me here. Molly stood with her hands on her hips, eager to see how Arthur would respond. Remarkable. How was the car performing? Arthur instinctively shifted the topic, a proud expression upon his face regarding his sons. Absolutely splendid. The boys chimed in unison. Molly swiftly swatted Arthur, indicating that it was time to reprimand the mischievous boys, questioning why he was inquiring about the car's performance. I mean, what you did was utterly wrong, simply unforgivable. Arthur feigned a serious reprimand, while the boys lowered their heads, stifling laughter. He then began to question Harry about various Muggle topics, such as the purpose of a rubber duck, the function of a screen door, and the use of the doormat. Arthur seemed to be genuinely curious about many basic concepts. This left Harry quite overwhelmed, and finally, the awkward questioning came to an end with the arrival of a letter-carrying owl. It must be the owl from Ilo delivering a letter, Mrs. Weasley stated with certainty, for the owl flew directly into the half-closed window, its gaze leaving one bewildered. Percy, go fetch the letter. Percy, with an expression of exasperation, approached the window, where the owl Ilo had already perched on the sill, presenting the correspondence to him. It was a letter from Hogwarts, notifying them of Ginny's enrollment and providing the list of required books, alongside a letter addressed to Harry Potter. With a stack of letters in hand, Percy reflected on the considerable expenses that came with having many children in the Weasley household, not to mention the financial burden of each child's textbooks, especially for a newcomer like Ginny. Thus, they endeavored to utilize old books wherever possible. Arthur had a profound understanding of Dumbledore's vast knowledge. These items were by no means inexpensive, with the spellbooks alone being quite costly. Upon glancing at the book list, the twins promptly calculated the total cost, realizing they would need to purchase second-hand books once again. They needed to acquire everything, and there was but one place to obtain it all, Diagon Alley. The entire Weasley family prepared to venture to Diagon Alley, lining up before the fireplace. Harry Potter, you go first. Mrs. Weasley held out a jar of flue powder, beckoning Harry to step into the fireplace. Staring at the towering hearth, filled with ash, Harry felt a moment of bewilderment. How does this work? He exclaimed. Mum, I've never used flue powder before. Noticing Harry's reaction, Ron quickly explained. The reason for having Harry go first was that the fireplace's flue network accumulated more ash with frequent use, and the Weasley family's flue powder was of the lowest quality. However, since Harry had never used a fireplace, Ron would have to demonstrate first. You go first. Let Harry see how it's done. Ron grabbed a handful of flue powder, shouted Diagon Alley, and sprinkled it down. In a swirl of green flames, Ron vanished into the hearth. Did you see that? It's quite simple. Don't be afraid. Come on, take a handful of flue powder and remember to enunciate clearly. Harry followed suit. But when it came time to announce the destination, he mispronounced it slightly. Blood Alley. A surge of green flames engulfed Harry, and he tumbled out from the fireplace of Borgin and Burke's in the ominous Blood Alley. It was Harry's first experience traveling by flue powder, and he found himself lost in a perilous and shadowy place. This alley was filled with dark magical shops, the largest of which was Borgin and Burke's, featuring a vanishing cabinet that led to the Hogwarts Room of Requirement, alongside where such as shriveled heads, enormous black spiders, withered hands, and toxic candles. As Harry curiously surveyed his surroundings, an unexpected figure emerged. Regulus Black, though he had missed Harry's first year at Hogwarts, had now made his entrance for the second year. "Harry Potter, what brings you here?" Regulus Black feigned an incidental encounter. In truth, he had arrived outside the Borgin and Burke's shop after having had breakfast well in advance. After a brief calculation of the time, he entered the establishment to await the appearance of Harry Potter. As anticipated, moments later, a disheveled figure emerged from the fireplace. Covered in soot, Harry Potter had finally arrived. "Mr. Black, I used full of powder," Harry exclaimed, clearly still disoriented from his journey, his words stumbling as he grappled for coherence. "It seems this is your first time using flu powder, and you've misnamed it," Regulus Black observed, summarizing the current predicament for Harry. "Yes, Mr. Black. I was supposed to be with the Weasley family, and now I have no idea how to find them," Harry admitted, his anxiety palpable. Clad in a fine, Gothic ensemble that accentuated his noble demeanor, Regulus presented an air of sophistication that made Harry feel rather inadequate, enveloped as he was in ashes. "Let us tidy you up," Regulus declared, waving his wand with a flourish, and instantly, all traces of soot vanished from Harry, leaving him looking as pristine as if he had just washed his face. Restoration complete. With another flick of his wand, a spark of magic mended Harry's broken glasses. "Harry, you must remember that you are a wizard. Such simple charms should be second nature to you. I could use a couple of servants." Harry exclaimed in awe. "Wow, this magic is incredible. I must learn it." He felt a genuine warmth from Regulus's actions, promising to master the spell with enthusiasm. "Do you know where you are, Harry? This is not a place for children," Regulus remarked as he guided Harry through the shop, examining the wares. The surrounding dark magical items seemed overwhelmingly bizarre to Harry, who regretted not having specified his destination more clearly. Wizards originally delved into dark magic to experiment and discover the true potential of their craft, leading to the creation of many primitive spells, often achieved through nefarious means. After some time, Regulus escorted Harry out of Borgin and Burke's. Through prolonged exploration, wizards categorized various useful magics. After all, magic can enhance the comfort of life, can it not? The four founders of Hogwarts were among the most successful in this endeavor, systematically documenting and classifying spells, thus laying the groundwork for the school and the generations of magical education that followed. The same pet shops, the same magical clothing boutiques, the same magical supply stores exuded a peculiar dark ambience, their offerings vastly different from those found in Diagon Alley. Dangerous yet profoundly enchanting. Here, one could procure items unattainable in Diagon Alley, although they would likely only be of use after graduation. As they passed by a shop, Regulus shielded Harry's view with his hand. "In that place lies a shop that trades in human remnants. Its wares far more macabre than those found in the renowned Borgin and Burke's. The patrons who frequent this establishment fall into several distinct categories. The fallen, a group of destitute and inept wizards willing to resort to any means for survival. The outcasts, those shunned by the wizarding community for myriad reasons, or cursed by malevolent spells that they cannot dispel. The traders, who come to peddle various magical materials, some of which are unavailable in Diagon Alley. And the adventurers, who wander into Blood Alley in hopes of stumbling upon something they desire, the most innocent among them. Lastly, there are the customers, ordinary folk compelled to visit solely to procure a specific item. Regulus Black guided Harry Potter through the winding alleys, mere steps away from the exit leading to Diagon Alley. Today, Blood Alley welcomed a new demographic, lost children like you, unarmed against the dangers that lurked within. Regulus had already spotted a tall figure near the exit. Indeed, Hagrid had come to Blood Alley today. Believing that the final few steps need not be taken together, he gestured in Hagrid's direction, and Harry looked up to see Hagrid's silhouette departing. Turning around, Regulus Black had vanished, as if he had never been there. Harry spun about, searching for him, but found only the peculiar expressions of those around him. Some witches even offered him an eerie smile as they passed. He pursued Hagrid's direction, but was halted within mere steps by a wicked-looking witch and a brutish wizard, who seized his arm. "Child, you're lost, aren't you? Fear not. We shall escort you home," the witch said, reaching to caress Harry's face. As her fingers brushed against his skin, Harry found himself rendered utterly mute, clearly ensnared by her enchantment. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Hagrid's imposing figure reemerged, casting a shadow that momentarily obscured the sun and became Harry's beacon of hope. Hagrid approached swiftly, effortlessly separating Harry from the grasp of the witch and wizard, who, recognizing him, fell to the ground, too intimidated to voice any protest. Hagrid hoisted Harry by the collar of his robe and moved towards Diagon Alley. Indeed, just a short distance away lay another realm, sunlight illuminating the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley, starkly contrasting the nightmarish blood alley left behind. You possess considerable audacity, albeit a lack of discernment. Regulus Black intercepted the earlier pair of wizards. Pray tell, esteemed sir, what is your business? The two fallen wizards, seasoned denizens of Blood Alley, understood the significance of Regulus's attire all too well. Their previous actions had amounted to an attack on a new student from Hogwarts, and now they found themselves in the presence of the aristocratic wizard. I happen to be in need of 2 servants. May I inquire your names? Regulus Black chose to remain silent about the recent events. Even if he were to eliminate these fallen individuals, the Ministry's aurors would certainly come after him, regardless of the fact that these fallen ones were akin to the dregs of the wizarding world. To his surprise, the 2 wayward wizards immediately pledged their allegiance. I am Jacob Jones, ready to serve you, my lord, announced the bald wizard. And I am Katie Raven, the witch added, adjusting her tattered dress and performing a curtsy. The decorum exhibited by the 2 fallen ones was as awkward as one might expect, but it was unreasonable to anticipate refined manners from them. Otherwise, they would not find themselves entrenched in Nocturne Alley. I require you to accompany me. Is there anything you need to prepare? For instance, arrangements for family? Regulus inquired. We have no family. The 2 fallen wizards exchanged glances and replied in unison. Clearly, they each bore their own stories. Yet Regulus Black had no desire to delve into them. I am Regulus Black, a name you may recognize from the esteemed Black family, he declared with an air of superiority. Since there is nothing to take with you, grasp my hand. We shall perform the apparition. Noticing the absence of any attachment from the 2, Regulus promptly transported them back to the Black family estate. Within the old residence at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Creature was diligently tidying up. Ever since Regulus returned, he had instructed Creature to clean the house daily. With Creature's skills as a house elf, a mere snap of his fingers could accomplish the task, yet he still meticulously tended to every detail. Creature prepared 2 sets of servant attire. Upon Regulus's arrival, he immediately commanded Creature to attend to matters. The elf, previously moving at a leisurely pace, instantly sprang to life, eager to serve his master once more. Regarding the 2 wizards his master had brought home, Creature was certain of their identity. A mere glance had sufficed to ascertain their dimensions. Although the household had not been stocked with fabric, some supplies had been made available since Regulus took charge. Creature promptly ventured to the storeroom to select materials for crafting Gothic-style garments for the male and female servants. Please come in. First, we shall proceed to the basement, which will be your new workplace. Jacob Jones and Katie Raven marveled at the decor of the old estate, a quintessential stronghold of dark wizards, with decor reminiscent of Nocturne Alley and an array of dark magical artifacts. The walls adorned with the heads of house elves served as a testament to the family's rich and somber history. Upon reaching the basement, Regulus Black was prepared to take action. Bone cage, he declared, imprisoning the 2 wizards within a cell. Personally, I find it challenging to place trust in others. However, I possess a method to ascertain the reliability of an individual, someone who is undoubtedly worthy of my trust. Faced with their struggles and anguished pleas for mercy within the confines of their prison, Regulus Black continued with his grim task. Dominate the souls. The spirits of the 2 captives drifted forth, gazing vacantly at Regulus Black. Wailing spirits. Transform these 2 into wailing souls, bound to obey my every command. A far more complete control than mere spells could ever achieve. The 2 tormented souls were thrust back into their bodies as Creature brought forth 2 servants' garments. The bone cage, a spectacle not to be missed. Those ensnared within would temporarily lose their freedom. Any assault would be absorbed by the cage, never to escape through its gaps. When the 2 wizards were imprisoned, they had fought fiercely, their wands aimed at Regulus Black in a desperate attempt to strike. However, all their magical attacks were absorbed by the cage. Of course, if their magical power were sufficiently potent, they might break free from this skeletal prison. For even summoned entities possess a limit to their durability. Yet Regulus Black denied them such an opportunity, directly extracting their souls with the skill of soul domination, plunging their bodies into a near-death state. The ability of the wailing spirit was to unleash a tormented soul upon the enemy. Not only did it automatically pursue its target, but upon impact, it would inflict harm upon the adversary's soul as well. The question remained, from whence did this wailing spirit originate? In the realm of the game, it was an innate ability of the profession, virtually limitless as long as one possessed sufficient magical energy. However, in reality, wailing spirits must be meticulously crafted. Now, with the souls of these 2 wizards available for alchemy, once their essences transformed into wailing spirits, they would be irrevocably bound to Regulus Black. For all eternity, they would serve as his thralls. After all, the most unpredictable element in this world is the human heart. One may bow in submission and yet turn to betrayal in an instant. How, then, can one avert such treachery? One approach is to implement a rational system that constrains all members within the framework, compelling them to contribute. Yet, even this invites the specter of betrayal and complacency. An alternative strategy lies in the necromancer's legion of the undead, utterly loyal, unfailingly reliable, and wholly obedient. Their sole drawback is their lack of intelligence, rendering them suitable only as fodder in battle, though the ranks of such fodder may swell with each conflict. Regulus Black's method was to elevate the detritus of the wizarding society, utilizing them to fortify the foundations of the Black family's legacy, transforming their souls into undead entities, granting him mastery over their lives while preserving their intellect. A multitude of underlings devoid of intelligence is ultimately futile. Now, observing the two prisoners within the bone cage, they had both collapsed to their knees, their souls wailing in agony. "My master, please, in the torment of my soul, I beseech you to spare me. I am willing to do anything for you." Tears, snot, and saliva flowed uncontrollably as the two wizards pleaded like deeply addicted souls. Regulus Black retreated silently, gazing at them with an air of indifference, or perhaps, more accurately, observing their very souls. Their essences appeared as if ensnared in an interminable hell, emitting desperate wails, enveloped in boundless suffering without limits. After a brief moment of contemplation, Regulus Black resolved to bestow upon them their final shackles. "Swear fealty and obedience to the House of Black, and to me, Regulus Black. Dedicate all that you are to the House of Black, and to me, Regulus Black. And never betray. All subsequent commands shall hinge upon this proclamation, and in return, you shall attain tranquility for your souls. Should you violate any aspect of this pact, your souls shall remain in torment." The establishment of a contract cannot occur in a single stride. A contract purported to be comprehensive inevitably harbors flaws. The most effective contract is one that permits continual amendments, as long as the foundational elements are firmly established. The terms laid forth by Regulus Black did not forcibly eliminate their anguish. The cries of the tormented spirits would persist as the baseline suffering. After binding them with the final shackles of the contract, their fate would depend upon their own volition. Betrayal, of course, it is permitted, provided you can endure the torment of your souls. Yet, genuine submission from the heart shall grant you respite from such anguish. The path you choose is entirely your own. The conditions I have articulated are clear. Should you accept them, you shall no longer experience the torment of your souls, and this skeletal prison shall automatically open. If you choose otherwise, I shall not mind continuing to host you. You have ample time to reflect. Once you emerge, you may wash and change your attire. Creature will arrange your tasks. Regulus Black had little time to linger further, for Harry Potter had departed with Hagrid some time ago. He pondered whether he would encounter them again, particularly the meeting between the Weasley family and the Malfoys, a spectacle not to be missed. Leaving the two wizards in Creature's care, Regulus Black shifted once more and arrived at Diagon Alley. "Harry, what brings you to Noctur Alley? You must know this is not where you ought to be." Hagrid, as if carrying a chick, dragged Harry Potter from the shadows of Nocturne Alley until he finally released him onto the street of Diagon Alley. "Hagrid, I am now residing with the Weasley family. I mistakenly uttered the wrong address while using the flu powder." Harry Potter found himself in quite an embarrassing predicament. Had it not been for his own misdirection, he would not have encountered such a series of events, nor would he have crossed paths with Regulus Black in Nocturne Alley. Although the professor had painted a rather terrifying picture of the place, Harry did not take it to heart at the time. However, the final 10 meters leading to the exit drastically reshaped his perception of the wizarding world. He came perilously close to being abducted by unscrupulous wizards. Despite knowing that Hagrid was somewhere watching over him, Harry felt utterly powerless to resist, and had it not been for Hagrid's sudden return, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Regulus Black's educational methods were starkly direct and rather frightening. Should one be discovered in Nocturne Alley, others might assume they were up to no good. In comparison, Hagrid's words regarding the place seemed almost naive, akin to an adult deceiving a child. "Hagrid, what brings you to Nocturne Alley?" Harry could not help but inquire, although his tone lacked firmness, for he was still but a child. "Oh, I'm here to procure a type of insecticide. The slugs of Hogwarts are devouring the cabbages." Hagrid, oblivious to the nuance in Harry's tone, merely interpreted the child's curiosity. Indeed, as Mr. Black had indicated, Hagrid was a perfectly ordinary patron of Nocturne Alley, compelled to visit solely for the purpose of acquiring a specific item. In light of Hagrid's response, juxtaposed with Regulus Black's description, Harry gained a newfound understanding of nocturnality. The assessment of a place's morality is contingent upon circumstances, much like the nature of individuals. Harry Potter, what a coincidence. Are you here today to purchase textbooks? Harry was approached by Hermione, who had just exited a second-hand bookstore, cradling several newly acquired volumes. Hello, Hermione. I came with the Weasley family and happened upon Hagrid. Harry felt a palpable distance between them. The once close friendship had devolved into mere formalities. Hermione was no longer the easily excitable girl she once was. She had matured into a figure of rationality, confidence, and a hint of allure. How is life at Ravenclaw treating you? Harry inquired shyly. Quite well. The learning environment at Ravenclaw suits me much better, Hermione replied, though she remained unaware of the reason behind Harry's bashfulness and was more preoccupied with her remaining textbook purchases. Weren't you with the Weasleys? Are you off to find them now? I also need to buy some textbooks, but the crowd at Flourish and Blotts was overwhelming, so I decided to shop elsewhere first. Harry glanced towards Flourish and Blotts, where throngs of people had gathered. The sign outside proclaimed that it was the day of Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing. Well, this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook is the complete collection of Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiographical tales. Gilderoy Lockhart, the professor of defense against the dark arts during Harry Potter's second year, was perplexed as to why Dumbledore had summoned him. However, knowing that he was a favored choice of Dumbledore, Lockhart deemed it prudent to place his trust in the situation. Much like Quirinus Quirrell, he surely possessed a fascinating backstory. With his golden, curly locks, radiant smile, and impeccably white teeth, Lockhart epitomized the essence of a celebrity. When he beamed, the witches present would erupt in cheers. His flawless, confident smile was his hallmark. Thank heavens, Harry. We all hope you merely ventured to a distant fireplace. Mrs. Weasley was taken aback to see Harry Potter entering the bookstore, immaculately dressed. Earlier, the entire family had traversed the fireplace in a Diagon alley, only to find Harry was absent, prompting Molly to send Arthur on a search while she took the children shopping. Little did they expect that Flourish and Blotts would host a book signing for Gilderoy Lockhart's new release, Magical Me, and that this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook will be comprised entirely of Lockhart's autobiographies. As an object of desire for women of all ages, Lockhart left the male wizards feeling rather inadequate, resulting in a noticeable absence of adult men within the bookstore. In stark contrast to Harry's pristine appearance, the Weasley family bore a disheveled look, aptly described as covered in soot and grime, an all-too-familiar sight within the wizarding world, a consequence of relying on the cheapest flue powder. When Hagrid, Hermione, and Harry Potter entered Flourish and Blotts, Lockhart, preparing to sign books at the back of the store, instantly spotted young Harry. He promptly gestured for the photographer from the Daily Prophet to capture the moment, bringing Harry to his side. Smile a bit wider, Harry Potter. Our photograph will grace the front page, Lockhart advised with seasoned charm. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed an extraordinary moment. Harry Potter has made a special visit to Flourish and Blotts to purchase my autobiography. Incidentally, this book has just secured the #1 spot on the Daily Prophet's bestseller list for the 27th week. Harry Potter could never have anticipated, nor would he believe, that he would receive my entire collection of works, absolutely free. Lockhart gestured to an assistant to fetch a set of his autobiographies, which he then presented to Harry. This entire spectacle was a strategic marketing ploy. Having Harry Potter present was far more valuable than a mere book sale. Now, ladies, let us commence the signing. After the photographs were taken and the books were given, Lockhart, having exhausted Harry's usefulness, set him aside and began the signing session. One should not underestimate the effort required for such an event. Only those with practice could endure it. Molly instructed the children to leave their books for signatures and suggested that a few of them wait with Harry at the bookstore entrance. I imagine you find this quite thrilling, Potter. The renowned Harry Potter can even make the front page of the newspaper by visiting a bookstore. Draco, who had been quietly observing from the upper floor, feeling envious of Harry's fame, descended the stairs to intercept him. Keep your distance from him and stop bothering him. Originally, it was Ginny's words that were meant to be spoken, yet they came forth from Ron. Ginny seemed to have diminished her affection for Harry Potter, and the reason lay in the matter of house sorting. Is this not Ron, Harry Potter's faithful knight? How is it that he expresses loyalty to Harry? Draco turned his head sharply, spitting a mouthful of disdain at Ron. Do not behave in such a manner, Draco. Be a bit more amiable. A silver serpent-headed wand materialized upon the shoulder of the platinum-haired young master, revealing Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, clad in impeccably tailored black attire. His aristocratic presence stifling the spirits of the Weasley children, rendering them speechless. Harry Potter, I am Lucius Malfoy, and it is a pleasure to finally meet you. With a firm handshake, Lucius seized Harry, the serpent wand delicately parting Harry's hair to unveil the lightning scar upon his forehead, after which he jested. Your scar is quite legendary, a mark left by a certain wizard. My parents were slain by Voldemort. He is merely a remorseless killer. Nothing remarkable, Harry retorted defiantly, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the individual who regarded his scar as an honor bestowed by Voldemort. To utter his name so freely is either exceedingly bold or exceptionally foolish. Lucius, slightly irked by Harry's retort, endeavored to maintain his noble decorum. To refrain from addressing him directly only deepens your trepidation. Hermione, unable to tolerate Lucius's remarks, interjected. You must be Miss Granger. Indeed, Draco has mentioned you, as well as your parents. They are muggles, are they not? Lucius Malfoy's disdain was palpable, insinuating that a young witch from a muggle family held no standing to challenge him, leaving Hermione momentarily speechless. Let me see. Red hair, a vacant expression, and tattered second-hand books. You must belong to the Weasley family. Lucius mockingly perused the books from the wooden bucket Ginny was carrying, engaging in a display of derision that left the Weasley children utterly subdued. Children, it seems rather chaotic here. Let us take our leave. Arthur Weasley, having searched for Harry Potter outside, was finally guided back to Flourish and Blots by the spell. Upon entering, he overheard Lucius Malfoy's words and recalled his 9 visits to the Malfoy residence the previous night. Arthur believed it inappropriate for the children to be embroiled in adult matters. Is that not Arthur Weasley? The Ministry of Magic must have been quite busy last night. What with all those inspections? I hope they compensated you for overtime, though judging by your current appearance, it seems they did not. If the Ministry cannot even offer a decent salary, why bother tarnishing the reputation of wizards? After being harassed 9 times throughout the night, Lucius Malfoy found himself seething with pent-up frustration. Earlier, he had merely issued a warning to the Weasley child, but now, facing the true adversary, his blood was boiling. Malfoy, I believe we have differing opinions on the matter of tarnishing the reputation of wizards. Arthur Weasley was unafraid of Lucius Malfoy. Otherwise, he would not have been swayed by Regulus Black to conduct a series of surprise inspections at Malfoy Manor throughout the night. Your family's dealings with muggles have led to your utter degradation. Lucius Malfoy suppressed his emotions, tossing Ginny's old book into the cauldron along with another volume. His heart raced with exhilaration as he successfully rid himself of the burdensome diary, transferring it to the Weasley family. Now, he could only await the ensuing drama. Arthur Weasley, you shall pay dearly for your actions. Lucius Malfoy chuckled inwardly, maintaining a facade of controlled anger. We shall see each other at work. Both Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley were employed at the Ministry of Magic, and this remark implied their intent to undermine one another, suggesting that true merit would be revealed in their professional encounters. At that moment, Regulus Black entered the leaky cauldron, having just dealt with the 2 fallen wizards. He spotted Lucius Malfoy turning to leave, and as they passed each other, Regulus approached Ginny directly, retrieving the black notebook from her cauldron. Isn't this the very item I've been searching for? Tom Riddle's diary? Thank you, Arthur, for uncovering it. Regulus Black, while expressing his gratitude to Arthur, stored the diary within his system space, ensuring that no one could seize it from him. Lucius Malfoy, who had already reached the doorway, halted, his expression one of utter shock. He turned stiffly to face Regulus Black, but found himself at a loss for words. Regulus Black, do you know what you're doing? Lucius was acutely aware of his actions and the loss he had just suffered. Tom Riddle's diary, a Horcrux of Voldemort, placed him, as one of Voldemort's closest Death Eaters, in a position to safeguard this dark artifact. However, the Dark Lord would never openly declare this as his Horcrux, merely referring to it as a dark magical object and instructing the Malfoy family to preserve it with care. Lucius had confirmed for himself that this dark artifact was indeed a Horcrux. Initially, Lucius Malfoy had given little thought to the diary stored in the Chamber of Secrets. However, after Arthur Weasley's relentless 9 surprise inspections that turned Malfoy Manor upside down, Lucius found himself compelled to provide explanations for numerous dark artifacts left behind by his family. Yet, Arthur Weasley had taken nothing, merely returning time and again with his inquiries. What could be the reason for this? What exactly was Arthur Weasley searching for? With suspicion gnawing at him, Lucius Malfoy finally deduced the truth. He was drenched in cold sweat. The Horcrux of Voldemort, the diary of the Dark Lord. Once dawn broke and it became apparent that Arthur would not be making a timely appearance for an inspection, Lucius Malfoy resolved to dispose of this diary immediately, ensuring that it bore no association with him, preferably striking a blow against his adversaries in the process. As he contemplated which political rival to ensnare, he fortuitously encountered the Weasley family at the Leaky Cauldron. They had purchased an abundance of second-hand books, What a serendipitous opportunity. Lucius Malfoy derided the group of children with feigned nonchalance while subtly slipping the diary into Ginny's collection of secondhand volumes. Perfect. Lucius resolved to indulge in a celebratory drink upon returning home. However, when Regulus Black retrieved the diary from the pile of secondhand books, the entire situation transformed into a farce. What am I doing? Regulus feigned ignorance of Lucius's dilemma, claiming he had been in search of a unique tome that he had finally laid eyes upon. Lucius found himself at a loss for words. His adversary had said nothing overtly threatening, yet was he expected to confess? It was unfathomable to contemplate the ramifications should the Ministry of Magic confirm that this diary had escaped from his possession. The Malfoy family's affiliation with the Death Eaters would be laid bare, and the legacy of the Dark Lord's followers would forever be inscribed in the Malfoy lineage. To withdraw his wand and eliminate the threat to reclaim the diary? Such an act was utterly impossible in Diagon Alley, and he had no inkling of where his adversary had concealed the diary. Moments ago, he had seen Regulus holding it, and then it had vanished. Lucius Malfoy had never before experienced such a surge of fear, embarrassment, anguish, guilt, and regret as he did now. A wicked smile crept across Regulus Black's typically impassive face. Lucius, concerning the assets of the Black family, I recall that a portion is under your stewardship. Regulus approached Lucius Malfoy. I'm wholeheartedly dedicated to revitalizing the Black family, although I am currently the sole heir. If my foolish brother were to return and discover that our family assets have been seized, transferred, and divided, he would mock me, the legitimate heir. Should you be willing to assist me, you would gain the friendship of the Black family. Lucius Malfoy realized he was being propositioned. Did Regulus truly grasp the significance of the diary he held? Perhaps he was merely aware of Lucius's actions and recognized the diary as problematic, emboldening him to issue such a threat. Oh, how do you propose I assist you? Lucius Malfoy discreetly wiped away his cold sweat, eager to see what demands Regulus Black would make. There's a small dock belonging to the Black family, which you are currently managing, is there not? Regulus Black directly named the largest asset associated with the Black family under Lucius's care. You mean that dock? There exists a modest dock, albeit small enough to accommodate merely one vessel. Nevertheless, it generates substantial revenue annually. What leads you to believe that I would return it to you? Or what price would you be willing to pay to reclaim it? Lucius Malfoy found himself threatened in plain sight, and notably in the presence of the Weasley family. Swallowing such a threat would be quite the feat. You wish to recover the assets of the Black family? Very well. Purchase them back. Clearly, Lucius, you fail to comprehend the significance of these assets. To you, they may represent mere profit, while to the Black family, they embody history. If you seek some form of recompense, I might assist in disposing of certain unsavory matters. Regulus Black's words seemed to allude to the freshly acquired diary, but he swiftly seized the other's left arm. This is impossible. No one could achieve such a thing. Lucius Malfoy's expression shifted once more, suspecting that the other was merely attempting to deceive him. Was he not? Regulus Black and Lucius Malfoy were, in fact, discussing the Dark Mark. The Dark Mark serves as Voldemort's exclusive emblem, manifesting above a corpse or dwelling each time he or his Death Eaters commit murder. At first glance, the Dark Mark resembles a colossal skull, composed of countless emerald stars, for which a great serpent emerges from its mouth, akin to a tongue. Once it appears, it ascends higher, a swirling green mist emitting a dazzling light, resembling a new constellation against the backdrop of the pitch-black night sky. The Dark Mark is also branded upon the left forearm of each individual who joins the ranks of the Death Eaters, serving as a mark of identification. Whenever Voldemort grows stronger or is near, the mark on a Death Eater's arm burns with pain, becoming increasingly vivid and red. By merely pressing the Dark Mark upon a Death Eater's arm, Voldemort can summon other Death Eaters, compelling them to apparate and appear by his side to heed his command. Should any Death Eater touch the Dark Mark branded on their left arm, Voldemort can also sense the summons and apparate to their side. No one has ever been able to remove the Dark Mark. Had it been possible, those Death Eaters evading punishment would not claim to be under a curse, but would have simply eliminated the mark from their arms. Let us set that aside for now. Mutual trust requires time. Once we clarify certain matters, you shall discern the authenticity of my intentions. Might you have some time in the coming days? The school term is about to commence, and I will be exceedingly busy. Regulus Black hoped to expedite the transfer of these dock assets. However, Lucius Malfoy might prolong the process, and at that juncture, it would no longer suffice to merely return the assets. There is a certain satisfaction in holding leverage over another. Father, why do I perceive that the assistant and Lucius are in cahoots? Ron had just been insulted and felt quite displeased, which made everything around him appear equally irksome. Upon seeing Regulus Black and Lucius Malfoy engaged in hushed conversation, his annoyance intensified, especially since Draco Malfoy was obstructing their approach. This was utterly vexatious. Although his inquiry was directed at Arthur Weasley, the volume of his voice ensured that all present could hear him clearly. "Who permitted you to address my father so casually?" Draco immediately glared at Ron, his father's image in his mind being sacred and inviolable. "You ought to place your trust in your teaching assistant, Ron," Arthur Weasley remarked, patting his son on the shoulder to express his stance. It remained unclear how Regulus Black had previously conversed with him, but the trust level seemed remarkably high now. If you do not trust Black, you will find it exceedingly difficult to pass your examinations, as you will doubt the content of his lectures. Hermione, eager to defend her beloved, did not hesitate to deliver a sharp retort to Ron. "Please ensure you hand Ginny over to me." The mere thought of the examinations caused Ron's countenance to lose some of its earlier bravado. Such behavior naturally invited the teasing and jests of the Weasley twins. "What are you all doing blocking the way?" Molly emerged from the signing area, laden with a substantial pile of books, which included volumes for 6 children. Among them Harry Potter's. "Sorry, Mrs. Weasley, I prefer to carry my own books," Harry promptly replied, eager to retrieve his set, while the Weasley brothers also collected their respective volumes. "Ginny's book is still being held by Mother." Molly Weasley finally felt a sense of relief. Earlier, she had endured the discomfort of standing in line among a throng of well-dressed witches, all for the sake of obtaining Gilderoy Lockhart's autograph. "I shall be working at the ministry today and will await your arrival at any time." Lucius Malfoy slightly bowed his head in farewell to Regulus Black, clearly indicating that they had reached a preliminary agreement. He then beckoned Draco to leave Flourish and Blots. "Apologies for leaving you all here. Hermione, have you secured your books? Ginny, have you obtained yours? I shan't concern myself with the boys. Why do they all look so grim? Is it so difficult to wield a wand? Arthur, clean yourselves up." Regulus Black drew his wand, and with a flick, the entire Weasley family was enveloped in a charm, instantly appearing as pristine as Harry Potter. It was perplexing how the Weasley family operated. Must they always behave so differently from other pure-blood wizarding families to prove their inclination towards muggles? "Oh, thank you, Regulus. I merely forgot," Arthur Weasley explained, somewhat sheepishly. "Has Ginny not bought her wand yet?" Regulus noticed the absence of Ginny's wand, not even the box accompanying it, indicating she had not purchased one. "Mother spent all the money on textbooks. This year's books are particularly expensive." Regulus Black presented Ginny with 10 galleons, which were promptly appropriated by Mrs. Weasley for the purchase of textbooks. Only Harry Potter had managed to acquire a complimentary set. "Ah, indeed. Arthur, Molly, I shall take Ginny to procure a wand. A girl deserves a bit of special treatment. Hermione, does your wand require maintenance as well? Come along." With a casual greeting, Regulus Black intended to escort Ginny and Hermione away. "This cannot be. How could I allow you to purchase for her?" Arthur vehemently declined without a moment's hesitation. After all, accepting such assistance would be akin to slapping his own face. "Rest assured, I will take excellent care of Ginny." Regulus Black was resolute, and soon he departed from Flourish and Blots, leading Ginny and Hermione toward the wand shop. His words sounded almost like wedding vows. To alleviate the awkwardness, Arthur Weasley chuckled heartily. After all, who could blame him for lacking funds? In truth, Arthur Weasley, as an official of the Ministry of Magic, had a rather ample income. However, the Weasley family, with its multitude of children and their limited business acumen, often struggled financially. The crux of the matter lay in Arthur's extravagant hobbies. In his quest to create a flying car, he initially converted galleons into pounds to purchase an old vehicle. The required materials for the transformation, only available in the wizarding world, necessitated further exchanges between currencies, leading to considerable expenses. Despite these financial challenges, the Weasley children were never starved, thanks solely to Molly's efforts. Later, the Weasley twins relayed this tale to Ginny, leaving the young girl blushing profusely. Ollivander's wand shop remained as crowded, narrow, and dilapidated as ever. Yet, each young visitor would invariably find their own wand among the myriad of choices, albeit with a bit of playful teasing from Mr. Ollivander himself. "You are Regulus Black. I recall your visit just last year to have your wand serviced." Ollivander had long since modified his memory regarding the sale of 4 wands to Regulus Black. He only remembered the wand maintenance and the subsequent apprehension by the Ministry's orders. The details of those 4 wands eluded him, but the accounts were accurate. Upon suspecting that his memory had been tampered with, Ollivander dismissed the matter, focusing instead on his business. Those wishing to keep secrets could do as they pleased, as long as they paid. "This is Ginny Weasley, a new student at Hogwarts this year. I brought her to purchase a new wand." "Hermione, You surely remember her. We need to service her wand from last year and acquire a maintenance kit as well. Regulus Black ushered the two young girls forward, and Ollivander, donning his spectacles, first accepted Hermione's wand. Measuring 14 inches, crafted from vine wood with a core of dragon heartstring. This wand had been treated with great care and showed no signs of damage. Nonetheless, regular maintenance remained essential. Mr. Ollivander, with his distinctive finesse, deftly tended to the wands, erasing minute imperfections. He then retrieved a maintenance kit from behind the counter, tailored for the diverse materials of wand shafts. A mere 13 silver sickles, he proclaimed. With a questioning gaze, Ollivander looked at Hermione and Regulus Black. I shall cover the expenses. We will settle it together later. How could Regulus allow the young lady to pay for herself, especially when he had brought them here? Thank you, Regulus, Hermione said, leaning into Pecca's cheek on tiptoe. Of course, your gallant demeanor is most appreciated by the ladies, Ollivander replied, always eager to engage in flattering discourse, particularly upon witnessing such charming interactions. Now, Miss Ginny, may I inquire whether you prefer to wield your wand with your left or right hand? Either will suffice. Perhaps the left hand? Rest assured, we shall find the wand that is most suited to you. Then came the customary chaotic demonstration at Ollivander's wand shop. Yet all would return to normalcy. The spectacle was far more exhilarating than any film, as storms of ice, snow, and lightning erupted, while birds, serpents, and insects flitted about chaotically. After trying over 30 wands, Ginny finally discovered her destined wand, 13¼ inches of yew, infused with the nerve of a vampire bat, immensely powerful. Often associated with magic and mortality due to its toxic sap, yew trees are seen as symbols of immortality. As new trees grow from the center of the old, embodying the concept of rebirth, Celtic priests revered yew as an emblem of eternal life. As Ginny brandished her violet wand, the entire Ollivander shop seemed to plunge into shadow, with the silhouettes of bats swirling all around, a phantasmagoria born of magic. These bats were mere illusions without physical form. The magic flowed steadily into the wand, manifesting in various forms, be it flowers, light, fire, or any phenomenon, depending on the individual. Observing from the back, Regulus couldn't help but think how fitting it was that Ginny later specialized in the bat bogey hex. While he was unaware of what type her original wand might have been, it was evident that this one was the most appropriate for her. He reminisced about his own experience. When he first grasped his wand, it unleashed a torrent of black spring water, nearly inundating Ollivander's shop. He recalled that Sirius had been there too, leaving a huff like a drenched dog, oblivious to his mother's calls. Both he and his mother only departing after casting a series of cleaning spells to restore their appearance. Truly, what a foolish brother. Regulus Black, having lived 3 lives, acquired 4 wands at Ollivander's wand shop, each corresponding to his unique system skills. The effects of these wands were perceptible solely to him, thus leaving no outward signs of their peculiarities. I recall that Mr. Ollivander appeared somewhat disappointed at the time.